Hishishi's young man stands amidst the chaos, taking on the beginner trial of the ghost planet with his squad. The trial's objective sounds deceptively simple: survive on the ghost planet for just 5 minutes to automatically complete your job transfer. But in this manhwa recap, facing a beast man of this caliber means surviving even 60 seconds is a pipe dream. The story begins 50 years ago, when a colossal celestial body, known as the Ghost Planet, suddenly manifested near Earth. Following its arrival, Earth's flora and fauna mutated into horrific nightmares known as beast gods, unleashing destruction across the globe. Yet in humanity's darkest hour, mysterious teleportation circles began to appear, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. The first brave souls to venture into the Ghost Planet discovered that this world was essentially a surreal, hyper-realistic digital realm. Here humanity could change classes and ascend to new heights, a classic trope of a leveling manhwa. Upon changing classes, everyone gains data stats, equipment, and upgradable skills. Thus, a new concept was born: the Explorer. These are the brave souls who flock to the Ghost Planet in search of absolute power. Back in the present, Jiang Kai is facing the harsh reality of the very first beginner trial designed for newly transferred explorers. He is the last survivor of his team. Before him lies a bottomless abyss. Behind him, no path of retreat remains. As the Beastman slowly advances, Jiang Kai's mind goes blank, yet a fire of defiance burns in his eyes. He didn't bankrupt his family to get here just to die like a dog. No, he refuses to accept this end. Instead of waiting for the beast to claim his head, Jang Kai decides to make one final desperate bet for his family's future. With steel in his nerves, he makes an incredibly dangerous decision. He leaps straight into the abyss. As he plummets, Jang Kai sees the Beastman skid to a halt at the edge, unable to pursue. Suddenly, a blue holographic panel materializes before his eyes. Because your behavior mirrors that of a true gambler, congratulations, you have triggered the 1 in a million probability to unlock a hidden class. Class change successful. Congratulations, you have become the glorious hidden class, the Gambler. Sometime later, Jiang Kai awakens at the edge of a forest. He coughs violently, struggling to sit up. But something feels strange. Despite falling from such a massive height, he isn't injured. Even the wound inflicted by the Beastman's weapon earlier has completely vanished. Ding! The system screen pops up again. It explains that because his class change was successful, his basic attributes were refreshed, effectively restoring his HP bar to full. Standing before the screen is a stunningly beautiful woman, with long white hair cascading like a waterfall. Jiang Kai instantly recognizes her as the artificial intelligence governing the Ghost Planet, and she does not deny it. She begins to explain his newly awakened class talent. The gambler's talent is called Double. It allows any reward or penalty from the system to trigger a doubling effect. There is even a small probability of a super double, increasing the effect by 10 times. Because Jiang Kai triggered the double talent upon awakening, he actually received 2 class talents instead of 1. He shishes means he gets a second talent for the gambler class. Jiang Kai is floored. Normal people only get 1 talent, but he unlocked 2. What kind of heaven-sent luck is this for a system manhwa protagonist? The second talent he received is called Super Critical Strike. Its effect modifies his critical damage to a staggering 200 times the normal amount. His base critical rate is set to 0.1%. His status window opens. Currently at level 1, he possesses 4 strength, 8 vitality, 12 agility, 12 spirit, and 0 defense. Jiang Kai is shocked once again. An average person's total stats, after a class change, usually hover around 20 points, yet his total is 36. The AI explains that his double talent also doubled the bonus attribute points received from the transfer. Jiang Kai's eyes light up with excitement. He shishes means every time he levels up on the Ghost Planet, his growth will far outstrip everyone else. Ordinary players get 10 points. He gets 20. In other words, Jiang Kai leveling up once is equivalent to someone else leveling up twice. And that's not even mentioning his super critical talent. A normal critical hit only deals double damage, but his deals 200 times the damage. Although the current crit rate is only a fraction of a percent, if he can raise it later, his damage output will be catastrophic. Jiang Kai is incredibly satisfied with this outcome. His reckless gamble to escape the Beastman didn't just save him, it hit the jackpot. Speaking of which, he remembers something important. When the monster threw its weapon at him, it fell into the abyss alongside him. Now he sees it stuck in the riverbed nearby. Originally, his only goal was to quickly transfer to the Ghost Planet to earn money for his older brother's kidney transplant. Even a weak class earns money faster here than on Earth. But he never expected to become the protagonist of an awakening manhwa with a powerful hidden class like the gambler. Now he can likely earn the medical fees for his brother, in no time securing a life of luxury for his family. With that resolve, he pulls the Beastman's spear from the river. Simultaneously, a new notification chimes. Now that the class change is complete, his new objective is the rookie quest, safely reach Saint City within 7 days. The class change was merely the first step. Surviving this newbie trial is the real challenge. Within 7 days, Jiang Kai must reach the final destination of the trial zone, Saint City. But the path to victory is paved with impossible obstacles. First, he must traverse a trial zone teeming with monsters. If he is defeated here, it counts as a failure, and he will be teleported back to Earth. Although dying on the ghost planet doesn't kill you in real life, and you can log in again, the cost of re-entry is astronomical, a penalty only the rich can afford. And considering Jiang Kai already spent his family's entire fortune just to get here once, failure is absolutely not an option. The wealthy could afford to fail 1,000 times over. But for a penniless soul like him, failure was a death sentence. There were no second chances here. Nerves of steel. Jiang Kai gripped his weapon tight, inching forward into the abyss. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. That voice. It was unmistakably familiar. If his ears weren't deceiving him. Yes, there was no mistake. That hysterical shrieking came from none other than his lifelong best friend, Yuan Zu. The poor guy was surrounded by green walk snakes, and knowing Yuan Zu's deathly fear of serpents, that terrified face was completely justified. Jiang Kai froze. He couldn't just charge in blindly. One bite from those vipers meant instant death for man or beast, and there were 3 of those monsters. After a split second of tactical calculation, Jiang Kai saw his opening. "Hang on, buddy, I'm coming," he roared. Yuan Zu whipped his head around his eyes, widening in disbelief. He never expected to see his best bro in a hellhole like this. "Jiang Kai, what are you doing here?" That was the only thought his brain could process. Yet even in the face of death, he screamed for Jiang Kai to run and save himself. It's too dangerous. While Yuan Zu was busy crying snot and tears, a viper lunged from his blind spot. But Jiang Kai's reflexes were god tier. He hurled his spear like a bolt of lightning. It struck true, pinning the snake's head to a tree trunk with a sickening crunch. A perfect one-hit kill. Yuan Zu stared, eyes popping out of his skull. He couldn't believe his skinny friend just instigated a mob like that, but this was all part of Jiang Kai's calculation. He had used his screaming friend as bait to flank the enemy. The strategy worked flawlessly to take down one. But now, the remaining 2 vipers locked their deadly gaze onto Jiang Kai. Ignoring the danger, he dashed forward to retrieve his weapon. Yuan Zu's heart nearly exploded from his chest. Those snakes were lightning fast. This was a disaster waiting to happen. But Jiang Kai wasn't the same weakling anymore. Under his friend's terrified gaze, he danced through the viper's strikes with impossible grace. After his awakening, Jiang Kai's stats had doubled. His level 1 agility was already on par with a level 2 hunter. Those level 1 vipers were moving in slow motion to him now. That magnificent display of skill. It was just the beginning. The battle was already won. "Yuan Zu, keep their attention," Jiang Kai shouted. Yuan Zu obeyed instantly. Seizing the moment, Jiang Kai ripped his spear free. The duo moved in perfect sync, a deadly dance of steel and distraction. In seconds, all 3 vipers lay dead at their feet. Yuan Zu pinched himself. Was this real? He just ran around screaming while Jiang Kai did all the heavy lifting. Jiang Kai exhaled, the adrenaline fading. His class focused on speed, not strength, yet he decimated level 1 monsters effortlessly. It seemed that iron spear he looted from the Beastman was an elite starter weapon, a perfect tool for this newbie zone. The legends say newbies just get slaughtered. "How did you do that, Jiang Kai?" Overcome with relief, Yuan Zu tackled him in a bear hug from behind. Since they were brothers in arms, Jiang Kai decided to spill the beans. He whispered about his lucky awakening into the hidden class, the gambler. "But keep your mouth shut about this, okay?" Gambler Yuan Zu looked confused for a second before his ego bounced back. "Well, I don't know what that is, but my class is top tier too." "My class isn't trash either, you know." He had awakened as a martial apprentice, a powerhouse class. At level 1, he boasted 8 constitution, 8 strength, and 5 agility. No wonder he survived that snake ambush. The martial apprentice was one of the top 5 most prestigious classes in the Saint Yo Kingdom. On this hellish ghost planet, nobody knew how many classes truly existed. But every adventurer had to go through the awakening ceremony first. And just like life, money determined your destiny. It all depended on the catalyst you bought before logging in. The rich spent millions on high-grade catalysts to guarantee elite classes. Bringing those to the ghost planet meant starting at the top of the food chain. Classes like the martial apprentice soldier or executioner. Meanwhile, the poor scraped by with cheap materials. Their awakening was a gamble with destiny. Usually, the class they got was totally random. Most ended up with trash classes like drunkard or beggar. Absolute garbage tiers. Hearing this, Jiang Kai felt a mix of joy and dread. But a martial apprentice catalyst costs 50 million. Yuan Zu, you didn't borrow from loan sharks, did you? Hee, relax. It's a long story, I'll tell you later, Yuan Zu grinned. Jiang Kai sighed in relief. At least his friend wasn't in debt to the mafia. Grab the loot, Jiang Kai ordered. Snake corpses fetch a good price. Everything on this planet had value. Hishishi's was Jiang Kai's plan: hunt, kill, and send money back to a struggling family. In this leveling Manhwa world, dead monsters and gear transformed into cards upon defeat. Adventurers collected these to trade for cash. Judging by the last fight, his gambler class might actually outshine the elite martial apprentice. The potential for profit was insane. But just as they finished looting, a third presence emerged. Yuan Zu squealed, diving behind Jiang Kai, expecting another monster. But it was just a girl. She looked fragile, harmless. Hello, she stammered, clearly terrified. I'm Su, Nuan. I can't do this alone. Can I join you? Despite her innocent beauty, Jiang Kai wasn't a simp. He barely had the strength to keep himself alive. Dragging a deadweight like her along, that was a recipe for a party wipe. Jiang Kai had already made up his mind to reject the offer and walk away solo. But then Su Nuan played her trump card. She revealed her class was the rare doctor. Not only could she heal, but she could harvest venom from beasts like the green pit viper to buff their weapons with poison damage. I'm begging you, please don't leave me behind. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any second. Hearing this, Yuan Zu's eyes practically sparkled with admiration. A girl who could heal wounds and poison enemies. That was definitely a skill set worthy of worship. Jiang Kai weighed the pros and cons carefully. A doctor was a top-tier class, and in the brutal environment of a leveling Manhwa, having a healer was a matter of life and death. Just like his fall earlier, without that timely class transfer to heal him, he would have been a cold corpse by now. Finally, Jiang Kai nodded. He agreed to let Su Nuan join the party, offering a brief introduction for himself and Yuan Zu. Finding a safe harbor in this chaotic world, Su Nuan was overwhelmed with emotion, thanking them profusely. Hey bro, Yuan Zu whispered, grinning like an idiot. You just changed your mind, because she's cute, right? Jiang Kai knew his buddy was teasing, but he really wanted to punch him. Meanwhile, at the dimensional login base in Jiangzong City on Earth, inside the data center, Professor Li monitored the explorer's coordinates on the ghost planet with intense excitement. It was said that these smartwatches currently on the market did more than just tell time. They scanned comet data and offered functions vital for survival. The higher the gear rank, the more god-tier features it unlocked. Professor Li, what's the status of the rookies? Is my sister okay? A drill instructor burst into the room. It was Su Nuan's older sister. Professor Li checked the readouts. According to the rookie tracking system, a large number of candidates have already been eliminated. As for your sister Su Nuan, the system shows she just formed a 3-person squad. Hearing this, Su Lan's anxiety spiked. Her sister was a coward. Of course, she'd cling to others. But Su Lan had warned her 1,000 times, newbies should never group up. In the novice trial, larger groups were magnets for monsters. And barely 3 minutes later, Professor Li confirmed Su Lan's worst nightmare. 2 beast-faced humans had just spawned right next to Su Nuan Jiang Kai and Yuan Zu. Su Lan trembled, her face draining of color. A single beast-faced human could slaughter a rookie. But, 2, how could her sister possibly survive? Dying on the ghost planet might be like a game over. Your physical body on Earth stays intact, but the cost was high. The experience of death was 100% authentic. The pain, the fear, it inflicted severe psychological trauma. Many rookies returned from the simulation, completely insane. Knowing how fragile Su Nuan was, Su Lan feared her mind would shatter. She prepared to leave immediately to get her sister psychiatric help. However, just as Su Lan turned to leave, Professor Li shouted an update. Her sister was still alive. Even more shocking, the 2 beast-faced humans had been exterminated by the squad. The entire control room froze in disbelief. Rewind 3 minutes. When the monsters first ambushed them, their instinct was purely primal run for your lives. Jiang Kai was no exception, but he quickly realized the fatal flaw. Yuan Zu's agility was trash. The monsters would catch him in seconds. Jiang Kai slammed on the brakes. He shouted for Yuan Zu and Su Nuan to keep running while he stayed behind to hold the line. It was a massive gamble. Jiang Kai wasn't sure he could solo two beast-faced humans, but running meant they all died. Gripping his long spear, he roared and charged straight at the enemy. His strike was surgically precise, but the monster's defense and HP were monstrous. Instead of a kill shot, Jiang Kai was grabbed and hurled against a boulder like a rag doll. Before he could even catch his breath, the second beast was upon him. Pain racked his body. He couldn't move. He could only watch as the shadows closed in. Damn it! Is this where I die? Is my rookie trial ending like this? Not far away, Yuan Zu and Su Nuan watched the horror unfold. Su Nuan, despite her terror, wanted to turn back and save him. But Yuan Zu, the physically strongest one, stood there, shaking like a leaf. Meanwhile, in the residential district of Jiangzhang City, Yuan Zu's mother was pouring tea for a mysterious guest. The very man who gave Yuan Zu the materials to awaken as a martial apprentice. "I don't know why you see potential in my son," she said, chatting away. "He's big, but he's a coward at heart. If he sees a monster on the ghost planet, he'll probably freeze up before he fights." The man took the tea, his expression calm and knowing. "You're right. Your son fears danger more than anyone. But I've seen it. When someone needs help, that fear vanishes. He will face death without hesitation." Reality proved the man right. On the battlefield, seeing his best friend cornered, Yuan Zu finally crushed his fear. His massive frame crashed down in front of Jang Kai. He was still trembling, but his presence was an unbreakable wall. "Jiang Kai, you stayed behind to protect me because I'm weak, didn't you? We're brothers. If we die together." Roaring Yuan Zu threw a punch with every ounce of his strength. All his panic, all his terror, was channeled into that single fist. The result shocked even Jiang Kai. His buddy knocked the beast-faced human flat on its back with one hit. The damage number was low, but the impact was undeniable. He shishis was the terrifying crowd control power of the martial apprentice class. A soothing warmth washed over Jiang Kai like a gentle tide. He opened his eyes to realize Su Nuan was channeling her healing light into his wounds. But seeing her return, Jiang Kai's expression tightened with panic. "Su Nuan, why did you come back? You're not a combat class. This is suicide." Su Nuan stood her ground, ignoring his warnings. As a healer, her oath forbade abandoning a dying comrade, even if terror gripped her heart. The memory of that tragic year haunted her. Her father fighting the beast tide alone, falling in battle because no medic was there to save him. She swore never to let history repeat itself. Jang Kai was her ally now, and she would not flee while he needed aid. Under her desperate care, his wounds closed at a miraculous speed. Jang Kai let out a helpless laugh. Fate had truly blessed him with teammates who had no fear of death. However, a harsh reality remained. Even with their combined strength, their damage output wasn't enough to execute the man-faced beast. While Yuan Zu held the front line with gritty determination, Jang Kai's mind raced. In the heat of battle, a crazy idea sparked to life. He remembered Su Nuan's pitch when she joined the party. She wasn't just a healer. She could imbue weapons with lethal toxins. Jiang Kai shouted over the roar of battle, "Su Nuan, you said you could extract snake venom, right?" "Yes," she cried out, her voice trembling with tension. "Can you heal Yuan Zu and poison my blade at the same time?" He tossed the corpse of a green walking snake toward her without hesitation. She had never attempted dual casting like this, but for her team, she had to transcend her limits. It was a desperate gamble, but it was their only path to victory. Jiang Kai couldn't withstand the beast's crushing blows, but Yuan Zu, as a martial apprentice, he was born to be the ultimate shield, and while Jiang Kai lacked the raw power to one-shot the monster, with Su Nuan's toxic buff, his blade would become a Reaper's scythe. The formation was complete. Tank, healer, and main DPS, the holy trinity of any system Manhwa raid party. Moments later, the extraction was complete. Gripping his venom-dripping weapon, Jiang Kai's aura exploded as he charged back into the fray. So what if they were rookies? So what if they were weak? He would shatter every expectation and carry his team through this hellish trial. "Yuan Zu, lock it down," Jiang Kai roared. The tank unleashed a devastating punch, stunning the beast and leaving it reeling. The opening was perfect. While the beast stumbled, Jiang Kai flashed forward, burying his poisoned blade deep into its vital point. Their coordination was flawless. Against all odds, the strategy had worked. The first man-faced beast collapsed, defeated by their teamwork. But its partner stood nearby howling in a bloodthirsty rage at the three humans. Facing the monster's wrath, the trio didn't flinch. Their eyes burned with a singular deadly purpose: extermination. They moved as one entity now. Without a word, both man and beast clashed, in a violent explosion of violence. Yuan Zu tanked, Jiang Kai struck, and Su Nuan sustained them. Amidst the chaos, a shared thought echoed. We can destroy this thing. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Professor Li and Su Lanlan stared in disbelief. What on earth? Su Lanlan gasped, eyes glued to the screen. The telemetry was undeniable. They had slaughtered two man-faced beasts. Just one usually wiped out rookie squads. How were they pulling off this miracle? Cold sweat beaded on Professor Li's forehead. The data makes no sense. The healer has no combat power, and the tank's damage is negligible. The only variable was the leader, Jiang Kai. But the system refused to display his class information. The observation room fell silent as Jang Kai's profile dominated the main screen. Name: Jiang Kai. Age: 18. Origin: Jiangzhong slums. Ghost Star class: error. Unknown. Su Lanlan's mind spun. Unidentifiable class. That shouldn't be possible. To kill two elite beasts with no recorded class. Who exactly is this rookie? Back on the battlefield, the familiar blue system window popped up for Jang Kai. Player: Jiang Kai. Target eliminated. Level 2 man-faced beast. Count 2. Exhausted but triumphant, the trio collapsed onto the ground. We did it. We actually survived. Su Nuan cheered. Yuan Zu laughed heartily. Brother Jiang Kai, that calm command was absolutely god tier. Su Nuan sat up, eyes shining with newfound courage. With this power, we don't have to hide anymore. We can make it to the finish line safely. Yuan Zu nodded eagerly. Let's head straight for the extraction point and clear this trial. But Jang Kai didn't move. Not so fast, he said calmly. We have plenty of time before the deadline. There's no rush to leave. His teammates froze, turning to him with confused expressions. Jang Kai's eyes glinted with ambition. Don't you know, the military awards special gear to the top 3 rankers of the trial. Visions of legendary high-tier equipment danced in his imagination. That military-grade gear is a game-changer for rookies starting out on the Ghost Star, he explained. He opened his interface, checking his kill count. We have the strength to hunt now. Kills equal points. Points equal rankings. A devilish smirk played on his lips. So why don't we farm these monsters, stack up points, and rob the military of their best rewards? Yuan Zu and Su Nuan stared at him, stunned by his greed for power. Hours later, under the cover of darkness, the hunt continued deep in the forest. Yuan Zu was starting to sweat. Brother Jiang Kai, are you sure this grinding method is going to work? I'm telling you, I'm not scared. But did you have to make me pull the aggro of every single green snake in the forest? Surrounded by a sea of hissing serpents with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs, Yuan Zu felt his courage crumbling. Tears welled up in his eyes as his voice trembled. Hey, am I going to die first here? Looking down from his perch like a tactician, Jiang Kai called out. Pull yourself together, Yuan Zu. You are a martial artist class. Your job is to take hits and dish out pain. Besides, look over there. Su Nuan is already channeling her healing arts. She's got your back, so stop shaking. Suddenly, the snakes lunged at Yuan Zu's exposed back. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed dangerously. You dare! He launched himself into the fray, unleashing his strength. But these beasts, they weren't going down without a fight. 3 snakes were instantly obliterated. The familiar blue screen flashed before his eyes. System notification. 3 level 1. Green snakes defeated. Current experience 10 out of 1. Hishishi's really is a brutal leveling manhwa world. Standing amidst the carnage, he gripped his weapon tight. He remembered the cruel rules of the monster crystals. Only the one who lands the killing blow harvests the experience. Since I am the only one capable of insta-killing these monsters right now. The team made a strategic choice. All the experience points would be funneled to me. The swarm hissed, jaws gaping wide to reveal toxic fangs. They struck like lightning, but Jiang Kai met them head-on, dancing through the chaos. He unleashed his full power. One by one, the serpents fell before his might. His mind was singular and focused. I must level up first. I need the strength to protect this team. A full day passed in the blood-soaked forest. Finally, the last green snake was exterminated. Exhausted, Jiang Kai collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath. Suddenly, the golden glow of a level up enveloped him. Hishishi's was the moment every protagonist in an awakening manhwa waits for. Congratulations, Explorer Jang Kai. Experience reached 100. You have advanced to level 2 special effect activated attribute points doubled upon leveling up. Explorer Jiang Kai. Class Gambler. Current rank level 2. Jang Kai stared at his status window with a grin. Perfect. Slaughtering snakes for 24 hours was worth it. Finally, level 2. Yuan Zu and Su Nuan rushed over their faces, lighting up with relief. Su Nuan clasped her hands, gazing at him with pure admiration. Jiang Kai. That was amazing. Congratulations on the level up. Yuan Zu was more interested in the numbers. Quick, tell us, how do your stats look now? Jiang Kai smiled mysteriously. Well, leveling up gave me 20 attribute points. My total stats at level 2 are now 56. Not bad, I guess. Su Nuan and Yuan Zu froze. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It was like a thunderclap had hit their ears. Yuan Zu stammered completely, flabbergasted. Say that again. How many? Yuan Zu frantically opened his own system interface to check. Explorer Yuan Zu. Class Martial Artist. Rank level 1. He screamed. Oh my god, everyone knows leveling up only boosts strength, agility, and spirit. A normal person only gets 10 points. How on earth did you get 20? Yuan Zu's total attributes were only sitting at 26. Su Nuan checked her status screen as well. Explorer Su Nuan. Class Doctor. Rank level 1. She gasped, doing the mental math. Total stats of 56 at level 2 Jiang Kai. That's equivalent to a level 4 adventurer. That is absolutely terrifying intensity. Su Nuan only had 12 points total. Seeing their confusion, Jiang Kai decided to spill a bit of the truth. Don't freak out. It's just a class characteristic. My class is special. It doubles all rewards, level ups, and praises. However, punishments and penalties are also doubled. High risk, high reward. Just promise to keep this a secret for me. Su Nuan stepped closer, clapping her hands happily. I don't fully get it, but your class sounds incredibly overpowered. Yuan Zu grumbled with a hint of jealousy. Why is your class cooler than my martial artist class? Suddenly, the air shimmered. The system AI brain materialized before them. She addressed Jiang Kai directly. Players reaching level 2 receive 1 class skill. However, due to the gambler's double talent activation, you shall receive 2 skills. Jang Kai blinked. Even the skill acquisition is doubled. Shish's system Manhwa mechanic is insane. So I get 2 class skills right off the bat. Yuan Zu and Su Nuan looked like they had seen a ghost. Yuan Zu shouted, "You're telling me your skills multiply too? That is broken, too strong." The AI continued calmly. Affirmative. First class skill ghost hand card throw. An icon appeared, a hand raising a glowing card. The description text scrolled beneath it. Thrown items gain 20% penetration effect. When throwing card type items excluding item cards, penetration increases by 200%. However, spirit consumption also increases by 100%. Skill is upgradable. Second class skill Ghost Eye Focus. The icon depicted a sinister eye with dual red pupils. Ghost Eye Focus. Visual range and dynamic tracking ability increased by 50%. Spirit consumption increased by 100%. Skill is upgradable. Jiang Kai analyzed the data. 2 ranged skills. I still need to figure out the mechanics. But this gambler class fits my style perfectly. He clenched his fist. All right, now that my power has spiked, we can go hunt higher level mobs for better experience. Su Nuan smiled, her eyes forming crescents as she nodded. Yuan Zu stood behind them, hands on his hips, grumbling. Look at this brat showing off again. Scene shift, 2 days later. Inside the observation room, Su Lan stood before the giant monitors. Professor Li walked up beside her. Instructor Su, it's been 2 days. I didn't expect your younger sister to survive this long. Su Lan shot him a look sharp enough to cut glass. Is that so? She let out a cold laugh. That rookie team is still alive. It seems that guy Jiang Kai actually has some skill. Suddenly, frantic footsteps shattered the atmosphere. Officer Lin burst into the room. He pointed at the screen, shouting, "Attention all personnel in the rookie zone. The rookie trial is in critical danger. Go to high alert immediately." Everyone turned around stunned. Fear began to creep onto their faces. Officer Lin continued, breathless. "High Command has detected a breach. Country L has sent agents across the border. They are infiltrating our rookie zone on a massive scale." Before he could finish, a commanding presence entered the room. Lin immediately snapped to attention and saluted. The man walked in his aura, heavy and oppressive. It was the Supreme Commander of the Central District, Wei Ying. He paused, his expression grim. Prepare for immediate countermeasures. Su Lanlan couldn't believe it. She asked, voice trembling with tension. Large-scale foreign invasion. Is it true, Elder Wei Ying? Wei Ying sighed heavily. If it were fake, I wouldn't be standing here. Su Lanlan's face went pale as a sheet. Her mind raced to the worst-case scenario. He shishes is a disaster. The intruders from Country L. They are specialized newbie killers. Their sole purpose is to slaughter our awakening talent before they can grow. Scene shift to the trial zone. Oblivious to the danger, voices cheered from the fence. Hang in there, a rookie shouted back with determination. We won't give up. But little did they know, a storm was coming. Just as the rookie finished speaking, the holographic tutorial bubbles materialized in the air. Under the strict laws of this leveling manhwa world, the Ghost Star Rookie Trial was a forbidden zone for high-level veterans. The newcomers were abandoned to face their fate entirely on their own. However, the ruthless invaders from Country L mocked those rules. Utilizing a glitch in their class traits, they bypassed the barriers infiltrating the rookie zones of other nations, while the system remained powerless to stop them. These weren't just soldiers, they were butchers. They hunted players from other lands using brutal methods, inflicting a terror so profound it etched the very concept of death into their victims' souls. A nightmare resurfaced from the past. A rookie named Tranhai cornered like a rat. With a cold blade pressed against his throat, he wept uncontrollably, begging for a mercy that would never come. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Hope died, replaced only by a blood-curdling scream that echoed into the void. Don't do it. Their true objective was psychological warfare. To traumatize rookies so severely, they'd never dare log into the Ghost Star again, effectively crippling the future military power of rival nations. Even after his rescue, Tranhai was a broken shell, forever trembling in the shadow of his trauma. No, even if you kill me, I won't go back there. Back at headquarters, Su Lanlan slammed her fist onto the table, fury radiating from her. Those damn bastards. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging with suppressed rage. Su Nuan. Nuan's mental fortitude is too fragile. If she falls into the hands of those animals, Commander Wei Ying let out a heavy sigh, the weight of leadership crushing his shoulders. Prepare the trauma counselors. With a large-scale invasion confirmed, we must assume a worst-case scenario. No one is coming back from this trial alive. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Jiang Kai and his team trekked on. Suddenly, Jiang Kai stopped dead in his tracks. He whipped his head around, eyes sharp as daggers. Over there. Yuan Zu noticed the shift in atmosphere instantly. What is it? But Jiang Kai didn't answer. His gaze turned icy as he gripped his iron rod, ready to unleash hell on whatever lurked in the shadows. His companions sensed nothing. Yuan Zu frowned, confusion written all over his face. Jiang Kai, have you lost it? We just walked past that spot, it's empty. Yeah, there's clearly nothing there, Su Nuan added. But they couldn't see what he saw. Jiang Kai activated his skill, Ghost Eyes. His irises glowed with an eerie luminescence. No, Jiang Kai, whispered, his focus narrowing. Further out. With the precision of a master sniper, he hurled the iron rod into the darkness. Is something there? The makeshift spear tore through the air like a missile, piercing through the dense canopy and traveling an impossible distance. Moments later, a dull thud echoed from the deep woods. Jiang Kai's expression shifted, target hit. He immediately bolted forward. Got it. Let's go check the loot. Yuan Zu and Su Nuan stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances left in the dust of his sudden sprint. I literally saw nothing, Yuan Zu grumbled, struggling to keep up. How could he hit anything at that range? Is Jiang Kai possessed by a ghost, or what? Under the pale moonlight of the distant clearing, the truth was revealed. The iron rod had skewered a massive wild boar, pinning it to the earth with lethal force. As the team arrived at the scene, the classic blue interface of a system manhwa flashed before Jiang Kai's eyes. Adventurer Jiang Kai has slain a level 2 short bristle beast. Experience 199 out of 200. Yuan Zu's jaw hit the floor as he read the notification. Holy crap, Jiang Kai. Do you have the eyes of a hawk? That boar was miles away. Su Nuan covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock. And a level 2 beast at that. Jiang Kai stepped onto the carcass, gripping his weapon. He ripped the rod free in a spray of pixels. Don't look so shocked, he said coolly. It's just the perk of a new skill I picked up. The system pinged again, hovering in Jiang Kai's vision. Harvest short bristle boar corpse, recover 19 bristles, as crafting materials, yes or no? Without hesitation, Jiang Kai tapped yes. He pulled up his status window, reviewing the skill cards swirling in his inventory. Perfect, he thought, analyzing the data. My ghost handcard throw skill has significantly boosted the damage output of my projectiles. Combined with the ghost eye focus, which acts like a high-powered scope with a slow motion effect, my accuracy and range have reached a god-tier level. He continued to study the new cards. Hishishis means I can snipe low-level mobs from a safe distance before they even know they're being hunted. Total assassination. Jiang Kai turned to his stunned teammates. Alright, listen up. I'm a hair's breadth away from leveling up. Let's head back to the grinding spot. Su Nuan nodded obediently, while Yuan Zu let out a pathetic groan. Man, I'm still stuck at level 1. The scene shifted to a rushing stream, the water black as ink under the night sky. A sinister voice broke the silence. Captain Team 2's luck is finally turning around. Unaware of the predator's gaze, Jiang Kai's party waded through the water. The whisper continued dripping with malice. I didn't expect breakfast to deliver itself right to our doorstep. Shapes rose from the river like vengeful spirits. The water cascaded off their leader Jiang Kai as he stepped into the moonlight with his squad. Looks like we have some new toys, he sneered. Jiang Kai sensed the killing intent instantly. He shoved Su Nuan behind him, roaring. Who the hell are you? Jiang Kai slowly unsheathed a massive blade from his back. Relax, little ones, he drawled with a mockingly gentle tone. We're not the bad guys. A psychotic grin stretched across his face as his squad closed in. We just want to peel your chests open, hang you upside down, and drain every drop of your blood to dry like jerky. Or maybe use you as live bait for the beasts? We'll make sure you die. We'll make sure you die. Very, very slowly. Their maniacal laughter echoed through the canyon as they tightened the circle around the trembling rookies. Suddenly, another figure breached the water's surface, adjusting his hat with chilling composure. Cut the chatter. We have one objective. Jang Kai stared in horror, mixed with curiosity. The man wore a mask with a long, sharp beak. His eyes glowed with a predatory light. Hishishis was the infamous Crow Beak. The captain of the invader squad stepped onto the rocky bank. Our mission is simple. Ensure not a single rookie from the Holy Light faction survives this trial. Recognition flashed in Su Nuan's eyes followed by pure terror. Jang Kai. It's them, the border breakers. They specialize in hunting newbies. Jiang Kai and Yuan Zu froze. Yuan Zu's voice cracked. Say what? Su Nuan frantically tapped her smartwatch, pulling up the wanted posters. My scanner confirms it. They're all level 3 or higher. Their leader is, oh god, level 5. Her mind went blank with despair. Jiang Kai grit his teeth so hard, they nearly shattered. His eyes narrowed. Too many of them. And a level 5 adventurer. With my current stats, I can barely handle a level 4. But a level 5 is. His thought was severed by Crow Beak's chilling voice. Brothers, shall we begin the feast? My mind raced as I assessed the situation. Damn it. Hishishis was the only play I had left in this twisted game. I spun around, my voice cutting through the chaos. Yuan Zu, Su Nuan, stick together. We're splitting up. Move out now. Confusion flashed in their eyes, but instinct took over. What understood Crow Beak and his squad just watched a cruel smirk playing on their lips. Crow Beak scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. Sharing the blessings but splitting the pain. Is this how the Saint faction operates? His eyes glowed crimson as he barked orders to his dogs. 2 of you hunt down the straggler, slaughter him, the rest. We'll take our time breaking these 2 apart. His minions bowed, eager for blood. Yes, sir. Saw and Red Eye. Both had reached the realm of level 3. Without a second thought, they bolted after Jang Kai like predators sensing prey. The hunt was on. They tore through the dense forest branches, whipping past them. Red Eye laughed maniacally, the thrill of the chase consuming him. Look at that little rat run. Saw called out, confident in their victory. He's fast, but he can't outrun death forever. But then, in the blink of an eye, Jang Kai vanished from their sight. Gone. As if he had evaporated into thin air. Saw's eyes widened in shock. They skid to a halt, senses on high alert, scanning every shadow. Instinctively, they pressed their backs together, covering all angles. Saw growled into the silence. Hey kid, trying to play hide and seek with the big boys. Red Eye joined in the taunting. Oh, I love this game. When we find you, I'm going to snap your legs like twigs. Suddenly, a steel pipe tore through the air with terrifying velocity. Red Eye drew his blade, adrenaline spiking. The brat wants to fight back, he scoffed, dismissing the attack. A weak strike from a rookie. I don't even need to dodge. But the moment he spoke, a beam of light slammed into him. Red Eye didn't even have time to scream before he was launched backward. Saw watched his partner fly 100 meters, his brain failing to process the devastation. He shouted into the dust cloud. Why did you fly back? Is something wrong? But when he focused, Terror seized his heart. Red Eye lay slumped against a tree, life fading from his eyes. A steel pipe had pierced clean through his chest. Dead impossible. Jiang Kai stepped from the shadows, a cold smirk on his face. One hit, one kill. You call this an ambush? His aura surged, terrifying and sharp. In his hand, he casually tossed 3 feathers loot from the boar he'd slain earlier. You're not as tough as I thought, he mocked. Panic set in. Saw frantically activated his system interface to scan his opponent. You're just a rookie from the Saint faction. How could trash like you kill a level 3 warrior? The screen flashed red warnings. Critical hit rate unknown. Fatal damage unknown. Saw began to tremble, pointing a shaking finger at the monster before him. What is this? I'm level 3. My stats are only 45. How does a rookie have 60 points? That breaks the laws of the system. Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed. Who said the laws apply to me? Before the words even landed, Jiang Kai moved. Too fast. Saw didn't even see the strike coming before he was forced to his knees, gurgling in agony. Standing over his fallen foes, Jiang Kai analyzed the battle. It worked. My total stats rival a level 4. Crushing a level 3 was inevitable. Running away wasn't cowardice. It was strategy to divide their power. But I was still just shy of the level 3 threshold. Based on my knowledge from Earth, killing another explorer should trigger it. Just then, the AI brain materialized. Target explorer eliminated. You may claim the deceased's watch. Furthermore, before the data dissipates, do you wish to absorb the explorer's experience points? 2 level 3 explorers. That is 100 points each. Whatever you take, they lose double in the penalty zone. Jiang Kai's grin widened with excitement. I knew it. In this leveling Manhwa world, hunting players yields far more XP than grinding monsters. I'll take 100 points from each. The AI vanished. A golden notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Ecstatic, he pulled up his status window. Finally. Name Jiang Kai, class gambler, level 3. He walked over to the broken bodies of Red Eye and Saw. Coldly, he stripped the watches from their wrists. He muttered calculations. Total stats. 76. A standard level 5 is only around 60. He gripped his steel pipe, eyes burning with resolve. I'm strong enough now. Time to save Yuan Zu and Su Nuan. Back at the clearing, things looked grim. Yuan Zu was losing blood fast, his arm a mess of gore. Su Nuan's clothes were shredded, her energy fading. Han Sat, one of the pursuers, sneered at their desperation. A martial artist and a healer, I never expected to catch such elite classes from the Saint faction. Blue Shadow stood beside him laughing. Jackpot. Those are premium classes. Another thug toyed with his dagger, watching Su Nuan desperately heal her partner. Don't kill them yet. Grind them down slowly. Let them feel every second. Tears welled in Su Nuan's eyes as she channeled her light. Yuan Zu, Jang Kai, is being hunted by 2 assassins. Do you really think he's coming back? Yuan Zu gritted his teeth against the agony. He'll be here. I know it. He might be a ladies' man usually, but when the fighting starts, he's serious. Yuan Zu stared down the encroaching darkness. If his friends are in danger, he wouldn't abandon us. Crowbeak stepped forward, bored with the game. I'm tired of playing. Skin them alive. Hansat nodded. With pleasure. But Yuan Zu's faith didn't waver. He is coming. And then, boom. Like a storm god descending, Jiang Kai burst from the tree line. Blue lightning crackled around his body in a terrifying display. With a flick of his wrist, death flew through the air. 2 minions moved to execute the prisoners. But before they could strike, something pierced their skulls. Instant death. Su Nuan gasped, recognizing the weapon lodged in the enemy's head. That's a short dart. Yuan Zu grinned through the pain. Told you? Crowbeak stared at the bodies stunned. Who's there? Did that rat sneak back? Show yourself, coward. Crowbeak spun around, scanning the dense forest. But only silence answered him. The predator had become the prey. Crowbeak trembled, his pupils dilating in pure terror. His mind went blank, reality dissolving around him. Was this the power of a hidden class from the Saint realm? Survival instinct screamed at him to run. He turned and fled into the darkness. Yuan Zu and Su Nuan watched stunned as the hunter became the hunted. The captain is running away, Su Nuan shouted. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows like a demon of the night. It was Jiang Kai. He gripped a steel pipe, his aura blazing with killing intent. You tortured my brothers and think you can leave. His eyes burned. Pay with your life, get down. Jiang Kai hurled the pipe like a javelin. It tore through the air, piercing Crowbeak instantly, and detonating with a thunderous blast. One short scream and the enemy crumbled to his knees. Smoke choked the battlefield. The bodies of the invaders lay scattered across the ground, a testament to the carnage. Jiang Kai walked out of the forest, dusting himself off. "The trash has been taken care of," he said calmly. "Su Nuan, you okay?" She looked at him, tears welling up. He had finally returned. She wanted to rush into his arms, but her voice trembled with despair. "It's Yuan Zu. His wounds are fatal. My healing magic. It's not working anymore." Yuan Zu lay motionless in a pool of his own blood cuts, covering every inch of his body. Life was draining away fast. He cracked his eyes open, forcing a weak smile. "Jang Kai. Knew you'd come back, but I don't think I'll make it this time." He collapsed, whispering his final words. "Go on. Without me." Su Nuan sobbed beside him. Yuan Zu pointed a shaking hand at his friend. "Jiang Kai. Su Nuan. Adventuring with you was the best memory of my life. You too. Carry my share of the burden." His eyes drifted shut. "Past the trial. For me. Brother true Su Nuan." Nuan wailed, her heart shattering. Jang Kai stood over him, fists clenched, looking down at the dramatic scene. True, suddenly Jiang Kai grabbed a half-dead invader and threw him directly onto Yuan Zu's dying body. "What are you whispering about down there, Su Nuan?" Nuan's crying stopped instantly. Crushed by the sudden weight, Yuan Zu sat up, screaming in pain. "Ouch. Death hurts." He looked around, confused, staring at the living enemy on his lap. Jiang Kai smirked, explaining the mechanics of this leveling manhwa. "I dragged 6 of them back. I only crippled them so you two can land the killing blow. Gain the XP level up, and the system will fully restore your health." Realization dawned on Su Nuan. Right on the Ghost Star, killing explorers grants massive experience points. It triggers a level-up recovery. Yuan Zu blinked, the awkwardness hitting him. "Wait, really? So my tragic death speech was just embarrassing?" Jiang Kai ignored him, seeing his friend fully energetic again. "Didn't they enjoy torturing you earlier?" Jiang Kai asked, eyes narrowing. "Now we return the favor. Even a left hook counts as a last hit." Yuan Zu and Su Nuan exchanged demonic grins. Time to teach them about the cycle of karma. The invader on the ground tried to crawl away in terror. Yuan Zu laughed a sound, purely villainous. "Jiang Kai, this feels wrong." But the 3 of them loomed over the enemy with predatory eyes. "Wrong," Jiang Kai laughed. "In St. Hai, we call this reciprocity. It's a beautiful tradition we must uphold." Yuan Zu reached out, his shadow engulfing the screaming victim. "A fine tradition indeed. I shall preserve it with great care." The invader shrieked. "Stay back, you devils." Meanwhile, at the Data Research Institute of the L Nation Smuggler Administration, chaos erupted. Alarms blared as operatives woke up screaming. "Horrifying, he's a monster." The squad woke up from the simulation mines, shattered by the trauma. Blue Shadow clutched his head, trembling uncontrollably. "A newcomer at St. Hai. He slaughtered us all." "It wasn't a battle, it was an execution." Han Sat woke up drenched in cold sweat, roaring in fury. "My experience points stolen, my level dropped." In the observation room, 2 men watched the screens. One was Huang Jang Kai, a high-ranking leader. He stared at the chaos, unable to believe his eyes. "What is happening here? How were my elites broken like this? Did St. Hai awaken a new class designed specifically to hunt us?" Back at St. Hai Command, Professor Li stared at his tablet, panic rising. "Bad news. Data from Su Nuan's watch confirms they encountered the smuggler squad." Su Lan gasped, fear clutching her heart. "What is my sister hurt?" Commander Wei Ying sighed, sipping his water with grim acceptance. "No rookie survives a run-in with smugglers. We should prepare for their funerals." "No, Commander," Professor Li interrupted, his eyes wide. "That's not what I mean." He pointed at the big screen. "The data shows they encountered the smugglers, but they didn't die. In fact, they leveled up." The room went silent. Su Lan froze. What? Wei Ying frowned in confusion. How did the enemy decide to power level them out of charity? Surviving is one thing, but leveling up, Wei Ying scoffed. Professor Li double-checked the data, making sure he wasn't hallucinating. If it was 1 level, maybe they killed some beasts. But the data shows Su Nuan jumped 2 whole levels. There is only one possibility. The realization hit everyone at once. Wei Ying and Su Lan spoke in unison. They wiped out the smuggler squad. The cup slipped from the commander's hand, shattering on the floor. Commander Su Lan whispered. Wei Ying stood up, his voice booming. "Show me the battle data immediately." Professor Lee scrambled to pull up the profiles of Jiang Kai's team on the main monitor. Images of Su Nuan and Yuan Zu appeared. But for Jiang Kai, identity confirmed. Class unknown. Level unknown. Su Nuan Doctor Class, Level 3. Yuan Zu Warrior Class, Level 3. Wei Ying burst into laughter. Level 3. Incredible. Only killing high-level smugglers could grant that much XP in such a short time. Su Lan shook her head, still skeptical. Impossible. A support and a rookie warrior couldn't do this. The damage output is too low. Did Jiang Kai solo the entire squad? What kind of monster is he? Wei Ying grinned, eyes gleaming. I'm certain it was him. But why does the system show his class as unknown? What in the world is going on here? Professor Lee stared at the tablet in his hands, his brow furrowed in confusion. I've found some traces of Jiang Kai, but it makes no sense. The signal source is unidentified. Usually every explorer on the demon planet carries a smartwatch to sync with the central database, a standard feature in any system Manhwa world. But Jiang Kai is operating on a first-generation device, a relic from the past. As he spoke, Professor Lee projected the image of the antique watch for everyone to see. Hishishi's model was the very first used on the demon planet he analyzed sharply. But the servers for the first generation shut down over 10 years ago. Connecting to the network with that junk is nearly impossible. That is precisely why his data remains a ghost to us. Hearing this, Su Lan gasped in sheer disbelief. Excuse me, what era are we living in? Who still uses such ancient technology? Wei Ying, sitting nearby, smirked with interest. Not bad. Hishishi's kid is getting interesting. Su Lan immediately turned to the professor, her voice commanding, "Get me every scrap of data on Jiang Kai. I need to know exactly what kind of monster this kid really is." The professor nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, back with Jiang Kai's team, Yuan Zu stared at his status window, trembling with excitement. Holy cow, I actually leveled up and recovered full health. Su Nuan also opened her interface, her happiness overflowing as she instinctively clenched her fists in delight. I can't believe it, me too. Yuan Zu scanned his new abilities, cheering like a kid on Christmas. I even unlocked a class skill, Earth Stomp. Now I can blast away any enemies around me with serious force. He activated the skill immediately. Earth Stomp Su Nuan. Nuan touched her screen, her eyes widening as a notification popped up. Doctor's Heart, she read aloud, beaming. I've awakened the class skill Doctor's Heart. My healing potency just went through the roof. Jiang Kai watched them celebrate, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. As expected, of a warrior and a doctor. Those are incredibly practical skills. Yuan Zu strutted over to Jiang Kai, ready to gloat. Hey Jiang Kai, look at this. I'm a full level higher than you now. I bet I could take on those invaders better than you can. Hearing True's taunt, Jiang Kai calmly opened his own status panel. You think level 3 is enough to handle an invader? Hate to break it to you, but I'm already level 4. Take a look at my attributes. Yuan Zu leaned in, and the moment he saw Jiang Kai's stats, his jaw practically hit the floor. Huh. Yuan Zu grabbed his head, looking like his reality had just shattered. When the hell did you hit level 4? Weren't you just level 2 a second ago? Su Nuan's eyes sparkled with pure admiration. She gasped. And look at his total attribute points. 96. That's equivalent to a level 8 explorer. Jiang Kai shrugged, his expression cool and unbothered. When I was escaping earlier, I killed a level 3 invader. On the way back here, I took out 5 more. That pushed me to level 4. Yuan Zu looked like he wanted to scream at the unfairness of it all. Why are you always so much cooler than me? I can't take it. Su Nuan stepped closer to Jiang Kai, asking softly, Jiang Kai, what's our next move? He looked at her, his gaze hardening. Next, he paused for a beat, making a cold decision. I heard that captain mention they were the second invader team. So naturally, we're going to hunt down the first team. Both Yuan Zu and Su Nuan froze, shouting in unison. Huh. Sometime later, deep in the novice forest, laughter echoed through the trees. What a joke. In a clearing, a group of savage-looking men were chatting. One of them perched high on a branch, sneered. The second team got wiped out by a bunch of rookies. I couldn't make this up if I tried. Below him, a man with spiky hair and razor-sharp teeth joined the mockery. Exactly. They should just retire and save themselves the embarrassment. Hishish was Danan, a member of the first invader team level 5. A towering man with a distinct tattoo on his arm and a scar across his face, spoke up, his voice gravelly. Don't get cocky. If the higher-ups warned us, we need to stay on guard. Hishish was Hishishitba, the captain of the first invader team level 5. Another goon chimed in, his tone dripping with disdain. Guard against what the novice zone caps at level 5, and our whole squad is level 5. We're gods here. If a god comes, we kill the god. If a Buddha comes, we kill the Buddha. Damn straight. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Kai's trio was lurking in the shadows, watching every move. Yuan Zu crouched low, watching the enemy depart, his voice trembling. You can't be serious, Jiang Kai. You really want to fight 9 level 5 invaders, Su Nuan? Nuan was equally terrified. Maybe we should just leave. Jang Kai remained hidden behind a tree, his eyes locked on the targets like a predator. He whispered calmly, don't be afraid. With my current stats, even if we can't win, I can easily cover your retreat. Besides, we aren't just killing them. We're stopping them from slaughtering our country's rookies. Without another word, Jiang Kai burst from cover. He gripped his steel pipe with both hands, shouting as he ran. Passive defense is useless. We strike first. Yuan Zu and Su Nuan didn't even have time to react before Jiang Kai charged. Hey, wait, Captain. He Shishiet Ba whipped his head around his instincts, screaming danger. Seeing a figure rushing toward them, he clenched his fist. Heads up, we've got company. The gang turned around. Danan instantly scanned Jiang Kai with his watch. He smirked arrogantly. Scan complete. It's just a level 4 rookie. The shadowy figure beside him scoffed. Level 4. A rookie surviving this long is impressive, but leveling up? Maybe he's the one who got lucky and killed the second team. He Shishid Ba grinned, a cruel smile spreading across his scarred face. Not bad. He Shishis is a big catch. He waved his hand, barking orders. Maintain formation, stay sharp and chase him down. Whoever catches him gets the merit points. The mob roared in frenzy. Yes, sir. As they surged forward, Jiang Kai sprinted ahead, acting as the perfect bait. He glanced over his shoulder, assessing the situation. Not good. These invaders are disciplined. The plan was to lure them in, let True use Earth Stomp to knock them all airborne, and then I'd wipe them out in the chaos. But their formation is too stretched out. If True can't knock them all up at once, the stragglers will escape. However, even for this scenario, we have a backup plan. Suddenly, Jang Kai stopped running. He slammed his foot into the ground, pivoting violently. One hand planted on the earth, he channeled every ounce of his power into the steel pipe raised high above his head. He launched himself straight back into the horde of enemies. Blue lightning crackled and exploded around his body, signaling the start of the slaughter. Charging straight back toward the border crossing squad, he made a reckless gamble, deciding to bet everything on this one dangerous lure. Wild Fang and Black Shadow, leading the pursuit, froze in their tracks as they saw Jiang Kai suddenly turn and rush them, unable to believe their eyes. Why would the prey turn to face the hunters? Seeing Jiang Kai closing the distance with a steel pipe in hand, mere steps away, Wild Fang raised his blade, laughing. With manic insanity, shouting, "Where do you think you're going? Are you so terrified your legs gave out, little brat?" He swung his blade, carving a bloody line across Jiang Kai's arm, his face twisted in arrogance. Wake up and face reality. Blood sprayed instantly from the wound on his arm, and though Jiang Kai gritted his teeth against the searing pain, letting out only a cold grunt, his mind remained razor sharp. No, it wasn't close enough yet. Jiang Kai suddenly spun around and fled again, prompting Wild Fang to roar in frustration. You think you can still run away from me? Seeing the border crossers clustering together, Jiang Kai thought, perfect, they've taken the bait. Black Shadow raised a knife, his voice dripping with malice. Skin him alive. Jiang Kai charged back toward Black Shadow's group, thinking. Still not close enough, as he danced through their formation, effortlessly dodging every lethal strike with impossible grace. Iron Tyrant saw the scene unfolding and shouted, "What are you doing?" But it was too late. Jiang Kai was already upon him, steel pipe raised, causing cold sweat to bead on the giant's forehead. We are level 5. How can a bunch of level 4 brats dodge our attacks? Black Shadow finally checked his wrist, scanner eyes widening in horror as he screamed, "Captain, something is wrong." Staring at the frantic warnings flashing on his screen, he stammered, before the encounter was too short to analyze his stats. But I just used an advanced appraisal item, and while his total attributes are hidden, I managed to scan his agility stat. Jiang Kai rushed in his body, enveloped in a surge of azure light, eyes glowing with power, as Black Shadow's trembling voice announced the impossible truth. His agility? It's nearly 30 points. Iron Tyrant heard the number and went pale, his voice stuttering in disbelief. What did you say? He shishered points of agility. Wild Fang whipped his head around furious and bellowed, "You must be reading it wrong. My agility isn't even 20 yet. If he's that much faster, how did I manage to intercept him?" Iron Tyrant stood frozen, raising his guard as he watched Jiang Kai weave past man after man, realizing the terrifying truth system scanners rarely lie. If that brat is really that fast, doesn't that mean he was pretending to be chased by us this whole time? Realization struck Iron Tyrant like a thunderbolt he had been played. He roared, "Impossible, it's a trap." Scatter now, leaving his subordinates stunned and confused. What? Standing in the center of the enemy formation, eyes glowing with mana, Jiang Kai let out a cold laugh. "A bunch of morons finally figured it out, but you've already grouped up exactly where I wanted you. You want to run now?" Before he could finish, golden lightning crackled in the sky above. It's too late. Yuan Zu descended like a meteor, his body wreathed in blinding golden energy. Yuan Zu unleashed his ultimate move, earth-shattering stomp. A massive explosion erupted instantly, blasting the border crossers away in a shockwave of destruction. They didn't even have time to scream. Jiang Kai watched the carnage with a smirk, whispering, "Good job, Yuan Zu." Immediately, arcs of blue lightning crackled around Jiang Kai as he drew his dual short swords, the same blades used to slaughter the second squad. Seizing the momentum from Yuan Zu's attack, Jiang Kai blurred into motion, shouting, "Leave the rest to me," as he dashed through the smoke, leaving the first squad lying broken on the ground. Jiang Kai skidded to a halt as the lightning faded from his body, exhaling a long breath. "Clean them up in one go." Yuan Zu stared at the aftermath, screaming in pure shock. "Holy cow, you wiped out 9 level 5 enemies. Jiang Kai, you're an absolute monster." The system interface suddenly chimed. Adventurer Jiang Kai has eliminated 5 level 5 poachers. 2,000 experience points acquired. You are now the top-ranked adventurer in the rookie zone. Level up. Level 5. Looking at his status window, he smiled faintly. Finally, level 5, thinking. Killing high-level adventurers grants bonus experience nearly double the standard rate. Who knew being a level 5 adventurer meant I could plunder 400 experience points per kill? Nuan looked at him with sparkling eyes, gasping. "Wow, Jiang Kai, you hit level 5. That's the level cap for the rookie village?" Yuan Zu added. "Dude, you're literally number 1 now." Jiang Kai turned calmly and replied, "It's nothing special. In this leveling Manhwa world, hunting other adventurers just yields the highest experience." He glanced at the 4 survivors, gasping for air on the ground, and said, "I left these 4 with just a sliver of health. You guys should finish them off and grab the experience." Nuan nodded eagerly. "Got it." While Yuan Zu asked Jiang Kai, "What's the plan now?" Jiang Kai gazed into the distance. "To increase combat power, I was prioritizing monster kills for upgrade points. But now that I've farmed enough, I'll lead you guys to grind some points. Once you've gathered enough points, we'll head to the extraction zone." Hearing this, Nuan and Yuan Zu lit up with excitement. Nuan smiling as she replied, "Sounds like a plan." Yuan Zu, bursting with confidence, flexed his bulging muscles and grinned. "Finally, it's our turn to slay some monsters." After wiping out the poacher squad, the trio of Jiang Kai, Yuan Zu, and Nuan resumed their journey, hunting beasts deep within the forest. Walking point, Jiang Kai warned, "Stay sharp, everyone. The closer we get to the goal, the higher the point yield, but the monsters will become far more terrifying. There might even be a zone boss ahead, so we must be careful." With Jiang Kai taking point and Yuan Zu guarding the rear, their vigilance was at an all-time high. Nuan, following close behind Jiang Kai, nodded nervously, but suddenly a gruesome sight ahead made their blood run cold. The corpse of a human-faced beast lay mangled on the ground, its body torn apart and eyes bulging in a horrific death stare. Nuan stammered in fear, It's a human-faced beast." Yuan Zu couldn't help but comment on the brutality. "Look at those bite marks. Was it chewed to death by something else?" Jiang Kai remained calm, activating his ocular ability. Skill, Ghost Eye Focus. Instantly, strange arcane symbols flooded his vision. Staring at the carcass, he analyzed. "I saw a flash of golden light from a distance earlier. Could a golden monster be responsible for slaughtering these beasts?" Nuan broke the silence, asking about the golden entity, but they were oblivious to the predator stalking them from the shadows. Without warning, a blinding golden aura exploded into existence. Yuan Zu was completely clueless, the threat already breathing down his neck. He just kept rambling on. What kind of monster could possibly insta-kill 2 human-faced beasts? Is that thing hunting us? Before he could finish, a sphere of lightning erupted, firing jagged bolts straight at Nuan, and Jiang Kai. Unable to dodge Nuan cried out in pain as the energy slammed into her. What the hell? Yuan Zu raised his arms in a desperate guard, peering through one eye in terror. It's the golden beast. It really wants us dead. After its initial strike, the creature locked onto Jiang Kai like a missile. Yet the protagonist stood frozen, merely watching, with wide analytical eyes. Clutching his injured arm, Yuan Zu screamed a desperate warning. Jiang Kai, watch out, that thing's damage is insane. One bite and it's game over. Jang Kai dropped his iron pipe and snatch. He caught the streak of golden light with his bare hand. Nuan watched in fear, while Yuan Zu stood there, his brain short-circuiting at the sight. Even Jang Kai paused for a second, surprised by what he was holding. The terrifying golden flash was actually just a chubby little mouse squirming in his grip. Yuan Zu's jaw hit the floor. Say what? That thing moved at light speed, and Jang Kai just grabbed it. Nuan covered her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Kai stared at the rodent and shrugged. Huh, you guys thought this was fast. Looks like a slow overweight rat to me. The mouse in his grip exploded with rage. You arrogant jerk. Who are you calling slow and fat? I only got caught because I slipped up. Okay. Jang Kai smirked at the angry furball. Oh, still acting tough. Fine then, let's see what you've got. He opened his hand, letting the creature drop. Instantly golden energy flared from its eyes. Don't you dare underestimate me. Roaring with fury, it wrapped itself in lightning and rocketed back toward Jang Kai. Yuan Zu grabbed his head, losing his mind. Jiang Kai, are you crazy? Why did you let it go? That thing literally murdered 2 elite monsters. Snatch. Jiang Kai caught it again midair, then released it looking completely bored. Relax. To me, this thing is moving in slow motion. Catch. Release. Catch. Release. He was toying with it like a yo-yo. Yuan Zu watched the scene unfold, his face stuck in a permanent expression of shock. Huh. Is Jang Kai really that fast? Nuan whispered, eyes shining with admiration. He's amazing. After minutes of humiliation, the mouse finally raised a white flag, collapsing on Jang Kai's palm in defeat. The little beast had been broken. Jang Kai looked at the submissive rodent and nodded. Looks like I've tamed it. It won't be running away anymore. Yuan Zu stared at the docile creature, his mouth hanging open like a fish out of water. Jang Kai. Did you seriously just catch a pet using nothing but hand speed? The trio then turned their attention to the corpses of the human-faced beasts lying nearby. Jiang Kai mused. I don't know if this rat has any combat value, but scoring the loot from these 2 elite mobs, now that's what I call a profit. Placing the mouse on his shoulder, he turned to his teammates. Nuan, you guys are just a sliver of experience points away from level 4. Harvest these cores and let's find more mobs. We need to hit level 5 before the trial ends. It's the golden rule of any leveling Manhwa strategy. Nuan just stared at the fat mouse, eyes sparkling. Aw, but he's so cute. Yuan Zu slumped his shoulders, his ego crushed. Compared to Jang Kai, a martial apprentice like me is basically an NPC. Scene transition. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a solitary figure dragged his exhausted body forward. He wore a heavy azure cloak hiding everything but a few strands of hair and his shadowy face. His eyes locked onto the horizon, and a manic grin spread across his face. I made it. Finally, the end of the rookie zone is right there. Looming before him was the majestic St. Glory City. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he began the long climb up the grand staircase. The massive city gates groaned open, and a squad of armed guards marched out to intercept him. 3 figures descended. The leader stepped forward with a practiced smile. Welcome, rookie. Congratulations on clearing the trial. We are the guides. Welcome to the world of Devil Star. Hishishis was Ha Dao, the rookie guide. He patted the stranger's shoulder sympathetically. Bad news, though. Someone else already snagged the first clear achievement. But hey, rank isn't everything. Just surviving is impressive. Before Ha Dao could finish, the stranger violently smacked his hand away. Officer, you think I'm not number 1? He fanned out a massive deck of monster cards he had collected, his voice dripping with arrogance. On what grounds do you claim I lost? The 3 guides stared at the sheer volume of loot in his hands, completely flabbergasted. Ha Vi, standing behind the leader, gasped. No way. The leaderboard is based on points, just like a high-stakes system Manhwa. With that many monster cores, his score would be astronomical. Ha Dao frowned in disbelief. How could one rookie slaughter that many beasts? The stranger slowly pulled back his hood, revealing spiky blonde hair and a sneer of absolute superiority. I am Huang Wei, the 2nd young master of the Huang family. A future executive of the Black Tortoise Guild, I underwent hellish special training before even stepping foot on this planet. The Huang family's 2nd son. Huang Wei Ha. Dao's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as the realization hit him. Wait, the family that owns the Black Tortoise Guild? Havai chimed in, voice trembling. That's one of the 10 great guilds. No wonder he's so powerful. Ha Dao quickly changed his tune. My apologies. With those points, you're not just first in the trial, you might even crack the top 10 rankings of St. Glory City itself. Huang Wei threw his head back, laughing maniacally at the sky. Excellent, hear me now. Taking first place here is merely the prologue to my legend. Just give me a little time, and this entire Devil Star will bow before the era of Huang Wei. Meanwhile, back in the trial zone wilderness, Jiang Kai's party was on the hunt, but the forest was eerily empty. Jiang Kai frowned. He shishes is weird. Logic dictates mob density should increase near the destination. Did this fat rat on my shoulder scare them all away with its aura? No way, Su Nuan. Nuan giggled, looking at the creature snoozing in Jiang Kai's hood. Look at him, he's too adorable to be scary. Suddenly, boom. A deafening roar shattered the peace. The group whipped around, eyes widening as a massive, terrifying presence emerged from the darkness. Razor-sharp claws tore through the earth. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in recognition. It was the Shadow Wolves, and a ferocious pack was closing in on them. Then a massive beast emerged from the shadows. Ethereal green energy pulsed with every step it took. With its scarred eye and ash-white fur, this was the nightmare of the rookie zone, the Shadow Wolf King. Jiang Kai, Su Nuan, and Yuan Zu stood back to back, their faces draining of color, as the aura of death washed over them. Realization struck Jiang Kai like a truck. He screamed, "We are done for. That is the Shadow Wolf King. We did not just find monsters. We walked straight into a boss domain." The pack tightened the noose around them. "We are surrounded," they cried out. Yuan Zu looked at Jang Kai, terror swimming in his tear-filled eyes. Jang Kai legend says, the Wolf King is invincible in the rookie zone. Anyone who encounters it dies. What are we supposed to do? Jang Kai gripped his iron pipe until his knuckles turned white. His mind raced. There are too many. I might be able to escape alone, but my team would be slaughtered. There is only one choice, fight or die. Adrenaline flooded his veins as he charged. He roared at his frozen teammates. Yuan Zu, Su Nuan. Nuan, running is not an option. To break this siege, we have to slay the king. We take the head of the king together. Hearing his resolve, the others snapped out of their fear. Understood. As Jiang Kai led the charge, Yuan Zu unleashed his tank abilities. He slammed his fist into the earth with a deafening roar. Eat this. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted, sending arcs of electricity shooting into the sky. The ground trembled, blasting the lesser wolves away like ragdolls. Jiang Kai shouted his approval. Magnificent crowd control, Yuan Zu. Without missing a beat, he barked in order to their support. Su Nuan, coat my weapon with green viper toxin now. She immediately began the extraction. On it, Jiang Kai then activated two skills simultaneously, his voice booming. Witness my power, Ghost Eye Focus, Ghost Hand Card Throw. A brilliant golden aura exploded from him as he launched a devastating projectile straight at the Wolf King. The beast howled, baring its razor-sharp fangs. It glared at Jiang Kai's party, its eyes burning with primordial rage. Jaws dropped in pure horror. Jiang Kai gasped. Impossible. My attack could not even scratch its defense. The Wolf King seized the moment, lunging at them with murderous intent. Emboldened by their leader, the rest of the pack bared their serrated teeth and swarmed in for the kill. Chaos erupted. Su Nuan took a hit and stammered, "He shishis is bad. The king is coordinating a total assault." Nearby, Yuan Zu used his brute strength to pry open a wolf's jaws with his bare hands. Struggling under the weight of the beast, he shouted, "Jiang Kai, direct attacks are useless. Do you have a plan B?" Jiang Kai was barely holding his own. His mind spiraled into desperation. It is no use. The boss's defense is impenetrable, and the swarm is endless. We are going to be overwhelmed. Suddenly, the chubby hamster on Jiang Kai's hat woke up from the commotion. "Get lost," it screeched its face, twisting into a scowl as it glared at the incoming horde. The little creature instantly identified the source of the noise disturbance, the wolves. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was fighting for his life. The hamster snapped. Flames of fury erupted around it as its teeth ground together. He shishis was the legendary wake-up rage. Like a golden bullet, it shot forward, decimating the lesser wolves with blinding speed. With fire in its eyes and jaws unhinged, it latched onto the Wolf King. The massive boss could only howl in agony as the tiny beast tore into it. Jiang Kai watched in disbelief. That hamster actually tore through the boss's hide. Seizing the opportunity, he instantly reactivated his Ghost Eye Focus. Through his enhanced vision, the weak points lit up. Holy cow, that little guy actually created a breach in its armor. Perfect. Its absolute defense is compromised if I aim for the open wound. Cutting his thought short, he grabbed a wolf by the throat and prepped his skill with his free hand. He channeled every ounce of his energy into his iron pipe and hurled it at the boss. Your defense means nothing now. The makeshift spear struck true. Burying itself in the open wound, the Wolf King roared in pain, dislodging the angry hamster, which fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing the opening, Jiang Kai did not hesitate to unleash his next combo. He launched 3 throwing daggers while locking on with his ghost eye. It is working, I just need to keep hammering the weak point. Under the relentless assault, the Wolf King's fur was dyed crimson with its own blood. Jiang Kai delivered the final blow. The impact triggered a catastrophic explosion. Critical hit times 200. The blast was so intense that Su Nuan and Yuan Zu had to shield their eyes. Su Nuan peeked through her fingers, gasping. What just happened? Did he just one-shot it? Yuan Zu finished her thought. He obliterated the Shadow Wolf King. Even Jiang Kai stood frozen as the blue system window popped up. Congratulations, player. Jiang Kai has defeated the Rookie Zone boss Shadow Wolf King. He blinked in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I was prepared for a war of attrition, and the system procs a 200 times critical hit? Well, I guess my luck was due for a payout, after failing to crit for so long. With their alpha dead, the remaining pack lost their will to fight. Leaderless and terrified, they began to retreat. Su Nuan pointed out Jiang Kai, look, the pack is scattering. Jiang Kai turned to his team, a smirk forming. Yuan Zu, Su Nuan, do you guys still have some gas left in the tank? They answered in unison. You bet? Jiang Kai nodded. Excellent. Suddenly, his fatigue vanished, replaced by the thrill of the hunt. Without the Wolf King, they are just sitting ducks. Yuan Zu gritted his teeth, cracking his knuckles. Let's pay them back for trying to turn us into lunch. The 3 roared as one. No mercy. Kill them all. They charged into the fleeing pack with perfect synergy. Jiang Kai and Yuan Zu became a whirlwind of destruction, while Su Nuan kept their health topped up from the backline. Only when the last wolf lay defeated did they finally stop to laugh in triumph. The battle was won. Surveying the carnage, Yuan Zu beamed. I can't believe we actually cleared the Rookie Zone boss. Su Nuan cheered. We are seriously an unstoppable team. Jiang Kai turned to them. I left a bunch of them with critical HP intentionally. Go finish them off and farm those points. Su Nuan nodded eagerly. Yuan Zu asked, so what is the plan now? Jiang Kai replied, we have tons of points now. Hishishis plays out like a classic manhwa recap where the heroes stomp the early game. We head straight for the finish line. Hours later, as the dawn sun rose, the trio finally reached their destination. The bustling noise of the crowd filled the air, alive with energy. Yuan Zu scanned the horizon, his eyes wide with awe, as he asked, is this it? Is this our Holy Light Kingdom's territory on the Soul Planet? Su Nuan couldn't contain her excitement, cheering. It is absolutely magnificent. Jiang Kai, soaking in the view, added his own approval to the mix. Without a doubt, Holy Light City is the central hub for all our people operating here on the Soul Planet. Suddenly, a small creature leapt from Jiang Kai's hood. Su Nuan gasped, pointing frantically. Jiang Kai, that little mouse is making a run for it. Jiang Kai didn't flinch, his voice calm as still water. Let it go. Every living thing deserves freedom. If it is fated, our paths will cross again. The reception hall ahead was packed, the final destination for all new awakeners. Ha Dao, the guide leading their trio, turned with a welcoming smile. Congratulations to you all. You have successfully survived the trials. I am Ha Dao, your guide for this orientation. Everyone standing here has successfully cleared the gates of the Rookie Zone. Jiang Kai met his gaze. Sir, is it possible to see the final rankings of those who passed? Ha Dao nodded. Certainly. But in the distance, a predator spotted his prey. Huang Wei's lips curled into a sinister sneer. Well, look who we have here. He swaggered toward Jiang Kai, tapping his expensive wristwatch with mock surprise. I never expected lowly servants to actually participate in a sacred awakening manhwa trial like this. How about I show you the real hierarchy? Jiang Kai's expression darkened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He hadn't expected to run into this trash so soon. Huang Wei projected the leaderboard, his chest puffed out with arrogance. Your daddy here is number 1. You 3 might be on the list, but I'm sure you are dead last. Trash always sinks to the bottom. His lackeys immediately chimed in. Liang Wen stepped forward, his voice dripping with venom. Take a good look at these wastes of space. With results like yours, you have the nerve to ask about rankings. Behind him, Hai Dao let out a raucous, mocking laugh. They are not even worth the air they breathe. Jiang Kai's eyes turned icy cold as he stared at Huang Wei. Memories flooded back. His younger sister forced to work at Huang Wei's estate just to pay for their survival. He Shish's scumbag hadn't just harassed her. He had done it repeatedly. And worse, he constantly used Jiang Kai's sick brother as a weapon to humiliate him. The phantom pain of past beatings throbbed in his mind. He remembered lying in the dirt, teeth gritted, enduring the kicks of Huang Wei and his goons. He could still hear Huang Wei's cruel laughter echoing. Your brother is nothing but a sick dog, and you are just a spineless coward. Yuan Zu couldn't take it anymore. He lunged forward, roaring, Huang Wei, wash your damn mouth out. But Jiang Kai caught his arm, holding him back with a firm grip. Easy, Yuan Zu. It is fine. As the crowd gathered for the spectacle, Jang Kai stepped into the spotlight. Apologies, everyone. I have an announcement. The leaderboard is about to be rewritten, because the top 3 spots belong to us. Silence hung for a split second before Huang Wei's group erupted into hysterical laughter, treating his declaration like the joke of the century. Huang Wei tapped his temple, mocking him. Did you lose your mind in the trial, taking the top 3 spots with what, your mouth? He sneered, turning to the guide. Sir, these people are clearly delusional. His lackey agreed immediately. Exactly, send them to the psych ward. 3 absolute morons. Jiang Kai ignored the taunts, glancing at his teammates. Yuan Zu Su Nuan. No need to hide our power level anymore. Su Nuan nodded, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Yuan Zu tapped his interface. I have been waiting for you to say that. Let's show them reality. As his storage opened, thousands of monster cards materialized in a blinding flash. The laughter died instantly. Huang Wei's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bulging. What the hell? He stared at the mountain of loot, his brain unable to process it. How? How do they have so many monster carcasses? It is not just human-faced beasts. Look at all those shadow wolves. He Shishes is impossible. The crowd gasped as they inspected the cards. Holy crap, is that the Shadow Wolf King? Huang Wei trembled with denial, his face twisting in rage. Is this some kind of sick prank? You trash couldn't have killed this many monsters. And the Wolf King? Don't make me laugh. There is no way this is real. Jiang Kai didn't even look at him. He simply smirked, exuding the aura of a true hunter. Real or fake? Why don't you let the updated leaderboard answer that? As the system refreshed, gasps rippled through the hall. Look, the rankings changed it. It is actually true, their points are skyrocketing. Huang Wei frantically checked his own interface, his face draining of color. No. How can this be? They really took the top 3 spots instantly. Jiang Kai stood casually, hands in his pockets, enjoying the despair on his enemy's face. You think that is all? He took a step forward. Sir, I have a question. Do we get bonus points for exterminating illegal invaders? With a wave of his hand, Jiang Kai dumped a pile of foreign wristwatches onto the counter. Ha Dao's eyes widened in sheer horror. These are the insignias of the illegal invaders from Nation L. A shockwave of fear went through Huang Wei's group. What illegal invaders? Huang Wei burst into manic laughter, grasping at straws. Gotcha. You slipped up. How could mere rookies kill elite invaders? You are obviously frauds. He threw his arms wide, shouting to the crowd. There were no reports of invaders in this trial. Did anyone else here see a single invader speak up? The crowd murmured in agreement, shaking their heads. No, we didn't see anyone like that. Not a soul. Huang Wei pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Kai. See, sir, no witnesses. These liars forged everything. I demand you annul their results and launch a full investigation immediately. Ha Dao stammered, overwhelmed by the situation. Well, the mob mentality took over the crowd, chanting for justice. Disqualify them. Punish the liars. But suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the noise like a blade. Rest assured, the illegal invader incursion was very real. The report was simply delayed. Huang Wei froze, the blood draining from his face. Stepping out of the crowd was Lu Jun, the vice commander of the Jiangtrong military district. Dressed in an immaculate white suit and dark shades, he approached with an entourage of elites. He adjusted his glasses, his aura dominating the room. I was skeptical at first, but headquarters ordered me to personally commend Jiang Kai and his team. Which means, every word they said is the absolute truth. Cold sweat poured down Huang Wei's back. Hai Dao and his goons trembled. That is Lu Jun, the vice commander. If a heavyweight like him is here, then it is undeniable. Those 3 monsters really did slaughter the invaders. Huang Wei could barely stammer out a denial. Lo Tuan An walked straight up to Jiang Kai with purpose. Jiang Kai, To honor your squad for suppressing the beast tide, the military has authorized a special reward upgrade. The crowd held its breath. Ranks 2 and 3 are bumped to B class. But for our first-place champion Jiang Kai, his reward has evolved from A class to the legendary S class. The trio erupted in joy. Yuan Zu roared with laughter. Are you serious right now? That's insane. Su Nuan beamed. He shishes is perfect. Jiang Kai bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir. The onlookers felt their jaws hit the floor. One guy looked ready to tear his hair out. He screamed, "What the hell?" From A to S. Hai Dao stood frozen. God-tier gear at the very start of the tutorial. How is that fair? In Jiang Kai's mind, a tutorial window opened explaining the fundamental mechanics of the ghost planet. Gear here ranges from F, the trash tier, to S, the supreme tier. B and C ranks are already considered elite treasures. But rank A and S, those are myths to normal explorers. On the sidelines, Huang Wei trembled, his knuckles turning white as veins bulged on his forehead. His thoughts spiraled into darkness. I don't care if he got an S rank. The problem is, this trash pushed me down to 4th place. Huang Wei's face turned crimson as he bellowed. He shishis is rigged. There is no way that garbage surpassed me. I demand a recount. Jiang Kai's gaze turned glacial. He spoke with chilling calm. Huang Wei, are you questioning the military's judgment? And, let me warn you, stay away from my family. A guard tried to intervene, but he was too slow. Huang Wei drew his blade deaf to reason. So what? Your family is nothing but a pack of lowly servants. He stepped closer, spewing venom. Your brother is a sick dog, and your sister, she's born to be a slave. And you're just the trash I used to beat up in the alley? You think you can step on my head now? Jiang Kai's expression went pitch black. Huang Wei charged like a madman, screaming, your sister works for my family. I own her life. Just you wait, I'll drag her here. And a flash of steel cut his words short. Jiang Kai moved faster than the eye could follow. A massive gash tore open Huang Wei's chest. Blood sprayed into the air before he could even blink. The bystanders gasped in horror. Did he just? Su Nuan, and Yuan Zu froze. Lo Tuan watched from the side, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. So he actually struck, Lo Tuan mused. The crowd, especially Luang Van, stared in disbelief at the bloody scene. Huang Wei collapsed to his knees, trembling violently. A bystander whispered, that's the heir of the Hoang family, one of the 10 great guilds. Does Jiang Kai have a death wish touching someone like him? Cold sweat, mixed with blood. Huang Wei gritted his teeth. Jiang Kai, you dare. Do you know the hell that awaits you for this? Jiang Kai turned, gripping his iron pipe, his eyes void of mercy. You plotted against my family. I don't care if you're a king or a god. Looking into those abyss-like eyes, true terror finally gripped Huang Wei's heart. Jiang Kai stepped forward, his aura suffocating. In this world, my family is my life. Anyone who dares touch them. The crowd fell deathly silent. He towered over the fallen noble. No matter who it is, I will strike them down. Huang Wei raised a trembling hand. Wait, stop. But mercy was not an option. Jiang Kai drove the pipe down like a spear. I will execute them all. A final scream pierced the air as the pipe impaled him. Huang Wei's avatar shattered. A notification popped up. Player Jang Kai killed. Level 1 Explorer, Huang Wei. Steal 6 experience points YN. Jang Kai scoffed at the screen. Only 6 points, and here I thought the great families were rich. The spectators were shaking in their boots. Luang Van's face went pale. He actually killed him. He just slaughtered the Hoang heir. Sure, it's a simulation, but the Black Tortoise Guild won't let this slide. The guy has guts of steel. Lo Tuan watched impressed. Reckless, but righteous. Exactly the kind of warrior this leveling Manhwa world needs. Lo Tuan cleared his throat, commanding attention. Listen up. Huang Wei struck first. Jiang Kai acted in self-defense. Hishishi's matter is closed. He waved to the trio. You 3 follow me. It's time for your rewards. Jiang Kai nodded. Understood, sir. Yuan Zu looked at Jiang Kai with stars in his eyes. Dude, that was legendary, Su Nuan. Nuan chirped. So cool. Inside the outpost, 3 mysterious boxes sat waiting on a table. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Lo Tuan crossed his arms. Sorry for the wait. Go ahead, open your special military-grade supply drops. Jiang Kai nodded. Much appreciated. Su Nuan lifted the lid, and blinding light flooded the room. A radiant gem floated out. The life jade Hishishis is the holy grail for healers. Lo Tuan nodded approvingly. Spirit increased by 15. Boosts healing and alchemy potency. A solid pull. Yuan Zu equipped his new gear instantly. The leather armor shimmered with power. Check this out, I look like a beast in this. Lu Jun grinned, clapping his hands together. Seal released. The Blackrock Rhino armor boosts defense by 16 points and cuts incoming damage by 16%. It is a top-tier defensive masterpiece. That is insanely useful. Su Nuan peeked from behind her eyes, sparkling with curiosity. She nudged the main character Jiang Kai. Hurry up. Open yours. We need to see. He nodded. All right. Jang Kai cracked open his reward box, and a blinding golden light flooded the room. Inside lay a set of 9 short swords. The system interface flashed. Unidentified equipment. Appraisal required. Lu Jun rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. A hidden attribute item. You cannot even see the stats without a proper appraisal first. Yuan Ju's eyes widened with excitement. If it needs an appraisal card, it must be god-tier loot. Lu Jun pulled out a shimmering ice-like item. Exactly. High-grade artifacts always hide their true power behind a seal. Lucky for you, I happen to have a few spare appraisal scrolls right here. The moment the card touched the blade, the data exploded into view. 9 tribulations, fate-chasing swords. An upgradable S-rank weapon. 9 energy, 9 penetration, 9 agility. And the passive skill? Every time you strike with these blades, your critical hit rate and critical damage ramp up by 10%. It stacks up to 90%. But once a critical hit lands, the buff resets. Lu Jun stared at the holographic panel, frowning in confusion. It is a crit-dependent weapon. Rookies have trash attack power. Even with a critical hit, the damage is negligible. Hishishi's S-rank junk is worse than an A-rank item. Yuan Zu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, sir. Is the system scamming my bro, Instructor Lu? Can he re-roll this garbage? Lu Jun sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets. It is a bureaucratic nightmare, but I can file a request for you. Jiang Kai cut him off instantly. No, I am keeping it. Everyone froze at his refusal. Jiang Kai gripped the hilt, his mind racing. Scam me? No. This system Manhwa mechanic just gave me the ultimate cheat item. Hishishi's was made for me. They do not know that my critical damage isn't double. It is 200 times that of a normal human. If I land a single critical hit, even the Shadow Wolf King would be one-shotted into oblivion. The only problem is my base crit rate. Against a high-level boss, I might die before I get lucky. That would make my cheat skill useless. But these swords guarantee a 10% increase per hit. By the 9th strike, I am at 90%. It is basically a guaranteed kill. He raised the blade high, a confident smirk playing on his lips. For a high-stakes gambler like me, this is the ultimate divine weapon. Seeing Jiang Kai's steely resolve, Lu Jun just shrugged. Fine. If you want to walk the hard path, keep it. You survived the trial. You are free to return to Earth now. Lu Jun stepped closer, his demeanor shifting. He placed a heavy hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. Just a warning, kid. Someone is going to come looking for you. Watch your back when you get home. The ominous warning hung in the air. Jiang Kai, Yuan Zu, and Su Nuan stood silently watching the instructor walk away into the distance. Earth. St. Yao Empire. Jiangzhong slums. Jiang Kai pedaled his bicycle home, the wind in his hair, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing. I cannot believe I aced the newbie trial. Brother Jiang and Brother Jiang are going to freak out when they hear the news. First thing tomorrow, I am moving them out of this dump, far away from the royal family's reach. He looked up at the rotting apartment complex, surrounded by mountains of garbage. No more rats, no more hunger. We are done with the slum life from this moment on. I will get Brother Jiang the best doctors, and Brother Jiang will not have to look over his shoulder anymore. He clutched his phone, visualizing a bright future for his family. Everything is finally going to be okay. He parked his bike and rushed upstairs, bursting with energy. Brother Jiang, I am home. He grinned, stepping inside. Guess who crushed the trial? You will not believe the rewards. Silence answered him. His smile vanished. A stranger was sitting on their couch, and the living room was packed with thugs. Their expressions were twisted with malice. The man on the couch glared with pure hatred. It was Huang Da. Took you long enough. I have been waiting all day. I heard you acted like a big shot in the trial today. Jiang Kai froze, his blood running cold. You are Huang Wei's brother, Huang Da. What did you do to them? Panic surged through his mind. Damn it, how did the Huang family find us this fast? Before he could react, a heavy hand shoved him from behind. 2 goons grabbed his arms, kicking his knees. On the ground, kneel. Jiang Kai struggled, veins popping in his neck, but the grip was iron tight. He could not move. Huang Da stood up, dragging a metal baseball bat across the floor. You killed my brother on the ghost planet. He is in therapy now because of the trauma. Did you think you could get away with that? You know the rules. Only us royals get to bully people. Nobody touches a Huang and lives to tell the tale. Jiang Kai glared daggers at him. Huang Da's eyes went bloodshot, a psychotic grin stretching across his face. You knocked him offline for a month. Then I am going to permanently log you out of life, you peasant scum. He swung the bat with lethal force. Jiang Kai grit his teeth, bracing for death, unable to break free. Bang. The front door exploded inward. The heavy wood flew across the room, smashing into the thugs holding Jang Kai. They shrieked in pain, releasing him instantly. In a blink, Huang Da and his minions were flattened on the floor. Huang Da roared. Who dares? A towering figure stepped through the dust with Su Lan Lan following close behind. Jang Kai, the man grunted. I told you to be careful, didn't I? It was Wei Ying. He took a drag from his cigarette, looking unimpressed. Why do you kids never listen to the veterans? Su Lan Lan stepped forward, flashing a warrant. Her voice was ice cold. Freeze military police business. The crowd froze in terror. One of Hoang Dat's lackeys stammered, his voice trembling, Wait, isn't that Commander Wei Ying? The high-ranking legend of Zhangtrung Military District. Hoang Dat's arrogance crumbled instantly. A titan like that. Here, Wei Ying casually lit a cigarette, but his eyes burned with the ferocity of a predator eyeing its prey. We're here for Jiang Kai. You kicked a hornet's nest today, boy. Hoang Dat's face went ashen black as the bottom of a burnt pot. He couldn't process it. The commander, intervening for a nobody like Jang Kai. He grit his teeth, forcing the words out through his fear. Chief Commander. Surely there's a mistake for Jiang Kai. What kind of background does that trash possess? Jiang Kai dragged his battered body up against the wall, his mind racing. Even he was stunned. A high-ranking commander stepping in personally. Just for him, crushed by the military's overwhelming aura, Hoang Dat had no choice but to bow his head in shame. Two towering guards stood behind him, ensuring he knew his place. High above the chaos, Jiang Kai stood, with Wei Ying and Su Lan Lan, watching the aftermath from the corridor. Jiang Kai broke the silence, wary but grateful. Commander Wei, thank you for saving me. But why go to these lengths? Wei Ying cut him off with a wave of his hand. Relax, kid. It's about the rookie trial. You, Yuan Zu, and Su Nuan. You were exceptional. Did you know the other two have already been drafted into the military? We want you most of all. Wei Ying paused, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke. You awakened a new hidden class, didn't you? Hidden class. Those words froze the blood in Jang Kai's veins. How could the commander possibly know the secrets of his system? Su Lan Lan turned her expression serious. Jiang Kai, do you understand the gravity of a newly awakened class in this era? Explorers in the Devil Star face a harsh reality. Every 20 levels, a class advancement occurs. Attributes shift. Skills evolve. Some ascend to godhood, while others fall into mediocrity. Many current classes hit a useless wall in the late game. That's why the military is desperate for new power, seeking a breakthrough worthy of a top-tier leveling Manhwa. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. And the power you wield, it shows the potential of an S-rank catastrophe. So Jiang Kai, will you pledge your new power to the military? Silence descended like a heavy curtain. Wei Ying finally broke the tension. Relax, we don't draft slaves, but we did a background check. We know about your brother's terminal condition. Su Lan Lan jumped in, eager to persuade him. Join us and the military takes full responsibility. Your family's safety, your brother's medical bills, everything is covered. Jang Kai's lips pressed into a thin line. He said nothing, his internal conflict raging behind stoic eyes. They turned to leave, letting the offer hang in the air. Wei Ying paused, glancing back. He's shishink about it. Didn't you enter the Devil Star for money? If you want to save him, report for duty tomorrow. Su Lan Lan added, find me when you arrive. Watching their silhouettes fade, a fire lit up in Jiang Kai's eyes. He called out, his voice steady. Apologies, Commander, but I refuse to join. Wei Ying and Su Lan Lan stopped dead in their tracks. Su Lan Lan spun around, disbelief written on her face. What? Why? The military is a paradise for established classes. Like a martial artist or a healer? Jiang Kai admitted, his logic sharp. He placed a hand over his heart, his gaze unyielding. But I'm an anomaly. Do you remember the Phantom class, the last so-called New Hope? Back then, the military poured resources into the Phantom class. It was their golden era. But the moment they hit a level cap and became useless, the military discarded them like broken tools. Now Phantoms are beggars in the streets. I won't let my family suffer that fate. He thought of his brothers. I let my guard down with the Hoang family. Never again. We're leaving this district immediately. I won't be a sitting duck. I appreciate the rescue, truly. But for 10 years, we've survived on our own blood and sweat. He clenched his fist veins, popping with determination. I control my own fate. I don't leave it in the hands of others. Su Lanlan flared up, unable to accept his answer. He shishis is the apocalypse. Your new class could be the key to saving humanity. The world needs you, Jiang Kai. How can you be so selfish? He looked away, dodging her burning gaze. I'm no hero. I'm just a brother, trying to keep his family alive. Su Lanlan opened her mouth to argue her sense of justice burning bright, but a heavy hand landed on her shoulder. Wei Ying stepped in. Enough. I understand the kid's resolve. He lit a fresh cigarette, the embers glowing in the dim light. Trust issues aren't fixed overnight, especially after a decade of struggle. But listen closely, kid. Your brother is on death's door. He flicked the ash, his eyes narrowing. Solo fighting in this apocalypse is a suicide mission. So, let's make a bet. A grin tugged at the corner of his scarred lips. For 1 month, the military will keep the Hoang dogs off your back. If you can earn the surgery fee and prove your strength in 1 month, you walk free. But if you fail, we save your brother, and you belong to the military. You'll be drafted for mandatory testing. Deal. Su Lanlan was stunned by the commander's strategic mind. Jiang Kai looked up, a confident smirk appearing on his face. Deal. The pact was sealed. Night fell over the city, leaving Jang Kai alone with his mission. The clock was ticking. To win this wager, he had to dive back into the Devil Star immediately. He left a note for his brothers, grabbed his gear, and stepped out into the dark. Brother Zhang Yingzi, are you guys still grinding overtime? I've crushed the entrance exam, so I'm heading back to Ma Tin ahead of you. Leaving his home behind, he walked through streets that were nothing but a graveyard of broken dreams, filled with the homeless and the addicted. Dark thoughts swirled in his mind like a storm. With the royal family's threat hanging over their heads, the three of them couldn't survive in a slum like this anymore. They needed a fortress, a high-security zone to ensure their safety. Returning to Ma Tin, this time was a heavy burden, but he swore to return with enough wealth to change their fate. Jiang Kai headed back to the Divine Glory City, within Ma Tin, a place bustling with players and endless opportunities. Jiang Kai equipped his new battle gear, staring at his reflection. The novice trials were over. His true leveling Manhwa adventure on Ma Tin was officially beginning. Changing in the trade zone, he felt the thrill of anticipation. Finally, he could start hunting monsters and raking in cash in this unforgiving world. He glanced up at the wooden sign, hanging overhead, emblazoned with the word guild. In this system Manhwa reality, a rookie wanting to make bank had no choice but to join a guild. The logic was simple: the monsters in Ma Tin were absolute nightmares. Fighting them alone was a guaranteed one-way ticket to the afterlife. That's why every new adventurer had to join a guild and form a party. In the face of overwhelming odds, the guild was your only shield. By joining a guild, rookies could ride the coattails of veterans, increasing their survival rates significantly. All right, he thought, let's see which guild is worthy of my talent. Pushing open the door with high hopes, he strode into the room. Hello there, I'm here to sign up for a guild. A violet-haired beauty named Tu Huyen sat at the reception desk. She looked at him with a professional but cold expression. Apologies. You are Jiang Kai, correct? You are currently barred from joining any guild. Jiang Kai blinked, confused. Excuse me, why? She pointed a manicured finger at his file, which had a massive crimson X stamped across it. Because you offended the royal family, you have been blacklisted by essentially every guild in the city. Jiang Kai stood frozen, struck by the news as if he'd been hit by a debuff spell. If this was true, his future was bleak. He would be forced to challenge the horrors of Ma Tin completely solo. The scene shifts to the selection area on the outskirts of Divine Glory City. Jiang Kai walked alone, feeling the weight of countless judgmental eyes pricking his skin. He rubbed his temples, frustration boiling over. Are you kidding me? Just because I ticked off the royals, no one dares to recruit me. Is my Manhwa recap story ending before it even starts? Suddenly, a figure with a large patch on their shoulder approached from behind, calling out to him. Hey there, customer, you look like you're struggling to decide which monster zone to hit. Jiang Kai nodded absent-mindedly. He turned to face a young woman, Hon Han, an adventurer with the rare class of fortune teller. Level 29. She winked playfully, her vibe chaotic but charming. I'm a diviner. I can calculate the perfect grinding spot for you. Only 100 Ma Tin coins per session. Jiang Kai stared at her, unimpressed. He immediately spun around to leave, waving his hand dismissively. Sorry, lady. I'm a staunch atheist. Panic flashed across Ho Nan's face as she reached out. Wait, don't go. We can haggle. 80 Hishishirti. Okay, fine. I'll give you a free reading. Call it a startup promotion. The moment the word free hit Jiang Kai's ears, he spun 180 degrees, his expression instantly transforming into a warm, welcoming smile. Free, you say? Well then, sorry for the trouble. It turns out I'm extremely superstitious after all. Honhan stared at him, dumbfounded by the speed of his attitude shift. Hishish's guy is stingy beyond belief, she thought. Sighing, she opened her skill bag and pulled out her bagua plate. Whatever I need the skill proficiency anyway. She held the mystical plate aloft, and it instantly hummed with energy glowing with an ethereal light. She chanted an incantation under her breath. In moments, glowing text manifested in the air before her eyes, a classic awakening Manhwa revelation. Reading the divine script, she warned him, "Customer, you are currently shrouded in ominous energy. If you want to avoid a calamity, my reading suggests you head to the King's Valley." Hearing this, Jang Kai rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing in tactical calculation. Danger. That makes sense. The royal family is definitely hunting me. The safe zone rules prevent them from killing me here, but outside is a different story. He imagined the ash plains, a hellscape where monstrous deformities and dual-wielding beasts roamed. It was a giant furnace with volcanoes erupting and lava flowing like rivers of blood. That was the standard grinding spot for levels 1 through 10. But because it was predictable, the royal family would undoubtedly have assassins camped out there waiting for his head. No good. He considered the peaceful mountain path next, a picturesque location with green mountains and flowing water. But that area was strictly for adventurers level 15 and above. With his current stats stepping foot in, there would be instant suicide. Snapping back to reality, he looked toward the King's Valley. That place is a danger zone for level 10 and up. With my current strength, I can barely survive there. But the royal family won't expect a rookie to go to a high-level zone. After a moment of intense deliberation, his decision was made. If the royals won't let me join a guild, fine. I'll show them I can dominate Ma Tin as a solo player. King's Valley is my target. Without wasting a second, he dashed off shouting back over his shoulder. Thanks a ton for the tip, fortune teller. Honhan stood there, confused, waving goodbye awkwardly. Then the realization hit her like a truck. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. Wait a minute. Why is he going to King's Valley alone? I meant he should go there with a team. What kind of death wish is this? A rookie walking into that place is basically feeding himself to the monsters. Shaking her head, she packed her tools. Whatever. Not my problem. As long as he doesn't leave a bad review. The scene transitions to King's Valley, where Jang Kai had arrived. It looked deceptive, lush greenery, and soothing streams. Jiang Kai scanned the environment, his guard up. So this is King's Valley. It's quiet. Too quiet. I wonder what kind of beasts lurk here. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar erupted from behind him. He spun around, eyes sharp. Movement. From the direction of the roar, a nightmare materialized. A massive creature, with razor-sharp fangs, screamed with overwhelming power, a mutated giant ape. It was in the middle of decimating a party of adventurers, tossing them aside like ragdolls. Only a blonde-haired boy seemed to be barely holding his ground against the beast. Hold the line. Don't let up now. Keep the formation tight. The system window flashed open, analyzing the behemoth. Giant black ape. Level 11. Strength 172. Agility 142. Defense 3. A true monster. One of the squad members shouted, "It's just a level 11 beast. We're level 10. Push past your limits and we can take its head. Pour everything you have into the attack." Morale surged as they tightened their formation. Roger, meanwhile, Jang Kai tracked the roar to its source, hiding behind a massive tree to observe the chaos. Watching them, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. So this is an explorer combat squad. They're certainly fighting with their lives on the line. The monsters in this dungeon are no joke. Wonder what nightmare I'll run into. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. His eyes widened in realization. He whipped around. 3 pairs of glowing eyes locked onto him. Pure bloodlust. He leaped back instinctively. You've got to be kidding me. Already. Speak of the devil, and he appears. He checked his wrist interface. The display screamed crimson warnings as 3 massive energy signatures closed in. Giant Black Ape level 12 danger. Giant Black Ape level 13 danger. Giant Black Ape level 14 extreme danger. Meanwhile, the squad finished off their level 11 foe. The system chimed sweetly. Heavenly Sword Squad has slain the level 11 Giant Black Ape. Cheers erupted. We actually did it. We're invincible. A member flashed a thumbs up to the blonde scout Wu Heng. Vu Hang grinned. Captain, we took down a level 11 with just level 10s and 0 casualties. That's a legendary achievement, right? Can we brag about this? Tuan. The blonde captain smirked with arrogance. Naturally. Look who you're following. But his boast was cut short by a thunderous crash nearby. They turned horror washing over their faces. 3 black apes were hunting Jiang Kai. He was sprinting for his life, weaving through deadly strikes. Jiang Kai grit his teeth. I definitely walked into the wrong neighborhood. Vu Heng pointed, screaming, Captain, look over there. That guy is fighting 3 of them at once. Can Trung gasped, trembling. And every single one of them is higher level than the boss we just struggled against. Nuo Kai stepped forward, voice filled with worry. We have to help him. He'll die alone. Tuan. Panicked, his face pale. Are you idiots crazy? He aggroed 3 elites. We couldn't handle one without luck. Going there is suicide. Run now. Tuan. Turned to flee, abandoning the stranger. Boom. A massive explosion froze him in his tracks. A black ape was sent flying. The system notification pinged. Level 12. Black ape slain. Jiang Kai had unleashed his 9 calamities pursuit. Seeing the beast fall, a confident smirk formed. Perfect. Hishishis is the power of a system Manhwa protagonist. His pursuit blades stack critical hit rates with every throw, guaranteeing a devastating supercrit on the 5th strike. Tuan. Squad stood paralyzed, jaws on the floor. Reality shattered. Tuan. Rubbed his eyes, stammering. What? What the hell? We nearly died killing a level 11. Can Trung whispered from behind. But that guy. Tuan. Finished. He dusted a level 12 in seconds. Seeing their kin slaughtered, the remaining 2 apes roared in fury, their bloodlust spiking as they charged the lone hunter. Jiang Kai kept moving, glancing back with a deadly glint in his eye. He gripped another pursuit blade. All right then. Who's next? He hurled the blade. It tore through the air, with terrifying momentum, slamming into the beast. The ape exploded instantly. System alert. Level He-Shisherteen Black Ape slain. Adrenaline surged through him. He locked eyes on the final boss. He-Shishis feels amazing. That last attack had the 10% crit buff. And it triggered a super critical hit instantly. The spectators watched in awe as he prepared to slaughter again in this leveling Manhwa showdown. Their expressions shifted from shock to pure disbelief. Tuan. Mouth hung wide open. You're kidding. He killed another one. The final black ape, blinded by rage, refused to retreat. It thundered after Jang Kai, determined to crush the human. Jang Kai sprinted, lungs burning. Just one left. Tuan. Broke into a cold sweat. That's a level 14, the area boss. No way he takes that down. Jiang Kai calculated his odds in a split second. I have 3 pursuit blades left in my inventory, but my stamina and spiritual power are hitting rock bottom. I can't keep running forever. He channeled every ounce of remaining energy into the blades. I have to gamble everything on this one move. Trigger the critical hit or die trying. He split the blades with his energy. Spinning around, he unleashed his final reserve. The daggers flew wrapped in crimson lightning, screaming toward the beast. Let's see who falls first. The black ape leaped, claws extended for the kill. Impact. The 3 blades detonated on contact. The beast didn't even have time to scream before it was obliterated. Jiang Kai cheered. Yes, I dumped my whole arsenal, but that critical hit landed perfectly. The corpse crashed near Tuan. Group, leaving them speechless again. The system announced, level 14 black ape slain. Tuan. Team turned pale, whispering in unison. He actually soloed all 3. It takes a full raid party just to survive one. Just who is this monster? Is he a legend? Jiang Kai approached the corpse, exhaling a long breath. Whew, easier than I thought. He swiped his hand, collecting 3 monster cards. He examined the loot. 3 elite boss cards secured. Turns out solo leveling isn't so hard. With a blur of motion, he vanished into the forest. Tuan. Tried to chase, but he was too slow. He stood rooted to the spot, wailing. No, the great god is gone. I should have befriended him. That was a legendary carry. He fell to his knees, crying fake tears. Why did you guys stop me from helping him? I'm dying of regret here. Vu Hong Kan Trung and Nuo Kai stared at their shameless captain, utterly speechless. Do they really think they own the place? The scene shifts to the desolate ash plains. A crowd gathered below, buzzing with tension. One voice pierced the murmur. Am I seeing things, or is that them? 3 martial artists, a soldier, and a healer. No mistake. Another onlooker gasped. That's the legendary Falcon Squad from the Royal Guild. Whispers exploded into a roar. as the crowd spotted a squad member throttling a helpless girl. Why would high rankers descend to a newbie zone like the Ash Plains? Their pressure is suffocating. That woman. Phi Tui, the squad's cold-blooded healer. The martial artist tightened his grip, hoisting the girl into the air like a ragdoll. The healer scoffed. We've scoured the entire plains. How is that rat Jiang Kai still hiding from us? Their overwhelming aura revealed the terrifying truth of their status. A full squad of level 20s. Trung Hai the brute choking the girl barked. Rumor has it you saw Jiang Kai last. Spit it out. Where is he? The victim gasping for air was none other than Hu Yan. She coughed violently, forcing a smile through the pain. Why? Cough. Why are you so desperate to find him? Another woman stepped forward, her presence dripping with arrogance. Hong Gan. Everyone knew that face. Beside her, Van Tui smirked. Jiang Kai insulted the royal family. We're simply here to deliver the executioner's justice. Hu Yan clawed at the iron grip around her neck. Her eyes didn't show fear, but pure contempt. Is that right? He went to King's Valley. Go chase your ghosts there. Trung Hai released his grip, letting her crash hard onto the unforgiving earth. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. Fine, but if I find out you lied, pray we don't come back because you're dead. As the squad departed, the onlookers erupted in chatter. The Falcon Squad. They're the apex predators, among the Royal Guild's level 20s. Targeted by a kill squad like that kid Jang Kai is already a walking corpse. Hu Yan sat up clutching her divination coin. She coughed up dust, a strange glint in her eyes. Strong, you think so? Even the heavens can't protect those who have abandoned their humanity. Her gaze turned dark as the abyss. I cast their fortune just moments ago. Their hunt for Jang Kai ends in only one outcome. She glanced at the hexagram. A spectral skull materialized. Death. 1 day later, King's Valley. After a brutal grind, Jang Kai pulled up his status window. Finally, 16 black apes down. I've hit level 6. Player Jiang Kai. Class Gambler. Level 6. Strength 24. Defense and Vitality 28. Agility 42. But look at that anomaly. Critical damage 20,000%. He shishes is the thrill of a leveling Manhwa. Jiang Kai stood triumphant atop a mountain of black ape corpses. He flipped the monster card between his fingers, calculating. He Shishi's carcass fetches a high price on the market. Dragging it back is a pain, but leaving money on the ground, not my style. He Shishi's will cover my brother's medical bills for a while. As he schemed, a voice cut through the silence from behind. Hey kid, you looking to join a hunting party? Jang Kai froze. He spun around to find a fully geared squad, sizing him up. Their leader was draped in a heavy cloak that screamed authority. His name was Hung Dat. A squad member stepped up. We're hunting an elite black ape. Take it down, and the elite treasure chest is ours. Hung Dat extended a hand feigning kindness. You in. Jang Kai played innocent. A team, sorry, I'm a solo player. I work alone. Hung Dat's eyes narrowed, a predator spotting prey. Perfect. We're actually short exactly one person. The target is a giant elite black ape level 15. There are 4 of them guarding the cave, where the treasure chest spawns. Another lackey chimed in. They're monsters. We have 3 squads, but there are 4 beasts. We need someone to be the bait. Hung Dat laid out the trap. Simple job. You lure one away. While it's distracted, we slaughter the other 3. Survive that, and a share of the loot is yours. Jang Kai's ears perked up at the mention of the chest. An elite treasure chest. Rumor says those chests hold artifacts far more valuable than monster parts. If this is a system Manhwa, that loot could be a game changer. I have to have it. His gaze sharpened. Fighting an elite usually takes a full raid party. Asking me to kite one alone, they don't expect me to come back alive. They're planning to split the loot 3 ways and leave my corpse as a bonus. But I've already stepped into the trap. Backing out now would be messy. Jiang Kai flashed a cunning grin. All right. Count me in. Excellent choice. Everyone get into position. The squad began their descent down the cliffside, voices echoing in unison. Roger. Jiang Kai took point. The 4 massive black apes sensed the intrusion immediately, their roars shaking the very ground as a warning. From a safe distance, Hung Dat shouted, "Hey kid, now draw its aggro." Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. You got it. He launched a strike directly at one of the beasts, instantly triggering its rage. The monster screamed in fury. The beast charged, ignoring everything else to hunt Jang Kai down. Hung Dat laughed maniacally. Not bad. The sacrificial lamb actually pulled it off. He screamed triumphantly. That's 1 less share to pay out. Everything is going according to plan. His squad charged forward, clashing with the remaining beasts. The valley erupted in a chaotic symphony of roars and explosive skills. Jiang Kai sprinted breath, coming in ragged gasps. Those bastards really set me up. Behind him, the massive ape was closing the distance. Razor-sharp claws slashed the air inches from his back. Hishishis was no ordinary mob. The stats of this elite were in a league of their own. An ordinary hunter would be dead meat in this situation. But Jiang Kai slammed on the brakes. No more running, he spun around to face the beast head-on. He lashed out with lightning speed. Did you really think I was just some average ranker? The black ape roared as power sliced through its hide. Spraying crimson, Jiang Kai leaped back as the monster froze, paralyzed by the critical strike. A blinding flash, and boom, the beast detonated. As Jiang Kai landed on its corpse, the system Manhwa interface chimed. Eliminated, level 15. Elite iron strength black ape. A wicked grin split his face. Too easy. Who knew one supercritical hit was all it took to drop this elite trash? His gaze shifted forward, the thrill of victory still burning in his veins. Now, for the real prize. Time to let those fools do the heavy lifting while I reap the rewards. In the distance, the battle raged on. Healers worked desperately, while the tank team struggled to contain the horde of black apes. Push! The treasure is ours. Once they're dead, they screamed. Hung Dat gritted his teeth at the stalemate, completely unaware that death was standing right behind him. Bam! A cheap shot to the back sent Hung Dat crumbling to the dirt. With the path clear, Jiang Kai slipped into the shadows of the cave unnoticed. Following the twisting vines deeper into the abyss, his eyes widened. There, resting on a pedestal of stone, a glowing treasure chest. Unbelievable. It was almost too easy to get here. Look at that glow. That is definitely an elite tier reward waiting for me. As he reached out, he smirked. Totally worth baiting that level 15 elite away. But then, a low growl echoed. Something warm and wet dripped onto his shoulder. He froze. Hanging directly above him was a nightmare. A black ape with eyes popping out, grinning maniacally, as saliva pooled from its jaws. Cold sweat drenched his back. The pressure was immense. The beast dropped like a meteor, smashing a crater into the ground exactly where he had just been standing. Jiang Kai rolled to safety, his mind racing. Are you kidding me? A level 20 elite inside the cave. Did those idiots not scout the dungeon properly? The monster flashed a horrific smile. The HUD confirmed his fears. Elite iron strength black ape. Level 20. Danger level extreme. He was trapped. It was blocking the exit. There was no escape. Jiang Kai launched himself into the air, gathering his energy. Fine then. If I can't run, I'll kill you. His strike slammed into its eye and chest, but nothing. Not even a scratch. Jiang Kai's heart sank. Impossible. Even the eyes are armored. The beast's eyes glowed crimson. System alert earth element affinity. Defense stat 23. His attacks were bouncing off like pebbles against a tank. Panic began to set in. Hishish's wasn't just a fight. It was a wall he couldn't break. My fatal strike penetration is only at 9. Its defense is 23. It's just like the Wolf King. Unless I shatter that armor, I can't hurt it. The ape launched into the air faster than sight. Before Jiang Kai could react, it hurled a massive boulder downward. Crash. The earth split apart under the devastating impact. The shockwave hit him like a freight train. He coughed up blood, his body feeling like every bone had been pulverized. Blood obscured his vision as he struggled to keep his eyes open. The pain was blinding. The level gap. It's too massive. Is this where my leveling Manhwa story ends? The beast snatched him up like a doll. Dying here on the ghost planet wasn't just game over. It meant a 1-month penalty ban from the system. It brought him close to its drooling maw. If he died, the bet with Commander V was lost. All his plans would crumble. His strength was fading fast. If I fail, my brother and sister suffer. We'll be drafted into the military fodder cannon. I can't let that happen. But I'm so weak. Darkness consumed his mind. He was drifting into the void when a voice pierced through the silence. Wake up. Memories flooded back. Through the haze, he saw a figure running desperately. Open your eyes. He was a child again, broken and bleeding, cradled in someone's arms. It was his big brother, sprinting through the smoke and fire, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't you dare close your eyes. Stay with me. You have to stay awake. His brother gasped for air, his own body riddled with wounds. Above them, the sky burned the color of blood, the sign of the apocalypse. Monsters roared in a symphony of destruction. Amidst the hellscape, his brother screamed a promise to the heavens. I swear, I will get you out of this battlefield alive. That was 10 years ago, at the Beast God battlefield. The memory shattered. Jiang Kai snapped his eyes open. He was still in the grip of the monster. Adrenaline surged. What am I doing? Did I just black out in a boss fight? The ape opened its massive jaws and shoved him inside. My brother saved us from hell itself. Inside the darkness of the mouth, Jiang Kai's hand unclenched. A crimson light began to spark. So there is no way in hell. His eyes snapped open, glowing with menacing energy. A red aura exploded around him. That I am dying in a place like this. The ape swallowed him whole, grinning with satisfaction at its meal. But the victory lasted a mere second. A beam of pure energy pierced right through its eyeball from the inside. The beast didn't even have time to scream. Splat. Its head erupted like a watermelon, showering the cave in a gruesome fountain of gore. The massive carcass crashed to the floor. Jiang Kai rose from the bloody mess. System notification. Eliminated level 20 elite Earth attribute Black Ape. He exhaled. Mission accomplished. Its external hide was impenetrable, sure. But the inside of its mouth, 0 defense stats. He wiped the blood from his face, bypassing the armor by attacking the internal organs. It worked exactly like the Wolf King raid. Every muscle screamed in pain as he limped forward. Then, he saw it, the elite treasure chest, still glowing on the rock. A smirk cut through his exhaustion. Finally, Daddy's coming home with the loot. He shushed minutes later outside the cave. The party had finally cleared the mob. We did it. They're all down. They cheered, high-fiving. One hunter shouted, "We only survived because that kid baited the elite away. We would have been wiped out otherwise." So, the brat is definitely dead, right? Hung Dat flashed a greedy, sinister grin. Perfect. One less share for him means more for us. They gathered at the cave entrance, eyes gleaming with avarice. Let's move. The treasure chest is waiting for us inside. We hit the jackpot today, boys. But suddenly Hung Dat froze. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull in sheer disbelief. The cave was empty, pitch black. Nothing but the howling wind. The chest was gone. Hung Dat roared in frustration, unable to accept this reality. What the hell is this? Where's the loot? How can an elite tier chest just vanish? A subordinate raised a trembling hand. Boss, I just remembered something. During the fight earlier, I think I saw that brat sneaking into the cave. Hung Dat whipped his head around, eyes wide with shock. What did you say? Why are you only telling me now? The guard stammered, fear gripping his voice. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't think he could possibly survive that battle. The rest of the party stood in stunned silence. Say what panic began to spread through the ranks. Captain, does that mean this whole raid was for nothing? We spent days tracking this, look, boss. Even if we didn't get the chest, you still gotta pay us for our time. You already owe us months of back pay. Hung Dat screamed, veins bulging on his forehead like worms. I can't believe it. That little trash actually played us. He howled, spewing curses into the empty air. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon King's valley, Jiang Kai's voice cut through the silence. That should be enough to shake off those idiots. He stood in the forest and summoned his interface. He Shishi's was the best part of any leveling Manhwa. The loot. A chest with 3 sharp claw marks materialized. Time to see what goodies are inside. As the lid creaked open, golden light flooded the forest. Jiang Kai's eyes sparkled. It was stuffed with gems and pearls, and resting in the center lay a magnificent cloak. He was practically vibrating with joy. Holy crap, look at all these rare ores, and actual equipment drops too. Jiang Kai grabbed the cloak. The materials and gear on this demon planet are worth 10,000 times more than monster carcasses I just struck gold. While equipping his loot, something else caught his eye among the gems. A gauntlet. On the back of the hand sat a metal ring etched with a flaming sword. Another piece of gear. Jiang Kai turned it over in his hands. He slipped it on. It was brand new. Curiosity bubbled up within him. What kind of stats does this thing have? Is it offensive? Defensive? Let's find out. A mysterious aura enveloped him. Instantly, his body felt lighter, surging with newfound vitality. Is this an agility and strength buff? Not bad. He looked at the clearing ahead. Time for a test drive. He clenched his fist. Shing. 3 razor-sharp claws sprang from the gauntlet. He slashed the air, the blades moving like a phantom wind. Suddenly, flames erupted along the claws. They blazed as he swung. Jiang Kai frowned, analyzing the effect. Fire on the blades. Is this just a basic elemental enchantment? He racked his brain about elemental mechanics. On the demon planet, flames came in many tiers. Special flames could inflict status effects during combat. But this? He remembered how monsters reacted to attacks. Standard fire usually deals trash damage. You can't fight with it. It's basically only good for cooking dinner. The imaginary monster in his head seemed to mock him. Normal fire, are you trying to tickle me? Jiang Kai grimaced. Did I seriously just loot a glorified BBQ lighter? A deafening roar shattered his thoughts. What the boom, a massive hand slammed into the earth nearby. Thundering footsteps rushed toward him. The system screamed a warning. Warning elite tier giant black apes. Earth element. Count 4. Level 18. Extreme danger. Jiang Kai froze. 4 elite tier earth types. He leaped back, cursing under his breath. Is this karma? I wanted to test the glove, but this is overkill. He thrust his claws forward. I barely survived one earlier, and now there's a squad. The claws slashed out the flames, burning fiercer than before. He aimed for the open maw of the leading beast. The mouth is the only weak point, just like the last one. But before the strike could land, the ape bit down snap. The claws couldn't penetrate its defense. 0 damage. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. Crap. The 4 apes charged him like runaway trains. He spun around and ran for his life. These things know how to guard their weak spots now. They roared, chasing him with rabid fury. Even if they open their mouths, my attack power isn't high enough to one-shot 4 of them. Is this it? Is this where I die? But then whoosh. The fire from his failed attack suddenly flared up on the ape's fur. The other apes caught fire too. HP -10. Jiang Kai glanced back confused. Why isn't the fire going out? The flames danced across their bodies, using their thick fur as kindling, spreading with terrifying speed. The leader ape's eyes bulged in horror. The fire roared into an inferno, swallowing it whole. HP -2000. Screams of agony echoed from within the blaze. The beast thrashed, blindly trapped in a prison of fire. The flames grew higher, and finally the monster collapsed. HP -2000. HP -2000. The notification log went crazy. The remaining apes froze in terror, too scared to advance. Jiang Kai looked back stunned. What is going on with this fire? Embers drifted on the wind, landing on the other beasts. Instantly, the remaining 3 ignited. 4 pillars of fire merged into a hellish landscape. Jiang Kai stopped running. He took a knee watching the carnage. As the fire died down, 4 charred corpses lay on the ground. He was shook. They're all dead. The system pinged, successfully slain 4 elite earth element giant black apes. Jiang Kai stood there processing. Wait a minute. I saw the fire tick for 10 damage. Then, suddenly it jumped to 2000. He looked at the looting prompt. It doesn't make sense. 2000. Isn't that exactly 200 times the base damage? Jiang Kai looked down at the glowing gauntlet, a grin creeping onto his face. Does this mean even the passive fire damage triggers my 200 times? Critical hit multiplier, and it spreads? He recalled how the fire started slowly. Normal fire has low base damage, sure. But if a monster lacks fire resistance, that damage bypasses their physical defense entirely. And when multiplied by 200, Jiang Kai hovered amidst a roaring sea of flames, looking like a deity descending from the heavens, burning 2,000 health points every second. His wasn't just a fire array, it was an inferno. Was this equipment a legendary artifact designed solely for mass destruction? A smirk played on his lips, radiating absolute confidence. Defense penetration was no longer a concern. With this power, he was unstoppable. The memory of the burning forest replayed a night of pure chaos in the Valley of Kings. Explosions drowned out the agonizing screams of the black apes, marking the single darkest chapter in their species' history. They fell, one by one, utterly helpless. Never had they witnessed a monster hunter capable of roasting them like common frogs with nothing but raw elemental fire. Under the pale moonlight, the surviving apes fled the inferno in terror. Yet Jiang Kai's presence remained calm, almost ghost-like, as if the very concept of a health bar had vanished from their vision. Countless beasts lay motionless on the scorched earth. The demonic barbecue master had no intention of showing mercy to a single soul. Jiang Kai strolled through the blaze, arms wide, as flames danced from his fingertips. He laughed maniacally. Within a 10-mile radius, not a single treasure would be left unclaimed. Day 2 in the Valley of Kings. The earth still smoked, the vegetation completely incinerated, leaving only barren peaks. His wounds had fully regenerated. Ah, the sweet taste of victory. He glanced at his holographic interface with satisfaction. After a night of slaughtering dozens of black apes, the moment had finally arrived. Level up. The system displayed his new stats: Adventurer Jiang Kai. Class Gambler level 7. Strength 28. Defense 0. Vitality 32. Critical rate 0.1%. Agility 48. Critical damage 20%. Spirit 48. Experience points 85 out of 6,400. He admired the claw on his hand. It looked less like a weapon and more like a tool of destiny. Currently, the flame damage from this gauntlet was unrivaled. In terms of area of effect, for level 20 capabilities, he was practically a god. The interface flashed with images of the fallen apes and loot crates. 10 elite treasure chests, plus a mountain of monster corpses Hishishi's haul, was going to fetch a fortune on the market. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Standing alone amidst the vast windswept plains, the solitude hit him. Grinding solo on the ghost planet. It was colder than he expected. Was he actually missing the days of fighting alongside Yuan Zu and Su Nuan? He wondered how they were faring. They had the military backing them up after all. His voice dropped to a whisper. Surely they were having an easier time than a lone wolf like him, right? Meanwhile, somewhere in the Valley of Kings, Yuan Zu screamed in frustration. Why is this place completely empty? Which maniac wiped out every single black ape in the valley? He collapsed to the ground sobbing. They had been here for days without spotting a single monster. How were they supposed to progress in this leveling Manhwa world? Su Nuan sighed deeply. I miss the days when Jiang Kai would just carry us through the dungeons. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted their pity party. Stop whining, you two. It was the player Li Biao, a level 38 cavalry class. He stood with hands on his hips, radiating authority. The reason you aren't seeing monsters is that you're currently in the rookie trial zone. For novices like you, the deeper valley is a high-level danger zone. Li Biao frowned. If Jang Kai had dragged you straight into the Valley of Kings, it would have been a massacre. That is why I personally took the time to guide you safely. Not to hear you complain, he shouted. Move out, we continue the hunt for the black apes. Yuan Zu and Su Nuan froze, then slammed their fists to their chests in a salute. Their outward spirit seemed ignited, but as soon as Li Biao turned away, they wept internally. I still miss Jiang Kai though. Yeah, me too. 3 days later, Jiang Kai stood over a pile of corpses. How strange. We've been scouring the valley for days, yet we only find these low-tier monkeys. He stabbed his greatsword into the earth, grinning arrogantly. Dealing with these common trash mobs is as easy as breathing. When Rui gave a thumbs up laughing. Master Huang Wei sent us to kill this Jiang Kai guy. Talk about using a dragon-slaying blade to kill a chicken. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. One person killing one beast. That's hardly impressive. Zhang Hai flinched, glaring over his shoulder. Tuan Yi chewed on a fruit, speaking coldly. A few days ago, we witnessed a true expert slaughter 3 black apes in a single breath. Jing Cheng nodded. It's true. The sheer pressure was terrifying. Zhang Hai didn't flinch. Instead, he sneered. 1 man killing 3. You think that qualifies as high-level play? How pathetic. Tuan Yi sat perched on a cliff, savoring his snack and ignoring them completely. Zhang Hai summoned his interface, projecting a hologram of Jiang Kai. Whatever. Tell me, have you seen this trash in the valley? Tuan Yi glanced down, his eyes widening as he recognized the face. Well, isn't that a coincidence? That is the very expert I just mentioned. Jing Cheng's eyes sparkled. And he is super handsome. Liang Qiang roared, are you blind? Look closer, Hishishi's guy is just a level 5 rookie. Zhang Hai laughed darkly. Exactly. Don't make up stories just because you're jealous of our target. Tuan Yi tossed his fruit core aside and turned to leave. If you don't believe me, go find him yourself. We just saw him exiting the Valley of Kings. I actually need to go pay my respects to that grandmaster. Zhang Hai's grin widened into something savage. What so Jang Kai is nearby. He ripped his sword from the ground. The entire team surged forward, bloodlust burning in their eyes. Liang Qiang shouted, let's move, I'm sick of this dump. It's time to bring Master Huang Wei his head. Zhang Hai maintained his cruel smile. Finally, today is the day that Brat dies. Jing Cheng sighed, watching them run to their doom. Looks like they're in a hurry to get deleted. Ruo Qi looked equally bored. The expert's aura was like a hermit transcending the mortal realm. That kind of arrogance usually belongs to the cannon fodder in a manhwa recap. Tuan Yi nodded sagely. Agreed. Meanwhile, at the valley's exit, a crowd had gathered. One adventurer complained loudly. What kind of rotten luck is this? A whole trip to the valley and not a single black ape? A man with a jagged scar replied. Rumor has it, a catastrophic wildfire incinerated everything. We'll have to wait for the system to respawn the mobs before entering. The bald man nodded from the shadows, his voice low. That's right. We wait. No one gets wiped out today. Just then, a figure walked past the Reaper himself, Jiang Kai. He hummed a cheerful tune, eyes glued to his holographic interface. Man, I spent 3 days grinding like the protagonist of a hardcore leveling manhwa, just to hit level 10. But hey, 19 elite chests, totally worth it. First stop, Saint Light City. Time to turn this loot into cold hard cash. The system interface flickered to life. Adventurer Jiang Kai. Class Gambler. Level 10. Strength 40. Defense 0. Constitution 44. Critical rate 0.1%. Agility 66. Critical damage 20,000%. Spirit 66. Experience 332 out of 12,800. Suddenly, a roar tore through the air. Jiang Kai freeze right there. Jiang Kai paused, genuinely surprised. He glanced over his shoulder. It was Chiang Hai and his crew. They had actually caught up. Chiang Hai pointed a trembling finger, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You rat. We've been hunting you for days," the crowd whispered. "Wait, isn't that the elite Eagle Squad from the Royal Black Tortoise Guild? What kind of death wish does that kid have to provoke an elite squad?" Jiang Kai's expression turned to ice. Royal Black Tortoise. Never heard of them. Jiang Kai tilted his head. "Did the royal family send you to fetch me?" Chiang Hai slowly drew his blade, a sinister grin stretching across his face. "Playing dumb, are we? Did you forget who you offended during the rookie trial? A lowlife like you dared to touch young Master Huang Wei?" The other three drawn their weapons, dropping into combat stances. "We're here to harvest your head." Jiang Kai didn't flinch. He was ready for war. Jiang Kai lowered his head, mana surging silently. Huang Wei struck first. "I merely defended myself." "Are you sure you want to make this mistake?" "Block this," Chiang Hai charged forward, laughing maniacally. "I don't care about justice." Hong Yan followed her face, twisted in malice. "Do you have any idea how much the young master is paying for your corpse?" Jiang Kai summoned a flicker of flame around his claws, his voice deep. "Is that so? If you choose greed over morality." He flicked his wrist. The skill Fate Chaser launched. A streak of fire tore through the air. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed. "Then, I have no reason to show mercy." The projectile whizzed past, but Chiang Hai's group dodged with elite precision. A tiny spark landed on their armor. System -10 health. Chiang Hai scoffed, dusting off his shoulder. "Pathetic. Not even a scratch. Is this tiny spark your ultimate move?" Hong Nan burst out laughing. "I seriously doubt a piece of trash like you could kill the young master." The crowd began to jeer, mocking Jiang Kai. "It's just a basic fireball. That damage is humiliating. I thought he was strong, but he's just a walking cigarette lighter." Jiang Kai kept his cool, a smirk playing on his lips. "Funny, is it? The initial burn might be small. But have you ever heard of damage scaling?" Chiang Hai looked down. The spark on his armor wasn't fading. His eyes widened in horror. Whoosh! The fire erupted into a roaring inferno, swallowing him whole. He screamed in agony. The other three froze, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Captain Chiang Hai howled in despair. Like the black apes before him, his health bar plummeted by 2,000 points per second. What is happening? How can a basic flame deal catastrophic damage? The contagion spread instantly. His teammates caught the fire, their panic turning to terror. Within seconds, they were all engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, wailing in absolute despair. They shrieked, clawing at the air. I can't log out. Why can't I escape?" The inferno grew massive, turning the sky red. Their silhouettes vanished into the ash. System alert: adventurer Jiang Kai has annihilated the Eagle Squad. Experience plundered. Ming Hian and the bystanders stood paralyzed, eyes popping out of their skulls. What? What just happened? Chiang Hai collapsed into a pile of embers. Jiang Kai walked calmly toward the fading fire. "Well, since you were in such a hurry to die," he looked down at where the arrogant captain once stood. "I'll gladly accept your tribute." The crowd exploded into chaos. What the hell? That kid just soloed the entire Eagle Squad. Those were level 20 elites. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd say it was staged. They cursed in disbelief. Who is this monster? Jiang Kai calmly retrieved his projectile and absorbed the experience orbs. A spy in the crowd hurriedly tried to scan Jiang Kai's data. Why isn't my watch working? I can't read his stats. Level 12. Attributes exceed scannable range. Evaluation failed. The others gasped. Scan failed. That's impossible. The spy's eyes went wide, sweat pouring down his face. I think I know why, he stammered. Is he a Grandmaster Fire Mage? Is he using a divine artifact to mask his power? The crowd huddled closer. A Fire Mage Grandmaster. That's it. He must be the Fire God incarnate. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai smiled to himself. Sweet. 2 more levels. Adventurer Jiang Kai. Class Gambler. Level 12. Strength 48. Constitution 52. Agility 78. Spirit 78. Critical rate 0.1%. Critical damage 20,000%. Experience 1,716 out of 12,800. He looked up. Hey, E-Brain. Why couldn't they see my stats? The AI's gentle voice resonated in his mind. Because your gambler duel talent provides attribute multipliers that break the laws of this world. Your power gap is too vast for their low-level devices to comprehend. Jiang Kai glanced back with eyes cold as ice. Is that so? He turned and walked away, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Better they fear the mystery than hunt the man. Arriving at the Saint Light trading post. Hello, I have goods to sell. The receptionist Chin Yu-gya was face-planted on the desk, still half asleep. Welcome to the trading counter. Jiang Kai sighed. Business must be slow if the staff is hibernating. Still, he flashed a charming smile. Wakey wakey, I have a mountain of loot. Tally it up for me, will you, Chin? Yu-gya lifted her head, looking completely lifeless. With a ragged look like that, what could he possibly possess? But then shock paralyzed her. The holographic display flooded with proof of a massacre, countless black apes all annihilated by Jang Kai. Take a look. I hold over a dozen Titan Ape Corpse cards. Then Na shot up from her seat trembling. Jang Kai flashed a predatory grin and raised his hand. He wasn't finished. With a casual wave, the screen lit up with blinding golden light. Oh, and add 19 solar essences to the pile. Jiang Kai peered through the floating holograms. Excuse me, are you still with me? I need a total valuation for this haul. Thon Na stared blankly, her mind racing. Is he an elite from a major guild? Normal hunters sell one item at a time, but this guy dumps loot by the truckload. She shook off the daze and slammed her hands on the desk, eyes burning with professional greed. The boredom was gone, replaced by pure adrenaline. Please leave it to me. I am the top broker in this establishment. I must secure this client, she vowed. He is a hidden tycoon. I will seal this deal, even if it kills me. Jiang Kai smiled. Then work your magic. Digits flashed rapidly on the scanner before freezing on a staggering number. 180,000. Flipping through the appraisal sheets, she could barely keep her voice steady. Sir, the corpse cards yield 10,000. But the solar essences, they possess immense value. That is 170,000 right there. She cleared her throat, trying to sound professional. Grand total, 180,000 ghost spirit coins. Jiang Kai's eyes blazed like stars. The number echoed in his mind. 180,000? Is this real? His mind raced with the conversion rates typical of a leveling manhwa. 1 ghost coin equaled 10 saint coins. That meant a net worth of 1.8 million. Enough to save his brother. He walked the streets, eyes closed, savoring the sweet taste of financial freedom. The wager with that commander is won. My brother will be cared for, and I am finally free from forced conscription. Time to log out, return to Earth, and get him the best doctors. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Wait, it's me, Hu Yan, the fortune teller. Jiang Kai turned to see her sprinting toward him, gasping for air. I told you, didn't I? I told you to go to the King's Valley. I bet you hit the jackpot and silenced a few arrogant fools along the way, right? He recognized her immediately. That advice changed my life. Thank you. Hu Yan held up a single finger. Since I helped you, could you grant me one tiny wish? Without a second thought, Jiang Kai nodded. Name it. I owe you a massive favor. Hu Yan fidgeted, nervous. Her face flushed, crimson sweat beading on her forehead. She pointed at herself with a desperate smile. I, Hu Yan, want to join your party. Please let me fight by your side. From now on, Jiang Kai spun around instantly, face cold as ice. Denied. The rejection hit her like a physical blow. He's walking away already, so blunt. Her shoulders slumped, eyes filling with gloom. I should have known. Who would want a class the military branded as garbage? Her voice trembled. Forget it. You like free loot, don't you? Do you want my gear? Take it all. It is my final gift before I quit this awakening manhwa world forever. Jiang Kai froze in his tracks. He turned back, brows furrowed. Quitting? Are you struggling that badly? Why give up on the gold mine that is this dimension? She avoided his gaze, forcing a heartbreaking smile. I want to stay, but the system won't let me. What squad needs a deadweight fortune teller in a life or death raid? She paused, the weight of reality crushing her. The military claimed feng shui masters were top tier. I grinded to level 20 and awakened into the fortune teller class. But it was a lie. My divine talent is nothing more than sensing lucky times and locations. I gained a single divination skill. That's it. Memories of being dragged away by guards alongside other failures flooded her mind. Once they realized we had zero combat utility, the army discarded us like broken tools. Too weak to fight alone. Too useless to be invited. My level has been frozen for years. She remembered the lonely days, sitting at her stall, watching heroes pass her by. I just survive here, scraping by on crumbs in this system Manhwa reality. If I go back to Earth and work as a scavenger or a coolie. Her voice cracked. At least I won't starve. Jiang Kai felt a pang of sympathy. That is a path to the grave. My brother ruined his body doing that work. You are too fragile to survive that hell. Hu Yan beamed a radiant mask over her pain. Do I have a choice? I have little brothers and sisters waiting for me. I am their only shield. I will endure anything for them. That smile. It pierced Jiang Kai's heart. It was the exact same smile his brother used to wear. It's okay. Big brother is strong. Her circumstances mirrored his own tragic history perfectly. His brother once dreamed of conquering the Ghost Star and slaying the Beast God, but he sacrificed his destiny to raise us, destroying his health in the process. Hu Yan's voice snapped him back to the present. Anyway, do you want the loot or not? Wait here, I will fetch it from my stash. He shishes his farewell. I am logging out for the last time. Bye-bye, hold it right there, Jiang Kai shouted. He looked her dead in the eye, his expression shifting to absolute seriousness. I am Jiang Kai, and I am logging out now as well. But not forever. The next time you log in, find me. We form a party. Hu Yan trembled, tears welling in her eyes as her knees nearly gave out. Really? Jiang Kai turned, waving his hand coolly as he walked into the sunset. I swear it. If I'm lying, may I be cursed with eternal poverty. Hu Yan wiped away her tears, her voice trembling with raw emotion. For a penny pincher like you to say something like that, it must be the absolute truth. She launched herself at him, tackling Jiang Kai in a desperate bear hug from behind. Thank you, you really are a saint. The sudden impact nearly choked the life out of him. How do you expect to survive being this reckless? Hu Yan ignored his struggles, refusing to let go, clinging to him like he was her lifeline. Back on Earth in the slums where he grew up, Jiang Kai kicked the door open with news that would change their fate. Brother Jiang, little sister, quit your jobs today. I've struck gold. The three gathered around the small worn table. Jiang Kai crossed his arms, radiating confidence. His older brother frowned. Really? The youngest rested her chin on her hand, narrowing her eyes. Where did this cash come from, big bro? Is it illegal? Jiang Kai scoffed at her suspicion. Silly girl. I earned it in the demon realm. He grinned. Brother gets his surgery tomorrow. And you're going back to school. The older brother looked down, guilt weighing heavily on him. Little Jiang Kai. You've suffered so much for our sake. Jiang Kai scratched his head, flushing with embarrassment. It's nothing, brother. Compared to how hard you worked to raise us, this is a walk in the park. Jiang Kai gazed at their family portrait, his voice dropping to a solemn vow. Rest easy now. I used to just be a hard worker, but now I have real power. I swear I'll give you a life fit for kings. They raised their glasses, eyes shining with hope. To our family, loving each other through the apocalypse, cheers. Mid-sip, a ringtone shattered the moment. Jiang Kai glanced down an unknown number. On the line was Commander Wei Ying, his voice carrying the chaos of a distant battlefield. Jiang Kai, you won the bet. Are you free? His tone was grave. I'm sending a car. There's something you need to witness. Don't be late. It was Commander Wei Ying. A short while later, Jiang Kai stood in the ruins outside the St. Yao safe zone. Skyscrapers lay like broken skeletons against the gray sky. A voice cut through the desolation. We are here. Escorted by soldiers, Jiang Kai looked around in horror. Hishishi's was my childhood home, reduced to this rubble. The soldier leading the way suddenly halted. Jiang Kai looked up. Ahead stood a white-haired figure, his coat snapping in the wind. Commander Wei Ying. Why summon me here? Suddenly, a roar shook the very earth beneath them. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped. The shockwave leveled the burning buildings in front of him, sending debris crashing down. From the inferno rose a titan, the black ape. But three shadows danced in the air, engaging the beast in a high-speed aerial clash. Jiang Kai froze. Are those transcendent awakened fighting on the front lines? The sheer scale of the battle blew his mind. In this leveling Manhwa world, every 20 levels mark a massive evolution, with 6 total stages of power defining a hunter's existence. Explorers from level 1 to 80 gain strength, but their abilities are confined to the demon realm. As he watched, the trio launched their assault. But transcendents are different. Once a system Manhwa user breaks past level 81, their very existence shifts, allowing them to manifest power on Earth. The three warriors charged, weapons gleaming, diving straight into the maw of the roaring beast. The black ape retaliated. It gathered energy and fired a devastating beam. The vanguard raised his shield, tanking the blast head-on. Sweat beaded their brows. Shishis wasn't a game. Bringing this level of power back to Earth came with terrifying risks against such a colossus. They took to the skies, flaring their auras to the limit. Refusing to yield, they descended for the final clash. Shish's power didn't just change military history. It was humanity's only hope against the god beasts invading their world. Jiang Kai's blood pumped with excitement. That's the ultimate technique. Boom! Their combined strike pierced the monster's hide. Jiang Kai pumped his fist. They did it. A clean kill. That was incredible. Wei Ying stood calmly, lighting a cigarette. Strong? You think so? That was just a grunt. His eyes darkened. To kill one of those before, we sacrificed 2 transcendents. Jiang Kai's celebration died instantly. His eyes went wide in disbelief. Wei Ying exhaled, smoke his voice low. Jiang Kai, humanity is on the brink of extinction. Don't let the safety of the city blind you to the horror out here. You won the bet. I won't force you into the military. Thunder rumbled overhead the sky, turning a bruised purple with storm clouds. Wei Ying closed his eyes, savoring the nicotine. I'll handle the royals. They won't touch you. He smirked at Jiang Kai's surprised expression. Confused why I value a rookie like you? Wei Ying paused, his voice ringing with absolute conviction. Because my gut never lies. Rain began to fall, cold drops mixing with the soot on Jiang Kai's face. He listened, captivated by every word. My instincts scream that you will become a legend. A powerhouse that all of St. Yao will one day beg for salvation. The downpour intensified, drumming against the concrete. The corpse of the black ape lay behind them as Wei Ying spoke through the storm. Listen, I know that in this hellish apocalypse, your only desire is to protect your kin. But conscription means the front lines. And the battlefield is a graveyard for the weak. Wei Ying took a long, heavy drag from his cigarette. When the world falls, the common man bears the burden. Shish's broken world is crying out for warriors to stand against the monster tides. Isn't that right? He flicked the cigarette into a puddle, watching it sizzle out. One day, I will die on this battlefield. He turned, eyes burning with resolve. As a soldier of St. Yao. If my death buys time for the people, I accept it gladly. Lightning tore the sky apart behind Jang Kai, illuminating his stunned expression. I won't force your hand, Jiang Kai. But if the darkness ever threatens to swallow us whole, I hope you'll lend us your strength. Wei Ying's words hung in the air. Days later, after resting on Earth, Jiang Kai returned to the demon realm, his resolve hardened. Back in the Saint Light city of the demon planet Jiang, Kai couldn't shake Commander Wei Ying's words from his mind. To think the commander held him in such high regard. Could he really be the savior the Saint Light needed? He tapped his watch, dismissing the heavy thoughts. Forget it. Right now, my own survival comes first. The black apes in the Valley of Kings had likely respawned by now. A holographic interface flickered to life, displaying a terrifying elite monster, the Ghost Banshee. In this leveling Manhwa, one wrong move against her high damage meant instant death. Her attacks carried a devastating status effect. Terror shock. A new notification flashed in red, confirming the danger. Terror shock detected. The Banshee's scream inflicts paralysis on anyone within 10 meters, drowning them in absolute fear. Yet cruel fate dictated that only close-range attacks within that same kill zone could harm her. Jiang Kai memorized every detail on the system screen. She was a nightmare. Enter her 10-meter radius, and you get paralyzed and slaughtered. Stay outside, and you can't scratch her. He swiped the screen away, his eyes hardening with resolve. Hands tucked casually in his pockets, he marched forward to meet his destiny. Shish's is way trickier than the black apes. I need a party. In the distance, Hu Yan was dozing off in the middle of the road. She held a sign that read, "Do not disturb. Waiting for my captain." She mumbled in her sleep, "Captain? Oh, Captain." Passers-by whispered and judged the strange sight. Is she insane? Jiang Kai loomed behind her, his expression a mix of pity and exasperation. Hu Yan. Don't tell me you've been standing here ever since I logged out. Hu Yan snapped awake instantly. Tears streamed down her face as she babbled excitedly. Captain Jiang Kai, I knew it. I knew you'd come back for me. I've been waiting here for days. Jiang Kai forced a smile. Yeah, I remember. Hu Yan's eyes narrowed mischievously as she covered her mouth to whisper. Captain, you're looking to grind a boss, right? I've divined the perfect teammate for you. A real heavy hitter. Well? Do you want him? Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. Someone actually useful for a boss fight. Perfect. Just as long as it's not some useless drunk. Instantly, a chubby figure materialized before them, scratching his head. Hello there. I'm Yuan Zu, and I am a total alcoholic. Wine bottles clinked at his waist. Jiang Kai immediately sprinted away, shouting over his shoulder, "I don't need him." Yuan laughed nervously. "Captain sure is direct." Ruan Yu looked confused, while Yuan yelled after the retreating Jiang Kai, "Captain, just take Ruan Yu. He's used to suffering and he does whatever he's told." Ruan Yu lowered his head awkwardly, poking his index fingers together. Yuan refused to give up chasing after him. "He can cook. He'll even give you a shoulder massage." He even said, "If you let him join, he won't take a single copper of the loot." Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. He dashed back to Ruan Yu, grabbing his hand with sparkling, teary eyes. "Greetings, Comrade Ruan Yu. I'm Captain Jang Kai. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a prodigy. Welcome to the team." Jiang Kai laughed maniacally, punching his fist toward the sky. "Today, our squad hunts the ghost banshee. From this day forth, we are family. Let's roll." Ruan Yu looked at Yuan bewildered. Is the captain a little unstable? But Jiang Kai kept shouting, "We are family." Yuan sighed at his shameless attitude. "That's not family love. That's just because you're free labor." Night fell swiftly. Pale moonlight washed over the mountain range. Deep within the forest, a dilapidated wooden shack emerged from the thick, eerie fog. Shishes was the Valley of Kings, the domain of the elite boss. Chilling wails echoed from the shack as a clawed hand began to weave a dark spell. The level 20 elite ghost banshee. She was a skeletal figure in a tattered white dress, emitting a sound that curdled the blood. High on the cliff, Jiang Kai observed his prey. "Listen up. She's leagues above the black ape. If she spots us, we're dead instantly. Keep your voices down." He never took his eyes off the monster, analyzing her every movement. "Remember, the mechanic only attacks within 10 meters deal damage. We have to sneak in perfectly." Yuan trembled. "Roger that." A slurred voice groaned, dragging out the syllables. "Cap-tain." Jiang Kai hissed, "Shh, Yuan, shut up." Yuan pointed at herself, bewildered. She hadn't said a word. The groaning continued. "Cap-tain." Jiang Kai didn't turn around, his whisper turning into a growl. "Yuan," I said, "be quiet." Yuan waved her hands frantically. "Captain, it wasn't me," the moaning persisted. "Cap-tain," Jiang Kai snapped, turning around. "If it's not you, then who the hell is?" It was Ruan Yu dangling precariously from a tree branch. Surrounded by empty bottles, he raised a fresh one, snoring and talking simultaneously. "Captain, look at this treasure I found." He was completely wasted. Suddenly, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Thank you, a toast to the captain." Jiang Kai and Yuan gritted their teeth in horror. The banshee snapped her head around. She ascended instantly, locking onto their hiding spot. Jiang Kai gasped at her terrifying speed. The banshee shrieked, energy gathering in her maw, her eyes glowing crimson above razor-sharp fangs. Jiang Kai panicked. "Ruan Yu, what are you doing? I thought you said he was a pro." Yuan's face went ghost white. I might have exaggerated." Jiang Kai felt his soul leave his body. "We're finished." The banshee unleashed her terror shock, a sonic boom that tore through the air, blasting them with invisible force. The shockwave slammed into them. Jiang Kai and Yuan froze, but Ruan Yu just kept snoring through the apocalypse. Jiang Kai's face darkened as red windows popped up. Warning: abnormal status detected. Status: terror paralysis. The banshee morphed, becoming even more grotesque than before. Jiang Kai and Yuan fell to their knees, muscles locked. "She's too strong. I can't move a single finger." "Captain, it's over. We're just waiting to die." The banshee reached out with her claws to feast, her jaw unhinged. But then, a cheerful voice broke the silence. Ruan Yu launched himself at the banshee, face flushed, red tongue lolling out. "Well, hello there, gorgeous. What's a beauty like you doing in a place like this? Were you looking for me?" He launched himself from the branch like a cannonball. Jiang Kai and Yuan watched in disbelief as Ruan Yu slammed into the banshee with the force of a freight train. Cackling like a maniac, he pinned the spirit to the earth. "Fate has truly smiled upon me to deliver such a ravishing beauty. Come here, let me show you some love." He caressed the monster's ghastly face. Such smooth skin. The banshee's eyes went dark, jaw dropped in sheer horror. Meanwhile, Yuan flexed her fingers. The paralysis was gone. The system interface flashed, soul scream debuff, cleared. Jiang Kai scrambled to his feet. What kind of awakening Manhwa logic is this? The banshee was totally neutralized by a drunk hug. Regaining his composure instantly, Jiang Kai clenched his fist. His signature weapon, the life-chasing daggers, materialized in his grip. That banshee's scream has a cooldown. I have to strike now before she unleashes a second wave. He hurled the blades forward with deadly precision. Speed was everything. Bullseye. The daggers pierced the specter, igniting instantly. Yet Ruan Yu was still straddling the monster, puckering his lips for a smooch. My lady, allow me to teach you the art of the French kiss. Even the monster was baffled by this lunacy. The kiss of death, or just a drunkard, was inches away, and she couldn't escape. From this day forth, you are my beloved wifey. But before their lips could meet, the flames from Jiang Kai's attack roared to life, swallowing the creature whole. Moments later, the inferno faded, leaving nothing but black smoke. Ruan Yu emerged from the soot, looking utterly lost. Honey, where did my beautiful wife go? Jiang Kai pumped his fists, grinning ear to ear. Piece of cake. Target eliminated. The system notification chimed. Elite Grade 1 Phantom Banshee exterminated. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Captain Yu instant killed an elite. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground, crushed by despair. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out. You absolute animals. You blew my wife to smithereens. He looked up, a mess of snot and tears. That was the love of my life. Without her, my heart is closed forever. I'll never love again. He howled at the sky in tragic agony. Oh, my poor departed wife. Jang Kai leaned over to Hu Yan, whispering, does Ruan Yu always go completely insane when he hits the bottle? She gave an awkward laugh. Pretty much. He's a total booze hound. Once he starts drinking, his brain just shuts off completely. She sprinted toward the cabin, beaming. Captain, I'll grab the treasure chest and the elite corpse card. Jang Kai nodded, but his mind was racing. Wait, Ruan Yu definitely got hit by the Banshee's scream earlier. Jang Kai replayed the scene. He was drunk out of his mind, yet he took 0 damage. In fact, he counterattacked. The image of Ruan Yu tackling the ghost and sending her flying played on a loop in Jiang Kai's mind. He watched Ruan Yu chugging wine through his tears. The worst part of being a drunk is losing mental control. But miraculously, that fatal flaw completely negated the Banshee's psychic attack. A wicked smirk curled on Jiang Kai's lips. At that moment, Hu Yan returned with the loot. She looked up to see Jang Kai grinning like a villain, his eyes narrowed in a scheme that screamed pure evil. Isn't Ruan Yu the ultimate god-tier weapon against these banshees? Hu Yan froze in terror. Why does he look so demonic right now? Just when they thought it was over. Inside another hut, another banshee snarled in rage. It was a carbon copy of the first one. Footsteps thundered outside. Before the creature could react, Jang Kai and Hu Yan charged in. I choose you. Go get him. Ruan Yu. And there he was, tongue out, laughing like a maniac. Another beauty just for me. The banshee unleashed a piercing shriek, soul shatter scream. But the attack did absolutely nothing. Hearts floated in Ruan Yu's eyes. Hey gorgeous, why are you drooling over me like that? Craving my body, are we? He lunged forward again, wrapping the shocked monster in a bear hug. What a coincidence. I want you too. Jiang Kai waited in the shadows, perfectly poised. Perfect. The crowd control skill is broken again. That's my cue. Ruan Yu pinned her down, crooning a love song. Come on, baby, love is in the air. Let's light a little fire of passion tonight. Jiang Kai unleashed a volley of flaming daggers. Distracted by the drunkard's harassment, the banshee couldn't defend herself. Just like before, the flames erupted and she screamed in agony. The holographic interface popped up. Adventurer Jiang Kai successfully eliminated Elite Phantom Banshee. Unharmed by the skill but blasted by the explosion, Ruan Yu flew into the air, blinking his eyes open in a daze. Realization hit him midair. He screamed, spewing profanities. You bastards, you blew up my wifey again. I curse your entire bloodline. He face planted into the dirt, weeping uncontrollably. Jang Kai looked down at him with cold confidence. Beautiful. Before he sobers up, go find another banshee. Hu Yan saluted. Yes, sir. 3 hours later, Ruan Yu was launched into the sky again. No, don't blow up wife number 11. Later, he sat slumped by a door sobbing. My 23rd wife. Gone. Exploded by these monsters. Inside, Jang Kai and Hu Yan cracked open another chest, eyes glowing with greed. Ruan Yu wailed, reaching out a desperate hand. Please, have mercy on wife number 35. Another heavy chest was hauled out of the banshee's hut. It was heavy and radiated a golden light. Jiang Kai laughed triumphantly, hands on his hips. Magnificent. I never thought we'd clear the entire King's Valley and snag 35 elite chests just by using Ruan Yu as bait. Hu Yan clutched her face. I wouldn't dare dream of this kind of efficiency. Jiang Kai checked his stats, voice buzzing with excitement. After slaughtering 35 elites, I skipped 2 whole levels. I'm already level 14. He winked at the sobbing drunkard. And the only cost was Ruan Yu's shattered heart. Hu Yan, you were right. Hishishi's guy is surprisingly useful. Hu Yan beamed. Exactly. Look at it this way. We're helping him build mental resilience for future breakups. Ruan Yu, eyes swollen from crying, croaked out. You two are absolute scum. Hu Yan flashed a thumbs up. Ruan Yu, you're the real MVP, he just glared. You witch. Jiang Kai laughed off the insult. He held up 2 glistening cards. I also farmed 2 skill cards from the Banshee Huts. In this Manhwa recap, that means it's time for a major power-up. The first card revealed an omen of storms. The rain calling technique. A skill reserved for those with immense spiritual pressure to summon a deluge over the battlefield. Jang Kai visualized the strategy immediately, summoning a flood to drown the beast horde in one catastrophic wave. In the hands of a high-tier ranker, this power could birth rivers and lakes from thin air. A tactical miracle in real combat. He tossed the card toward Hu Yan. Hu Yan, you're level 29. Your spirit stats dwarf mine. Hishishi's skill belongs to you. She froze in place. A real skill card. For me? Tears welled in her eyes as her voice trembled. Thank you, Captain Zhang. I finally have a combat skill. I'm no longer just a useless fortune teller who watches from the sidelines. She dropped to her knees, slamming her forehead into the ground in a full dojiza. Captain Jiang, you are my eternal boss. Please accept this humble subordinate's loyalty. Jiang Kai sighed helplessly. Stop that. You earned this. Hu Yan kept bowing, until a bump formed on her forehead. Clutching the card like a holy relic, she beamed with joy. I'm not trash anymore. Jiang Kai examined the second card with a thoughtful expression. A one-time skill point for hidden classes. The system interface flashed open before his eyes. Usage grants a supplementary skill for the hidden class. However, it is a consumable. Once used, the skill vanishes forever. He smirked. Is that so? Then let's awaken it right now. The card in his hand erupted in blinding light. Jiang Kai stared at the brilliance. Even if it's a one-shot ability, a skill exclusive to a hidden class is too valuable to ignore. The system avatar materialized in the glow. Congratulations to the professional anonymous gambler. Unlocked supplementary skill. Casino Pickpocket. The icon showed skeletal hands manipulating magic dice. Passive effect activated. When nearby adventurers are distracted, the gambler steals 1,000th of their total attributes. Stolen stats are added to your own for 30 minutes. After time expires, the buff vanishes. Jiang Kai frowned, disappointment washing over him. That's the whole effect. The system avatar nodded. Correct. Jiang Kai clutched his head in rage. A legendary one-time skill, and it only steals a fraction of a percent. He collapsed to the ground in despair. My total stats are barely 200. Stealing 0.2 from someone. What kind of trash system manhwa mechanic is this? Meanwhile, Ruan Yu woke up from his drunken stupor. What happened? Did I pass out? He clutched his chest, a look of confusion on his face. Why does my heart ache so much? Hu Yan whispered deviously. Number 1. Lover boy? Did you forget the heartbreak of losing your 35 monster wives last night? Memories flooded back instantly. The sloppy kisses. The embrace. Ruan Yu turned green and puked his soul out. I remember everything. I was a burden last night. After emptying his stomach, he began to sob. I'm so sorry, Captain. I'm just a hopeless alcoholic. If you want me gone, I'll leave the party. Jiang Kai remained silent. He tossed a piece of high-tier armor to the tank. With a gentle smile, he spoke. What nonsense is that? You were the MVP of the raid last night. Hishishi's loot belongs to you. Ruan Yu looked up stunned. Jiang Kai continued. Without you tanking, that Banshee would have killed me 10 times over. You are the core of this team. The tank's face flushed with emotion. No, Captain, I can't take this. Just being on the team is enough. Jiang Kai waved him off. Take it. I never mistreat my allies. Hu Yan got her share too. Hu Yan spun around. In her eyes, Jiang Kai was no longer a man. He was a glowing deity, a prince charming amidst a rain of gold coins. Come get your gear, Hu Yan. Their eyes sparkled with fanatical devotion. Is this real life? Both of them slammed their heads to the floor in unison. Captain Jiang, from now on, we follow you. Alive, we are your people. Dead, we are your ghosts. Jiang Kai panicked. Hey, stop that. After calming them down, the trio headed back to the trading post. A sweet voice welcomed him. Brother Jiang is back. Her attitude did a complete 180 from their first meeting. Money truly talks. Today's haul of monster parts and chests. Total value, 840,000 demon crystals. Jiang Kai's heart raced. That converts to over 8 million divine currency. With this massive payout, Yingzi's future expenses are completely secured. Inside the changing room, he analyzed his gains. Financial security secured. Plus 2 pieces of gear, perfectly tailored for my build. He equipped the Dark Knight trousers. Paired with his cloak, his stealth was now absolute. Item rank S. Agility plus 11. Strength plus 6. Defense plus 3. Active skill Night Stealth. Grants invisibility for 3 minutes. He threw on the cropped high-collar jacket. The second item, Ghost Armor. Capable of phasing through reality to dodge fatal strikes. Item rank A. Agility boosted by 24. Strength plus 8. Vitality plus 9. Spirit plus 14. Cooldown 10 minutes. Effect phase shift. Nullifies one physical attack completely. Jiang Kai admired the gear on his arm. And the gloves. The flame effect has been field tested. It stacks critical damage on wounds perfectly. Simply put, He Shishis is my god tier artifact. Item Burning Gloves. Rank S. Agility plus 7. Strength plus 6. Imbues attacks with AoE flame damage. The flames bind to the user's weapon, triggering explosive critical hits and burn damage. Jiang Kai stepped out, throwing the curtain aside. Power surged through his veins. I'm on a completely different level than before. Even against level 20 adventurers, I'd crush them without breaking a sweat. System interface open. Class Gambler. Level 14. Strength 76. Agility 132. Crit rate 0.1%. Crit damage 20,000%. Spirit 104. Jiang Kai clenched his fists. Victory is within my grasp. Suddenly, Yuan Zu sprinted over, carrying a massive log and his weapon. Captain, are you there? I upgraded the life chaser for you. Jiang Kai turned around. Yuan Zu. The tank was gasping for air. Let me show you. Without a second of hesitation, he hurled the spear straight at his friend's face to test its efficiency. Jiang Kai threw up his hands in a panic, his voice cracking. Yuan Zu, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you still holding a grudge because I accidentally burned your 35 wives? The blade, known as Life Chaser, screeched to a halt mere centimeters from Jiang Kai's eyes. Yuan Zu tossed a log into the air and roared, "Return instantly." Life Chaser whipped around, tearing back toward its master. In a flash, the log hovering above his head was sliced clean in two. Yuan Zu raised his hand effortlessly, catching the weapon mid-flight. He presented Life Chaser with both hands like a proud craftsman. He spoke with a smug calmness. Brother Jang Kai, I noticed you have a bad habit of losing your weapons in the heat of battle. That's a huge hassle, so I modified it with a magnetic core. He explained the upgrade eagerly. Now, after you throw it, you just activate the magnet and it comes right back to your hand. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. Seriously? So I don't have to worry about my inventory count running low anymore. Yuan Zu continued. Plus, the magnetic force is so strong that the weapon deals bonus damage to anything in its path on the return trip. Jiang Kai slapped Yuan Zu on the shoulder, beaming. I didn't expect this. You're a crafting genius straight out of a leveling manhwa. Yuan Zu rubbed his hands together, acting shy. Oh, it's just something I self-taught. Am I really that amazing? Captain Jiang Kai raised 3 fingers. I swear it. I swear on the heavens themselves. Crack. A bolt of lightning tore through the clear sky, right behind Jiang Kai. The sunny day instantly vanished, replaced by a sudden torrential downpour. The sky turned an ominous gray in seconds. Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Kai's face as he stammered. What? What is happening? Yuan Zu looked equally terrified. Captain, did you just lie to the heavens? Suddenly Hu Yan came skipping through the rain. Captain, it's me, she chirped. I just unlocked a beginner rain-calling skill, though I guess it doesn't do much damage. Yuan Zu let out a long sigh of relief. So it was just Hu Yan. Jiang Kai quickly regained his composure to comfort her. How could your skill be useless? Look around. Everyone is running for cover because of you. He reached out to catch the falling droplets. If you can increase the intensity, this rain could severely debuff the enemy's movement speed. Jiang Kai watched people slipping and stumbling in the mud, his expression turning serious. They would become living targets. In that chaos, I could hunt down anyone I wanted. Hearing this, Hu Yan's confidence surged. She laughed loudly. Really, I never thought I could be such a tactical asset. Then I'll grind my mastery on this rain-calling skill until it's perfect. Jiang Kai nodded. Do your best. He looked into the distance with a satisfied smile. With Yuan Zu handling the arsenal and Hu Yan controlling the weather, our party is finally evolving. 3 strangers walked past them, one cursing loudly. What the hell is this freak storm? All the gear we packed for the frozen island is soaked. If the royal family blames us for being late, we're done for. Hearing the words, royal family, Jang Kai snapped to attention. Royal family. He called out. Wait a second, brothers. You mentioned the royal family. Which one are we talking about? Yuan Zu pulled out an umbrella for Hu Yan, while the stranger Kan Du looked at Jiang Kai like he was an alien. Do you not use the internet? The man next to him, Van Hal, laughed. The Royal Black Tortoise Guild is mobilizing 200,000 troops to the frozen island. They're hunting a king-rank boss. Defeating that boss expands our national territory on the Ghost Star continent. Van Hal added. That's why countless adventurers are joining the raid to clear the mobs. They continued with patriotic fervor. He Shishis is a mission that decides the rise or fall of our world. How could you not know such critical news? Jiang Kai stood there stunned. The group quickly turned and left. Let's go. We can't stand around here talking to noobs. Being late means a penalty. Jiang Kai remained rooted to the spot, deep in thought. The royal family is hunting a boss for the nation? Does that mean Huang Wei is involved? Jiang Kai looked down, his expression darkening. Divine beasts are rampaging on Earth. Every nation is desperate for resources from the Ghost Star to fight back. He mentally listed the 5 critical resources found in a system Manhwa world: dungeons, gear, mineral, veins, materials, and energy. But on the Ghost Star, powerful bosses hoard them all. Only by slaying the boss can a nation claim the land and harvest the resources. His face grew grim as he recalled the power hierarchy. The monsters on Ghost Star are ranked strictly common: elite, warlord, commander, king rank, boss, map boss, and guardian king. A vision of a battlefield with tens of thousands of soldiers filled his mind. To take down a king-rank boss, you need an army of hundreds of thousands just to stand a chance against that level of horror. Everyone is risking their lives against one monster. Is the royal family actually leading the Black Tortoise Guild to save the country? An image of Huang Wei wielding his sword appeared in his mind. Jiang Kai fell silent, doubt gnawing at him. Has that bastard Huang Wei actually turned over a new leaf? Is he playing the hero now? He remembered Wei Ying's words. The rise and fall of the world is every man's responsibility. Someone has to stand up and fight the monsters. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, staring at his reflection in the puddle. If Huang Wei can do it, then I have to go too. I'll head to the frozen island and fight for my country. Scene shift. The frozen island on Ghost Star. The night sky was a dazzling tapestry of stars, but below a blizzard raged over snow-capped peaks. Jiang Kai's trio trudged through the snowstorm. Hu Yan's voice trembled from the cold. Captain, we left so fast. Why didn't you buy us any warm clothes? All 3 were huddled together, shivering violently. Jang Kai's face was purple, snot freezing on his nose. I didn't think the environment debuff would be this hardcore. Suddenly, a shout echoed from above. Jiang Kai looked up to see 3 figures on a cliff. Hey, which team are those idiots from? Don't you know walking on the lake before the raid starts is forbidden? Jiang Kai looked confused, his teeth chattering. It's our first time here. Why can't we walk here? The leader Vuong Quang crossed his arms and scoffed. Why are you rookies suicidal? Everyone knows the frozen island is an awakening Manhwa danger zone. The monsters live right below you. He gritted his teeth. Walking on the ice like that. Beneath Jiang Kai's feet, a spiderweb of cracks began to spread across the frozen surface. Vuong Quang yelled. You're going to wake the merman. Before his voice even faded, the ice exploded. A fishman monster burst from the freezing water, clutching a deadly trident. The shockwave sent Jiang Kai's team tumbling to the icy ground. Standing before them was a level 22 bipedal merman, a nightmare made flesh. It bared its razor-sharp fangs in a grotesque mocking grin. Jiang Kai grabbed Yuan Zu by the collar, hauling him back to his feet. Nearby, Hu Yan spotted the spectators. A merman high above, standing next to Vuong Quang, was Hu Luke. He sneered, looking down on them. Those 3 are absolute idiots. Vuong Quang cupped his hands and shouted, Hey, that's a level 22 elite monster. In a leveling Manhwa world like this, you need a full squad of level 20s to even stand a chance. He raised his voice, making sure Jiang Kai could hear every insulting word. Everyone knows mermen are close combat specialists. Once a level 22 gets in range, you rookies are as good as dead. While Vuong Quang was busy running his mouth, the monster made its move. The merman gripped its trident and thrust it violently toward Jiang Kai's heart. Jiang Kai stepped into the kill zone without hesitation. Hu Yan screamed, Captain, no. Just as the cold steel pierced his chest, Jiang Kai's eyes flashed. Phantom armor skill, ethereal form. The attack passed right through him. The merman froze in confusion. The ethereal form vanished and Jiang Kai was already airborne. He smirked. I thought you were a boss, but you're just a piece of trash mob fodder. His leg whipped around like a cannonball, slammed into the monster's face. Life-chasing fire. Get lost. Boom. The merman erupted into a pillar of searing flames, screeching in agony. The three spectators on the cliff, jaw dropped, their eyes popping out of their skulls. Luke stammered. What the hell? He dodged a point-blank attack and countered a melee specialist instantly. The bearded man, Bo Sin, looked like he'd seen a ghost. That thing requires a full raid party of level 20s to suppress. How is this even possible? Wang Kuang broke into a cold sweat, brows furrowed in disbelief. That kid is barely level 10. He stared at Jiang Kai, who stood completely unharmed. Did he just one-shot an elite mob? Jiang Kai watched the merman burn to ash and laughed. Nothing beats a good workout to warm up the blood. He snapped his fingers, recalling his daggers. Return. Come back to Papa. Jiang Kai calculated mentally. My strength stat is currently 76. When the critical hit triggered, those daggers embedded in its flesh, vibrated with lethal force. The damage output was at least 15,200 points. And that's not even calculating the bonus elemental damage from the life-chasing fire. The daggers flew back to Jiang Kai from all directions, even calculating with the lowest possible critical multiplier. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the data. With my current damage output, anything around level 20 is a joke. Monster or adventurer, it makes no difference. He stored the weapons into his spatial inventory. Jiang Kai smirked triumphantly. Nobody can withstand a single blow from me. Hu Yan rushed over, holding up a loot card. Captain Jiang, look, I grabbed the merman's monster card for you. Jiang Kai glanced back. Thanks. Let's get to higher ground. He looked up at the cliff edge. Right then. Hey, you three brother Zhangs up there. Do you happen to know where Huang Wei is hiding? The trio was still trembling from shock. Hearing their names, they flinched violently. Luke rubbed his hands together, his face twisting into a fawning smile. Oh, great God, what are you saying? Brother Jiang's us. No. We are your little brothers. The smallest of the small. Wang Kuang immediately switched sides, mimicking the bootlicking. What a coincidence. We know exactly where young Master Huang Wei is. Bo Sin bowed low. Please, Great One, let these humble servants show you the way. Moments later, deep within the frozen wasteland of the island, Jiang Kai walked alone. I couldn't let Hu Yan and Ruan Yu get dragged into this. Shishi's grudge is between me and Huang Wei. Those three stooges said he was around here. I wanted to find him quietly for a little chat, but he's nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the ice. Jiang Kai turned to the source. Huang Wei, the young master, stood there in gleaming armor hand, resting on his sword, his expression cold as death. Jiang Kai stepped forward, projecting his voice. Huang Wei, I heard you're hunting the boss for the sake of the country. I have to say, I'm impressed. I think we can put our bad blood aside. I'm ready to contribute to this raid for the greater good. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the air. Jiang Kai's instincts screamed. Huang Wei drew his blade in a blur, slashing straight for the neck. Jiang Kai leaped sideways, barely dodging the lethal strike. Huang Wei, are you insane? I'm trying to clear up a misunderstanding here. Huang Wei missed his mark, and his face darkened with pure malice. Misunderstanding? You think this is a game? The antagonist looked up, a twisted psycho grin stretching across his face. You killed me first. Do you have any idea how long my recovery took? And now you want to talk about peace? Huang Wei raised his freezing blade, his voice trembling with rage. After you humiliated me, I thought of 1,000 ways to torture you, but the military gave orders to protect you. My family couldn't touch you. He glared at Jiang Kai, screaming like a madman. That is why I volunteered for this king-rank boss raid. I just need enough military merit to demand they strip you of your protection. Jiang Kai froze, disbelief washing over him. You joined a suicide mission, just to get permission to kill me. Exactly, Huang Wei roared, charging forward with explosive speed. But I never expected you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Screw the boss raid, I'll kill you first. He swung his sword in a deadly arc. I'll use your head as my offering to the military. Jiang Kai ducked under the blade, sliding backward across the ice. He stood up and sighed, his gaze turning icy. I gave you a chance. I guess once a villain, always a villain. Jiang Kai raised his hand, and a terrifying flame ignited around his fist. If you want to kill me, you better call your friends. Your little falcon squad is about to go extinct. Hoang He Shishio stepped out from behind Huang Wei, laughing mockingly. Big words. You only survived the falcon squad last time because the military saved your ass. Another lackey, Huang Wei chimed in. Young Master is over level 10 now and decked out in S-rank gear. He doesn't need help to squash a bug like you. Hoang-sun was checking his device, nodding along. That's right, he Shishi's rookie is. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the scanner results loaded. Wait a second. The holographic status board hovered before him. He Shishi's is impossible. How did this kid level up so fast? He's already level 14. He's caught up to the young master. On the battlefield, it was already too late. Huang Wei was engulfed in a roaring inferno. He looked at his armor, panic setting in. What is this? Why won't the fire go out? He flailed wildly, screaming in terror. Help me, someone get this fire off me. The henchman panicked, rushing toward him. Young master. It's just fire, isn't it? Why is his health bar dropping so fast? Shishi's damage isn't normal. Jiang Kai stood calmly in the distance, his voice cutting through the screams. Your young master is already dead. Unless you want to join him in hell, I suggest you stay back. Huang Wei reached out with a charred hand. No. I don't want to die. He crawled out of the flames, his armor black and melted. My equipment. He gasped, clinging to life. My S-rank armor locks my health at 1%. You can't kill me. But I've already won, the coward bellowed. You lot kill him in my place. Torture him until his soul breaks. Huang Wei still clung to his arrogant delusion. 4 of his lackeys stepped forward, weapons drawn, radiating malice. Understood. Jiang Kai's voice dropped to absolute zero. He clenched his fist, his aura spiking. You're still eager to deliver your heads on a silver platter. He launched himself forward, unleashing the full power of his life chaser skill. Perfect timing. I needed trash like you to test this magnetic homing lethality. The blade whistled past them. Surprise flickered in their eyes, but they dodged. A cunning glint returned to their gazes. Huang Wei scoffed. You threw that many and missed every single one. Call that accuracy. Their levels flashed above their heads 31, 28, 29, and 32. Hoang-sun smirked with disdain. Did seeing our level 30 stats make your hand shake with fear? He charged at Jang Kai like a raging bull. I'll take the lead. Jang Kai raised a hand, engulfed in searing flames, his lip curling. Fear. Never heard of it. The first to die, you mean? As the words left his lips, the life chaser boomerang returned, striking the enemy dead in the spine. Hellfire erupted from the blade, instantly consuming him. Jiang Kai watched coldly as Hoang-sun was swallowed by the inferno, his screams echoing in the void. The squad behind him froze in sheer terror. How? How did that dagger fly back? They stared at the motionless Jiang Kai. How could a rookie in the teens obliterate a level 32 captain? Seeing their comrade charred to ash on the ground, their courage shattered into screams. Instant death. Jiang Kai vanished, reappearing behind them like a ghost. It wasn't over. He raised his hand, recalling the blade. The fool who tried to block it was skewered instantly. Flames roared to life again, reflecting in his pale, terrified eyes, before consuming him completely. Huang He-shi-shu watched his voice trembling uncontrollably. What kind of hellish skill is that? How is his damage output so insane? Huang Wei's mind raced in panic. Is this kid actually a high-tier god playing the pig to eat the tiger? Huang Wei struggled to his feet, veins bulging as he screamed. You morons, can't you see he's a ranged attacker? He snarled. Attack together, just close the distance, and he's finished. Following orders, the remaining 2 charged. Dong Than shouted. Sir Huang Wei grinned with renewed arrogance. Jang Kai is clearly a glass cannon assassin. High-ranged damage, but get in close. And he's nothing but a chicken. The words barely left his mouth before a firestorm engulfed his men. Their agonized wails tore through the air. No, stop. Huang Wei fell to his knees, his face a mask of disbelief. Jiang Kai walked slowly toward him, his aura oppressive. One piece of trash leading a pile of garbage. His eyes held nothing but contempt and cold fury. Is there any difference? Huang Wei scrambled backward, hands clawing the dirt. Impossible. The level gap is massive. How are you doing this? Jiang Kai ignored the question, materializing a gleaming sword from thin air. I intended to wipe our slate clean, but you really have disappointed me to the core. Sword in hand, Jiang Kai closed the distance, his voice icy. Huang Wei, you're thick-headed to the end. You really want me dead that badly? Terror seized Huang Wei. What? What are you doing? Jiang Kai raised his blade high. Nothing personal. You wanted my life, so it's only polite that I return the favor. I heard the last time I killed you, it left quite the psychological scar. A devilish smirk played on his lips, so this time, let's make that shadow a little deeper, shall we? Despair filled Huang Wei's eyes as the blade descended. His scream pierced the forest canopy. Minutes later, Jiang Kai stood alone, hands in his pockets, casually checking his holographic system interface. Killing veteran adventurers really yields the best crops, doesn't it? 4 level 30s plus, that waste Huang Wei, pushed me all the way to level 17. Suddenly, the system interface flashed an ominous crimson. Warning, you have eliminated over 10 adventurers of the same faction. You have received the penalty status, Bloodthirsty Killer. Jiang Kai stared stunned. He shishes was a classic twist for a leveling manhwa. The screen flashed more details about the curse. Status effect. Your coordinates are revealed to all nearby players. If the Bloodthirsty Killer is slain, experience lost is tripled. Requirement. 10 tears of repentance needed to cleanse this status. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Kai's spine. Bloodthirsty Killer. Isn't this that legendary death sentence where everyone on the ghost planet attacks you on sight? He recalled the horror stories. Having this title was like becoming a walking, breathing treasure chest, a mobile experience bag that everyone could track and hunt down. System notification. Your innate talent, double rewards or penalties, has triggered. All effects are doubled. There is also a 1% chance to trigger the super multiplier. Calculation complete. Rewards and penalties have been multiplied by 10. Jiang Kai scratched his head, grimacing. My double talent jacked the penalty up to 10 times. I guess calling this bad luck would be the understatement of the century. Realization struck him like lightning. Wait, if I die once, I'll lose 30 times the experience. That could wipe my stats and send me straight back to level 1. Jiang Kai sprinted forward, panic setting in. Hishishis is a catastrophe. I have to avoid populated areas at all costs. I need to find those tears of repentance immediately. Meanwhile, at the royal garrison on the ice island, amidst the frozen forest, a heavy military presence loomed with fortified tents and patrols. A thunderous roar shook the main tent, making the soldiers outside tremble. What did you say? Huang Wei was killed by another player. Call yourselves bodyguards. The man shouting was none other than Huang Wei's father, Huang Thong, the supreme commander of the Ice Island campaign. His face was purple with rage. I just announced to the world that the 3 men of the Huang clan were fighting united for our country. Now he's dead. Do you realize how this makes me look? I've lost all face. Beside him sat Huang Wei's brother Huang Dot, the vice commander. He interlaced his fingers calmly, his voice low. Father, dwelling on it won't help. What is our next move? Huang Thong smashed his fist down, splitting the table in two. We proceed with the war. We're going straight for the king tier boss. Once that boss falls, our military merit will be untouchable. We'll use that leverage to force the army to strip Jiang Kai of his protection. His voice dropped to a sinister growl. And then, I will make that brat Jiang Kai pay the ultimate price. A dark, conspiratorial laughter filled the room heavy with malicious intent. He shushed minutes later, deep in the frozen wilds. Jiang Kai finally regrouped with his party. Hu Yan pointed confused. Captain Jiang Kai, why is there a terrifying new title floating above your head? Ruan Yu gasped, her eyes widening. Is that Bloodthirsty Killer? Jiang Kai hissed. Keep your voice down. Do you want to broadcast our location? He grabbed Hu Yan's hand, dragging her into a run. I don't have time to explain the details. Just know one thing. I am now officially public enemy number 1 of the royal family. We have to vanish right now. Hu Yan recoiled, startled by his sudden urgency. But he hadn't come here just to run away. As they sprinted, a deafening noise shattered the air, a long, mournful war horn. Jiang Kai froze in his tracks. What in the world is that? The sound echoed hauntingly across the snowy hills. Ruan Yu's voice trembled with panic as he turned to Jiang Kai. Is that the signal for war? Why trigger the Awakening Manhwa event right now, of all times? Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, calculating. Did the royal family initiate the assault already? Hu Yan's face went deathly pale. Captain Jiang Kai, look over there quickly. Jiang Kai followed her gaze, his heart sinking. The ice lake, it was shattering. Massive shards of ice were erupting from the surface. Hu Yan screamed, the frozen seal is broken. The ice exploded upward, as if something ancient was clawing its way to freedom. A razor-sharp claw slammed onto the ice. Then another. And another. It wasn't just one. Hundreds of fishmen monsters surged from the freezing depths. The 3 of them stood paralyzed in sheer shock. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from beneath the lake. Towering over the grunt monsters stood a colossus, a merman titan 100 times larger than the rest. It was a king-tier boss, the Icewind Merman Lord, level unknown. HP remaining at 100%. Hu Yan stammered, Is that the boss? Jiang Kai grimaced, crushed by the aura. The pressure is suffocating. Ruan Yu whispered, I'm terrified. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the fear. It was Hong Thong. Soldiers of the battlefield, The King-tier Icewind Merman has been lured from its lair. Prepare for war. Clad in shining armor and riding a beast, his roar shook the mountains. Victory here means not just glorious rewards, but securing territory for the Saint Divine. Protect your families from the beast tides of the future. Hoang Thong raised his blade to the heavens, radiating an aura of absolute command. For the present and for the future, we must do whatever it takes to seize victory, even in the face of death. The soldiers grip their weapons, stealing their souls. Warriors, the arrow has left the string. There is no turning back. With the intensity of a classic manhwa recap, Hoang Thong roared. Commence the attack. Instantly, a sea of soldiers charged the ice lake, chanting, "Kill, kill." Hiding behind a glacier shard, Yuan Zu turned to Jang Kai. "Captain, why aren't we retreating?" Hu Yan nodded in agreement. A battlefield of 200,000 people against a king-tier boss he shishes is insanity. Jiang Kai stood up abruptly, waving his hand. "No, not yet." A smirk played on Jiang Kai's lips. "With the war started, the royals won't have time to monitor me. Let's stay. It's not every day you witness a legendary boss raid." The vanguard charged, led by Bak Fan and Hao He Shishian, screaming for blood. Crack! Another explosion of ice and countless soldiers plummeted into the freezing water. A giant fish monster, with blood-red eyes and razor teeth, surfaced. It was a common-tier bipedal merman level 25. Hao He Shishian slammed on the brakes, his face pale, but he tried to maintain morale. "Don't panic, it's just a stinking fish. We have the numbers we can take." Before he could finish, a massive force yanked him into the air. The monster gripped him tight, lifting him toward its gaping maw. Hao He Shishian screamed, struggling wildly. "Save me!" The beast shoved him directly into its mouth. Crunch blood sprayed like a fountain. "It hurts. Someone help." His screams were cut short, replaced by the sickening sound of wet crunching. The other soldiers recoiled in horror. "What the hell? They eat humans. That's nightmare fuel." Hu Yan covered her mouth. "That was just a normal mob. How can it be this strong against an adventurer?" Yuan Zu added, "And it feels like their numbers are endless. It's a swarm." Jiang Kai's expression darkened. In this system, manhwa rumor has it that as long as the boss lives, the army will respawn infinitely. He watched the chaos intently. So the key isn't the clash between 200,000 adventurers and the fish army. Jiang Kai paused. Something fast was skimming across the ice. "It's up to the awakened." Two figures blurred past the soldiers, moving with the speed of arrows. The soldiers cheered at their arrival. Leading the charge was Tuan Keat, a fire user. "Focus. Our squad of 8 has breached the boss zone." The elite squad pushed their limits, channeling their energy while sprinting. Bak Nan led his team, flying straight for the Merman Lord. All members peak condition. Unleash everything you have. Weapons flashed, skills charged. Every attack was aimed squarely at the giant. "We need max damage on the boss," Hu Yan gasped. "So strong." "So this is the power of a high-level awakened?" Yuan Zu dropped his jaw. "Looks like the boss is going down." But Jang Kai looked down, his voice dropping to a whisper. "No, this is bad. Really bad." Jiang Kai looked up, his eyes glowing. Demon Eye of Focus activated. He scrutinized the Merman Lord. It stood firm, its eyes overflowing with murderous intent. "Their skills look flashy," Jiang Kai analyzed. "But through my demon eye, I see the truth. The merman is grinning. It's mocking them. They haven't even scratched its defense layer." A red system notification flashed. "Defense impenetrable." Tuan Kiet couldn't believe it. "What? Even the shield holds." Suddenly, a shadow loomed. The Merman Lord raised a massive hand and brought it down like the hammer of judgment. Boom. The ice shattered. The shockwave blasted the awakened away like ragdolls. Those who took the direct hit coughed up mouthfuls of blood. They plummeted from the sky, crashing hard against the frozen ground. The Merman Lord looked down at the insects, letting out a grotesque, satisfied growl. The rear guard and Jiang Kai's group screamed in unison. One hit. It wiped out 8. Awakened with a single strike, Jiang Kai grit his teeth, staring daggers at the monster. 8 elites. Gone. And it barely lifted a finger. Is this the true despair of a king-tier boss? Suddenly, a lone figure gripped a spear and charged forward. Jiang Kai was stunned. The squad was wiped out instantly, and now he's charging alone. Is he insane? Hu Yan screamed, "Don't do it." The warrior faced the titan head-on. The Merman Lord showed no mercy, hurling a massive trident straight at the challenger. Another soul extinguished the crowd, screamed in terror. He slammed on the brakes, driving his spear into the ice before launching himself forward. His spear collided with the trident, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The merfolk king's eyes widened. His unstoppable attack had been blocked. The onlookers gasped in unison, their minds reeling. Impossible. He actually withstood a direct hit from the dungeon boss. Gripping his lance, he scoffed coldly at the beast. You fool. Did you think my comrade died in vain? We sacrificed him to set the stage for your demise. Behold Zhang Feng, the supreme Sulan Lancer and the #1 powerhouse of the mighty Xuanwu Guild. As the monster recoiled, Zhang Feng advanced with the weight of vengeance. A system window materialized above him. Talent activated, blessing of the deceased. He Shishi's is the brutal nature of a system Manhwa. The conditions were grim. For every fallen awakened nearby, his power attributes surged by 25%. Without wasting a heartbeat, he vanished, reappearing instantly behind the beast. Gotcha, he growled. The creature couldn't track his godlike speed. The spear pierced scales and flesh. Lightning crackled, shattering the boss's energy shield as blood sprayed across the ice. The monster glared with pure hatred. Even Jiang Kai was impressed. Incredible power. He actually tore through the boss's absolute defense. Hope ignited within the soldiers. The great god can actually win this. Meanwhile, Huang Tong watched from afar, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Did you underestimate our guild? Those deaths weren't accidents. They were calculated sacrifices to fuel Zhang Feng's awakening. At that moment, Zhang Feng became a vessel of infinite energy, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Huang Tong's voice remained chillingly calm. He was already a one-man army. But now, with the blessing stacked, his combat power has skyrocketed by 200%. Zhang Feng charged again, eyes burning with spirit energy. He now possessed the combined might of 20 elite awakened warriors. He moved like a phantom. The boss was helpless against the onslaught, deep wounds appearing on its body with every flash of the spear. Victory is assured, Huang Tong declared. But as the main trio watched the duel, they failed to notice a dark shadow creeping up behind them. Finish him? Hu Yan cheered. But disaster struck. A level 32 elite merfolk assassin materialized from the shadows. Huang Da's tablet flashed crimson. Father, he screamed, staring at the blaring red alert. We're in trouble. A massive swarm is flanking us from the rear. Huang Tong turned pale. What did it summon? The Abyssal Army? Yes, hundreds of them, and every single one is an elite tier 3 monster. Panic seized the commander. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Jiang Feng was still locked in a death match with the king. His Shishi's was catastrophic. Jiang Feng could only fight freely because the rear guard was secure. The battlefield was perfectly divided. Huang Tong stammered, listing the tiers typical of a leveling Manhwa, common elite warlord commander and boss zones. We allocated forces to match each zone, creating a perfect stalemate to support the ace. But if our rear line collapses, chaos will consume us. Jiang Feng will lose his support and fall. And then, 200,000 souls will be slaughtered here. The screams of the dying already echoed in his imagination. Veins bulged on Huang Tong's forehead. He needs 30 minutes to slay the boss. We don't have that kind of time. When does the wave hit us? Huang Da frantically tapped his screen, scanning hostile signatures now. 10 minutes max, he cried in horror. Elsewhere, Jang Kai's spirit daggers tore through the air with lethal precision. The blade found its mark. Jang Kai blurred past, landing gracefully as he detonated the energy weapon with a snap of his fingers. System alert: elite merfolk eliminated. Captain Hu Yan trembled behind a rock. The spawn rate is insane. We need to retreat. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. Run away. He stood atop the cliff, gazing down at the frozen hellscape below. The battle lines were crumbling. Without an intervention, this entire raid would end in a total party wipe. A dark thought crossed his mind. The Huang family are my sworn enemies. Watching them burn would be sweet justice. Their doom was all but certain. So what's the play here? He muttered to the wind. But the fate of the Star Glory Guild and 200,000 innocent lives hangs in the balance. He closed his eyes, recalling the words of a mentor. We carry the weight of this world. When darkness rises, someone must stand against the monsters. Jiang Kai's eyes snapped open, blazing with resolve. Hu Yan Ruan Yu. Cancel the retreat. He strode forward, commanding the scene. I need you to pull aggro. Lure every single monster in the vicinity to my location. He raised his weapon, the protagonist of this awakening Manhwa, ready to defy logic. I will slaughter them all myself. His team stared in shock at his audacity. 10 minutes later, the defensive line had collapsed, and the common mobs were feasting on the soldiers. A soldier clutched his severed arm, weeping. Captain, it's over. The rear guard has fallen. The monsters are everywhere. If we get encircled, we're dead meat. We have to flee while we still can. The remaining survivors froze their bodies, broken and spirits crushed. Panic began to consume the ranks. That's right. If I die, I can't surf the web for a whole month, and if I can't earn money, my family gets kicked out onto the streets. Let's move, unless you all want a total party wipe. A figure clad in heavy armor cape fluttering in the wind stepped to the front. Hold your ground. There is no need to flee. The retreating soldiers froze and turned back. Captain, a soldier shouted, voice trembling. Have you not noticed? It has been 10 minutes since the siren for the Sea Folk invasion yet. The battlefield is empty. The captain gazed toward the mountain range, eyes narrowing. Not a single enemy has appeared. What in the world is happening out there? The others stared at the frozen wasteland, confusion written on their faces. Why hasn't the vanguard arrived? One whispered. Could a high-tier awakener be intercepting them in the rear? Impossible, another replied. The royal family didn't station any troops in that sector. The captain furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of the chaos. He shishis implies a powerhouse is active behind enemy lines. But to stop an army of that magnitude, it would take a squad of elite adventurers fighting with their lives on the line. Meanwhile, back at the fierce battle, Jiang Kai was casually jogging while a horde of elite mer warriors roared in pursuit, their jaws snapping at his heels. Jiang Kai didn't even look back. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, forming a smile of absolute confidence. He touched down on the ice light as a feather. In one fluid motion, he dropped to one knee and spun around, facing the tidal wave of monsters head-on. Crimson energy exploded from his hand. With a burst of speed, he cleaved the nearest beast in two. The massive creature, meters tall, was incinerated into ash before Jiang Kai even finished his landing. Jang Kai dusted off his hands and sighed. I've already killed over 20, but they keep coming one by one. He shishis. Grinding speed is painfully slow. A holographic window popped up. Adventurer Jiang Kai has slain elite mer warriors X2. Just then, Hu Yan came sprinting and screaming. Captain Jiang Kai, save me. I brought the whole mob like you asked. Yuan Zu was right behind him, lungs bursting. Captain, I'm over here too. I brought friends. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, mana surging into his arms. Perfect. Leave the rest to me. You two get to safety. Hu Yan looked back, terrified. Captain, are you insane? Look at those numbers. Can you really kill them all? Yuan Zu added. Yeah? You looked exhausted after killing just 2 of them earlier. Jiang Kai glanced at the encroaching army and scoffed. Taking them out one by one was indeed a waste of energy. He dashed through the enemy lines, sparks of mana dancing around him. But you guys don't understand, he muttered, eyes glowing with killing intent. Compared to single target attacks, I prefer AoE. As the words left his lips, the earth shattered. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield. The system board lit up like a Christmas tree. System Manhwa alert: Jiang Kai has annihilated elite mer warriors X257. Hu, Yan, and Yuan Zu clung to each other, jaws on the floor. What was that? Is this Captain Jiang Kai's true power? Holy cow, he's only level 10. He shishes is straight out of a broken leveling manhwa. At that moment, Hong Thong's squad arrived just in time to see the pillar of fire piercing the sky. The sheer power left them trembling. The rear guard, why are there explosions in the rear? Huang Wei pointed at the radar, panic rising. Father, the red dots representing the merfolk. They vanished. Did the military reinforcements arrive early? Hong Thong frowned deeply. The military? Impossible. He calculated the time. I just contacted them. There was no way they could mobilize this fast. He squinted at the fading smoke, then made a command decision. Ignore it for now. If the army is here, tell the main force to focus. We need Tuang Fong to secure the kill on the boss without distractions. Sir, yes sir. The team responded in unison. Half an hour later, Tuang Fong drove his blade into the boss, the pressure creating a massive shockwave. The system chimed, target HP remaining 65%. The support team cheered. Beautiful. The boss is down to its last third of health. We have this in the bag. Suddenly, the air grew heavy. The boss roared, slamming the ground and catching Tuang Fong off guard. Huang Wei screamed, watch out. When the boss hits 1/3 HP, it enters phase 2 berserk mode. His warning hung in the air. In this awakening manhwa scenario, a berserk boss has attack speeds that are physically impossible to dodge. Tuang Fong had no choice but to tank the hits. Victory wasn't the goal right now, survival was. He gritted his teeth as the barrage of blows forced him back, blood spraying from his lips. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Anyone could see that Tuang Fong was at his limit. The system alarm blared, Adventurer Tuang Fong HP 5%. The battlefield fell silent. Was the great god about to fall? Tuang Fong glared at the beast and growled, you filth! Did you really think your pathetic damage was enough to send me to hell? A golden aura erupted from his body. Superhuman talent battle will armor Tuang Fong roared. Come at me, the boss's attacks rained down on the armor with metallic clangs. Damage immune. Simultaneously, the boss began taking massive recoil damage. Jiang Kai, watching from the shadows, raised an eyebrow. Now, that is some sturdy armor. Not just damage immunity, but damage reflection. Is that his awakened talent? The royal team cheered wildly. We can win. Keep pushing. Huang Thong puffed out his chest. I told you, Tuang Fong is the ace I handpicked for this mission. His talent reflects 50% of all damage for 90 seconds. And since the boss is in a berserk frenzy with high attack speed, it's basically killing itself. Another notification chimed. Boss HP, 35%. Huang Thong smirked. The faster the beast attacks, the faster it dies. He laughed triumphantly. It lost 30% of its life in seconds. Just a little longer, and this boss and its loot belongs to the royal family. Suddenly, the merman boss changed its stance. While Tuang Fong was bracing for impact, the creature launched a palm strike that bypassed his guard completely. The force penetrated the battle armor and slammed directly into his chest. Tuang Fong was launched hundreds of meters, plowing a trench into the earth. His chest was caved in, breath shallow. The crowd went deathly silent. What just happened? Did the great god just lose? The boss used a hidden skill, armor-breaking tentacle. Huang Thong fell to his knees, face pale. I was too careless. I didn't know this monster had armor penetration capabilities. Hong Dat rushed to support him. Father disbelief washed over the raid party. How did no one scout that skill? The Mystic Tortoise Guild was now in total chaos. It was over. The entire formation relied on Tuang Fong holding the line. If their main tank fell now, this raid was a guaranteed wipe. Even Jiang Kai felt the weight of the situation. The shadow of despair swallowed the battlefield. The Xuanwu Guild members screamed in terror. Healer, anyone, our ace is down. We can't win this. What do we do? Run for your lives. Elsewhere, the sickening screech of steel clashing against buckling shields pierced the air. Li Bu gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming under the pressure. Yuan Zu too. Su Nuan. Forgive me. The force of the blow sent him skidding backward. I never should have brought you two here. Bitter regret tasted like ash in his mouth. I just wanted to prove a point. I wanted to show you I was stronger than Jiang Kai. He wouldn't have led you to your deaths. But I did. The fishman warrior crushed him down. I'm a failure of a captain. Su Nuan's voice cracked in a scream. Captain Li Bu, she wailed, tears streaming down her face. Someone, anyone, please save our captain. She felt utterly useless. I have 0 spirit power left. I can't heal him. The battlefield was a slaughterhouse. The boss was untouched and the sea of monsters was endless. If a miracle didn't happen right now, this would be their grave. Every last one of them. The fishman's blade pierced Li Bu's defense. Time seemed to slow. Was this really the end? The monster's maw opened wide, ready to devour him. Li Bu closed his eyes in prayer. Is there no one left? Suddenly, a flash of light, blazing flames tore through the sky like a descending meteor. Li Bu's eyes snapped open. The fishman in front of him didn't just die, it exploded into a mist of blood and gore mid-air. Chunks of monster flesh rained down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Bu sat frozen. Then, a calm, familiar voice drifted from behind him. All three of them looked up, gasping. It couldn't be. Jiang Kai. He moved past them like a phantom, his words trailing in the wind. Yuan Zu tu Su Nuan. Long time no see. I'm heading for the boss. Stay safe. Yuan Zu trembled, his brain short-circuiting. Did he just say he's going to solo the boss? Am I hearing things? He stared at Jiang Kai's retreating back, gritting his teeth. Wait. Why can I sense his exact location on my mental map? Su Nuan nodded frantically. I can see it too. The cacophony of war filled the air, but then silence. 200,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu Guild froze in unison. A ripple of confusion went through the army. Hold on. Why do I feel a presence nearby? Me too. It's like a beacon pinging in my mind. It's the bloodthirsty killer effect. Ho and Han and Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yu screamed from the backlines. Captain Jang Kai, what the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten your current status? With that title, active 200,000 players can track you down instantly. It was too late. Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto the glowing red marker. The mob's fear turned to greed. Holy crap. It's the bloodthirsty killer. I thought we were dead, but this is a Manhwa recap moment. Come to life. Huge XP. If we kill him, forget the fishman. Let's take his head before the monsters get to us. Kill him. A tsunami of players abandoned the front line to hunt Jang Kai. But just as they closed in, he stopped. His eyes widened, and a thunderous boom shook the heavens. In the distance, Yuan Zu went pale. No way. Did they get him? Nuan choked back a sob. Jiang Kai. But then a gust of wind cleared the smoke. Jang Kai smirked untouched. That was just a basic strike. And you couldn't even handle that. Violent aura swirled around him as he surged forward again. Behind him, players were sent flying, clutching their chests, HP bars plummeting. How is his damage output so high? Isn't he just a rookie with barely any levels? Seeing him unharmed, Nuan, and Yuan Zu cheered wildly. He's alive. He swatted them away like flies. He actually handled them. He's a monster. Li Bu staggered to his feet, his worldview shattering. Is that really the Jiang Kai I knew? He just face-tanked a mob of level 20 elites without a scratch. That shouldn't be possible. Nearby, Hoangdat jumped in shock. Father, I just got the notification. Jiang Kai wiped out the squad, and it looks like he's charging straight for the boss. Ho Hong Thong couldn't believe his ears. Jiang Kai, why is he interfering now? Does he actually think he can solo that thing? Whatever, forget him. We need to focus on minimizing our casualties. Hongdot nodded, but anxiety gnawed at his gut. Why do I have this bad feeling? Why does a part of me believe he's actually going to pull this off? Ignoring the chaos, Jiang Kai tore deep into enemy lines. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. I guess I couldn't just stand by and watch. My body moved on its own, helping the Huang family take down a boss. That's a first. But then General Wei Eng's words echoed in his memory. If Saint Glory is ever in peril, I hope you will fight for this nation. Jiang Kai smiled bitterly. I have the strength, sure. But who in their right mind would let me lead the Royal Guard? The country is in crisis. We need this territory. We need these resources. And I happen to have a little extra power to spare. He accelerated, his figure blurring into a streak of lightning cutting through the wind. AI brain, he commanded. Activate the consumable skill. Casino PB. Effect. For every adventurer focusing their attention on you, steal 0.1% of their total attributes and stack them onto your own. Duration 30 minutes, after which all stolen stats disappear permanently. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed in thought. When I first got this item, I thought it was trash. Stealing only a fraction of a percent, it seemed useless in a one-on-one duel. But in a massive war zone like this, it's a god-tier ability. Especially since I'm currently flagged as a bloodthirsty killer. Every single player on this battlefield is staring right at me. The voices of the crowd washed over him. Why is a red player here? I can sense him. He's right there. Target locked. The system chimed. Absorbing 0.1% total attributes from all observers. 0.1% is nothing on its own, Jang Kai thought, glancing at the sea of hostile faces pointing at him. There he is. Get him. He grinned, a predator watching his prey. But there are over 200,000 people here. A pillar of fire erupted into the heavens. And every single one of them is now my battery. Even if each of the 200,000 people only steals 0.1%, once combined, it becomes a god-tier calamity. System alert. Adventurer Jiang Kai detected. Class level 20 gambler. Strength 30,000. Vitality 20,000. Agility 60,000. Spirit 40,000. Defense 3 billion. And a critical hit rate of 0.1% with 20,000% damage. Huang Da glared at the radar veins, popping. Damn it, Dad. Jiang Kai is rushing straight for the boss. Does he actually think he can snatch that kill? Huang Tong's expression darkened. Impossible. He pointed a trembling finger at the screen. Look, my scanner shows his stats spiking to terrifying levels. His total power might even surpass Jiang Feng. What? Huang Tong gasped, terror gripping his heart. Jiang Kai entered the kill zone. A warlord tier, jagged tooth monster lunged. System flash. Warlord tier, shark tooth fishman level 51. He-she-she's is the thrill of a leveling manhwa. Jaws wide enough to swallow the world snapped shut. Huang Da watched in disbelief. He's not even dodging. He's facing a warlord tier beast head-on. Huang Tong frowned. I don't know if those stats are a glitch or real, but that shark tooth bite is a skill that even level 60 adventurers fear. The monster's maw descended like a guillotine, ready to crush him. He ends here, Huang Tong declared coldly. But Jiang Kai clenched his fist. He roared, "Get out of my way," and slammed a bare fist straight into the beast's chest. The crowd froze in shock. Did you see that? No weapon, just raw power. Did he just one-shot a warlord tier beast with his fist? Are those stats actually real? The massive carcass crashed down, sending shockwaves of fear through the enemy ranks on the battlefield. Can he actually solo the boss? A classic Manhwa recap moment. System update. Jiang Kai has entered the Commander Zone A level 74 Commander tier fishman locked onto him. It swatted the Xuanwu guild members aside, like flies. It opened its mouth, blasting a sonic wave straight at Jiang Kai. Pain exploded in his skull. His head felt like it would burst. Huang Da scoffed. Arrogant fool. You need special gear to survive a commander's roar. What good are raw stats now? Huang Tong sneered. That kid knows nothing about raids. He's just a greedy kill stealer. The commander fishman leaped a mountain of muscle crashing down. Huang Tong pronounced his death sentence. Just a delusional dreamer. From the distance, Su Nuan and Yuan Zu screamed Jang Kai, but Ruan Yu, still drunk on a massive keg of beer, saw his captain in danger. Rage boiled in his gut. Smoke fumed from his nose as he charged. I am Ruan Yu, and I will never be weaker than anyone in this lifetime. Ruan Yu threw a wild punch while screaming, hey beautiful, I'm just as good as my captain, aren't I? Stop looking only at him. Boom. Two forces collided. Both Ruan Yu and the commander were blasted back, but he bounced right back up, roaring, am I not high quality enough for you? Let me give you a kiss of true cross-species love. Ruan Yu bear-hugged the monster. No one's gonna blow up my wife this time. He puckered up face, flushed red, and planted a sloppy kiss right on the monster's razor-sharp teeth. The commander froze, paralyzed by sheer confusion. Enraged, the fishman slammed Ruan Yu into the ground, but the tank crawled up with a goofy grin. Feisty. I love a woman with a bad temper. System alert. Skill drunken life. Dreaming death. Activated damage received is massively reduced, but sanity is now 0. A classic system Manhwa mechanic. Huang Tong and Huang Da turned pale. That's one of the generals of IG. The crowd dropped their jaws. He ignored the commander's roar, and he tanked a direct hit. Who is this guy who can make a monster hate him so much? Jiang Kai watched in bewilderment. Why on earth did Ruan Yu follow me here? I told you two not to follow me. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. Captain, did you think we'd let you fight alone? Hu Yan dashed in, energy gathering in her hands. Witness my invincible rain dance technique. She shoved Jiang Kai out of harm's way. Captain, get back. Ruan Yu can't hold on forever. The level gap is too huge. Meanwhile, the drunkard was still chasing the monster. Wifey, come back to Papa, Jiang Kai whispered. You too. A mix of exasperation and warmth filled his chest. I really can't handle you guys. On the peak, Hu Yan summoned the storm. The Xuanwu guild members looked up in confusion. Is that woman using a rain dance here? What kind of joke is this? Does she think rain kills fishmen? Jiang Kai smirked confidently. I'll leave this stage to them. Hu Yan sneered. Don't you idiots know basic physics? Someone pointed at the sky, screaming. Wait, look up. That's not right. Another screamed. That's not rain. That's a massive hailstorm. Razor-sharp shards of ice tore through the air, screaming like banshees. Chaos erupted. Are you kidding me? He-she-she's isn't rain dance, it's an ice explosion spell. Why is there no friendly fire setting? Save us. Hu Yan laughed maniacally, praising herself. Using rain prayer in this freezing zone naturally creates giant ice boulders. It's science. I used to have 0 attack skills. But now I'm soloing 200,000 people. I am absolutely magnificent. She shouted over the storm. Captain Jang Kai, you said it yourself, didn't you? If I control the crowd, the enemy becomes a sitting duck for you. My ice storm has aggroed the fishmen. They can't roar or attack now. Go kill the boss. Jang Kai froze. He looked around. Every fishman was pinned down by the ice. Hu Yan continued. Remember, Captain, we are a team. You don't have to fight the world alone. Realization hit Jang Kai like a lightning bolt. A true awakening Manhwa moment. The Xuanwu Guild took the opening to strike the weakened commander, finally bringing the beast down. Ruan Yu wailed in the background. You murderers, you killed my wife. Jiang Kai chuckled softly. That's right. Why did I ever think I was alone? Flames danced at his fingertips, hungry for destruction. Jiang Kai whispered. Apologies. Hon Han Ruan Yu. I clearly misjudged your resolve. But I'll remember this, you brats. A torrent of fire erupted, turning the icy slope into a blazing hellscape. Jiang Kai roared, I'll handle the trash first. The Hoang duo stared in absolute terror. What the hell? In a blink, the elite fishmen were obliterated. The Black Tortoise Guild couldn't believe their eyes. It took 10 of their squads just to hold the line until now. Li Bu's squad screamed in pure adrenaline. Is he a human or a monster? He shishies is insane. Jang Kai didn't stop. He tore through the battlefield like a gale force wind. He analyzed his stats. My attributes have spiked to a terrifying degree. In this system, Manhwa reality, if I land a critical hit now, not even a heavenly king could stop me. His pace slowed a chilling aura, leaking from his very soul. Finally, I'm standing right in front of you. You looked intimidating from afar, but up close, you're just one ugly freak. The system chimed boss health at 35%. Hong Thong panicked. Impossible. That kid actually reached the boss. The crowd erupted. Does he have a death wish? Hon Han screamed. Captain Jiang Kai grinned, got it, and launched himself like a cannonball. The Fishman King's eyes snapped open. Li Bu shouted, "It's over." The boss entered berserk mode. The speed and damage output. Jiang Kai can't tank that. A flurry of attacks rained down, but Jiang Kai was a ghost in the wind. He weaved through the razor-sharp strikes with terrifying elegance. Jiang Kai thought, is this supposed to be fast? It's moving in slow motion. Why did the royal ace treat this like an impossible awakening Manhwa boss fight? He vaulted right onto the boss's weapon. Jiang Kai smirked, staring into the beast's soul. The guild members looked like they'd seen a ghost. Did I just hallucinate that? Li Bu was floored. Not a single hit connected. That kid literally perfect dodged every single attack. Hon Han's team cheered wildly. That's our captain, while the Hoang stood frozen. He's faster than the boss. Jiang Kai sprinted up the blade, bone spikes erupting from his hands. A flash of light. The boss's tail stabbed from behind. Jiang Kai soared into the air, roaring. Too slow. He spun, descending with double the velocity. Get lost. A massive explosion rocked the sky as he smashed the tail. He landed. System alert, target health at 25%. The Black Tortoise Guild's jaws hit the floor. It dropped from 35 to 25. That bloodthirsty maniac shaved off 10% in a single hit. The Hoang brothers were paralyzed. Even Tung Fong would need 10 minutes for that damage. Li Bu turned pale. What kind of insane power is this? Boom. The fishman slammed its weapon down, rising to its full height. Jiang Kai stood his ground, man versus monster, locking eyes. The Huang squad trembled in fear. What is this? Tung Fong wouldn't even dare face the boss head-on? Li Bu realized. Wait, is that kid not even using his full power yet? Jiang Kai sneered at the beast. Oh, look at you. Finally figured out how to use your legs, ugly. The monster inhaled and unleashed a deafening roar. Layer upon layer of sonic waves blasted out, shaking the entire icy mountain range. Jiang Kai sidestepped. Same old tricks won't work on me. The beast thrust its weapon forward again. The strike shattered the earth, sending debris flying. The guild members braced themselves, terrified. That power. Surely the bloodthirsty killer is dead this time. Jiang Kai laughed. Dead who? The fishman looked down in shock. Its massive weapon had been snapped in two. Jiang Kai roared. You picked the wrong opponent. The beast huffed in fury. Jiang Kai walked out of the dust cloud, his voice dripping with ice. You look confused. Don't know how to fight without your toy. Chaos erupted on the battlefield. What? He actually destroyed a boss-tier weapon. What kind of monster is he? Has anyone ever broken a boss weapon on a demon star before? Crimson claws extended from Jiang Kai's hands. He cracked his neck. I'm done playing games. Wasting time on you is an insult. Let's wrap this up, shall we? Streaks of fire tore through the air. The sparks transformed into devastating bombs, sticking to the beast and detonating with flesh-tearing force. The monster collapsed to one knee, roaring in agony. System alert, target health dropped to 15%. Jiang Kai showed no mercy. Fire swept across the beast's remaining leg. And the other one? Another massive explosion drowned out the monster's screams. System alert, target health at 5%. Embers swirled around him like vengeful spirits. Jiang Kai's voice dropped an octave. That look on your face. Realizing you messed up. Why are you still looking at me like I'm beneath you? I've hated that arrogant fishman king face of yours for a long time. Thousands of firebolts pierced the wind, hammering into the beast's limbs. The Huang brothers couldn't speak. Li Bu's team held their breath. The fishman swayed, smoke rising from its charred flesh. Hon Han smirked. He's down. With a thunderous crash, the boss collapsed onto the freezing snow. Jiang Kai stood tall like a god of war. The boss was a wreck, limbs severed, body trembling on the ground. It gasped for air. The system screeched health at 0.1%. Hoang Thong shook violently. The battlefield exploded into noise. What he shishis feels like the climax of a leveling manhwa. He soloed the boss without taking a scratch. Suddenly, footsteps approached. An oppressive voice cut through the air. Lo Tuan, didn't you say? Hoang Thong begged for military aid. Why does it look like they don't need us at all? It was the commander of Jiangtrung City, accompanied by Black Hawk Vice Commander Hawk Thun and Lo Tuan, both transcendence. Lo Tuan fell silent. True. I never expected the tide of battle to be turned by the young man the commander took an interest in. He gazed at Jiang Kai, standing amidst the flames. The silver rain has stopped. It's time to end the boss. Huang Thong snapped out of his trance. He screamed, no, the boss is one hit away. We cannot let Jiang Kai get the kill. He barked the order. Black Tortoise Guild, listen up. Forget the mobs. At all costs, kill that bloodthirsty assassin immediately. Huang Thong's face twisted in malice as he roared his ultimatum. Whoever takes the head of that bloodthirsty assassin gets 50 million. But hear this, if you let that wretch steal the boss kill. Huang Thong's eyes burned with greed. Not a single one of you will see a copper coin. The guild erupted in chaos. Are you insane? Panic rippled through the crowd. I don't care about the 50 million, but if I walk away empty-handed, my family starves next month. Exactly, my child's medical bills won't pay themselves. Desperation took hold. Forget the fishmen, kill the assassin first, or we're all dead. The mob mentality snapped into place. Awakening to their grim reality, thousands charged forward. Kill him, slaughter the bloodthirsty assassin. The earth trembled under their stampede. Ignoring the monsters, the army of players flooded the battlefield like a tidal wave of madness. From the high peak, Jang Kai watched the black swarm approach, kicking up a storm of white dust. His gaze turned cold. The royal family can't kill the boss themselves, so they hold the livelihoods of these people hostage to force my hand. Disgusting. He glanced at the fallen figure beside him. You still conscious? Jiang Kai hoisted the man up. Hey, ace of the royal guild. You haven't kicked the bucket yet, have you? Tuang Feng blinked confused. Bloodthirsty assassin. Why help me? He coughed. You crippled the boss. Why didn't you finish it off? Jiang Kai scoffed. I excel at draining a monster's HP bar. Jiang Kai shrugged nonchalantly. But who said I was interested in fighting you lot for the final trophy? If I take the boss, your guild loses face. But if I let you fail, 20,000 families lose their income. Jiang Kai dragged Tuang Feng toward the dying beast. Jiang Kai's voice was firm. You represent the royals, right? He shoved Tuang Feng forward. Then go, deliver the final strike and be the hero. Tuang Feng was stunned. What? You? High on the peak, Jiang Kai looked down like a king. Hurry up. If you don't kill it, that mob will chop me into sashimi. Do it for my sake. Tuang Feng took a heavy step toward the Fishman Lord. Fine. I understand. He roared, his aura flaring. And, thank you. Gathering every ounce of his remaining mana, he unleashed a devastating palm strike. The beast didn't even open its eyes before letting out a final gut-wrenching wail. The blue interface snapped open. HP dropped to absolute zero. The Fishman Lord's death cry pierced the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the iceberg. A system Manhwa notification chimed across the battlefield. Server announcement: Tuang Feng of the Black Tortoise Guild has slain the king-tier boss. The crowd froze. Wait, not the assassin. The great god Tuang Feng did it. The massive body of the fishman shattered into particles of light, drifting away like snow. The remaining fishman army leaderless dove back into the deep waters in terror. They're retreating. We won. Joy exploded among the players. Our ace actually got the last hit. Why didn't the assassin steal it? Who cares? That means we get our paychecks. Hoang Thong stood there, dumbfounded. What just happened? We? One Hoang Dat's eyes widened in realization. Did that brat? Did Jang Kai intentionally yield the boss to us? The image of Jang Kai standing alone on the peak flashed through everyone's mind. The battlefield erupted in cheers. He gave up the glory for us. We actually won. That bloodthirsty assassin. He's actually a saint. He gave up a boss kill for the common people. That's true chivalry. Anyone who touches our benefactor answers to me. Su Nuan, and Yuan Zu watched with starry eyes. Holy crap, Captain Jang Kai is insanely cool. That was the most heroic thing I've ever seen. So handsome. Li Bu shook his head in awe. Seeing is believing. I officially bow down to Jiang Kai. He is the true MVP of this war. Hu Yen grinned from ear to ear. See that? My captain is benevolent, generous. Now, do you understand the caliber of my leader? He's in a league of his own. Suddenly the mood shifted. The crowd turned their glare toward the Royal Guild. Wait a minute. She shrinking back? The royals threatened to starve us just now. Absolutely vile. They wanted us to be cannon fodder, and if their command failed, they wanted us to pay the price. Curses began to fly. Get down here, you capitalist dogs. She shink money makes you gods. Come down here and 1v1 me, you cowards. I'm quitting the Black Tortoise Guild. Me too? I'm out. Hoang Dat turned pale, looking at his father. Father, this is a disaster. If 20,000 members quit and badmouth us, our reputation is ruined. Hoang Thong ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. Damn it all, I will engrave the name Jiang Kai into my bones. He spun around furious. We're leaving. Next time, I will make Jiang Kai pay a bloody price. Huang Dat bowed his head. Yes, father. Meanwhile, Tuong Fong extended a hand. I'm Tuong Fong. I owe you a life debt. He looked at the MC with curiosity. But I have to ask. But your stats? Jiang Kai shook his hand firmly. I'm Jiang Kai. And those stats, just a temporary buff from a one-time skill. Tuong Fong's eyes widened. Is that so? I didn't know a consumable skill could be that overpowered. Jiang Kai lied smoothly. It's not that great. Once it's gone, it's gone. Tuong Fong pressed on. Then you are. But the two were too distracted to notice the ominous cracking sound beneath their feet. The ice was splitting apart. Jiang Kai continued his bluff. I just wanted to exploit the boss's penalty mechanics, that's all. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupted from the ice, wrapping tight around his body and dragging him down. Tuong Fong screamed in horror. Jiang Kai, the MC, was locked in place, unable to move a muscle, watching helplessly as the freezing darkness swallowed him whole. Jiang Kai. Hu Yan sprinted to the scene, panic in her eyes. Captain, what happened to my captain? Tuong Fong fell to his knees, his face pale with guilt. I was too careless. Jiang Kai is your team leader? Hu Yan nodded frantically. Yes, Tuong Fong trembled, his voice breaking. I'm sorry, I have terrible news. There is a high probability. Jiang Kai has triggered the boss's death vengeance. Hu Yan's face drained of color. Death vengeance. Tuong Fong explained, his voice hollow. It is a hidden mechanic of certain king-tier bosses. Even in death, their grudge persists. He shuddered violently. The adventurer targeted faces a punishment worse than hell. Torture until death is just the beginning. The trauma is so severe that even after respawning on Earth, the mind often shatters. Tuong Fong closed his eyes, recalling the crimson warnings of legend. It was a fate no gamer ever wanted to face. A cruel and merciless ending. Hu Yan peered into the dark abyss, tears streaming down her face. Captain, is he going to end up like that? She sobbed uncontrollably. No, stop. A desperate scream echoed from the depths. Captain Jiang Kai. Down in the darkness, Jiang Kai groaned. Agony. Pure agony. It feels like my bones are being crushed to dust. He forced his eyes open. Where am I? To his horror, he was hanging upside down in the void. Below him, the gaping maw of the Fishman Lord waited, ready to devour him for eternity. The monstrosity locked eyes with him as slithering tendrils bored into his flesh, violating his very senses. Agony spiked through his skull. Something was clawing its way inside. Damn it, the pain. Suddenly, a red alert flashed before his eyes. His temporary cheat skill, gambler's hegemony, and all those stolen stats were about to vanish. Warning, 20 seconds remaining until attribute transfer fails. The countdown began like a death knell. 20, 19, 18. His eyes snapped open. I get it now. I'm being digested alive. The only reason I haven't been crushed yet is because of these buffed stats holding my body together. The clock kept ticking. 17, 16, 15. Realization hit him like a truck. The moment the buff drops, he's a dead man. The merman's vengeful spirit screeched in his mind, die with me. The system UI flickered wildly. It was the boss's lingering grudge. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, forcing his body into a spectral form. 14. He shisherteen. Just then, a blade of light slashed through the darkness, severing the tentacles binding him. He plummeted, gravity taking hold. 12, 11, 10, 9. Jiang Kai looked down at his hands in shock. Did the spectral shift purge the parasites? Is my body recovering? The countdown showed no mercy. 7, 6. The merman's ghost roared, die, I will drag you to hell. The end was seconds away. 5, 4, 3. Jiang Kai clenched his jaw. No, my body is too weak to outrun this. I have to go all in. I have to burn every ounce of these stolen attributes right now. He grabbed his spikes, channeling every last drop of borrowed power. It was a Hail Mary shot, fueled by pure desperation. Jiang Kai roared. Let's see who dies first. Flames spiraled into a vortex of destruction, swelling into a massive sun. The fireball detonated. A shockwave obliterated the darkness. The clock hit 2, 1. The merman's phantom dissolved into smoke and bone ash. Silence returned. Jiang Kai exhaled, trembling. Is it finally over? But then the AI brain materialized out of thin air. Congratulations! You have survived the Merman Lord's death curse. You have unlocked a Manhwa recap exclusive, The Secret Treasure Realm. A holographic display lit up. Welcome to the subterranean Merman Kingdom. Jiang Kai blinked, and the world shifted. He was standing before the gates of a majestic underwater palace. Gloomy currents draped over the scene like a cold shroud. The system announced he Shishis is the secret vault of the Frost Merman Lord. Jiang Kai frowned, assessing the situation. So this is the boss's stash. The AI chimed in. Self-destruct sequence initiated. You have 10 minutes to loot and escape before the hall collapses. Panic flared in his chest. What? Another countdown. What happens if I don't make it out? The AI's voice was devoid of mercy. Failure to escape results in death. All obtained loot will be forfeited. Only the survivors get to keep the spoils. The AI vanished. Jiang Kai stood frozen. It's already started. He took a deep breath, his gamer instincts kicking in. He steeled himself. Fine, it's just a smash and grab run, right? Loot everything and run like hell. Determination burned in his eyes. High risk, high reward. Jiang Kai pushed the heavy doors open. Golden light spilled out, blinding him. The room was a dragon's hoard, mountains of gold coins, gems, and artifacts piled to the ceiling. System notification jackpot. Found 3 bottles of Merman's secret elixir. Consumption increases total attributes by 60 points. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. He downed them like shots of water. No time to think, just drink. The system pinged. Do you wish to allocate your new attribute points? Dump it all into agility, he commanded. Speed was life right now. Suddenly, he spotted a glowing chest. Rare boss chest discovered. His eyes sparkled with greed. He Shishis is insane. Look at all this loot. Everything here is at least A rank. He checked the clock, 7 minutes left. If I sprint, I can grab the good stuff, but the system had a cruel twist. Friendly reminder, treasure chests in this realm vanish after 90 seconds. Gather them immediately. Jang Kai screamed in frustration. Are you kidding me? The chests have their own timer. A secondary countdown started ticking. 90, 89, 88. Jang Kai turned into a blur, snatching items like a madman. Faster, faster. 90 seconds later, he collapsed on a pile of gold, gasping for air. System ping. Congratulations. Found tears of repentance. 10 drops will cleanse the bloodthirsty killer status. Before the notification could finish, Jiang Kai shot up. The cure he Shishi's trip was worth every second. Down the hatch. He danced around the room in pure joy. Not only did he get rich, but he also cleared his red name status. He Shishis is the ultimate win. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto an item hidden in a wall recess. Curiosity piqued, he grabbed it. The system glowed gold. Congratulations, you have discovered a special class change recipe. He Shishi's item allows for a special awakening at level 20. Note, adventurers must change classes at level 20 to continue leveling Manhwa progression. His jaw dropped. No way. He Shishis is the key to my special class advancement. He Shishis changes everything. Meanwhile, back on the surface cliff, it had been 2 days since the battle. By a makeshift memorial for Jiang Kai, sobbing could be heard in the wind. The captain hasn't come up, Hu Yan cried. Is he really gone, like Jiang Feng said? They wept, convinced their leader had perished in the explosion. Heaven is jealous of true talent, they wailed. Poor captain, what a tragic end. Suddenly, a hand clawed its way up from the abyss, gripping the cliff edge. Ruan Yu was still sniffling, but Hu Yan grabbed a rock, eyes narrowing. Ruan Yu, watch out. A fish monster is trying to climb up. Ruan Yu's sorrow turned to rage. He grabbed a stone too. We won't let some stinking fish ruin the captain's funeral. That's right, I'll guard his grave with my life. Bonk, a rock smashed onto the climber's head. A familiar scream echoed from the cliffside. Jang Kai roared. You psychos, do you know how hard it was to climb out of there? Hearing that voice, the 2 mourners froze. Wait, that voice sounds suspiciously familiar. But adrenaline took over, and they kept throwing rocks while screaming, Die, you ugly fish. He Shishis is for the captain. Laughter and curses echoed through the mountains. Jiang Kai scrambled over the edge, chasing them with a mix of fury and relief. It's been a while, you idiots. It had only been a day, but it felt like a lifetime. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu shrieked and ran. Their laughter warmed the freezing mountain air. From afar, it looked like friends playing tag. In reality, Jiang Kai was on a warpath. You traitors, were you trying to finish the job? Do you have any idea the hell I had to climb through to get here? And yet you trash dared to raise a hand against me. But moments later, their arrogant laughter turned to screams of agony, echoing off the icy peaks. Please, we didn't mean to do it. Have mercy. Meanwhile, at base 18 of Jiangzhong City, the gateway to the ghost planet, a grave report was being delivered. Well, has the target Jiang Kai been located offline yet? Black God's voice was grim. Not yet, sir. However, we have discovered the anomaly behind his sudden surge in stats. It appears he utilized a disposable artifact. A one-time burst of power that cannot be replicated. Wei Ying nodded slowly. That explains the impossible numbers. If a mere level 20 novice can generate tens of thousands of stat points effortlessly, then perhaps we veteran awakeners should just retire in shame and be done with it. Lu Jun interjected with a scoff. But logic dictates that anyone targeted by a boss monster's vengeance is already dead. Their icon should be grayed out. Is Jang Kai suffering eternal torture instead of death? Black God frowned. Could anyone survive such agony for this long? I say the kid is finished. Wei Ying waved his hand dismissively. No. Do not judge this anomaly by the laws of ordinary men. His voice dropped to a low rumble. You are all ignoring one other possibility. What if he didn't just survive the boss's vengeance? What if he conquered the lair and claimed the boss's secret hoard? Black God immediately rejected the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the 50 years since the ghost planet manifested, only a handful of legends have survived a vengeance event and looted the secret treasure. And every single one of them was a top-tier awakener. Lu Jun agreed. Exactly. Jiang Kai has only been logged into the ghost planet for a single month. The odds of a rookie surviving that calamity are 0. Only Wei Ying remained unconvinced. He leaned back, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Is that so? My instincts scream that he has done the impossible. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Su Lanlan rushed in, gasping for air. Commander Wei Ying. That person. He is listing items on the global exchange. All three commanders spun around, confusion written on their faces. Lu Jun and Black God barked out. Who? Since when does opening a private shop require such panic? Su Lanlan screamed in excitement. It is Jiang Kai. It is really him. Not only is he alive, he has unlocked a private merchant space on the ghost planet. The total value of his listing exceeds 400 million Saint Glory coins. Lu Jun and Black God turned pale. What did you say? Seconds later, the group swarmed the monitors to view Jiang Kai's shop. Lu Jun and Black God stood frozen in shock. Look at the data. He just offloaded 1.8 kilograms of nether green ore in seconds. That transaction alone is worth 18 million Saint Glory coins. Their jaws hit the floor. And look there. A 3-kilogram chunk of special black iron crystal. Just sold for 63 million. Reinforced ironstone dark mystery crystal obsidian power rocks yellow pear wood. Or, the list goes on forever. The total value is easily over 100 million already. Unbelievable. Lu Jun and Black God felt their reality shattering. Hishishi's kid really liquidated 400 million worth of assets. Selling this many high-tier resources at once can only mean one thing. Wei Ying laughed triumphantly. I told you I knew Jiang Kai had found the boss's secret hoard. That brat truly never ceases to amaze me. Su Lanlan was still trying to catch her breath. But, Commander Wei Ying, the Huang noble family has suddenly requested an audience with you. They seem agitated. Wei Ying's expression darkened. The Huang family. Hours later, at the Saint Glory City item exchange, Jang Kai let out a heavy sigh. Too much loot. I had to open a private store just to move this mountain of treasure. He grimaced at the notification screen. The system tax on this transaction is brutal. I feel like I am being robbed. Beside him, Huyen patted his shoulder. Stop complaining. No one else has ever had a haul big enough to worry about these kinds of fees. Yuan Zu laughed along. Is this what they call suffering from success? Jiang Kai snapped his fingers. That reminds me, I saved the best gear for you too. It is time to split the boss loot. Those words made Huyan and Yuan Zu's eyes shine like stars. Captain, are you serious? Jiang Kai summoned a glowing artifact from his inventory. Huyan, this is for you. The Mystic Ice Jade. System Mystic Ice Jade. Rank B equipment. Effect allows the user to cast skills with the Frost attribute. Frost effect reduces target agility. Continuous exposure triggers the freeze status, immobilizing the enemy. Jiang Kai grinned. Hishishi's Jade adds a freezing passive to your magic. If you combine it with your rain summoning technique, you can literally create a catastrophic blizzard. And for you, Yuan Zu, take this shield. Frostbone Tower Shield. Rank A equipment. Defense Hishishiurity 8. Strength plus 19. Vitality plus 16. Agility minus 4. Effect shield bash attacks. have a chance to inflict freeze for 1 to 2 seconds. Note: freeze probability decreases against opponents with significantly higher levels. Jiang Kai looked proud. He-Shishis gives you hard crowd control just by blocking. It is a tank's dream weapon. Then he pulled out an ancient glowing tome. He handed it over with excitement. Besides the gear, I also have these. The Pages of Eternity. Essential items for a leveling manhwa protagonist's growth. There are 2 ways to level up your class skills in this world. One is finding the specific skill book for that exact ability. But those books are incredibly rare, usually only found in boss chests or hidden quests. The second way is using a universal upgrade item. I found these in the Merman Lord's treasure chest. These props can upgrade any skill regardless of class. The Pages of Eternity. Jang Kai emphasized their worth. These are legendary consumables. Priceless. If one appears on the market, it vanishes instantly. A single page can fetch 50,000 Saint Glory coins. The stronger the skill, the more Pages of Eternity are required to upgrade it. For example, high-tier combat ultimates require a massive stack of pages to level up. You two take this stack for now. He handed over the priceless items without hesitation. Jiang Kai waved his hand radiantly. Go ahead and use them. Enjoy the power-up, my dear friends. In that moment, to Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, Jiang Kai looked less like a teammate and more like a descending god. They launched themselves at him, rubbing their faces against his clothes in gratitude. Captain Jiang Kai. Hu Yan burst into theatrical tears. Your generosity knows no bounds. We will pray for your blessings every single day. Ruan Yu choked back sobs. Yes, even if you die, we will ensure your soul ascends to the highest heaven. Jiang Kai panicked, trying to push them away. Hey, let go. We are in public. He-Shishis is humiliating. Suddenly, a cold mocking laugh cut through the heartwarming scene. Jiang Kai. Since when does a piece of trash like you know the meaning of shame? Huang Da strutted forward, radiating arrogance. A group of low-class peasants making a scene in the street. No wonder you remain at the bottom of the food chain. Jiang Kai looked up, eyes narrowing. Huang Da, even Hu Yan froze in shock. It was the young master of the Huang family. He tilted his chin up, looking down on them. Jiang Kai, listen closely. Do not think that just because the military protects you, you can defy the Huang family repeatedly. Listen closely because I'm only going to say this once. The man glared down at Jiang Kai with sheer arrogance. In the upcoming guild wars, I'm going to slaughter you like a pig. I will prove to the military that you are nothing but trash, unworthy of their protection. With a final sneer, he brushed past the trio, his footsteps echoing coldly against the pavement, like a death knell. Once the military strips away your shield, you'd better prepare to meet your maker by my hand. Jiang Kai watched him leave, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. Guild wars. What exactly is that? Jiang Kai muttered. What is that lunatic Huang Da yapping about? Hu Yan lowered her voice to explain. Captain Jiang, are you serious? You don't know about the Guild Wars. The Guild Wars is a massive tournament organized by the military. It's the ultimate proving ground designed to filter out the strongest factions in this leveling manhwa world. The entry standard is strict. Level 21 is the absolute minimum. It's divided into tiers every 20 levels, capping at level 100, making 4 distinct tiers of combat. Every guild must dispatch a squad of at least 5 elites. They face off in duel matches against others in their tier until the top 3 powerhouses are crowned. Since the military offers legendary rewards to the top 3 champions of each tier, every major faction participates. It's a gathering where experts are as common as clouds in the sky. Jiang Kai frowned, puzzled, but I never signed up for any challenge. Why is Huang Da barking at me? He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. We made a killing on this run. I need to log off and see my family. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu nodded in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in the Holy Light Nation's Zhengzong City, a warm voice filled the room. Jiang Kai, why did you buy so many high-grade elixirs? Do you have any idea how much this costs? Jiang Kai smiled gently. Brother Jiang, you just had surgery, didn't you? I was worried your body wouldn't be able to handle the recovery without top-tier nutrition. His brother hesitated, looking at the mountain of supplies. But this is too much. His face went pale as more boxes arrived. Jiang Kai bit his lip playfully. Too much. His brother laughed awkwardly. It looks like a grain silo in here. Jiang Kai, you already put me in the most expensive VIP ward. How can you keep burning money like this? I need to get discharged as soon as possible and find work. I have to help relieve your financial burden. Jiang Kai stepped closer, his voice dropping to a serious tone. There is no need for that, brother. Do you remember your dream? You wanted to become a transcendent and fight against the beast gods for humanity, right? So once you heal up, I want you to become an explorer. The words struck his brother like lightning. He lowered his head sadly. Me, an explorer. Look at me. How can a cripple like me ever become an explorer? Besides, traveling to the demon planet costs a fortune. You should save those resources for yourself. Jiang Kai tapped his system Manhwa interface, revealing a staggering balance 419,623,471 credits. A smug smile played on Jiang Kai's lips. Brother, I told you, money is no longer an object. You never have to work a day in your life again. His brother gasped, eyes wide with shock. Jiang Kai, where did you get this? That's hundreds of millions. Jiang Kai spread his arms. Brother, every cent was earned legitimately on the demon planet. You sacrificed everything for us over the years. Now that I have the power, it's time for you to live the life you actually wanted. Memories flooded back. I still remember. Even with a mortal body, you managed to save me and Ying Zi on the battlefield against the beast gods. Imagine what you could do if you became a transcendent. Jiang Kai locked eyes with him, his gaze firm as steel. I believe that together we can save even more people. His brother remained silent for a long time before whispering. Can someone like me really awaken? Can this broken body really handle it? Jiang Kai snapped an apple in half and handed him a piece. Brother, trust me, you absolutely can. Leaving the hospital, Jiang Kai exhaled a breath of relief. Finally, my big brother can reclaim his lost dream. He smiled. I should celebrate after I pick up Ying Zi from school. Suddenly, the screech of tires tore through the air. Jiang Kai flinched, turning to see Lu Jun shouting frantically. Jiang Kai, get in. Hurry! Jiang Kai approached the car window confused. Captain Lu, what brings you here? I don't have time to chat. I'm on my way to pick up my little sister from school. Lu Jun and He Shen exchanged grim looks before dropping the bomb. Jiang Kai, we're here because of your sister. Ying Zi. She's been in a car accident. The scene before them was horrific, a chaotic haze of debris and smoke rising from the street. Panic seized Jiang Kai's heart. Anzai. He screamed, sprinting recklessly across the road, his voice cracking as he called out her name over and over. Suddenly, a clear, sweet voice cut through the chaos. Brother Jiang Kai froze. There stood Ying Zi, on the sidewalk, waving happily. Brother, I'm over here. He rushed over, crushing her in a hug. Ying Zi, are you hurt? What happened here? She patted his back soothingly. I'm fine, really. The school bus just had a little malfunction. Jiang Kai's brow furrowed deeply. A malfunction? Ying Zi pointed to a figure standing behind her. Luckily, this guy saved me. He even said he knows you. Jiang Feng raised a hand in a casual salute. Yo, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai stood stunned. Jiang Feng, the royal family's transcendent. Why the hell are you here? Lu Jun stepped forward, his expression grave. Jiang Kai, listen to me carefully. He shishes is crucial. Your sister's accident. It wasn't random. It wasn't just bad luck. Hai Shen finished the sentence darkly. It was orchestrated by the royal family. Both men looked at him with intense seriousness. Jiang Kai, you've slapped the royal family in the face too many times. Their hatred for you has reached a boiling point. They used your achievements in defeating the boss at Eternal Winter Island to pressure the military into dropping your protection. They explained the situation. Your contribution on the island was too massive to ignore, but the pressure from above forced Commander Wei Ying to compromise. However, he left you a lifeline. During negotiations, Commander Wei Ying proposed the upcoming Guild Wars. If the royal family can defeat you in the tournament and prove your new awakening Manhwa class isn't all that powerful, the military will grant their request. Commander Wei Ying is hoping you'll play along. If you refuse, he loses his justification to protect you directly. He Shish's compromise was the absolute limit of what we could do for you in this political storm. What happened today was a message. The royal family is forcing your hand. If you refuse to compete, your family pays the price. The words drained the blood from Jiang Kai's face. Lu Jun gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Jiang Kai. The royal family's influence is vast. Combined with the chaos at Eternal Winter Island, the higher-ups are wavering. As long as they don't attack you directly like these shadow threats, the military has to turn a blind eye. He Shen spoke flatly. So, you have two paths. 1. Accept the royal family's wager. 2. Join the military immediately and receive official protection. Ying Zi's eyes went wide. Can the military really keep us safe? Lu Jun nodded, with a serious expression. Jiang Kai, listen to me. Your new awakened class still holds immense strategic value. If you join the military now, the commander can weave a protective net around you. It's the only way to shield your family from the coming storm. Jiang Kai lowered his head, whispering, "Join the military and hide." Suddenly, a nightmare vision flashed through his mind, blood soaking the floor. Yuan Zu and his brother slaughtered, while he knelt helpless and screaming. In that vision, a cold boot crushed his skull into the dirt. A ruthless voice mocked him from above. "Jiang Kai, did you really think hiding behind the military would save you? You are just a worthless chip in a game you don't understand. Trash." Jiang Kai clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his mind racing like a hurricane. "No, if I rely solely on their protection, I become a pawn. If my growth stagnates, I'll be discarded like trash, just like a useless drunkard. And then, the royal family will crush my family without mercy." He calculated his odds in silence. True, the royal family possesses wealth that rivals nations. Their resources are vast. I cannot compete with their money or political power right now. But I have something they don't. I have a terrifying talent hidden within my status window. The system's law is absolute. Every reward I receive is doubled. There is even a chance for a critical trigger multiplying my gains by 10. Hishishis was the ultimate cheat code of a system Manhwa protagonist. Hishishis means my raw attribute points are nearly double that of any awakener at the same level. When I clash with someone of equal rank, my total stats and critical damage will crush them instantly. Even against higher-level enemies with the right strategy, I can turn the tables and slaughter them. The royal family thinks I'm just a gambler with a useless new job. Their ignorance is my greatest weapon. These are my unique advantages. Fine then. Instead of cowering and waiting for death, I'll bet everything on one desperate strike. Jang Kai's eyes snapped open, burning with clarity. He formulated a plan. He would use the military as a witness and force the royal family to accept a public duel, broadcasting it to everyone in the holy city. If I can crush the royal family's representative in public, the military will realize my true potential. They will have no choice but to invest heavily in my protection. And with the eyes of the public watching, the royals won't dare to use underhanded tactics without losing face. Lu Jun, thinking he had won the argument, patted his shoulder. "Good. Since you agree, I'll prepare the enlistment papers." But suddenly a cold voice interrupted. "Brother Lu Jun?" Jiang Kai looked up, his gaze intense. "For the guild challenge match, I need a 5-man squad. My team only has 3. Can I borrow Yuan Zu and Nuan from your unit?" Lu Jun froze, stunned. "Jiang Kai, what are you talking about?" Jiang Kai's voice was like steel. "I have made my choice. I am entering the tournament." Panic flashed across Lu Jun's face. "Jiang Kai, don't be insane. Do you understand? Once you step into that arena, you are declaring war on the entire royal family." But Jiang Kai just smiled a calm before the storm. "Brother Lu, don't worry. I am perfectly sane. I appreciate your offer, but every man must walk his own path." He opened his palm, staring at the lines of fate on his hand. "And the path I choose is to grasp my own destiny by the throat." He clenched his fist, determination blazing in his eyes like fire. "I will crush the royal family in the guild challenge." Lu Jun tried to protest. "You're being too emotional. You're still just clap, clap, clap." A slow applause cut through the tension. "Well said. You've got guts, kid. I like that kind of fire." Lu Jun whipped around, confused. Black God. The massive figure of Black God stepped forward, radiating power. "The name is Black God. If you have the will to fight, then even the royals are nothing to fear. I, Black God, guarantee this request. I'll make sure you get the teammates you need." Jiang Feng also stepped up, his aura flaring. "Jiang Kai, I admire your courage. I still owe you a life debt. From this day forth, I will stand as your shield against the royals. If those bastards try to touch your family, they'll have to go through me first." Yuan Zu, standing nearby, pumped her fist and shouted, "Brother Jiang, I support you too." Lu Jun held his head, defeated. "You people, you aren't children. Why are you all following Jiang Kai into this madness?" Black God and Jiang Feng exchanged a grin. "Because that's just who we are." "What about you?" Lu Jun sighed deeply. "Fine. I can't stop an avalanche by myself. Besides, the commander asked me to look out for him. I will handle your family's safety." "Jiang Kai, you focus solely on preparing for the war ahead." Jiang Kai's face lit up. "Really?" He clasped his hands in a formal martial salute. "Lu Jun, Jiang Feng, Black God, and the commander. I, Jiang Kai, will carve this kindness into my bones. If you ever need me in the future, I will move heaven and earth to help you." Later that evening, Ying Zi's timid voice broke the silence. Brother, are you sure we're going to see a house at this hour? Jiang Kai held her hand tightly. The royals have shown their fangs. You and our eldest brother can no longer stay in the slums. It's too dangerous. They stopped in front of a magnificent gate. Ying Zi looked around nervously. Brother, are we lost? These villas cost hundreds of millions. We can't even dream of affording this. Jiang Kai calmly swiped an access card. Who said we were lost? The electronic gate hummed open. He whispered softly. From today on, this is our home. A sleek, luxurious mansion revealed itself under the moonlight. Ying Zi's eyes went wide. He shishies. This is ours. She ran inside, unable to contain her excitement. Brother, look at this pool. It's beautiful. Her happy voice echoed through the halls. The living room is huge. It's bigger than our entire old shack. Is this a restaurant? How much food fits on a table this long? Brother, look. There's space here for Brother Jiang to do his rehabilitation exercises. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks. She trembled. Brother, is this? She screamed in delight. Is this my room? Jiang Kai smiled warmly. Of course. Do you like it? Ying Zi tears welled up in her eyes, her voice choking with emotion. I love it, brother. Please tell me I'm not dreaming. Is a place this beautiful really ours? Jiang Kai patted her head with infinite tenderness. It's real, silly girl. She's is your home now. But this is just the beginning. As long as I am alive, you and Brother Jiang will never have to worry about money again. That is my promise. Our lives are definitely going to get better, she said with a radiant smile. Yes, absolutely. But the very next day, Nuan, do you think the army threw us away because we're trash? Yuan Zu bawled his eyes out, tears streaming down his face. Captain Li Bu said a new leader would take care of us temporarily and told us to wait here like sitting ducks. But why so sudden? Nuan sniffled, wiping her eyes. I think you're right. We've been abandoned. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the despair. Yuan Zu, Nuan, I'm here to pick you up. Why the long faces? The two of them screamed in unison. Jiang Kai, you're our new captain. Jiang Kai stood there, radiating a majestic aura. That's right. It's me. Yuan Zu grabbed his shoulder, emotional. Jiang Kai, what the hell is going on? Nuan chimed in, eyes wide. Wait, did you actually join the military officially? Jiang Kai shook his head. No, I didn't enlist. I just borrowed you two from the army for a guild challenge. It's only for a month. He quickly explained the situation. The royal family is using the Frozen Island achievement to pressure the military. They're out for my blood. They're even using Brother 2's safety to threaten me. The commander made a high-stakes bet with the royals through this guild challenge. If I win, they back off. No more schemes. Jiang Kai stared into their souls, his eyes burning with resolve. So I have to win. I need to silence those royal scumbags once and for all. Yuan Zu, Nuan, will you fight beside me? They roared in unison. Of course. How dare that Wang family filth touch Brother 2? We watched him grow up. I can't forgive them. They're pure evil. But then Yuan Zu's face twisted with doubt. But, Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to team up with us? Jiang Kai blinked, surprised. What do you mean? Cold sweat dripped down Yuan Zu's face. The military has a ruthless internal evaluation system. New recruits undergo an initial ranking. Based on combat performance, we're graded from rank E all the way to rank SS. And every 2 months, they reevaluate us. If a rookie stays at rank E for 6 months straight, the army discards them. Nuan started at rank C, but I froze up on stage. I'm rank E, the worst. Their voices trembled. Jiang Kai will only drag you down. I'm terrified. Jiang Kai remained firm like a mountain. It doesn't matter. For the next month, we are comrades. When the guild challenge is over and you return, I guarantee your reevaluation will be at least rank A. They looked at him stunned. Jiang Kai, are you serious? We just left the rookie zone. Usually a captain needs to be at least level 15 to carry scrubs like us. But Jiang Kai, are you even level 15? Suddenly, a voice scoffed. 15, please. Ho Nan smirked proudly. The captain is already level 20, and preparing for his class change he shishis, is a leveling Manhwa legend in the making. Ruan Yu stood nearby nodding. That is a fact. Jiang Kai turned around. Ah, I haven't introduced you yet. Meet our new squad members. He pointed to Ho Nan. He shishis is Ho Nan. Her class is the Destiny Diviner. She waved brightly. Hello there. I'm Ho Nan. Captain Jiang Kai has told us so much about you. Jiang Kai gestured to the man beside her. And this is Ruan Yu. His class is the drunkard. He placed a hand on his chest politely. Greetings. I am Ruan Yu. Su Nuan, and Yuan Zu smiled warmly. Nice to meet you. But then panic set in again. Wait a second, we're only level 9. You're level 20. Jiang Kai shrugged nonchalantly. That is not an issue. My next objective is to power level you both to 20 before the challenge starts. Then crushing those royal lapdogs will be a walk in the park. Yuan Zu pointed at himself. Level 20. Me, am I hearing things? Su Nuan looked at him with worship in her eyes. Jiang Kai, if you pull that off, you're literally the god of leveling. Ho Nan threw her arm around Su Nuan winking. I don't trust just anyone, but I'd bet my life on the captain. Su Nuan beamed with excitement. Since we're a party now, we need a cool team name. Jiang Kai nodded. Su Nuan is right. Any ideas? Ruan Yu stepped up. How about the Fire God Squad? It means the 5 of us will unleash full firepower and show our true skills. Everyone cheered. Agreed. Jang Kai rallied them. Recharge your energy today. At dawn, the Fire God Squad marches straight into the monster territory. Under the green canopy, their morale skyrocketed. They shouted in unison, yes sir. As the day ended, they waved goodbye. See you later, Jiang Kai. Watching their retreating figures, a fire burned in Jiang Kai's chest. He knew without a doubt that they would succeed. The next day, the Fire God Squad ventured deep into the trial zone. As typical in a Manhwa recap, Jiang Kai checked on his friend. Just a few more hours and we reach the destination. Once we reach the holy city and land on the demon planet, the real hell begins. Are you nervous? Yuan Zu fell silent. Strangely, I'm not nervous. I was just thinking, maybe I'll never be able to activate my hidden class talent, the warrior's heart. Jiang Kai frowned. Why? You've been doing great the last 2 days. You protected Su Nuan, and me in every battle. Yuan Zu clenched his fists. I'm fighting with everything I have to protect you guys, but deep down, the fear is still there. I only suppress it because I'm terrified of seeing my friends get hurt. He looked at his open palm. But to truly awaken the warrior's heart, I have to be fearless to my core. I have to believe I am invincible. He closed his hand into a tight fist. And I just can't do that. Jang Kai analyzed the situation. In this system, Manhwa, the warrior's heart talent, grants massive stat bonuses upon leveling up. Yuan Zu class martial apprentice. Level 1. Strength 8. Physique 8. Beyond stats, the warrior's heart grants additional effects, knockback armor penetration shock, and sword chi slash. It is truly a god-tier talent, he deduced. But the power of the effects scales with the user's courage and confidence. Right now, Yuan Zu's confidence is rock bottom. The only thing he can trigger is a weak knockback when he's stomped into the ground. The true goal of this awakening Manhwa arc isn't just about levels. It is to force Yuan Zu to find his courage and finally unlock his potential. He told himself before anything else he had to seize this moment to evolve his strength to the next level. After giving 55 eternal cards to Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, I have 50 left. Perfect for enhancing my ghost hand card throw and demon eye focus. He commanded softly AI brain upgrade, both skills immediately. The AI brain acknowledged the command and a notification chimed. Ghost hand card throw. Level 2 has reached max level. Thrown items now possess 30% armor penetration. When using card type items, penetration skyrockets by 250%. However, stamina and spirit consumption increases by 110%. Jiang Kai grinned with savage delight. Excellent. With Ghost Hand evolved basic throwing penetration is up 10%. But the real kicker, card penetration, has jumped by 50% compared to before. Even though consumption rose by 10%, it is a small price to pay for such power. The AI brain added a cryptic note. A true gambler is always obsessed with the game. After endless tempering, your hands have achieved godlike dexterity. Congratulations. You have unlocked the hidden state of the Ghost Hand Gambler's Time. Jiang Kai frowned. Hidden State Gambler's Time. The holographic panel flashed, displaying the classic interface of a system Manhwa. Upon entering Gambler's Time, casting speed increases by 100%. Duration is 10 seconds. External cooldown reduction does not apply. In this state, stamina and spirit consumption explode by 220%. Cooldown is 60 minutes. Jiang Kai laughed in pure delight. Casting speed increased by 100%. That is basically doubling my attack speed. The AI continued its report. Demon Eye Focus Level 2 has reached max level. Visual range and dynamic tracking ability increased by 60%. Spirit consumption increases by 120%. Jiang Kai reviewed the data. So Demon Eye focus has also evolved. My field of view and tracking are sharper, but the mental drain is heavier, he whispered to the system. Does Demon Eye focus also have a hidden state unlock? The system replied. In high-stakes gambling, one needs more than nimble hands. You must bewilder your opponent, ensuring they cannot read your hand through your eyes. The panel flickered. Unlocked cheating state. Affects the enemy's judgment through eye contact. Success depends on the difference in spiritual power between you and the target. If the opponent's spiritual power vastly exceeds the gambler's, the effect is negligible. However, the effect cannot be negative. Duration is 10 seconds. Spirit consumption increases by 240%. Cooldown is 60 minutes. It explained further. No matter how strong the opponent's spirit is, you will exert some influence. But the stronger they are, the weaker the interference, potentially becoming unnoticeable. But regardless of the power gap, there is absolutely no risk of backlash to the user. Jiang Kai nodded satisfied. Even if the effect drops against higher-level foes, it is still a powerful trump card. He was itching to test these two new awakened abilities immediately. 2 days later, the Fire God squad arrived at the majestic river, where water roared through the endless green forest. The team announced, "We have arrived." Shishis is the border between the Valley of Kings and Peace Mountain Road. It is also the territory of the iron-armored drakes. Standing on the precipice, the 5 of them looked down at the world beneath their feet. Yuan Zu scratched his head. Shishi's territory. Jiang Kai, are there many drakes here? If I recall, those beasts are level 25 and above, right? Hu Yan corrected him. Not just many. It is an infestation. Iron-armored drakes are pack monsters. There are at least 100 of them down there. She narrowed her eyes at Yuan Zu. Besides, if my intel is correct, there is a warlord rank drake here. Level 50 or higher. His jaw dropped. A warlord rank? Yuan Zu panicked. Warlord monsters are incredibly rare. Usually 1 in 20 is an elite, but you need 100 monsters for just a chance at a warlord appearing. We are a squad, mostly under level 20. You want us to fight a warlord? Su Nuan? Nuan shrank back. Jiang Kai, I know you soloed the Merman Lord on Eternal Winter Island. I trust your strength. But leading us against a warlord rank drake plus level 25 mobs and level 35 elites? Is this not a suicide mission? The power gap between us and you is just too wide. Jang Kai remained calm, his voice steady. We are here, not just for experience points, but to forge our teamwork. Killing without risk brings no evolution. For this team, easy wins mean zero growth. Only Death's Door can unlock your hidden potential. Real combat is the fastest path to power, he said, with absolute seriousness. Furthermore, class advancement materials usually drop in the territories of their respective monster types, especially from warlord rank beasts. A white or purple drake chest has a chance to drop the level 20 doctor material, Holy Water of Binding, or the drunkard material, Void Dream Core. And a black drake chest that can drop the level 20 martial artist material, Warlord's Blood. Their eyes lit up, shouting in unison. Level 20 class advancement materials. Hu Yan smirked playfully. Captain Jang Kai, looking at your confidence, you have a secret weapon up your sleeve. Do you not? He turned around mysteriously. That is a secret. A trump card is not revealed so easily. The Fire God squad roared with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move out. The team pushed deep into the forest. Jang Kai lowered his voice. These marks, they look like drake tracks. Stay sharp, everyone. They replied. Roger. Yuan Zu whispered to Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu, I heard you faced an elite ghost banshee without flinching. How did you overcome the fear of that hideous face? He raised an eyebrow coolly. Overcome fear? There was no need. There was no fear in my heart to begin with. Yuan Zu's eyes widened. No fear, Ruan Yu. How do you do it? Teach me. Ruan Yu tossed him 2 small bottles. You know the wine we drunkards brew has special properties. Shishi's is level 2 liquor brewed after I upgraded my eternal profession skills. It is potent. It might help you. He added a generous warning. But you are a martial artist, the vanguard of our squad. It is best not to drink while fighting. Yuan Zu nodded vigorously. Got it. Thanks, Ruan Yu. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's instincts screamed. He roared. Something is under that rock, ahead, scatter. His warning sent a jolt through the team. A deafening roar shook the canopy as a massive shadow burst from beneath the rock, jaws gaping wide to tear them apart. System alert, armored Hailong detected. Rank normal. Level 25. Jiang Kai touched down with the grace of a falling feather. But peace was short-lived. The beast charged with feral madness. The team's screams pierced the air. Jiang Kai, watch out, Captain. He dug his heels in unsheathing razor-sharp claws. But then a thought sparked. Wait. Yuan Zu has been held back by fear for too long. His class talent remains dormant. Isn't this the perfect stage for a little awakening? He glanced at his trembling friend. It's just a normal mob. Yuan Zu is a 9th-rank martial apprentice. He won't win easily, but he won't die. And if things go south, I can just phase into the void to dodge. Jiang Kai stood statue still, as the jaws of death approached. I'm betting on you, brother. Time to realize you aren't weak. Captain Move panic erupted from the backline. You're gonna die. Suddenly, a shadow tore through the wind. Yuan Zu leaped into the fray. I got you, boom. His skill, earth-shaking stomp slammed down like a meteor. The beast was flattened against the crushed earth. The squad stood frozen in awe. Nice work. Yuan Zu. Jiang Kai smirked, pride swelling in his chest. He watched the battered monster, but suddenly it snapped back to reality. Holy crap, it's still alive. Help me. It's already up. A whip of searing flame lashed out, forcing a pained roar from the creature. Jiang Kai dusted his hands off coolly. I broke its underbelly armor, but missed the vital point. Finish it off while it's stunned. The beast locked eyes with Yuan Zu, growling with bloodlust. The poor tank was shaking like a leaf, yet his body moved on instinct. Sword-drawn eyes shut tight. He put his very soul into the strike. Yuan Zu, hey. Yuan Zu. The voices of his friends pulled him from the void. Open your eyes, man. It's over. System notification level 25. Armored Hai Long defeated. He stared blankly at the corpse. Dead, seriously. Then the adrenaline hit. Damn thing, scaring me for nothing. He nudged Jang Kai, chest puffed out. Bro, why did you zone out? 1 second later and you'd be Monster Chow? Jang Kai kept up his charade perfectly. My mind just went blank. Besides, didn't you promise to carry me? Were you gonna let me turn into a snack? Yuan Zu froze. I told you I'm a coward, didn't I? What if? But Su Nuan cut in beaming. Yuan Zu, that was so heroic. Back with Captain Li Biao, you never initiated fights? Hu Yen marveled. I had no idea your earth stomp packed that kind of destructive force. Blushing furiously, Yuan Zu scratched his head. Ah, it's nothing special. Just third best in the world, maybe. Ruan Yu chuckled. As expected of our tank. All right, celebration's over, Jiang Kai commanded. Target Warlord rank armored lizard dragon. Bag the loot, let's move. Yuan Zu pumped his fist. Roger. They ventured deeper into the jagged peaks, a natural labyrinth of death. System warning danger. Target elite armored Hai Long. Level 35. The Fire God squad peered down from the cliffs. Look, that stone forest is crawling with 3 elites. They're likely the royal guard for the warlord boss, Jiang Kai analyzed sharply. That terrain is a nightmare of blind spots. If we engage the 3 elites, others might ambush us from the shadows. Stay sharp. Back on Eternal Winter Island, I needed disposable gear to handle mobs like this. But this is a classic leveling Manhwa scenario. Caution is key. Jiang Kai ordered. Summon rain. Mask our scent. We need 10 minutes of cover before they sniff us out. Can you handle it? She nodded firmly. Done. My rain caller skill leveled up after the island raid. 10 minutes is a breeze. Perfect. Yan cast it. Su Nuan prep the neurotoxins just in case. Ruan Yu guard the rear. Yuan Zu, he turned to his tank eyes serious. When the rain hits you and I dive straight into hell. Listen, don't try to kill them. Just spam, earth stomp, for crowd control. Buy me time. I'll handle the slaughter. Yuan Zu grit his teeth. Got it. Crack lightning shattered the sky as a deluge washed over the forest. The Hai Longs looked up, senses dulled by the storm. Now, Jiang Kai roared. As they charged, the rain didn't just hide them, it hid the enemy. Hundreds of crimson eyes snapped open in the mist. Knew it? A nest, Jiang Kai yelled. Cover me. Yuan Zu spun around, face twisting. So gross. Get away. Boom. The ground rippled, launching the lizards into the air. Jiang Kai moved like a blur. 10 minutes. Attack speed boosted by 100%. Time to test this out in real combat. Flames erupted from his very core. Following the earth stomp, he unleashed a barrage of fire. With a flick of his wrist, the fire condensed into microbombs. Bang. The midair lizards were torn to shreds in a bloody firework display. The storm cleared as quickly as it came. System Elite Armored Hai Long defeated. Level 37. Kill count +1. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu watched jaws dropped. It looked like infinite shurikens of doom. I've never seen Yuan Zu synchronize so perfectly with the captain. Su Nuan was shaking with excitement. Insane. Absolutely insane. Those things have diamond-hard scales. Even Captain Lee couldn't one-shot them without hitting the underbelly. But these two, they made it look easy. Yuan Zu yanked his blade from a carcass. System elite foe defeated. His eyes lit up. Yes. I leveled up. Rank 10, martial artist. Unlocked Jiang Kai look. Jiang Kai smiled, turning slowly. I told you, buddy. You're built for this. System loot acquired. 64 elite carcasses. 65. 66. The notifications scrolled endlessly. The team rushed over beaming. That combo was legendary. With you two leading Fire God Squad is unstoppable. Seriously, we haven't even been here an hour, and Yuan Zu already broke through to rank 10. Su Nuan couldn't hide her admiration. She knew the captain and Yuan Zu were a power duo, but this speed was insane. She clenched her fists, wishing for that kind of strength. Jiang Kai smiled, sensing the target hiding within the rock fissures. Su Nuan on me? Let's sweep the area. Suddenly a roar pierced the heavens, shaking the very clouds above. They had arrived. The Fire God Squad moved with practiced ease into the stone forest. Unless fate was playing tricks, the warlord rank armored lizard dragon was lurking right here in this rocky labyrinth. Yuan Zu frowned sweat, beading on his forehead. Jiang Kai, you need a breather. That last fight burned through a lot of your stamina. Jiang Kai shook his head, eyes sharp. I'm drained, but I can still move. Besides, this dungeon might have multiple entrances. The noise we just made, it was basically a dinner bell. If we stall, that beast will summon every mob in the zone to guard it, Jiang Kai warned. When hunting a warlord rank monster, you have to strike while the iron is hot. Move out. 10 minutes passed in suffocating silence. Someone whispered, it's too quiet. Captain is the boss really in this sector. Skill activated Ghost Eye. Jang Kai scanned the terrain with supernatural focus, but the rock faces revealed no anomalies. Something's off, he muttered. It wasn't anxiety. It was instinct. The ground itself felt wrong. Ruan Yu looked over. Yuan Zu, what's wrong? You're shivering like a leaf. Yuan Zu rubbed his arms, pacing back and forth. I don't know why, but I've got goosebumps all over. Hu Yan poked him playfully. Relax, big guy. You're just tense. No one noticed the pebbles tumbling down from the peak they had just passed. Then realization hit Jiang Kai like a truck. It's not nerves. It's the ground beneath us. He roared Yuan Zu Hu Yan freeze. But it was too late. The earth split open as a colossal tail smashed into their position. The squad scattered in 4 directions as chaos erupted. System alert. The interface flashed red warlord rank scaled lizard dragon level 58, a classic boss encounter you'd see in a system manhwa. They gasped for air, hearts pounding. We almost got wiped instantly. That camouflage was perfect. It looked exactly like the surrounding rock. Focus. Jiang Kai charged the beast to draw aggro arms spread wide. Su Nuan, give me the data, she responded instantly. On it. She recited the analysis with rapid-fire precision. Target scaled lizard dragon warlord rank. Also known as the white lizard dragon. Age 36. Weighing 2 to 2.4 tons. Yuan Zu's face went pale. Scaled variant. Our first warlord kill has to be a mutant type. Sparks flew as hundreds of projectiles slammed into the beast. Jang Kai triggered a critical strike, forcing a pained roar from the monster. Hu Yan and Yuan Zu watched in awe. Beautiful. A direct hit. Even 1 critical strike deals massive damage, but 2, that's devastating. Jiang Kai remained focused. Mutant warlord beasts drop richer materials. The chances of a legendary item in the loot box just skyrocketed. But the price for that loot is power. Hishishi's thing is significantly stronger than a normal warlord. Staring at the dragon through the smoke, Jiang Kai analyzed rapidly. Those scales aren't just for show. Defense is over 35 plus high resistance to heat and corrosion. Penetrating that hide is going to be a nightmare. It gets worse. The chest plate has a defensive film, adding another 20 points of defense with the same elemental resistances. The team listened in horror. You're telling me that's its stats? Without active defensive skills. Su Nuan continued reading the combat logs. Based on previous data for this archetype, its spirit is between 100 and 150. Agility is clocking in between 150 and 170. Cold sweat dripped down her face. Strength is between 380 and 420. Constitution is nearly 480. She emphasized the final rating, threat level extreme danger. Before she could finish, the dragon lunged. Jiang Kai's expression darkened as the Manhwa recap system blared warnings in his mind. Danger, danger. Captain Jiang, watch out, the team screamed in unison. The massive tail came down like a meteor, shattering the earth and sending a shockwave of dust into the air. Jiang Kai blurred sideways, barely dodging the impact. I'm good, stay focused, he shouted, though his mind raced. Heat resistance and heavy armor. My fire-chasing fate attack can't pierce it, only knock it back. He landed safely, calculating. One hit from that 400 strength stat would turn my bones to dust. Thank God for the secret wings I looted from the Mermaid Lord's vault. That agility boost is saving my life right now. My agility is currently 60 points higher than the beast, he concluded, eyes narrowing. As long as I don't get greedy, I can kite this thing and hold aggro without dying. He shishes is the perfect chance. If I can pressure Yuan Zu enough, he might trigger a class breakthrough, a staple moment in any awakening manhwa. He glanced at the behemoth. If it fails, I'll just lure it away and escape. But if it works, Yuan Zu unlocks his true potential right here, right now. Jiang Kai suddenly screamed, feigning panic. Yuan Zu, save me. Yuan Zu dropped from the sky like a meteor. I've got you, earth-shattering stomp. He slammed into the ground, but the dragon didn't even flinch. The beast looked down at them with cold reptilian contempt. Yuan Zu turned white. Oh no. Captain, it didn't take any damage. Jiang Kai realized the plan had stalled. Run, you idiot. The dragon's maw snapped shut inches from where they stood. Yuan Zu shrieked. It's a monster. A wall of fire erupted momentarily, checking the beast's advance. Jiang Kai swooped in, grabbing the tank. Great, now it's aggroed onto both of us. I need to pull it away. Suddenly, a blur motion shot past them. Jiang Kai squinted. Who was that? From the back line, Su Nuan. Nuan shouted, Captain, it's Ruan Yu Hei. He drank the wine. Jiang Kai. That dragon's saliva is highly corrosive. It'll melt equipment and flesh in seconds. Jiang Kai panic spiked. Not good. If Ruan Yu tries to kiss that thing in his drunken state, he's going to dissolve into a puddle. But instead of a kiss, Ruan Yu slammed his shoulder into the dragon. With the force of a freight train. Boom. Both entities were knocked back. Ruan Yu dug his feet in sliding meters back, wearing a goofy grin. A scaled dragon, Jiang Kai, blinked confused. Wait, why isn't he hallucinating that it's a beautiful woman? I thought he was wasted. Hu Yan shouted from a distance. I don't know, but he drank the tier 2 brew today. It seems the new formula cancels out the beer goggles debuff while keeping the power boost. Ruan Yu chuckled, a strange wild light in his eyes. As a fellow male lizard dragon, I've been searching for a female worthy of me for a long time. A flush crept up his cheeks as he pointed trembling fingers at the massive lizard dragon. The heavens have finally smiled upon me. Destiny has brought a dragon to this lonely soul. I have searched the cosmos and finally found you among the masses. The lizard dragon froze, eyes widening in sheer confusion as the shameless Ruan Yu sprinted toward it with open arms. Oh, my darling, let us seize this beautiful moment, Su Nuan whispered in disbelief. Brother Ruan Yuan. Does he actually think that terrifying beast is his soulmate? Scorching fireballs bombarded the beast with dizzying speed. The creature roared in agony, but he just kept running. Oh no, my beloved, are you hurt? Like a phantom, Ruan Yu appeared right beside the monster. Baby, hush now. No one will ever tear us apart again. Don't be shy. Tonight, our souls become one. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Watching this unfold, Jiang Kai could only grind his teeth in utter speechlessness. Ruan Yu's drunken state was spiraling out of control. If this dragged on, even if they slew the beast, their stamina and mental energy would be depleted. Yet the drunkard continued his delusional romance. Wifey, let my strong chest warm your cold, broken heart. Jiang Kai desperately scanned the area for backup. He's completely lost his mind. I can't restrain a love-struck drunkard and fight a boss-level monster at the same time. Time was running out. Jiang Kai barked a command. Yuan Zu, hurry up. We need your class talent armor break right now. It's the only way to turn the tide of this leveling manhwa battle. We need you, man. Yuan Zu stared, jaw dropping at the chaotic scene. Is this what true fearlessness looks like? A wave of admiration washed over him. Brother Ruan Yuan is truly like a deity walking among mortals. Yuan Zu recalled the drunkard's earlier wisdom. Overcoming fear, no kid. In that moment, fear simply did not exist within my soul. Back then, Yuan Zu had been astonished. No fear. How did you achieve such a state? Can you teach me the way? Snapping back to reality, Yuan Zu grabbed a tankard of ale. With resolve in his eyes, he downed the entire brew in a single desperate gulp. All right, I'm going in, bottoms up. He wiped his mouth. Brother Ruan Yuan, thank you for the live demonstration. I have mastered the art. The alcohol hit his system instantly. His eyes glazed over, a foolish grin plastered on his face. The system interface flashed, alert. You have entered the chaotic perception state. Your understanding of identity, power, and reality is now severely distorted. Red warning lights blinked, critical confusion detected. Meanwhile, the lizard dragon was fighting for its life against the harassment. The beast was going berserk, yet Ruan Yu kept charging at it with open arms. Su Nuan Ho Nan and Jiang Kai screamed in unison. Brother Ruan Yuan, get back. Suddenly, Yuan Zu smashed the glass to the floor. Shards flew as he gripped his blade. I, Yuan Zu, am the supreme god of war. None under the heavens can match my might. He unleashed a sword slash that cut horizontally across the lizard dragon's scales. Jiang Kai watched in awe. Does drinking Ruan Yu's special brew instantly trigger a critical armor break? It seemed the alcohol had completely scrambled his logic circuits. But in that chaos, his confidence had skyrocketed to the apex of existence. Hishishi's blind, unshakable arrogance actually forcefully awakened his class talent. Every strike now carried the Sunder effect, just like when they fought the Wolf King and the elite Black Ape. Armor break dealt no direct damage to the flesh, but against the beast's defensive shell, it was devastatingly effective. The battle fever consumed him. I am the #1 war god of this era. Who dare stand before me? Before he could finish his boast, the lizard dragon's massive tail whipped around. Wham! The impact sent Yuan Zu flying. His reaction speed was too dulled by the booze to dodge. As he hit the dirt, the tail came crashing down for a follow-up strike. Jiang Kai instantly unleashed a volley of fireballs to intercept, swooping in to drag his drunk teammate to safety. Jiang Kai smirked, whispering, "Thanks, Yuan Zu. You did your job." Then, with a burst of agility, he launched himself into the air. Explosive flames danced from his fingertips. "Let me finish this for you." The fireballs hammered the dragon, causing its HP bar to plummet. Critical hit, -2000 HP. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. Magnificent. Now that its defenses are shattered, it can't withstand my critical bombardment. Yuan Zu, take the glory. The finishing blow is yours. Yuan Zu stumbled to his feet, swaying dangerously. He roared to the heavens. I am the unbeatable war god. Which ant dares to challenge me? He gripped his blade with white-knuckled force and unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes. He was pouring every ounce of life force into the attack. Su Nuan. Nuan watched with bated breath. Jiang Kai, is Yuan Zu going to be okay? Jiang Kai reassured her calmly. Don't worry. He's just wasted. The lizard dragon is armor broken and critically wounded. Hishishi's is a guaranteed victory for our Manhwa recap squad. Moments later, the steel blade was drenched in thick, dark monster blood. With a final earth-shaking thud, the colossal lizard dragon collapsed, its life force extinguished. System alert. Congratulations. You have slain the level 58 mutated Warlord tier lizard dragon. Obtained Warlord dragon corpse parts. Obtained rare dragon treasure. Adventurer Yuan Zu. Class Martial Apprentice. Level 15. His expression twisted into pure arrogance. Yuan Zu threw his head back in laughter. I told you all, I am the supreme ruler of the battlefield. But the second the words left his lips, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. Su Nuan let out a helpless chuckle. Looks like he's completely out of it. Jiang Kai nodded. Out cold. But then, Su Nuan frowned, a nagging feeling tugging at her mind. Jiang Kai, Sister Ho. I feel like we're forgetting something crucial, but I can't put my finger on it. Jiang Kai stroked his chin. Now that you mention it, I have that same ominous feeling. Hon Han's eyes widened. I feel it too. A terrifying silence fell over the trio. Then, realization struck like lightning. They all screamed in horror. Oh no, Brother Nji. At that very moment, the drunkard was wailing, cradling the dead dragon's massive head like a lost lover. No, my beloved wife. The only true love of my tragic life. Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yu gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. You monsters, he charged at Jiang Kai's group. I treated you like family, and this is how you repay me, by murdering my wife. But barely a few steps in, he froze. His nose twitched. Ugh, what is that smell? Disgusting. The adrenaline faded, the alcohol won, and he face-planted into the dirt, snoring loudly. Halnan and Jiang Kai slowly turned their heads, fixing their gazes on the healer. Su Nuan. She stepped back, blushing furiously. Hey, why are you looking at me with those judging eyes? Ruan Yu is hallucinating that he is the lizard dragon. I was worried he might turn on us, so I used my special concoction to knock him out cold for a bit. The others looked at Su Nuan, not with fear, but with pure admiration. Their eyes said it all. Good job. Hu Yan laughed. Su Nuan, give me some of that potion for the next time Ruan Yu gets drunk and rowdy. That ability is simply broken. Jiang Kai immediately issued a request. I need that power too. She didn't hesitate for a second, responding with a confident, done. No problem at all. By the time night fell, the squad had set up camp, the crackling fire casting long shadows. The two drunks were already passed out cold, hugging each other like koalas under a single tossed blanket. Hu Yan lay down to rest her weary bones after the day's grind. Su Nuan pulled out a flask and offered it to Jiang Kai water. He turned his head, looking completely dazed. Jiang Kai reached out to take the flask. Thanks. You're not sleeping yet, she shook her head. Today was just too intense. Honestly, my heart is still racing. I can hardly believe we survived. We got lucky. At the critical moment, Yuan Zu managed to shatter the defense of that mutated warlord tier iron-armored lizard dragon. Clutching the water flask, his excitement was still palpable. Who would have thought that the Tier 2 wine Ruan Yu brewed would accidentally trigger Yuan Zu's hidden class talents? Su Nuan asked, her voice tinged with shy curiosity. Captain Jiang, do you think Yuan Zu will unlock even more hidden effects of his class talent in the coming days? Jiang Kai listened and gave a silent, knowing smirk. He had to admit the kid had never been weak. What he lacks most is confidence. That explosive power today, it was liquid courage. The alcohol scrambled his senses, just enough to unleash his bravery and trigger the armor break effect. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu was still rambling in his sleep. Wifey. Kissy. Sleeping right next to the guy while muttering absolute nonsense. I, Yuan Zu, am the supreme god of war. Jiang Kai finally came to a conclusion. He needs more training. Hopefully, he can build some genuine confidence soon, without the booze. She immediately beamed with optimism. I believe he can do it. But as the sun rose the next morning, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. What Yuan Zu's eyes were blazing with false bravado as he listened to the others. I was that heroic yesterday. But internally, he was crumbling as the teasing continued. Ruan Yu couldn't help but expose the truth. After your senses went haywire, you didn't just kill the iron-armored lizard dragon. You were actively flirting with the beast while you fought it. Hu Yan grinned, enjoying the show. It was truly a magnificent display of valor. Her sarcasm made him want to cry a river of tears. Stop talking about it. Just then, a shimmering treasure chest was placed in the center. The 5-member squad gathered around the glowing loot box. All right, everyone's here. Let's commence the grand opening of the treasure chest. Hu Yan placed a hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder, stopping him. Captain Jiang, this is a rare drop. I cast a divination earlier and your luck is trash today. Let Su Nuan open it. Her aura is glowing red with fortune, unlike your pitch-black luck. Hearing this, her eyes went wide with surprise. Jiang Kai laughed, stepping back. Do it. Hu Yan is a master of divination. Su Nuan, you're up. Hu Yan stepped forward to encourage her. Don't worry, just open it. We already hit the jackpot just by surviving the mutated lizard dragon encounter. She slowly accepted the responsibility. Okay then. Su Nuan stepped forward and threw the lid open. As soon as they looked inside, the entire team's jaws hit the floor. Suddenly, the familiar blue interface of the system Manhwa appeared before her eyes. Su Nuan stared blankly at the item in her hands. Hishishi's is special phosphor essence rock. It can enchant weapons to increase armor penetration and boost defense. Weighing 14.4 kilograms. Estimated value 500,000 sanctuary coins. Yuan Zu also received a crystal. Earth core 17 kilograms. A vital energy source used for city construction. Estimated value 100,000 sanctuary coins. For Hu Yan, a blood essence crystal weighing 48 grams. Essential for crafting and upgrading high-tier weapons. Value 300,000 sanctuary coins. Finally, for Jiang Kai, 3 heavenly bones, crucial catalysts for upgrading talent tiers. Estimated value 200,000 sanctuary coins. But then she noticed something anomalous in the pile. Before their eyes lay a crimson crystal, pulsating with power. Mutated blood essence crystal, 0.6 grams. It is one of the core ingredients for crafting attribute elixirs. Estimated value 6 million sanctuary coins. Jiang Kai's jaw unhinged in shock. 1 gram of this stuff is worth 1 million coins. And it's just an ingredient. Su Nuan nodded excitedly. That's right. Hearing this, Jang Kai's face turned corpse pale. Wait a minute. Then that mermaid elixir I chugged earlier. Did I just drink a few 100 million coins in one gulp? Another item was pulled from the chest. A secret elixir that permanently boosts base attributes. The ingredients are ridiculously rare. The entire sanctuary can only produce less than 20 bottles a year. One bottle increases base stats by 10 points. Market price, 150 million sanctuary coins. Yuan Zu's eyes were shining like stars, truly a reward fit for a mutated warlord kill, while Jiang Kai wanted to weep. I knew it. I literally swallowed a luxury villa at Jingshin Lake earlier. If I had known, I would have at least savored the taste. She continued pulling items out. She's is holy water. Hu Yan immediately recognized it. Holy water, that's one of the materials required for the level 20 class change for doctors. Rumor has it a single class change requires 5 milliliters. She's bottle has 15 milliliters. Ruan Yu narrowed his eyes, his merchant brain activating. 5 milliliters sells for 1 million. So this bottle alone is worth 3 million sanctuary coins. Yuan Zu couldn't stop praising. We actually got the healer class change materials. Su Nuan. Your luck is terrifyingly good. Even for a mutated warlord chest, the drop rate for 3 rare class change materials at once is practically 0. Her eyes sparkled as she did the mental math. The total profit from a standard warlord tier chest is usually around 8 million sanctuary coins. That means the value of this chest exceeds 10 million. The scene made him laugh awkwardly. Hu Yan, you look like a total gold digger right now? She smirked, turning to Jiang Kai with a mocking gaze. Are you sure about that? Do you want to see what Captain Jiang looks like right now? Sure enough, over in the corner, Jiang Kai was practically drooling a river of greed. Between the elite chest from before and this mutated lizard dragon kill, our total loot value has definitely smashed through the 15 million mark. Seeing his expression, the other two were left completely speechless. After that day, this Manhwa recap shows the Fire God squad claiming a lizard dragon nest every single day. Sometimes they even conquered 2 warlord tier dens in 24 hours. As their combat experience grew, the combo of Yuan Zu's armor break and Jiang Kai's fatal critical strike made killing iron-armored lizard dragons as easy as breathing. The only downside was the cost of alcohol. That guy couldn't fight with any momentum unless he had some ethanol in his system. There was no logic to it. I, Yuan Zu, am the #1 warlord under the heavens. 10 days later, the squad had wiped out nearly every warlord tier nest in the vicinity. The system notifications flashed relentlessly, typical of a leveling Manhwa. Adventurer Yuan Zu, level 20. Adventurer Ruan Yu, level 20. Adventurer Su Nuan, level 12. Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu both hit the level 20 milestone, while Su Nuan, jumped from 9 to 12. After a long period of grinding, the exhausted group decided to light a fire and rest, splitting the chores among the 5 of them. Hu Yan turned to their leader. Captain Jiang Kai, what is our next move? We have cleared this entire zone. It is unlikely another warlord tier beast will spawn anytime soon. Suddenly, a sharp alert chimed from Su Nuan. Nuan's wrist interface. Shocked, she dropped her rations to the ground. The noise snapped Jiang Kai and the others to attention. Su Nuan, what's wrong? You look pale. What happened? Her voice trembled as she read the report. I just got intel from Lai Yan Peak. A capable small guild was grinding there when they ran into a mutated commander tier fallen corpse king. They didn't stand a chance. Total party wipe. The other 4 froze their jaws, dropping in disbelief. The fallen corpse king. True to its name, it is a hell attribute monster. Elusive, deadly, a nightmare in physical form. A normal commander tier corpse king is already level 60 plus. That is far stronger than the mutated lizard dragon we just fought. But a mutated corpse king. Its power level is unimaginable. Su Nuan, continued, her voice grim. But the mutated boss was heavily injured during the fight. It has gone into hiding to recover. That guild was wiped out, but they managed to wound a monster of that caliber. They were strong. Hu Yan's eyes widened as the realization hit. If someone manages to kill that mutated boss while it is weak, the loot would be legendary. But the price was a total team slaughter. Yuan Zu narrowed his eyes and sighed. A tragedy. Truly. Ruan Yu nodded solemnly. They went down fighting. Suddenly, Jang Kai cut in. Su Nuan, this intel is fresh, right? How many others know? She raised a brow, answering honestly. It just broke. It hasn't gone viral yet. But the major guilds definitely have their spies. The orthodox factions will be swarming that location soon. Su Nuan paused, looking at her captain. Jiang Kai, surely you aren't thinking. He raised an eyebrow, his expression dead serious. I know the Saint Yao rules forbid kill-stealing bosses, but that only applies to king tier and above. A commander tier monster. That is free real estate. Right now, countless hunters are hungry for that kill. It is the classic high-stakes gamble you see in a leveling manhwa. Jiang Kai smirked, the thrill of the hunt in his eyes. So I say we roll the dice and join the party. She didn't hesitate for a second. Agreed. We handled the lizard dragon well enough. Even if we don't secure the kill on the Corpse King, consider it a new trial to break our limits. Yuan Zu grinned, catching the excitement. With Captain Jang Kai leading us, I believe we can take down anything. Even a scaled iron-armored lizard dragon. Count me in. Yan checked her gear. Jiang Kai, I am going too. Even the narcissist of the group checked his reflection and agreed. How could the Fire God squad function without the world's #1 vanguard Yuan Zu? He struck a pose. Obviously, I am coming. Seeing the fire in their eyes, Jiang Kai felt a surge of pride. Good. He spread his arms wide. Next target, mutated fallen Corpse King. Fire God squad, move out. They marched through the wilderness until the next day. The environment grew harsh. Yuan Zu was panting, tongue hanging out from the heat. Too hot. Suddenly, Yuan Zu stopped. Hold up. Look at that tree. Nuan activated her scan skill. That is a heavenly fire tree. Age: approximately 20 years. If it survives past 30 years, it evolves into a spirit plant. Killing it gives a chance to drop a fire tree heart. That is a rare material for boosting fire element buffs. Hearing this, Yuan Zu stared intensely at the trunk. But then his gaze shifted. Something else caught his attention. He pointed ahead. Look, that is a squad from the Azure Dragon Guild. I have seen them before. As they got closer to the objective, the area became crowded. Another group was closing in from the flank. Yuan Zu spotted them. Over there. Another team. He gasped for breath. Just as we thought. Everyone who got the intel is converging here. We need to pick up the pace. Hu Yan frowned. We traveled faster than the groups coming from the main city. But speed means nothing against the teams who were already grinding in this zone. Jiang Kai fell silent, processing the situation. Hu Yan is right. There is no telling how many squads are rushing the fallen Corpse King's lair right now. And the teams already in the vicinity are likely waiting for backup. He turned and noticed Nuan lagging behind. Her steps were unsteady. Dizziness washed over her. So tired. My stats really can't keep up with the combat classes. The competition for the boss is brutal. Everyone is pushing their limits. I cannot be the dead weight that drags them down. Her vision began to blur. Suddenly, a figure stepped into her path. Jiang Kai handed her a water flask. Nuan drink. We are taking a break. He analyzed the team's condition mentally. Yuan Zu is a main tank. He needs priority leveling. Yuan Zu started with high stats, so getting him to level 20 will be quick. Hu Yan is already level 29. But Nuan is only level 12. Yet she hasn't complained once. She is pushing herself to the breaking point to stay with us. She frowned, looking down in conflict. After a moment, she forced a smile and shook her head. I am fine. I am not tired. Jiang Kai admired her spirit. The lowest level. A healer with 0 combat power. Yet, she endured. She was tougher than she looked. He smiled gently. You might not be tired, but I am exhausted. Everyone do me a favor and rest up for a bit. The team immediately caught on and played along. Yeah, actually, I noticed a lot of high-level squads around here. Better to recover our stamina now so we are at peak condition for the fight. Nuan hesitated, but the group had already decided to set up camp. Jiang Kai opened the map interface. Lai Yan Peak, the fallen Corpse King's territory. The perimeter is 5.6 kilometers. Most monsters here have no territory awareness. They roam randomly. Add in the swarm of hunter squads, searching the area. In terms of raw speed and stamina, we are at a disadvantage. Hu Yan cut to the chase. Captain Jiang Kai, what is the play? He looked at them directly. I was thinking, should we really just rush in, or should we pause and analyze? Compared to these other squads, what is our unique edge? Yuan Zu rubbed his chin, thinking hard. The captain makes a good point. Shishi's place is crawling with elites. What does the Fire God squad have that will let us find the boss first? Yuan Zu and Hu Yan exchanged a sharp knowing glance, instantly on the same wavelength. Nuan clenched her hands tight, her voice trembling with anxiety. I can't think of a single plan. Are we really just going to leave our fate to blind luck? Her desperate words sparked a sudden epiphany in Jiang Kai. Luck, Yuan Zu chirped up with a grin. Hey, Hu Yan, why don't you cast a divination for us? See if we can locate the fallen corpse king. Hu Yan felt a twitch of annoyance at the suggestion. How in the world am I supposed to predict something like that? Suddenly, Jiang Kai shouted, eyes wide with excitement, as he rushed toward her. Luck isn't wrong, it's all about probability. Hu Yan, having you on the team is our ultimate cheat code. She recoiled, eyes wide with disbelief. Team leader Jiang Kai, are you serious? You want me to read fortunes now? Should I perform a rain dance while I'm at it? Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed with intensity. Hu Yan, have you forgotten your roots? Before you awakened your current class, you were a feng shui master. The fallen corpse king is critically injured and in hiding. So where would a hell attribute monster choose to recover? Realization dawned on her face. A place with the heaviest yin energy. Jiang Kai corrected her with a strategist's precision. Not necessarily the heaviest. Since it's wounded, it might not have the strength to reach the perfect spot. We need to scan for areas with heavy yin energy near the DM Lin Ridge and narrow it down. It was a classic strategy found in any high-stakes leveling manhwa. Hu Yan finally grasped the full picture. I see. She spun around, winking with newfound confidence. Feng shui techniques, that's my bread and butter. You guys take a breather. I'll calculate the coordinates of the fallen corpse king's lair. Jiang Kai nodded, offering encouragement. Good. Time seemed to stretch, as the team waited, Jiang Kai standing silent, as a statue awaiting the verdict. Suddenly, a heavy hand slapped Jiang Kai's shoulder. Yuan Zu scratched his head, grinning. Man, I actually scared you. What are you thinking about so intensely? You didn't even sense me walking up. Jiang Kai smirked, dismissing the concern. It's nothing. I was just thinking about Su Nuan unlocking her level 20 class advancement materials. Even though I unlocked my own class advancement formula, I'm still completely in the dark about where to find the ingredients. Yuan Zu nudged him playfully. Jiang Kai, so you already got the formula. What kind of materials are we talking about? Rare drops. Jiang Kai's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. It's not about rarity. The problem is, I have absolutely no idea what these things are. He decided to reveal the truth. I found the special level 20 class transfer recipe in the hidden secret zone under Vindong Island, right where the merman boss was. After decoding the ancient text, it read, water with no source, fire that burns from the void, wind that is silent and still, earth that floats and sinks, and metal that shifts form constantly. Hearing this, Yuan Zu broke out in a cold sweat. Hold on a second. Living water with no source, and fire burning from nothing. That sounds impossible. Jiang Kai, are you sure that's a recipe and not just a riddle? Jiang Kai gave a wry smile. There's only one copy of this formula. It's definitely correct, but it's cryptic enough to drive anyone crazy. A true puzzle for a system manhwa protagonist. I wondered if water with no source meant rain, but the other elements, they don't make any sense. Yuan Zu's jaw dropped as a thought struck him. No source. That actually makes sense. And fire from the void. Could that be referring to the Lu Diem Ridge? Jiang Kai looked blank for a moment. Lu Diem Ridge. Yuan Zu nodded vigorously, digging into his memory. Yeah, they say there's no visible fire there, yet the heat is unbearable. It's like a natural, invisible furnace. Don't you think that sounds magical? Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, pondering. That actually sounds plausible. Suddenly, a mocking voice sliced through the air, startling them both. Well, isn't this the lucky dog from Vindong Island? The little villain Jiang Kai? A menacing group approached, a level 40 cavalry and a level 40 gladiator leading the pack. Fai Tuang stood with hands on his hips, arrogance radiating off him. Talk about enemies crossing paths on a narrow road. The sudden hostility confused Yuan Zu. Enemies? Jiang Kai, do you have beef with these guys? They look like trouble. Jiang Kai shot them a cold, unimpressed glare. Never met them. But seeing that arrogant look on their faces, they definitely reek of the Royal Guild. Yuan Zu's face twisted in disgust at the name. Royal Guild people? Then I definitely need to teach them a lesson in manners. Jiang Kai calmly held him back. Hold your ground. These guys are high level. Our target is the mutated fallen corpse king. Hishishi's isn't the time for a guild war. He stepped forward, voice steady. I'm Jiang Kai. Do we have business? The man stepped closer, towering over him. Business. You killed members of my Falcon Squad 5. And during the merman boss raid, you sneak attacked and murdered young Master Hoang. Fai Tuang laughed like a maniac, eyes wild. Jiang Kai, oh Jiang Kai. You really have guts. Are you that eager to dig your own grave? Jiang Kai just picked his ear, looking completely bored. The truth was, Jiang Kai hadn't ambushed Wang Wei. Huang Wei had brought 4 assistants to kill him only to be wiped out by Jiang Kai in a beautiful display of skill. Before another word could be said, Holin snapped. She cracked her whip, screaming like a banshee. The captain is talking to you. How dare a dog bark in his presence? Jiang Kai reacted instantly. With a casual wave of his bare hand, he swatted the whip away. The effortless block only fueled Hoalian's rage. Jiang Kai frowned, his aura turning cold. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. You're buzzing around like annoying flies. Fai Tuong didn't waste breath. He drew the massive sword from his shoulder. You dare call our Black Tortoise Guild flies? I was planning to give you a quick death. He and his lackeys glared at the duo with murderous intent. But now, I'll make sure you can neither live nor die. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, equipping his claws. It was clear they wouldn't leave without blood being spilled. The battle was inevitable. Just then, Su Nuan, and Mac Tran rushed onto the scene. Fituang, what do you think you're doing? Are you really trying to attack us right here? Fituang froze, blinking in confusion. They know Su Nuan. His eyes went wide with shock. Su Nuan, aren't you with the military? Why are you hanging around with Jang Kai? She stepped forward, shielding Jiang Kai. I am currently a member of the Fire God Squad, and Jang Kai is my captain. If you try to touch him, I won't just stand by and watch. Yuan Zu nodded aggressively in agreement. That's right. Mac Tran chimed in with a warning of his own. Captain, remember this woman's sister works directly under Wei Ying. Our priority is the fallen corpse king. We shouldn't invite unnecessary trouble. Fai Tuong gritted his teeth, falling into deep thought, before finally sheathing his sword. Consider yourselves lucky today. I won't touch you. He sneered, trying to save face. I didn't realize Jiang Kai was the type to eat soft rice hiding behind a woman's skirt for protection. The protagonist glared daggers at Fai Tuong, his irritation boiling over. But the arrogant rival wasn't done yet, leaving with a final venomous sneer. Oh right, you rely heavily on those flying daggers of yours, do you not? It fits. Someone like you is only capable of using such underhanded, deceitful trash. But mark my words, the next time our paths cross, I will not only shatter your precious blades into dust. Fai Tuong grinned like a devil, finishing his sentence with cold malice. I will sever both of your arms from your body. The threat hung heavy in the air, casting a dark shadow over Jiang Kai's expression. The rival group walked away, their mocking laughter echoing like hyenas, as they relished his anger. To them, it was baffling how the elite Falcon Team No. 5 could have ever lost to such a pathetic low-level hunter. Yuan Zu roared, ready to rush in and spill blood right then and there. That is too far, but Jiang Kai, ever the calm leader, held him back with a firm grip. Now is not the time for reckless vengeance. Let them go. Regaining his composure, the main character turned his focus to gathering intelligence. Su Nuan, tell me, what do you know about that man Fai Tuong? She did not hesitate to share her knowledge. I know a little. He used to serve in the military district. Rumor has it he ascended from a martial apprentice to a full-fledged fighter over 6 months ago. But his current combat prowess, it is terrifying. He may have already reached the power level of an inheritor. The revelation struck Jang Kai and Ruan Yu like a physical blow, leaving them speechless. Seeing their confusion, Su Nuan broke down the hierarchy typical of a system Manhwa. The military highly values the martial apprentice path, which consists of 4 distinct tiers before one can achieve the transcendent state of superhuman. It is a hierarchy etched in blood and sweat. Levels 1 through 20 are martial apprentices. 21 to 40 are fighters. 41 to 60 are the inheritors. And levels 61 through 80 are the legendary ancient warriors. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, exhaling a heavy breath. To think Fai Tuong's strength already rivals that of an inheritor. Su Nuan nodded grimly, adding another warning. And be careful, he has deep connections with the royal brotherhoods. Exactly. I have heard his agility stats are off the charts. His speed is monstrous, so you must keep your guard up. The arrogance of Fai Tuong's face flashed through the protagonist's mind. He could not shake the ominous feeling stirring in his gut. A premonition told him their blades would cross again during the upcoming Guild Challenge tournament. Suddenly, Hu Yan sprinted over, waving frantically at the squad. Captain Jiang Kai, I have finished the calculations. There are exactly 3 locations that fit the conditions. She unfurled the map, pointing out the strategic coordinates. The first is the Sunset Necropolis, located northwest of the Blazing Ridge. It is dangerously close to the fallen Zombie King's territory. The second option is Shanyan Lake, situated directly to the south. Shish's Lake is overflowing with yin energy, and it is also the location closest to the safety of the main capital city. Then there is the final possibility, a nameless low-lying depression in the terrain to the due west. It is obscure, completely famous, and we would need to traverse a rugged hill just to reach its entrance. Hearing this, Jiang Kai rested his chin on his hand, sinking into deep, tactical thought. Yuan Zu raised an eyebrow, suggesting a direct approach. The fallen zombie king is critically injured. Surely it would retreat to its nest. Let us try the Sunset Necropolis and test our luck. But instantly, the captain shot down the idea with cold logic. No, we are going to the Nameless Valley. The other four froze their faces blank, with shock at the unexpected command. Jiang Kai explained his reasoning like a veteran hunter. The Sunset Necropolis is close to its lair, true. But that is exactly why every other hunting party will be swarming that location. By the time we arrive, the area will have been scoured clean. Even if the beast is there, we would likely return empty-handed, beaten to the prize by faster squads. As for Shanyin Lake, its yin energy gathering is inferior to the necropolis, and it lacks the seclusion of the valley. Being near the city means a flood of competitors will be starting their search from there. The valley, however, is isolated by mountain ranges. While it seems like a difficult place for a wounded monster to escape, to reverse psychology applies here. That difficulty is exactly what will make most hunters overlook it. So looking at the big picture, I say, we bet it all on one hand. We head to the valley. It took them 2 grueling hours to traverse the terrain. Is this the place? The Nameless Valley. One of the teammates shivered, trembling as they walked into the gloom. Shishi's hellish place does not need a feng shui master to read it. I can feel the thick, suffocating death energy radiating from the ground. Yuan Zu hesitated. But this place is massive. If the fallen zombie king is hiding here, finding it will be like finding a needle in a haystack. We are racing against the clock. We not only have to locate the beast, but we must also slay it before any rival teams discover this location. The difficulty level is indeed nightmare mode. But Jiang Kai did not slow his pace, explaining calmly. The king is terrified of discovery. To heal its wounds, it will seek the darkest, most claustrophobic shelter. Look for caves or ancient tombs. Su Nuan. Nuan retrieved several vials of liquid from her inventory, her voice soothing the tense squad. Take these. I brewed this concoction during my service in the military wars. It is designed to mitigate the corrupting effects of toxins from hell-type monsters. The resistance buff lasts for 12 hours. It might just be the edge we need to survive this expedition. Jiang Kai snapped into leader mode. Good work. Everyone consume Su Nuan's potions immediately. Then we fan out and scan the perimeter for any hidden caverns or abandoned burial sites. The team nodded, downing the elixirs. Darkness swallowed the sky rapidly. Soon, Jiang Kai's squad was navigating the pitch-black depths of the forest. Yuan Zu groaned his stamina, hitting rock bottom. Jiang Kai, I can't take another step. Let's rest before going deeper. But the captain was unyielding. Yuan Zu, do not fall behind. Keep moving. Su Nuan chimed in with a warning. She is right, Yuan Zu. What if the fallen zombie king suddenly ambushes us? Get over here. Hearing that, the color drained from the big guy's face. Ambush. That is impossible, right? Isn't it? Critically wounded? It should be hiding like a rat. Hu Yan teased him without mercy. I said, what if? Who knows? Maybe the mutated king got hungry while healing. Maybe it smelled fresh human meat and is standing right behind you. A phantom image of the beast seemed to loom over him, sending shivers down his spine. Gritting his teeth in sheer terror, Yuan Zu sprinted forward like his life depended on it. I'm coming. Wait for me. Don't leave me alone. Jiang Kai sighed, exasperated. Hu Yan, stop terrorizing him. He is easily spooked. She shrugged, unbothered. Yuan Zu has high stats, but his cowardice is a debuff. He needs this kind of mental conditioning. Mid-sprint, Yuan Zu's foot caught on a massive protruding stone. He crashed face first into the dirt. The team rushed over, concerned by the heavy impact. Yuan Zu, are you injured? But Yuan Zu didn't answer. His face had turned ghost white. He scrambled backward in the dirt, trembling finger pointing at what he had tripped over. Wait, everyone. Look, what in the world is that? Before them lay a desolate ancient grave, half buried and forgotten by time. Hu Yan gasped, her hand covering her mouth. A hidden tomb. It was camouflaged so perfectly we would have walked right past it. Yuan Zu narrowed her eyes. But look at the size. It is tiny. Could a commander-rank fallen zombie king really fit inside there? Suddenly, a crack on the tombstone split open. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly heavy. Jiang Kai's instincts screamed, not good, it is here. Hu Yan Ruan Yu Su Nuan fall. Back immediately. Following the command, the squad scattered to create distance. Roger Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. He launched himself into the air, ready to intercept the monster. He barked out the strategy. Yuan Zu, I'll take the aggro head on. You stay in the shadows and prep the ambush. Yuan Zu gripped his weapon, signaling his readiness. Suddenly, the earth beneath the tombstone began to churn with a sinister energy. Jiang Kai's voice turned icy serious. If you can't tank the hit retreat immediately, don't be a hero. I'll activate my fatal pursuit skill to suppress it if things go south. He responded instantly. Understood. Just then, a rotting hand slowly clawed its way up from the abyss. Even though Yuan Zu had steeled himself, the sheer, suffocating pressure froze him in his tracks. The beast fully emerged. It was a fallen corpse king, a variant commander, rank entity. The interface looked exactly like a high-stakes system Manhwa boss profile, boasting a terrifying level 65. The corpse king hoisted its massive frame from the grave, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. The party stood paralyzed by the sheer killing intent. It was here. Its dead eyes locked onto Yuan Zu, draining the blood from the warrior's face. Don't you dare come over here. Internally, he was screaming. He Shishi's thing was straight out of a horror show. Sensing his fear, the beast unleashed a sonic shockwave that blasted Yuan Zu backward like a ragdoll. Holy crap. The corpse king emitted a bone-chilling frequency that sent shivers down his spine. He Shishi's is bad. My mental fortitude is crumbling. I can't hold my ground. But then Yuan Zu did what he does best. He downed a pint of beer in one go. Smashing the empty mug to the ground, he gripped his greatsword with renewed vigor. I don't care if you're a demon or a ghost. Abandoning all reason, he charged forward with suicidal bravery. I am Yuan Zu, the world's #1 war god. Prepare to die. Conquering his fear, Yuan Zu delivered a devastating slash aimed at the beast's neck. He expected a decapitation, but clang, the blade stuck fast in the monster's flesh. A deadly silence fell over the battlefield. Yuan Zu stood there, frozen in sheer disbelief. The corpse king was enraged. It let out a guttural growl, glaring daggers at the audacious human. Hiding behind a tree, Ruan Yu trembled. It's over. Yuan Zu's weapon is jammed. He's a sitting duck. Jiang Kai moved like a phantom. Situation critical. Yuan Zu, retreat now. But the corpse king roared, the sound waves rippling through the air and distorting the very space around them. Yuan Zu lost his footing and tumbled backward. The monster raised its massive claws for a killing blow. But before the strike could land, a shadow flashed between them. What's the hurry, you ugly freak? Your opponent is me. Jang Kai unleashed a barrage of skills. Boom. A catastrophic explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield in dust and debris. Capitalizing on the chaos, Ruan Yu and Hu Yan dragged Yuan Zu to safety. Move. We need to fall back. Reaching the safe zone, Hu Yan called out to their healer. Su Nuan, we made it back. That attack was magnificent. That fallen corpse king was already critically injured. After Captain Jiang Kai's ultimate move, surely it's been reduced to nothing but ash. But Ruan Yu countered, I don't know. Yuan Zu's full power slash didn't even scratch its defense. He Shishi's isn't a simple mob. Noticing the healer's expression darkened, Hu Yan asked Su Nuan, what's wrong? She looked toward the dust cloud, horror washing over her face. Hu Yan followed her gaze, eyes bulging. She stammered, unable to form words. What in the world is that? Is this thing immortal? Back on the battlefield, the duel was far from over. A notification flashed in the air like a Manhwa recap cliffhanger. Boss skill activated, undead resurgence. When the fallen corpse king takes fatal damage, its soul core ignites. It gains massive damage reduction, and its health point regeneration skyrockets. He Shishi's is a classic mechanic in any leveling manhwa. Even the gaping hole in its chest was knitting itself back together. The beast slammed its fist down. Crack. The ground split open, and Jang Kai was sent flying by the shockwave. He gritted his teeth, mind racing. Its armor is shattered, it's critically wounded, and I've been spamming combos. Yet it refuses to fall. Its vitality is monstrous. At that moment, Su Nuan screamed, Jang Kai, aim for the heart. You must destroy the core. Unless you pierce its heart, it will regenerate indefinitely, regardless of the damage. Realization flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. So, that's the gimmick. No wonder its HP bar wouldn't drop to 0. I have to obliterate the heart completely. But her warning came at a price. The corpse king's aggro shifted instantly to the healer. Snarling, it stomped towards Su Nuan, emitting a high-pitched screech that grated on their very souls. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in panic. Su Nuan move. Suddenly, the corpse king froze. A surge of dark energy erupted from its palm, distorting the air. Jiang Kai skidded to a halt. What the hell? Out of nowhere, a spectral hand cloaked in green miasma shot up from the ground. Before he could activate a dodge skill, the spectral limb snatched him out of the air. The elongated arm crushed him with overwhelming force, immobilizing him completely. Pain shot through his body. He gritted his teeth, feeling his ribs crack. It feinted. A feint attack to catch me off guard. I can't break free. Jiang Kai was now a helpless doll in the Corpse King's grasp. The beast unhinged its jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Its tongue lolled out, ready to devour the captain whole. Hu Yan screamed in terror. Captain Jiang Kai. At the same moment, Yuan Zu exploded with rage, gripping his sword, eyes burning with fury. He roared, "You dare get your filthy claws off my teammate, you overgrown trash!" But before Yuan Zu could close the distance, the beast exhaled a cloud of purple mist, creating a wall of death. Behind the tree, Nuan coughed violently. "That's dark purple poison mist. Yuan Zu, stay back." Her mind raced through the database. Poison breath. The signature area of effect skill of the fallen Corpse King. The darker the hue, the more lethal the toxicity. Usually, a commander-tier beast exhales dark green gas. That alone is strong enough to melt an adventurer's skin within 60 seconds. But a king-tier boss produces black mist, an instant kill zone for any normal awakener. He-Shishi's variant is spewing purple-black mist. It's a hybrid toxin. It might not be an instant kill, but the debuff and damage over time will be catastrophic. A nightmare scenario for an awakening Manhwa party. My antidotes. They'll be like a drop in the ocean against this level of toxicity. Nuan froze despair, creeping in. Even heavily wounded, this monster had the power to wipe out an elite guild. She watched Yuan Zu charging into the fray, her heart sinking. Yuan Zu is trying to draw aggro again, but the level gap is too massive. He won't last 10 seconds. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through her thoughts. "You think I'll let you eat my captain? Not on my watch." She spun around in shock. Wait, that aura. Ruan Yu. He raised his heavy shield, stepping up to support the vanguard. "I am Ruan Yu, and I refuse to be the weak link in this party." "Big Ruan Yu, don't she?" cried out, but the tank didn't look back. Suddenly, Hu Yan grabbed her hand from behind. Nuan, wait. Don't rush in there. That purple mist is a death sentence. You're the healer, our lifeline. If you go down, we all die. Nuan stammered, but Hu Yan cut her off with a confident, almost reckless grin. "So your only job right now is to stay alive. Got it." With those words, Hu Yan turned and dashed toward the chaos, leaving Nuan standing there, the words, "Stay alive," echoing in her mind. "Hu Yan, wait, what are you planning?" Nuan cried out, desperation clawing at her throat. But the only reply was a final grim instruction from her teammate. "Stay back, the poison aura is too vast. I have to enter the eye of the storm to summon the cleansing rain. It's the only way to wash this filth away." Nuan stood frozen, her soul seemingly stripped away, watching her teammates charge into the jaws of death. Everyone was putting their lives on the line. Trembling violently, limbs locked in fear, she bit her lip until she tasted blood, tears, threatening to spill. Why? The question echoed in her mind. I am a doctor, a healer, yet I stand here useless. Since childhood, her older sister had been her absolute shield, blocking every danger the world threw at them. She had grown comfortable in that shadow, maturing within the safe cocoon of her sister's protection, never facing the storm alone. But then the world shattered. Devil stars descended, and god-tier beasts emerged from the rifts. Only those who survived the trials and gained power in this awakening Manhwa reality stood a chance against the invaders destroying their home. The reality hit home when her father fell on the front lines, bleeding out because there weren't enough healers to save him from the beast tide. In a single night, the girl died and a soldier was born. She swore to join the military, determined to become the unshakable pillar of support her teammates needed on the battlefield. During those early lonely days inside the Devil Star Rift's fate introduced her to Yuan Zu and Jang Kai. Their synergy was instant, a perfect combat harmony. Under Jiang Kai's brilliant leadership, their rookie squad's performance dazzled the higher-ups, earning them a prestigious spot in the military's ranks. Finally, just like her sister, she had donned the uniform. She thought she had firmly planted her feet on the path of her dreams, but the military was a crucible that exposed the weak. Despite her desperate training, her evaluation halted at rank C. She tried to comfort Yuan Zu. His scores weren't ideal either, and she told him not to worry, but deep down her own disappointment was a crushing weight. Could she ever truly become a legendary healer? As Nuan spiraled through her memories, questioning her worth, the roar of battle snapped her back. The voices of Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu cut through the chaos. Such an exquisite appearance for a fallen corpse king, a voice sneered. How could I miss this? Come, let us proceed. Do not let anyone ruin this beautiful plan. I am Yuan Zu, the #1 war god under the heavens. Begone, you filth. His thundering courage only deepened the shadow of inferiority in her heart. Just like back then, she watched her best friends burning their life force to fight, while she remained exactly as she was in the past. Always hiding behind her sister. Always hiding behind them. Su Nuan sank to the ground, powerlessness crushing her spirit. Doubt began to rot her resolve. Was she ever meant to be a doctor? The Corpse King shrieked, spewing a deadly, poisonous mist. While the tanks held the line, Jiang Kai was reaching his breaking point, his face turning an asphyxiated shade of blue. Yuan Zu Zi Ruan Yu. Hearing Jiang Kai's desperate cry pierced her stupor. Su Nuan scrambled to her feet, trembling but moving. She arrived just in time to see the Corpse King unleash a devastating assault on her team. Witnessing the carnage, Su Nuan gasped, sprinting forward. Yuan Zu Zi Ruan Yu. She slid to her knees, assessing the damage. Less than a minute in the mist, yet their flesh was corroding rapidly. Calm down, Su Nuan, she told herself. Saving lives is the only mission that matters now. Channeling her mana, she cast healing spells on the wounded, using the incantations to steady her own shaking heart. Color returned to Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu's faces as their wounds knit together. Suddenly, the poison mist dissipated, washed away by a torrential downpour. Su Nuan looked up, relief flooding her. It was Hu Yan. Under Hu Yan's summoned tempest, the toxicity vanished. The Corpse King stood bewildered in the rain. Meanwhile, the mage collapsed behind a tree, draining her very life force to maintain the storm. But the beast wasn't finished. It snatched Jiang Kai in its massive grip, roaring with fury. Jiang Kai was fading fast, agony racking his body, his breath hitching as death drew near. Did I overestimate myself again? His face went deathly pale. Back on Eternal Winter Island, if not for the passive skill iron will of the arena, he never would have scratched the mermaid boss. Jiang Kai's life flashed before his eyes. He, Shishi's, commander-level fallen Corpse King, was a variable he hadn't accounted for in this Manhwa recap. It was completely off-script. I led them into this hell, he thought, yet I lack the power to shield them from the flames. Guilt consumed him. Nearby Hu Yan gave a weak cough, murmured, "It's over," and slumped into unconsciousness. No, Hu Yan, Jiang Kai screamed internally. Was his ambition truly a death sentence for his friends? God, can I really let them pay the ultimate price for my arrogance? Darkness clouded his vision, surrender tempting him. But then movement. Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu launched a suicidal charge. I am the strongest war god. Who dares touch my captain? The Corpse King, startled by the ants biting back, instinctively blocked Ruan Yu's strike. That split second of distraction was enough. Jiang Kai slipped free from the crushing grip. He gritted his teeth, shattering his doubt. No, I refuse to accept defeat here. Brother Jiang and Yingzi are waiting for us to return to the good life. Watching his teammates throw their bodies into the meat grinder to save him ignited a fire in his soul. They are fighting for me, fighting for Team Vulcan until the bitter end. Jiang Kai hit the ground hard, hacking up blood. He tried to rise, but his arms trembled violently. Every inch of his body screamed in agony. He was running on fumes. Su Nuan rushed to his side, panic in her eyes. Jiang Kai, what do we do? Yuan Zu Zi, Hu Yan. He cut her off, his voice steady despite the pain. Su Nuan breathe. Hu Yan is down, which means this rain is temporary. I feel like every bone in my body is pulverized, but we have to end this monster now. Is there any way? He looked at her, his eyes vulnerable and pleading. For you to patch me up, right now. Tears welled in her eyes, but she swallowed them back. She would not be the weak link. Gripping his hand firmly, she nodded. I understand. Leave it to me. In that moment of respite, the Corpse King's tongue lashed out, snatching Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu, and tossing them into its maw, like snacks. But before it could swallow, a shadow flashed. Jang Kai smashed a fist directly into its hideous face. Spit them out, you bastard. He launched himself skyward, gravity, bowing to his rage, preparing a hammer blow from the heavens. Boom. A thunderous kick to the jaw forced the beast to regurgitate its prey. Su Nuan watched them fall hard in her throat. Yuan Zu Zi Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai glanced back, a smirk playing on his lips, the grin of a madman. Su Nuan, keep them alive. The Corpse King retaliated, bringing a massive fist down on him. Her expression darkened. She withdrew a vial of glowing orange liquid from her inventory. Jiang Kai, she whispered, my standard healing magic won't be enough to bridge the gap. He Shishi's vial, contained the Tears of the Lesser Phoenix, a legendary drop I secured during my military training arc. For any adventurer under level 20, it acts like a cheat code from a leveling Manhwa, instantly restoring them to peak condition, regardless of damage. But the cooldown penalty is brutal. Exactly 1 minute after consumption, the user drops into an instant, unbreakable coma. Jiang Kai, are you really crazy enough to drink this? Jiang Kai didn't hesitate for a second. He downed the potion with a frown, but a confident smirk quickly replaced it. 1 minute is all I need to end this. He blasted his aura at the zombie king to draw aggro, then dashed away, turning back to taunt the beast. Come get some, you brainless pile of meat. Chase me if you can. The monster roared in fury and immediately gave chase. Jang Kai sprinted forward, gritting his teeth to buy every second possible. Good, the storm is finally clearing up. He kited the zombie king deep into the forest, creating the perfect distance. He stopped cold, waiting patiently for the boss to enter the kill zone. Suddenly, the earth rippled like water. The zombie king's massive fist erupted from the ground, smashing exactly where Jiang Kai had been standing a split second ago. He sidestepped the attack, a cocky grin on his face, as he gripped his weapon. You think I'd fall for the same trick twice? The beast howled in rage, spewing a cloud of toxic smog. 3 arrows pierced through the smokescreen, locking onto the zombie king. The monster's eyes widened in shock before it leaped into the air to counterattack. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the forest. The creature landed frantically, scanning left and right through the thick debris. A blinding light flashed from the distance. The king dodged sideways, screaming in frustration as it tried to track Jiang Kai's energy signature. It spotted a pit trap ahead, but that was just a distraction. The real threat materialized right behind its back. Hey ugly! Jiang Kai unleashed 3 power-charged arrows with overwhelming pressure. Over here, your reaction speed is pathetic. The king roared, launching a desperate strike. The arrows slammed into its arm with terrifying velocity. The king shrieked in pain, but in the exchange, its giant hand snatched Jiang Kai, crushing his ribs. The zombie king pulled him close, its tongue lolling out hungrily. Su Nuan watched from the sidelines, shaking in terror as tears streamed down her face. Jiang Kai. Its maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, ready to decapitate him. But suddenly the monster's pupils shrank in fear. Jang Kai channeled his last reserves of mana, speaking through the pain. You rotting trash. Did you really think you caught me? Thuck. Something embedded itself directly into the monster's heart. I only let you grab me to lure you into range. Golden aura flared brilliantly around Jiang Kai's hand. The king roared in agony, dropping him. As Jiang Kai fell, his eyes remained locked on the target. It looks like my gamble paid off. Green blood oozed from the zombie king's heart. The 1-minute buff had run out. As the giant boss collapsed, Su Nuan panicked and rushed toward Jiang Kai's falling body. Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai. His vision blurred into darkness. The last thing he saw was her desperate figure running toward him. Su Nuan. The rest is up to you. She immediately began casting healing magic. Jang Kai. Her mind flashed back to the moment the 3 arrows flew past the monster. Those arrows hitting the tree. I thought he missed. But no, he was setting up a geometric trap for that final decisive strike. Even while being crushed, he orchestrated everything. The golden light exploding from the king's heart. Was this entire battle just part of his plan? Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed Su Nuan. Nuan stood up, trembling with fear. The boss wasn't dead yet. She remembered Jiang Kai's fading words, Su Nuan, the rest is up to you. Her eyes suddenly ignited with resolve. Gripping her dagger tightly, she slowly walked toward the zombie king's massive frame. Su Nuan, focus, your teammate needs you right now. Cold sweat drenched her body, but she raised her weapon, her eyes glowing with awakened mana. The king shrieked, slashing its claws at her. Su Nuan closed her eyes, dodged backward, and in the next instant, fresh blood splattered on the ground. Pain shot through her arm, but a smile formed on her lips. Did you really think you could escape me? The zombie king groaned as if waiting for her next move. With blood staining the corner of her mouth, she looked like a cold-blooded assassin. How dare you hurt my friend, she roared, charging forward with no fear of death. Her blade pierced straight through its core. The zombie king's death wail echoed through the jungle. Scene shifts to the next day. Under the shade of a great tree, Yuan Zu's group sat laughing. Su Nuan frowned while bandaging Jiang Kai. No heavy movement, you need to rest. With my medicine, you'll be back to full health in 3 days. He just smiled without arguing. She realized he was staring at her intensely. What, is there something weird on my face? He shook his head, looking toward the mountain. No, I just feel like you're growing up fast, Su Nuan. You're becoming a top-tier adventurer. She looked doubtful. Me, outstanding. Jiang Kai nodded. Absolutely. Su Nuan looked away shyly. But when we fought the fallen guardian, I was just a healer. I had to hide behind you guys. I felt like I was nerfing the team's combat power. Jiang Kai looked up at the sky and laughed. I think you're severely underestimating your own value. I remember seeing you run until your lungs burned, never complaining once. While I was busy power leveling Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu, you didn't just endure it. You pushed through the exhaustion to keep up with the squad. And remember when you stood up to the Falcon Guild's bullying? You knew you were weaker than them, but you stepped forward to protect us anyway. You fought the Zombie King solo with a dagger. And when the Fallen Guardian took me down, you were the one who finished it off, helping me secure the level up while healing everyone else. Jiang Kai turned to her with gentle eyes. Su Nuan, you're a healer with 0 combat specs, but I know you've never once thought about retreating. You've done so much. He shishings you ignore, but we see them. We see all of it. On this journey, you've been incredible. Su Nuan, we all like you and this party needs you. Hearing those words, tears welled up in her eyes. Yuan Zu and his crew appeared behind them like ghosts. You got that right, Su Nuan. If not for your divine healing, we would be corpses right now, instead of jumping around with full health. Jiang Kai twitched, looking at them sideways. Since when have you guys been lurking back there? Ruan Yu smiled through the pain, gesturing with his bandaged arm. Obviously, thanks to Su Nuan being here, we could charge into the abyss without looking back. Hu Yan leaped forward, bursting with renewed energy. Exactly. Without you, I would have been wiped out ages ago. Hearing their praise, tears streamed down her face, tears of pure joy. Su Nuan let them fall, soaking in the warmth of their gratitude. I need you guys just as much. I love this team. 2 hours passed after their heartfelt moment. Jiang Kai stood tall, his expression shifting to serious. Is everyone ready? Excitement buzzed in the air. The 4 of them pressed the activation button simultaneously. Suddenly, a treasure chest materialized in the center of the room. He stepped forward, spreading his hands. All right, let's unveil our destiny. As the lid creaked open, a blinding pillar of light erupted from within. Rumor has it, the Fallen Corpse King's chest drops legendary gear. Since this was a mutant-grade boss, the rewards in this leveling Manhwa scenario should be absolutely insane. A horde of dazzling treasures revealed itself, leaving everyone breathless. Jiang Kai grabbed a weapon and inspected it. Frenzied Flame Blade. A level 80 executioner weapon. There are only 2 others in the entire server. Hishishi's is the 3rd. It is estimated to be worth 350,000 ghost crystals. Yuan Zu's jaw hit the floor. 350,000. That is 3 million Saint coins. Hu Yan shrugged, trying to act cool. Why the surprise? It is a top-tier level 80 weapon after all. Too bad we don't have an executioner in our party. Jang Kai's eyes gleamed with greed. But hey, we can sell it for a fortune. He then lifted a suit of armor. Su Nuan, what is this one? She opened her system interface but frowned in confusion. Hishishi's is strange. No data found. Hu Yan gasped. No record. Does that mean it is a first discovery item? Su Nuan smiled confidently, pulling a card from her inventory. Good thing I came prepared with a high-grade appraisal card. Back when I was in the army with Yuan Zu, standard scanners often failed on rare loot. So I bought a few of these appraisal cards for emergencies just like this. The moment the card touched the metal, the armor erupted in radiant light. The system window finally displayed the hidden stats. Necro Outer Armor. Level 60 required. Strength plus 24. Defense plus 27. Agility plus 33. And Spirit plus 71. Effect 1 Death Amnesty. Reduces level requirement by 40. Effect 2 Necro State. Grants immunity to nervous system attacks for 3 seconds. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Effect 3. Death Torture. Unleashes a devastating mental attack on the enemy. The target suffers the agony of near death continuously. It triggers when they are critically wounded and lasts until the caster's spirit runs dry. Yuan Zu stared in disbelief. What the hell? Hishishi's armor stats are god tier. Especially the spirit attribute a massive 71 points. Jiang Kai's excitement boiled over. The stats are crazy, but the effects are the real game changer. Death Amnesty means level 20 scrubs like us can wear level 60 gear. He continued analyzing the system Manhwa mechanics. And the Necro State, that is the true ace up the sleeve for this armor. 3 seconds sounds short, but against sound attacks from sirens or neurotoxic poisons that target the nerves. It guarantees a window to counterattack when we should be helpless. Jiang Kai gripped the armor tightly, refusing to let go. As for death torture, it might be overkill for combat, but for psychological warfare, it is the ultimate tool to break an enemy's mind. 25 minutes later, he pointed back at the chest, the pile of loot dwindling. Most of this loot is high-level gear, but it does not fit our classes. We should sell it all to fund our class advancement materials. Suddenly, a faint glow caught his eye from the bottom of the pile. He crouched down, intrigued. What is this shining underneath everything? As Yuan Zu lifted an object, the team's eyes locked on. An accessory, he rambled on, but Jiang Kai noticed something strange at Yuan Zu's feet. That ring radiates immense power. Su Nuan, scan it with your watch, she nodded. On it. But Jiang Kai stepped forward, picking up a card that had fallen unnoticed near the ring. The moment his fingers brushed it, the system chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained a unique weapon for the gambler class, the Death God card. His eyes widened as he looked at the AI brain. The Death God. The AI avatar nodded. Correct. It began to detail the terrifying potential of this item. The Death God card. A unique weapon exclusive to the gambler class. No level requirement. It is one of a 9-card set. Once an adventurer evolves into a transcendent or an anomaly, this item can be manifested in the real world. Jiang Kai froze. Unique. Does that mean this is the only one in existence? A weapon made only for gamblers with no level limit. It is like the system designed this specifically for me. He muttered, lost in thought. Let's see. My class skill, Ghost Hand Card Throw, boosts accuracy by 40% and penetration by 30% with normal items. But when I use card-type weapons, accuracy skyrockets by 120% and penetration increases by 250%. A grin spread across his face. That means, with this Death God card, my damage output will be exponential compared to a normal weapon. He couldn't take his eyes off the card. But wait. What is an anomaly? I know Transcendent refers to masters above level 80. Is anomaly a similar rank? Whatever. I will research the lore later. The AI brain projected the stat window again. The Death God card boosts base stats by 20%. Penetration plus 50, permanent critical rate plus 15%, and critical damage plus 150%. Jiang Kai trembled. Percentage-based buffs. That means as I level up and my base stats grow, this weapon becomes even more godlike. His heart raced. If the passive stats are this broken, what about the special effects? The AI ignored his fanboying and continued. Now introducing the special effects of the Death God card. The AI's voice turned cold. Special Effect 1. The time has not yet come. He Shishis is an active skill. The Death card strikes the target up to 50 times on its own. However, triggering it before the right moment drains a massive amount of spiritual force. During this barrage, the victim takes 50% extra damage, yet remains locked in a state where death is impossible. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped. Even after 50 fatal strikes, the target is forbidden from dying. Usually, you'd want your enemy to perish immediately, but this twisted ability dictates that unless I say you can die, you are forced to suffer. The system didn't stop there, revealing the second terrifying effect, the Wrath of the Gods. Once activated, the card becomes a spinning vortex of destruction, slashing through everything in the target area at breakneck speed. If the prey cannot escape this kill zone, the piercing power escalates infinitely. Of course, unleashing such divine fury consumes both stamina and mental energy. Jiang Kai's face twisted in horror. If they get trapped, the damage multiplies, stacking with the first effect, time has not come. It truly deserves the name, Death Card. The AI brain displayed the final ability in this system Manhwa interface, Divine Weapon Recognition. The card is indestructible. Once bound, it can be controlled, summoned, and retrieved solely by thought. Reading that last line, a wicked grin finally spread across his face. Indestructible and telekinetic control. Now that is a game changer. With this, even against cunning snakes like the royal family, they'll never see his true ace coming. It's the ultimate hidden card. Jiang Kai thrust the card into the air, celebrating his insane luck. He hadn't found the level 20 gambler class-up material he wanted, but he found a weapon destined for a true gambler. Wait. A frown creased his brow as he stared at the item description. Master God card. What exactly is a Master God card? Why does it say his death card is just one of them? And there are 8 others out there. Crack. A sudden noise from behind shattered his train of thought. Jang Kai spun around his focused ghost, eye skill flaring to life. His gaze pierced through the dense forest foliage. Trouble was coming. A high-level squad was approaching fast, and right now, his team was in no condition to fight. If those strangers find out they killed the mutated fallen zombie king and looted the treasure chest, they wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them all for the spoils. He immediately signaled his team. "Someone's coming, we can't stay here. Move out now." "Understood," they whispered in unison. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the fortress in Jiangzong, the base of the mighty Wei Ying. The commander stood by the window, his gaze heavy with worry. Knock knock. Wei Ying turned, his expression stern as steel. Su Lanlan entered, anxiety written all over her face. "Commander, another nation has discovered a connected teleportation array." Silence filled the room as Wei Ying stared into the distance. "Another one." Wei Ying's brow furrowed. He opened his mouth to speak, but stopped, sinking deep into thought. The situation was spiraling out of control. Because the exploration level of the ghost planet is still low, national territories remain isolated. Unless using special methods to invade rookie zones, the borders between countries rarely cross. The scene flashes back to a year ago. Wei Ying recalled the moment the world changed. He remembered clearly. Nations were under attack when they discovered the teleportation arrays to the Su Lan land of Maitreya. Space gates began tearing open in random locations across the ghost planet. Though scattered, they all led to one terrifying public zone, the Su Lan land of Maitreya. That land is a realm of nightmares. A floating portal hangs ominously beneath a gray, lifeless sky. First, the Su Lan land of Maitreya is massive, and its location shifts every 6 months. A portal could open anywhere, even in the deepest, darkest jungles. Second, it contains mysterious lost ruins. Inside these zones lie god-tier treasures and powerful class-change materials that don't exist anywhere else. When the gates open, mountains of corpses usually spill out. But that wasn't what kept Wei Ying awake at night. He shishered, "Only adventurers below level 60 can enter the level 60 Su Lan land of Maitreya." But the most shocking twist, once humans entered, the system AI initiated a global event. A holographic projection announced, "Welcome to the preliminary competition of the Su Lan land of Maitreya. Participating squads must have 5 members, all under level 60. It was a call to arms for the younger generation. When 80 nations enter the zone, the tournament officially begins. The AI avatar grinned, her eyes gleaming with malice. A battle royale for all adventurers. The top 3 teams would receive 3, 2, and 1 secret key respectively. These keys were the only way to access the lost ruins and claim the ultimate treasures. And the kicker, each person can only participate in this tier once in their lifetime. Back in the present, Su Lanlan's voice cut through the silence. So far, 49 countries have found the portals. Once we hit 80, the bloodbath begins. But our nation, St. Yao, we still haven't found a single gate. Wei Ying lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his grim expression. Only by ranking in the tournament can we explore the lost ruins. And those treasures, they have the power to shift the fate of an entire nation. Seeing Wei Ying silent, she hesitated. "Commander Wei Ying, are you listening?" He took a long drag, exhaling slowly before turning around. He crushed the cigarette into the ashtray with finality. Walking past her, he gave a command that would shake the country. "Summon the guild representatives nationwide. We're holding an emergency council." She nodded sharply. "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a quiet corner of town. 3 days later, Jiang Kai strolled out of a building, hands in his pockets. Yuan Zu and the others rushed over the moment they saw him. Jiang Kai had liquidated their surplus loot. He nodded, pulling out 3 vials of glowing blue liquid. "I put them on the private market, and they sold instantly. I also bought the class change materials you guys needed. These are pre-mixed potions. Drink up and your awakening will be complete." Hu Yan's eyes sparkled like stars. The loot we got this time was top-tier stuff. The prices were sky-high, yet they vanished from the shelves in seconds. Jiang Kai chuckled. "Looks like there are more wealthy tycoons out there than we thought." But Su Nuan remained calm, analyzing the situation. "I heard the military held a global guild summit a few days ago. Immediately after procurement, departments started hoarding rare resources. Shishi's market boom. It's definitely connected to something big." Jiang Kai's sharp gaze shifted to the duo behind them. They paused, whispering rumors amongst themselves. "Hey, the guild challenge is starting soon. Looks like some powerhouse rookies are joining the fray this year. It's going to be a bloodbath. Rumor has it, the Black Tortoise Guild is going all out. They've already claimed the championship trophy belongs to them." Yuan Zu's fighting spirit ignited instantly, rage burning in his eyes. "Black Tortoise arrogant bastards. Don't worry, Jang Kai. When the time comes, I'll crush them for you." Ruan Yu chimed in from the side, pumping his fist. "That's right." Jang Kai nodded calmly. "Agreed. But first, let's head to the guild district. His eyes went wide as the realization hit him. Oh right, to enter the guild challenge, we actually need to belong to a guild first. She looked at Jiang Kai skeptically. Did you actually find one? You said you offended the royal family. No guild would dare recruit a marked man like you. I thought we were doomed to be independent. She leaned in. So Captain Jiang, who took the bait? He just offered a mysterious smirk, keeping his secrets close. The scene shifted to the bustling guild district, a sea of awakened hunters. Jiang Kai stopped abruptly. We're here. Yuan Zu's face twisted in confusion. Jang Kai, this is the place. He pointed at a desolate gate where not a single soul stood. Why does it look like a ghost town? A remote corner. No guards. No signboard. Nuan's eyes widened, sensing something off. She watched Jiang Kai stride confidently toward the empty entrance, his aura calm. Wait, Jiang Kai, don't tell me you founded your own guild. He didn't answer. He simply raised a keycard to the scanner. As the system verified his ID, golden text materialized on the plaque. Sovereign God Guild, number 319, Zone C. Exactly. The gates groaned open, and their jaws hit the floor. A magnificent fortress revealed itself from the shadows, towering and majestic. It's beautiful. Jiang Kai spread his arms wide, a king in his domain. Welcome to our new home. Sparkling lakes and miniature mountains painted a paradise. The Sovereign God Guild. Yuan Zu snapped out of his daze and shoved Jiang Kai's shoulder. Hey, since when did you establish a guild? You didn't say a word. Man, you really know how to hide your ace card. Hu Yan gazed up at the architecture awestruck. Seriously, Captain Jiang, I never thought a penny pincher like you would splurge on a palace like this. Being called stingy made him want to vanish into a corner. Ruan Yu whistled. Exactly. How much did this fortress cost? At least 100 million saint coins, right? Jang Kai sighed. His reputation as a miser was officially unshakable. He tapped his wrist, summoning the holographic interface. Clearing his throat to regain his cool image, he spoke. I planned this ages ago. When I bought your class transfer materials, I registered the guild. His mind drifted back to the bitter memory of his arrival, the moment he first stepped into this world. When I first came to Ghost Star, every guild slammed the door in my face. They were too terrified of the royal family's influence. Back in the present, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Screw fate. I rely on myself. If they won't take me, I'll build my own empire. The system Manhwa interface chimed. Base identification in progress. Identification successful. Verifying guild data. Verification complete. The Sovereign God Guild is just starting, he declared. The robotic voice confirmed. Guild officially established. The team erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. Finally, we have a sanctuary on Ghost Star. The scene shifted to the next morning. Yuan Zu burst into the room. I did it. The class transfer worked. His face flushed with adrenaline as he pulled up his status window. Jang Kai. Look, I'm officially a fighter. Adventurer Yuan Zu. Class fighter. Level 21. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with excitement. I awakened a second talent, and my stats, they're insane. Jiang Kai asked. What's the ability? Yuan Zu gave a thumbs up, grinning. It's called Versatile Fighter. It boosts my stats 10% higher than any standard second job advancement. Plus, every time I level up, I get 7 attribute points instead of the usual amount. Jiang Kai beamed. That's incredible. Hu Yan couldn't hide her envy. The martial artist path relies purely on stats. You're going to be a monster. Definitely one of the strongest classes in the Saint Realm. I'm so jealous. Yuan Zu put his hands on his hips, spinning around to flash a peace sign. That's not all. He began to explain his true power. In combat, I can redistribute my stats at will. I can switch to maximum agility or go full burst damage instantly. Once the fight ends, my stats return to normal. And when I train, this talent gives me a chance to spontaneously comprehend new skills. Jiang Kai's smile turned into genuine shock. The girl beside him leaned in, intrigued. Dynamic stat allocation. If you master that, you'll crush anyone at the same level. It's broken. And auto-learning skills. That's basically getting free cheat codes. Jang Kai stepped forward, patting Yuan Zu's shoulder. Buddy, you're going to become the ultimate all-rounder. Yuan Zu rubbed his nose bashful. Like I said, Jiang Kai, I've got your back. Hu Yan fake sobbed. I'm dying of envy here. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Ruan Yu shuffled in, looking like his soul had left his body. The trio turned in unison. Brother Ruan, why the long face? Did the transfer fail? Jang Kai asked. Tears streamed down Ruan Yu's face. No, it worked. But I became a drunken master. My talent is literally drinking for pleasure. Adventurer Yuan Zu, Class Drunken Master, Level 21. My strength and agility growth went up by 2, but my constitution growth actually dropped from 3 down to 2. Seeing his despair, Jiang Kai stepped in with some Manhwa recap wisdom. Listen, standard classes usually gain 20 attribute points per level after level 20. Special classes like the fighter are exceptions. Soldiers rarely get bonus stats, but your class grants an extra 3 points. That's actually a hidden SSR tier pull. Yuan Zu's complexion brightened. Really? But a giant question mark hovered over the girl's head. I get the stats part, but I'm curious about this. Drinking for pleasure skill. What exactly does it do? He scratched his head, sinking into deep thought. The alcohol haze unlocked a hidden state, floating somewhere between reality and the void. I feel somewhat. Yuan Zu stammered his words, hanging in the air. Somewhat. What? He scratched his head, grinning like an idiot. Somewhat liberated. The group stared at him deadpan, but the mood shifted. He shushed minutes. Still silence. Yuan Zu's gaze drilled into the closed door, unwavering. It's been an eternity. Why hasn't she emerged? Did the awakening fail? Yuan kept her cool eyes closed. Patience. Class advancement is a trial of the soul, but I trust her. Suddenly, the door creaked. A silhouette stepped into the light. As Su Nuan crossed the threshold, her body shuddered violently. Panicked, he blurted out, Su Nuan. Did something go wrong? Failure isn't the end, we can try again, she nodded in agreement. True. My own awakening was a nightmare at first. Yuan Zu stepped up. Don't lose heart, we've got your back. But Jang Kai remained stoic amidst the chaos. Hold on, look at her face. She has news. Her lips trembled, fighting to form words. Tears welled up, not of sadness, but sheer ecstasy. Ping, the system window materialized. Explorer Su Nuan. Class Healer. Level 21. Incredible. Upon awakening, she unlocked a legendary talent, Toxin Analysis. A 1 in 1,000 miracle. The team froze, jaws dropping before erupting in joy. Wait. Seriously. Beaming, she broke down the stats. With this, medicinal absorption is boosted by 10%. But get this, poison efficacy skyrockets by 50%. I can even sense toxins in the air. His eyes sparkled with realization. That's broken. So are you pivoting to a poison master build? She shook her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Not exactly. Every medicine carries a trace of toxicity. I can purify it, maximizing the healing potential beyond normal limits. Yuan Zu and the others stood aghast. The synergy was genius. Jiang Kai's expression hardened. Excellent work. We've all powered up. But don't get cocky. The competition is crawling with monsters. Major guilds manipulate these rankings, keeping their elites at specific levels just to crush newcomers. Shishi's is a battlefield, not a game. A cold light flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. We have a few days before the guild war begins. We grind until we drop. Dismissed. Determination set in. 7 days of hellish training later. Ping, quest complete, eliminated 180 elite wolves. 2 battlefield commanders slain. His eyes burned with intensity, fists clenching as power surged through him. Through 7 days of hellish combat, I've evolved. It feels just like the training arc of a leveling manhwa. The status window flashed. Yuan Zu, Class Gladiator, Level 25. Su Nuan. Healer, Level 24. Meanwhile, Yuan was in a league of her own. Yuan, Class Mystic Diviner, Level 31. She smirked. My Raincaller art is finally perfected. Yuan Zu, Class Deathwalker, Level 25. Jiang Kai approached the celebrating team. He tapped his interface. Focus. The tournament bracket has been released. The holographic display hovered before them. Guild Pantheon. Team Vulcan Squad. Bracket level 21 to 40. He shushed 2 teams. First match. Jiang Kai read aloud. Opponent Black Tortoise Guild. Team Instant Kill. Captain Hoing Dat. Location Holy Light City West Arena. 8 a.m. sharp. Victory condition. The air turned cold. Total annihilation. The match only ends when the opposing team is wiped out. Su Nuan gasped. Hoing Dat, that can't be a coincidence. Of all the teams, we get the one led by the guy who wants Jiang Kai dead? Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Standard duels have time limits, but a deathmatch rule for the first round. The royal family rigged the bracket. They want blood. Yuan Zu roared, aura flaring. Those dirty bastards, I'll tear them apart. I'm going to the military tribunal right now. Yuan Zu grabbed his arm, struggling to hold the tank back. Easy, true. Don't lose your head. Jiang Kai's voice cut through the noise calm as a still lake. Let them come. Fate or conspiracy, it doesn't matter. I've been waiting to crush Hoang Dat myself. The girls looked at him, worry etched on their faces. Captain. In his mind, the arrogant smirk of his enemy flashed. Hoang Dat. You walked right into the trap. Everything the royal family stole from me, I'm taking it back with interest. Day of the duel. The arena roared like a beast. The announcer's voice boomed. 15 minutes until the massacre begins. Take your seats. In the red corner, the executioners of the Black Tortoise Guild, Team Instant Kill, and their challengers, Team Vulcan. Fighters ascend. The crowd went wild, chanting one name. Instant Kill. Instant Kill. No mercy. Hoang Dat emerged, bathing in the cheers. Today, we write history. Black Tortoise reigns supreme. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Bach and Gon scoffed. You ladies have pure dumb luck. Arriving just in time for the grand tournament? Consider this a field trip. Your rookie scores were decent, I'll admit. But don't get a big head. Watch the real pros work. She rolled her eyes ice cold. Qualifiers are just warm-ups. The real show is the finals. But he leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Hong Shuang, check your ego. You may be the rookie queen, but down there's a monster who shattered the 30-year Holy Light record. Her eyes widened, sparkling with sudden interest. Wait, are you talking about Jang Kai? On the stage, Hoang Dat sneered, scanning the empty entrance. Where is he? Where's Jiang Kai? Did the coward run away, knowing he's up against me? His lackey cackled. He shishes, is just the natural order of things. After all, who hasn't heard of your infamous reputation? That guy Jiang Kai dared to touch your little brother. Do you think he'd actually have the guts to challenge you too? The thug threw his head back in raucous laughter, his eyes dripping with arrogance. Jiang Kai still refused to bow your head. Don't tell me you're planning to play the coward today. The goons behind him jeered in agreement. Exactly. What kind of fire god squad is this? More like the coward squad. Suddenly, a voice from behind made the leader whip his head around. Hey, Hoang Dat! At the entrance, the silhouette of Jiang Kai's squad finally emerged from the shadows. As they stepped into the light, Yuan Zu trailing behind called out, "What kind of garbage are you spewing over there?" Hon Han placed a hand on her hip, her gaze sweeping over them with utter disdain. Who exactly is the coward here? We'll see once the fists start flying. She tilted her chin defiantly. Indeed, the massive screen in the control room broadcasted the arrival of Jiang Kai's team. The observer sat back, legs crossed comfortably, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. System diagnostics complete. Operation successful. During the match, we can analyze the performance data of Su, Nuan, and Yuan Zu in real time. Lo Tuan, sitting nearby, spread his hands. Excellent. But Professor Lee, I might need to trouble you to monitor one more subject in this system Manhwa scenario. He raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Didn't you just want the evaluation data for Yuan Zu and Su Nuan? Su Lanlan turned with a knowing smile and replied, Commander Wei wants to see the evaluation results of one other individual. Hearing this, Professor Lee's eyes lit up with curiosity. Ah, so that's how it is. Adding one more person is no issue. Who is the target? He didn't speak, his eyes glued to the screen as he muttered, the captain of the Fire God Squad. The scene shifted back to the arena. Hoang Dat furrowed his brow, staring daggers at the boy. He gritted his teeth, growling out Jiang Kai's name syllable by syllable. In the control room, their eyes were glued to the status screen, displaying the squad's stats. It was impossible. Simply unbelievable. Adventurer Yuan Zu. Class Fighter. Rank level 25. Adventurer Su Nuan. Class Healer. Rank level 24. Professor Lee froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In such a short period, not only did they hit level 20 and complete their class transfer, but they also power leveled several ranks beyond that. She gasped in sheer disbelief. What on earth? Su Lanlan shot up from her seat, grabbing the tablet to take a closer look. Just over 20 days ago, when they left the military, they hadn't even cracked level 10. Why is it that anyone who follows Jiang Kai experiences such a god-tier awakening in speed? Lo Tuan smiled, mysteriously looking through half-closed eyes. It's actually not that rare. Jiang Kai has always been a very interesting anomaly. The camera cut back to the battlefield where Wu Vi raised her hand, addressing the crowd. Contestants on the arena, pay attention. As her voice faded, two magical formations materialized simultaneously. Once the duel begins, neither team is permitted to leave the combat zone. Surrender, forfeiting, or the complete annihilation of the opposing team are the only standards for victory. Is that clear? Jiang Kai's group and the enemy team shouted in unison, their expressions hardening into masks of determination. Understood, she couldn't hide her excitement. Then, let the battle officially begin. Ho Hung Dot, fueled by adrenaline, barked orders to his squad. Everyone listen up, slaughter them all for me. Instantly, they received the command and charged forward like a pack of wolves. Jiang Kai widened his stance, battle ready. He issued his commands calmly. Yuan Zu 2 and I will take the vanguard. Ruan Yu Yen. Ruan Yu Yu. Protect Ho Nan and Su Nuan Nuan. A cold, calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Su Nuan Nuan monitor the flow of battle constantly. When necessary, provide healing support immediately. Under Jiang Kai's absolute command, everyone moved into action. Roger. Hung Hai smirked, his eyes, filled with arrogance, as he taunted them. I've been dying to chop you all into little pieces. Yuan Zu hesitated for a split second, taking a step back. Jang Kai, they're closing in. Behind him, Jang Kai reassured him. Yuan Zu 2, fear nothing. Just listen to my command. From the stands, Jiang Kai's supporters roared. Yuan Zu 2, don't be a wimp. Your power level isn't lower than anyone else's. Yuan Zu 2, if you don't improve this time, not even the captain can keep you on the team. You have to get aggressive. Li Bu sat in the center, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. Yuan Zu 2's biggest weakness is his cowardice. Can he actually overcome it this time? Suddenly, he looked dumbfounded as he spotted something. Yuan Zu 2, what are you doing? Everyone watched as Yuan Zu lifted a jug of wine and popped the seal. He tipped the jug back, chugging the liquor straight down. Yuan Zu's face flushed red with intoxication and he let out a massive belch. Suddenly, he smashed the wine jar onto the ground, shattering it under the stunned gaze of the crowd. What is he doing? Is he drinking alcohol? Drinking at a time like this? Is he an alcoholic? You have got to be kidding me. Yuan Zu gripped his sword, bowing his head in a pose of invincibility. I, Yuan Zu, am the #1 war god under the heavens. You trash dare to pick a fight with Jiang Kai over and over again. The opponent was speechless, his eyes filled with utter confusion. Drunk already? Just like that. Huang Dot's group dropped their jaws in shock at the bizarre turn of events. Yuan Zu attacked with blinding speed, pointing his sword straight ahead and unleashing a devastating strike. Why aren't you attacking? End this quickly. Hung Hai's eyes bulged in shock as he felt Yuan Zu's power skyrocket. Wasn't this kid supposed to be a coward with a measly E-rank rating in the army? What is going on now? Wen Wu shook his head. I don't know, but he's clearly a drunken lunatic. He was fully fired up, his eyes blazing as he rushed into the fray. Come at me, Vian Mo is here. Who dares challenge me? Jiang Kai sighed quietly from the backline as he observed. Looks like there's no stopping Yuan Zu 2 now. Luckily, before Ruan Yu could even finish his sentence, a shadow flashed past him. Su Nuan Nuan and Ho Nan screamed in terror. Brother Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yu. The boy, now completely wasted, grabbed a wine jar and charged toward the front lines. I'm right here. In this life, I'm not weaker than anyone. You want to flex on our fire god squad? I'm the first one who won't accept that. Seeing Ruan Yu charging the enemy became serious. Damn it, another alcoholic. Deal with him first. A strange light flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a shout. Suddenly, Ruan Yu's eyes turned into heart shapes as he lunged forward. Such absolute beauty. Little baby big brother is here to love you. The bald muscular guy broke out in a cold sweat, screaming, "What the hell is this?" Instantly, a massive explosion rocked the entire arena. He tackled the man to the ground and planted a kiss. The bald guy panicked and fought back, launching a kick that sent Ruan Yu flying. Get the hell away from me. His body skidded to a halt right in front of Jiang Kai. Ruan Yu used his hands to push himself up from the ground, his eyes still gleaming with desire as he rushed forward again. I just love a feisty beauty like that. The 3 members of Hoang Dot's team stood there sweating bullets. Is this fire god squad just a mental asylum? Hongzheng furrowed his brow, unable to process the scene, and asked his boss, is the fire god squad just a bunch of perverts? Both Honhan and Su Nuan turned pale with secondhand embarrassment. After this, surely the audience won't think our team is just a gathering of deviants, right? Either way, only when they're drunk can Yuan Zu 2 and brother Ruan Yuan activate their true abilities. They're doing this to protect us. Opening his interface, he initiated a scan. Eye of focus. Currently, both Yuan Zu 2 and Ruan Yu are out of their minds. I have to focus and give it my all to finish this Manhwa recap-worthy battle. Yuan Zu plummeted from the sky like a meteor, unleashing his earth-shattering stomp. The explosion roared, and Hung Hai barely scrambled away, gasping. That was too close. If I wasn't an agility build, I'd be paced. Regaining his composure, he charged forward with killing intent. Die, you lunatic! Jiang Kai instantly reacted, firing a throwing knife to intercept. True 2, watch your 6. But Hung Hai leapt up, summoning a massive energy shield to block the path. Steel clashed against the barrier. Their eyes met in a silent duel, as the attack was nullified. Hung Hai smirked, thinking, I prepared the shield specifically for your pesky knives. As long as my defense holds, not even a critical hit can take me down. Seeing an opening, Van Vu ignored the tanks and rushed the backline. A healer and a fortune teller. Classes with 0 combat power. I'll slaughter them first. But she stood her ground, eyes glowing with power. Su Nuan. Nuan, get behind me. She unleashed the silver ice art. A star-shaped glyph materialized, summoning a sudden deadly hailstorm. Look out, ice magic. Sharp icicles rained down, homing in on the attacker. Damn it. Since when can a fortune teller cast high-level cryomancy? A cold smirk played on Hu Yan's lips. I've been mastering the mystic frost jade Captain Jiang Kai gave me. It's perfect for crowd control and disrupting enemy rhythms. The system interface flashed a classic trope in any leveling manhwa. Mystic Frost, Jade Rank B equipment, adds a freezing frost effect to all skills. The frost slows down reaction times. It's working perfectly, but suddenly Ruan Yu Yenthan's sword slashed through the air, shattering her ice defense. A barrage of attacks rained down on Hu Yan. She stumbled back, balance lost, but a hand caught her just in time. Ruan Yu Yenthan scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Caught off guard by a fortune teller. Don't tell anyone we're on the same team. Van Vu roared in humiliation, charging again. Shut up. That witch is mine, I'll carve her up myself. But Yuan Zu descended like a thunder god, striking from above. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is the #1 god of war. His blade slammed down, shaking the very earth, with a gravity-binding technique, trapping them both. Damn it, Shishi's guy is annoying as a fly. Behind them, Hung Hai landed, signaling his teammate. Perfect timing. Let's mince this guy named Vian first. The enemy nodded, killing intent flaring. They stood united against Yuan Zu, who burned with the spirit of battle. Meanwhile, on Ruan Yu's side, the chaos was of a different flavor. He puckered his lips, chasing his opponent. Wifey, let me leave the taste of love on those cherry lips. The bald warrior looked ready to vomit blood from rage. Do you want to die? Who is your wife? Look at who you're talking to. He glared at the massive tower shield Ruan Yu was hugging. The bald assassin gripped a hidden dagger, grinding his teeth. Calm down. Calculate the angle. That pervert shield has insane defense stats. I have to hit him where the sun doesn't shine. He lunged with lethal speed, but Ruan Yu skipped away like a schoolgirl, shouting, Wifey, don't be shy. The attack missed, sending the bald guy into a frenzy. Die, you disgusting freak. Suddenly, 3 throwing knives knocked the assassin's blades out of the air. Ruan Yu, focus. The bald guy flinched, whipping his head around. Jang Kai. In the distance, Jang Kai's hand still glowed with residual energy from the throw. The bald guy immediately shouted intel to his leader. Captain, he's used 8 throwing knives, he's running dry. Hoang Dat grinned, a sinister purple aura gathering in his palm. Excellent. He summoned a strange pulsating violet crystal. The super magnetic essence. He raised the crystal high, and it erupted with terrifying magnetic force. Hu Yan looked at her compass in horror. What is this energy? My compass is spinning out of control. Behind her, Su Nuan panicked. My dagger. It's being pulled away. Even Yuan Zu watched in shock, as the heavy sword in his hand dragged him forward, obedient to the magnetic pull. Jang Kai's hand trembled, his telekinetic link severed. I can't recall chasing fate. Hoang Dat walked forward, the magnetic crystal humming with dominance. He stopped, a look of absolute arrogance on his face. Jiang Kai, did you really think we came without a strategy? Hoang Dat gestured to the crystal. Shishis is a core cut from a high-grade supermagnet. It exists solely to render your flying daggers useless. His eyes gleamed with malice. You're down to your last dagger. Tell me, how do you plan to win now? Jiang Kai didn't speak. He simply smiled, a calm, chilling smirk. He produced another dagger, twirling it effortlessly. Hoang Dat, I think you're celebrating a bit too early. Hoang Dat blinked, confused. That dagger, why isn't it affected by the magnet? He brushed off the doubt, sneering, as he summoned a massive shield. He hid behind the bulwark, confident in his victory. It doesn't matter. You're a dead man walking. The shield erupted with light as he declared his ultimatum. Jiang Kai, behold the Titan shield. Today I'll teach you the true meaning of despair. Watching from the surveillance room, Lo Tuan gasped in disbelief. Jang Kai is finished. That's the Titan giant shield. Even with the tournament's level restriction penalty, its defense is still 72. That's impenetrable for their current level. His expression darkened as he muttered the mechanics. On the Ghost Planet, high-tier weapons usually require high levels, but using a downgrading process allows lower-level hunters to equip them. The weapon takes a hit to durability and stats, sure, but its raw power still completely outclasses standard gear. Hoa Lin frowned, realizing the unfairness. I can't believe the Black Tortoise Guild would stoop to using downgraded gear for a rookie match. Lo Tuan's eyes widened. It's not just the shield, the magnet, the armor. They spent a fortune on downgraded epic gear just to crush Jiang Kai. Su Lanlan covered her mouth, eyes wide with fear. Then, is Su Nuan destined to die here? On the far side of the battlefield, Hoang Dat grinned like a maniac and roared, "Instant kill squad, hear my command." The 4 members of the instant kill squad smirked with bloodlust, eagerly listening to his order to exterminate every last member of the Fire God squad. Hoang Dat paused, then let out a cruel laugh. Actually, take your time killing them. I want them to taste the despair of offending someone they never should have touched. The group charged forward with killing intent. Hung Hai took the lead, roaring in delight. While their weapons are useless under the magnetic field, crush these 3 first. Su Nuan and Hu Yan watched in horror, crying out as the situation turned critical. Meanwhile, the bald fighter swung his fist wildly at Yuan Zu with manic excitement. Die, you damn pervert! Watching from afar, Li Bu rested his chin on his hand and shook his head. The equipment gap is just too massive. It looks like all hope is truly lost. The blonde woman beside him sighed deeply. Even though True 2 finally conquered his cowardice, it seems destiny won't give him a chance to shine. Dao crossed her arms in disbelief. Jang Kai is really going to lose this time. Hong Shuang turned away, scoffing. What turns out Jiang Kai wasn't that strong after all. Back in the arena, Hoang Dat laughed triumphantly, declaring, my instant kill squad wears Black Star inner armor. Our gear ignores magnetic forces. Struggle all you want, but you're just delaying your inevitable death. As he spoke, an invisible force ripped the sword from Su Nuan's grip, sending her tumbling to the ground. Hu Yan could only watch in shock as the compass in her hand was forcibly dragged away by the magnetic pull. Hoang Dat raised the crystal high, gathering their weapons like trophies. His voice turned ice cold. Jang Kai, today you die. For everything you did to the royal family, you will pay 100-fold. He opened his mouth in a crazed cackle. I want you to realize how worthless your pathetic life is. I want to see you on your knees, begging for mercy. Ignoring Hoang Dat's arrogant rant, Jiang Kai focused all his energy into a single throwing star. Jiang Kai. His eyes filled with glacial coldness as he swore, I will never accept this fate. His posture remained as unyielding as bamboo, gripping the dart while staring daggers at his enemy. Hoang Dat laughed, mocking him. Jiang Kai, stop struggling. Do you really think that toy can stop me? Quit dreaming. But as the words left his lips, a strange power erupted from Jiang Kai's hand. A card slowly materialized, activating Devour Transformation. Hoang Dat flinched, his eyes widening in pure shock. What the hell is that? Ha Dao was equally stunned, her eyes wide. Wait, what did I just see? Su Lan gasped, her jaw dropping as she fired off a string of questions. What is going on? Why did Jiang Kai's 9 tribulations suddenly transform into a card? Lo Tuan stammered in disbelief. The killing intent. It's suffocating. Is that a weapon that possesses its own independent aura field? Jiang Kai maintained a calm, confident smirk. In his mind, the truth was clear. Naturally, He Shishis isn't the tribulation dart. He Shishis is the unique one-of-a-kind weapon of the gambler. The God card. He slowly recalled his encounter with Eyebrain. Her voice echoed in his memory. Normally, equipment on the Ghost Planet is ranked from F to S, she had explained while holding the card. However, in this leveling Manhwa reality, there are tiers above S, the SS, and triple S ranks. And this God card, it is a weapon of triple S quality perfection. Jiang Kai's interest had peaked. What a triple S rank weapon? Eyebrain nodded slightly, her tone steady, as she elaborated on the system mechanics. Furthermore, the God card possesses a unique deck effect. He furrowed his brows. Deck effect. Without hesitation, she clarified the rules clearly. God card special effect 1. For every additional God card you hold, all cards gain a 10% increase in base attributes and 50% armor penetration. Pausing for effect, iBrain lowered her voice to emphasize the next point. God card special effect 2. Devour transformation. It can swallow other throwing weapons, inheriting all their attributes. But this transformation does not alter the original stats of the God card once it returns to reality. Back in the present, Jiang Kai chuckled, eyes narrowing. Before the match started, the God card had already activated Devour transformation to disguise itself as the Tribulation Dart. Since the card itself isn't magnetic, your supermagnetic crystal is useless against it. He glanced at the card in his hand, his voice dropping to a chilling low octave. Hoang. Listen closely. The one who will be kneeling and begging is you. Murderous intent flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes as he hissed like a demon. But you won't be begging me to spare you. You'll be begging me to kill you, just to end the pain. Hoang. Panicked, cold sweat pouring down his face. Wait. What is this brat planning? Across from him, Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes and unleashed a thunderous roar. Wrath of the Gods. He hurled the card, sending a terrifying beam of energy crashing straight toward Hoang.'s shield. Grimacing, Hoang strained to block the impact, his mind reeling in confusion. What is this force? My Titan shield is an S-rank weapon of a superhuman. It's just a flimsy card. How can it possibly pierce through? But before he could finish the thought, Jiang Kai's power drilled right through the impenetrable defense. Boom! The shield shattered into 1,000 pieces. The blast blew Hoang away, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Hoang flew back, slamming violently into the green barrier wall with a pained groan. He collapsed limp, and the supermagnetic crystal slipped from his grasp, thudding onto the floor. As the crystal fell, the sword and compass it had stolen dropped with it. Nearby, Yuan Zu, gritting his teeth while clutching his sword, noticed the sound of freedom. Hu Yan immediately screamed a warning. The magnetic control is broken. Counterattack now. Instantly, Yuan Zu swung his blade with renewed vigor, blocking the attacks of the 3 instant kill members. Hung Hai's eyes bulged in disbelief. What? On the other side, the bald fighter was still frantically unleashing a barrage of strikes against Ruan Yu. He held his shield firm, but a second later, Ruan Yu softened his voice and teased. Oh, wifey, why are you ambush attacking your own family? You're being very naughty. The bald man froze his face, twisting as if he'd seen a ghost. In the observation room, the crowd watching Jiang Kai on the screen broke into a nervous sweat. Is this some kind of joke? A paper-thin card had pierced a Titan shield. Everyone was left wondering just what was the secret behind Jiang Kai's devastating attack. How could his power be this terrifying? Hoang lay crushed against the cold ground, grinding his teeth in denial. How is this possible? It cannot be. How could I lose to this trash? Damn it, I cannot even stand up. Seeing this, Ruan Yu Thun screamed in panic. Boss. Van Vu hissed. We are in trouble. Go help him. But before they could move, 2 shadows flashed forward to block their path. Yuan Zu's eyes gleamed with battle lust. Your opponent is me. Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yu gave a thumbs up and laughed. Where do you think you are going? The more you run, the more excited I get. Meanwhile, Hoang trembled, watching Jiang Kai approach him with the pressure of a demon king. The card flew back to his hand. Jiang Kai crushed it in his grip, eyes radiating killing intent. Hoang. The real game has only just begun. Hearing that dark declaration, Hoang's eyes bulged as if staring at a nightmare incarnate. Jang Kai unleashed a razor-sharp slash. Blood sprayed into the air, accompanied by a miserable shriek. Su Lanlan watched in shock. So strong, the naked eye can barely follow his movements. Jang Kai swung his blade wildly. Huang howled in agony. Stop it, you bastard, I will kill you. Killing intent flooded Jang Kai's eyes. You still dare to threaten me? Then you are truly foolish. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface chimed. Death card special effect. 1. Activated. The time has not come. The card attacks the target repeatedly, up to 50 times. During this process, the target takes 50% more damage, but cannot die. Instantly, Hoang's wounds tore open, spraying fresh blood. The slashes cut him over and over again. Huang threw his head back, screaming like a beast being butchered. His chaotic screams echoed through the barrier, chilling the spines of everyone watching from the outside. The crowd outside stood frozen. That sound. It was like thunder crashing directly into their souls. Jiang Kai looked down like a grim reaper. Hoang, you treat murder like a game. Now I will teach you the true meaning of fear before death arrives. Hoang's pupils shrank in terror. No, please. But his begging fell on deaf ears. Spirit armor special effect. 3. Death's torture. It inflicts a mental attack, forcing the enemy to suffer psychological hell before dying. Hishish's effect activates on heavily injured targets and lasts until the user's mental power runs dry. A terrifying ability. Darkness swirled in Jiang Kai's eyes as he growled death. Hong Dot screamed no, but Jiang Kai finished the command, torture. The moment the words left his lips, Jiang Kai's gaze turned frosty, locking onto his prey. An invisible force pierced Hoang Dot's stomach. He stiffened, groaning. It hurts. Who is cutting me? He stared up in horror, feeling like something was eating his organs from the inside out. Blood gushed uncontrollably. Bleeding from every orifice, he begged. Save me, my body is being ground to paste. It felt like 1,000 swords piercing him at once. So much pain. Hoang Dot's eyes were bloodshot with madness. Why? Why have I not died yet? Unable to bear the 1,000 cuts, he sobbed. I cannot take it anymore. But Jiang Kai only looked at him with cold ridicule. You cannot handle this. Hishishi's pain is not even a fraction of what your innocent victims felt when you slaughtered them. Hoang Dot completely lost his mind, clawing at his head. Kill me, just kill me already. Jiang Kai smirked. The synergy between the time has not come and death's torture is flawless. He watched the suffering with indifference, combining extreme physical pain with mental destruction. The effect is perfect. Hoang Dot continued to wail. Save me, kill me now. Su Lanlan was baffled. Why is he still alive? That level of damage should have been fatal long ago. Lo Tuan shook his head gravely. I do not know. But one thing is certain. Hoang Dot is completely finished. He rubbed his chin, intrigued. Just what kind of secret leveling Manhwa weapon is Jang Kai hiding? Even I cannot see through him. Hoang Dot crawled forward, grabbing Jang Kai's leg. I swear I will never touch your family again. I was wrong, please. Covered in blood, the trash begged for death. Jiang Kai sneered internally. You think I will let you die that easily? He snorted and turned his head, looking toward the stands. That person should be losing his patience right about now. Jiang Kai locked eyes with the high platform where Huang Thong sat. The old man could no longer sit still. Grinding his teeth in rage, Huang Thong realized the truth. Even with all my preparations, I could not kill Jiang Kai. He is torturing my son to force me out? Huang Thong stood up, stepped forward, and roared across the arena, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai smirked triumphantly. Finally. Oh, President Huang of the Black Turtle Guild. Do you need something? Jiang Kai, I know what you want. Kill him now, and I promise he will never touch your family again. Jiang Kai crossed his arms calmly. Why should I trust you? And even if he stops, what about the rest of your goons? Huang Thong snapped, yelling, Do not push your luck, kid. Jiang Kai shrugged, his voice light. Then, have it your way. Behind him, Hoang Dot continued to scream in agony. Let me die. Hoang Thong ground his teeth, desperation, clawing at his mind. Impossible. Xiao Wei Ying is already broken. I can't let Xiao Da end up a cripple too. With the crowd watching, he swallowed his pride and roared. Jiang Kai, swear. On the Black Turtle Guild's honor, your family will be safe. If that's not enough, we'll sign a blood pact before the military. Jiang Kai offered a cold, satisfied nod. Good. He raised 2 fingers, channeling his aura. His voice was calm, yet heavy with the weight of death. Remember your own words. From this moment on, if a single hair on my family is harmed, I don't care if you're royalty or a god-tier guild. Jiang Kai's fist clenched, crushing the air itself. I will slaughter your entire bloodline. Snap. Hoang Da's head was severed instantly, a fountain of crimson spraying the arena. Catching the card, Jiang Kai glanced at the headless corpse and glared at the father. Do we understand each other? Thong could only swallow his rage, helpless against the tyrant. A subordinate trembled behind him. Guildmaster. Thong snapped, eyes bloodshot with fury. You imbecile, why are you still here? Log off, get the best psychiatrist for showdown now. Yes, sir. As the lackey vanished, Thong shot a venomous glare at the arena. Jiang Kai, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. In the arena, Jiang Kai stood tall, mocking them with arrogance. But internally, pain racked his body, making his soul tremble. He slumped slightly, gasping for air. Too close. My legs are giving out. The transformation. God's wrath. The death penalty debuff is eating me alive. My spiritual energy is completely drained. Sharp determination flashed in his eyes. Hoang Da is dead, but 4 level 40 elites remain. If I collapse now, it's game over. He forced a terrifying aura to flare around him. I just need to stand here. My presence alone will terrorize them. They won't dare attack blindly. Meanwhile, Yuan Zu, buffed to the max, charged forward like a beast. You cowards. Who dares face the might of Yuan Mu? Escalating. His blade crashed into Jiang Kai's shield. With eyes blazing like a demon, Yuan Zu poured every ounce of strength into the strike. The defense shattered. Jiang Kai slid back, groaning in agony. He gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? How did his power multiply instantly? Hu Yan and Su Nuan. Nuan screamed in excitement, seeing the tide turn. It's the Yuan Zu's S-class talent. He shifted every stat point into strength, a classic move in a leveling manhwa like this to pressure high-level elites. When Yu and Yuan Shen rushed to intercept, the team screamed, Yuan Zu, watch your flanks. Their blades slashed empty air as Yuan Zu sidestepped with impossible agility. The attackers froze, pupils trembling. Too fast, Yuan Shen gasped. Yuan Zu laughed maniacally, swinging his blade again. I told you, you're all just XP fodder to me. Li Biao jumped from his seat. Is that really our tank? Sister Hua nodded, impressed. Unbelievable power. And that dexterity is god tier. Liang Wen agreed. Indeed. The ultimate gatekeeper. Elsewhere, Ruan Yu was still playfully chasing the bald fighter. Wifey, come give me a hug, Liang Wen chuckled at the absurdity. Watching a drunkard chase a level 40 elite Hishishi's ticket was worth every penny. The bald warrior spun around, snapping. Get lost, you damn pervert. Die. Damn it, Hishishi's freak shield has absolute defense. My attacks aren't scratching him. He glanced nervously at Jiang Kai in the distance. If the monster attacks, we're dead. But why is he just watching? The bald fighter paused, a suspicion taking root in his mind. Wait a minute. Is he not attacking? Or can he not attack? Yuan Zu kept hammering Jiang Kai. Is that all you got? You're a disgrace to the warrior class. But the enemy team began to connect the dots. When you frowned. Something's off. Jiang Kai could wipe us out instantly. Why stall? Prolonging the match gives him zero advantage. Yuan Shen's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a truck. Hold on. We missed a crucial detail. His level is low. He spammed ultimate skills earlier. Could it be? A sinister grin spread across both their faces. He's completely tapped out. Meanwhile, in the control room, an analyst marveled at the screen. Look at these readings. Hishishi's Yuan Zu is a monster. Su Lanlan stared in awe. What kind of magic does the Fire God Squad possess? A level 20, crushing a level 40. And the coward Yuan Zu, fighting like a war god. She exhaled, clutching her chest. Whatever the secret, if they win Su Nuan, Nuan survives. That's all that matters. Don't celebrate yet, Lu Jun interrupted, his voice grim. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes analyzing the battlefield. Ho Ang Da is gone, yes. But the remaining 4 are cornered beasts fighting for their lives. Their only hesitation comes from fearing Jiang Kai. But on the field, Su Nuan cast a worried glance at their leader. Lu Jun pointed at the screen. Notice it, since the execution, Jang Kai hasn't moved an inch. Su Lan's face fell. He looks like he's dominating, Lu Jun continued coldly. But what if he's not waiting? What if he's empty? His eyes narrowed. And the worst part, the instant kill squad has figured it out. In the arena, the hesitation vanished. Yuan Shen gripped his blade and launched a desperate counterattack. The tension was palpable. If Jiang Kai remained a bystander while his sworn brother fought alone, the enemy would seize the advantage. Van Vu tightened his grip, thrusting his blade forward. Whatever the cost, we risk it all right here. Across the battlefield, Baldi launched a dagger at Ruan Yu, his laughter echoing like thunder. Fine then, let's gamble with our lives on this one move. 2 minutes later, a massive blade crashed into the earth. The impact was so devastating that dust clouds choked the air. Yuan Zu's body trembled with raw power, his eyes glowing with fury. You wretched pests. On the flank, Hung Hai observed with a cold, calculating gaze. Did you notice Hishishi's guy's power level? It fluctuates wildly between strikes. Van Vu nodded gravely, sensing the anomaly. Exactly. It is a fatal flaw common in this system Manhwa world. Whenever his destructive force peaks, his agility plummets instantly. Could it be? Hung Hai raised his blade, his eyes locking onto the truth. I see it now. He possesses the elemental shift talent. Terrifying power, yes. But one slip-up becomes a death sentence. Ruan Yu Yen then shifted into an attack stance, arrogance dripping from his voice. We strike the moment he tries to switch attributes. Catch him off guard, and he is a dead man. His mockery cut through the air. And that Jiang Kai still hasn't moved. It seems his spiritual energy is truly completely drained. Hearing this, their morale exploded. Van Vu and Hung Hai charged forward like wild beasts. If he is defenseless, then why are we hesitating? Come and accept your fate, Van Vu roared. Didn't you want to exchange 300 blows with us? Try to keep up if you can. Yuan Zu's rage boiled over. He swung his massive weapon backward, his voice a deafening roar. You arrogant losers, go to hell. But Ruan Yuyan then lunged from the shadows, ready to ambush. Perfect. Once I finish, Jiang Kai is next on the chopping block. Die outside the barrier. Li Biao and Sister Hoa watched in agonizing suspense. She cried out, panic rising. Disaster. They changed their tactics. Yuan Zu is about to fall, but suddenly, a voice filled with majestic pressure descended from the heavens. You talk too much. Jang Kai soared through the air, like a descending god. He unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp hidden weapons upon the enemy, below his voice, thundering with judgment. You think mere trash like you can defeat our fire god squad. The enemies below froze in sheer terror. What the? The projectiles slammed into the ground, triggering a catastrophic explosion that swept the battlefield clean. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Kai tore through the haze with godlike speed. Hung Hai lay flattened on the earth, gasping in disbelief. Jiang Kai Van Vu was equally paralyzed. How? How do you still have strength? Jiang Kai looked down at them with a smirk. Curious, aren't you? Let's rewind to the night before the Guild War. Jiang Kai stood by the fountain when Su Nuan approached, sensing his unease. You look like you are carrying the weight of the world. What is on your mind? Jiang Kai stared into the void, his voice heavy. The guild challenge begins tomorrow. Hoang Dot hates me to the bone. He will use every dirty trick in the book to destroy us. I do not know his exact strategy, but he knows I rely on the Life Chaser blade. He will target my weapon first. Su Nuan panicked. Jiang Kai, do you have a countermeasure? His gaze hardened. Do you remember the mystery card we looted from the Fallen Corpse King's treasure chest? With that trump card, I have a 90% chance of crushing Hoang Dat in a one-on-one duel. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, calculating the risks. However, we are not just fighting him. And that card carries a severe backlash. If I miscalculate, our chance of wiping out the instant kill squad drops below 60%. Su Nuan checked her inventory. Bad news. We are completely out of Phoenix Tears. I tried to synthesize a substitute for this tournament, but the results were volatile. She revealed a single ominous pill. Hishishes is the prototype demon god capsule. 1 minute after ingestion, it restores your stats to 50% of their peak condition. But the price is steep. During the 60-second digestion period, you will enter a state of total paralysis. There is an even harsher condition. It only activates if the user has completely exhausted their spiritual energy beforehand. Otherwise, it is useless. Jiang Kai stood frozen. Su Nuan sighed, shaking her head. Being paralyzed for a full minute in a deathmatch, that is practically suicide. Deliberately draining your mana, that is madness. I should find another way. But Jiang Kai grabbed her shoulders, his face lighting up with wild joy. Su Nuan, you are a genius. She blinked, confused. What, he could barely contain his excitement. With this, my odds of wiping out the instant kill squad just hit 100%, just you watch. Back in the present battle. 1 minute prior, Hung Hai was screaming like a maniac. Ambush the #1 war god. Send him to hell. Nearby, Ruan Yu charged with his shield, chasing the bald enemy. Wifey, give me a kiss, the bald man screamed in horror. Get away from me, you freak. Jiang Kai watched it, all his fist clenching. Realizing the critical moment had arrived, he placed the capsule in his mouth. Hoang Dat is dealt with. My mana is fully depleted. The conditions are met. Without a second of hesitation, he swallowed the forbidden medicine. Veins bulged on Jiang Kai's face as the power surged. His eyes flashed. Recovery countdown. 1 minute. Suddenly, razor-sharp blades materialized from thin air, wrapped in a terrifying crimson aura. He whispered coldly, too bad you won't live to understand what hit you. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu continued his relentless pursuit of the bald enemy. Honey, are we playing hide-and-seek? Terrified, the bald man threw a weapon blindly. He instantly regretted it, reaching out in panic. Oh no, my hand slipped. I am doomed. At that moment, a massive wave of killing intent washed over him. Yuan Zu had appeared directly behind him, ready to execute judgment. In a split second, a blade flash tore through the air. Blood sprayed from the bald man's lips, his face turning the color of death. He let out a final pathetic whimper. How? He collapsed into the dirt. Yuan Zu rested his greatsword on his shoulder, sneering. Remember this in the afterlife. Dying by the hand of the world's first war god is your greatest honor. A mournful wail pierced the sky. No, Ruan Yu cradled the lifeless body, sobbing like a child, his voice trembling with heartbreak and rage. Why? Why did you kill my precious darling? Yuan Zu threw his head back in arrogant laughter. Why did I kill him? What a ridiculous question for a leveling manhwa recap. Because I can. I am the supreme god of war. Yuan Zu's personality flipped instantly. Rushing toward Yuan Zu with a grin, he teased. Since my treasure is gone, you'll just have to replace it. Come here and accept my kiss. Suddenly, a murky green mist enveloped Yuan Zu, leaving him dazed as his mind spun. Damn it, not this scent again. Jiang Kai glanced at the spray bottle in his hand, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I told Su Nuan to prepare some anti-pervert spray for us. He thought to himself. We're definitely going to need more of these. Yuan Zu's drunken madness was evolving into something far more terrifying than before. He stood up, spotting the two girls rushing over. Hu Yan, Su Nuan. Nuan, are you both all right? Hu Yan called out cheerfully. Don't worry, Captain Jiang Kai, we're perfectly fine. As the corpses of their enemies dissolved into particles, Wu Wei grabbed the mic. I officially declare the winner of this match. Suddenly, Yuan Zu approached, radiating a suffocating killing intent. Who is the newcomer? Are you here to challenge this Vien Mo? Wu Wei froze, completely unable to grasp the situation. The trio screamed in panic. We're doomed. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan rushed to intervene. Jiang Kai tried to soothe him. You're the #1 god of war, true. Just calm down. Hu Yan chimed in frantically. That's right. You can't attack this person, still trembling with fear. Wu Wei stuttered through the rest of the announcement. The winner is. The Fire God Squad Round 2 begins tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. Yuan Zu, face still twisted in a scowl, roared into Jiang Kai's ear. Jiang Kai, remember this. From now on, I will protect you. I've got your back. Pale-faced Jiang Kai nodded rapidly. Got it, I got it. Behind them, Wu Wei had already fled in terror. Jang Kai hurriedly signaled the others. Su Nuan. Nuan Hu Yan. Let's get out of here. The girls groaned. These two are utterly humiliating. Yuan Zu was hauled away by the girls, still wailing. Wifey Hu Yan replied awkwardly, I'm listening, I'm listening. Su Nuan could only force a pained smile. Jiang Kai struggled to drag Yuan Zu away. Move it, move it. Yuan Zu raised his sword high, shouting incessantly. He Shishi's god of war is entering the fray. Who dares cause trouble? The spectators on the stands gasped in disbelief. Wait a minute. The match commentator's voice trembled with surprise. I just processed it. The Fire God Squad actually won. An unknown team just annihilated the legendary Instant Kill Squad. And that fighter, Yuan Zu. Isn't the drunkard supposed to be a useless class? How was he that powerful? He hunted down a level 40 fighter and Jiang Kai. What exactly is his class? And that black card. What kind of heaven-defying weapon is that? The crowd erupted, cheering wildly for this magnificent victory. In the VIP section, Hong Shuang crossed her arms with a faint smile, turning to the man beside her. Brother Ha, now I see why you brought us specifically to watch this manhwa recap-worthy performance by the Fire God Squad. Elsewhere, Su Lan exclaimed, Jang Kai. They actually won. Lo Tan kept his gaze fixed on Jang Kai's team. He sighed in admiration. As expected of Jang Kai, even with the Fire God Squad, every move he makes defies all expectations. Commander Wei must be eagerly awaiting the new rank evaluation. Suddenly, a notification chime drew their attention. The results for the ranking assessment are in. Inside the lab, Professor Li stood before the data screens. Yuan Zu's potential has reached rank SS. However, to Su Nuan hasn't displayed other abilities, so she remains at rank C. Hearing this, Su Lan gasped. Rank SS Thonjiang Middle School hasn't seen an SS rank under level 40 in ages. Even Lo Tan couldn't hide his astonishment. If he's already rank SS, it's almost certain. Once his class hits level 60, he could walk straight into the reserve team of the Divine Light War God Temple. He elaborated further. To counter the rampant beast tides, nations established war god temples at both national and local levels, creating reserve teams to cultivate talents with the potential to become war gods. Lo Tan analyzed. There are two paths to join. First, through outstanding combat ability shown in local assessments and selections. He Shishes is the path most people attempt. The second path is being handpicked by the military after meeting specific class requirements. If the military evaluates and recommends you, you get recruited directly. Those who can walk this path are 1 in a million. Su Lan immediately cut in her voice, trembling with shock. Direct entry into the Divine Light War God Temple reserves. In the entire Holy Light Kingdom, maybe one person a year achieves that. I never guessed Yuan Zu held such potential in this leveling manhwa world. Lo Tan turned to the professor. Right, Professor Li, what about Jiang Kai's evaluation? Professor Li frowned, his expression grave. Unable to determine, Lo Tan and Su Lan Lan shouted in unison. What Professor Li explained calmly, because Jiang Kai's data presents severe contradictions. First, his attributes at level 20 are absurdly high. However, considering his unknown class, we can temporarily overlook that. Second, while his stats lag behind top-tier level 40 masters, his attacks demonstrate a destructive power that defies logic. A holographic simulation of a human body appeared as he continued. In one specific test, his attack coefficient spiked to 24,000. It's truly mind-boggling. Professor Li pointed to the image of Jiang Kai's weapon card. And his card weapon. Not only is there zero data in the archives, but it also caused a calculation error in the system's algorithm. He paced while analyzing. The only certainty in this battle performance is that while Jiang Kai secured a surprise victory, he exhausted his own state too early. As a captain, he allowed his team members too much freedom. Professor Li rubbed his chin, pondering. If I must assign a rank, let's tentatively set it at rank D. They questioned rank D. But after a moment, Lo Tan replied, Understood, Professor Li. I will report the final results to Commander Wei. Thank you for your hard work. Leaving the lab, Su Lan Lan chased after Lo Tan fuming. Jiang Kai's evaluation cannot possibly be just rank D. He sat on a bench, replying coolly. Of course he isn't a rank D. Su Lan Lan snapped back, then why didn't you object earlier? Lo Tan glanced at her, offering an explanation to quell her rising anger. Professor Li's evaluation isn't wrong. The problem lies with the entire evaluation model itself. Shish's evaluation system relies on data gathered from countless predecessors to calculate a result. It is merely a compilation of the past. But Su Lan Lan, have you considered this? If a man walks a path no one has ever dared to tread, then judging him by the standards of a typical system, Manhwa, would be a fatal error. His expression turned grim, a shadow falling over his face. Lu Xun whispered, Jiang Kai, you are just like Commander Wei Ying. I am dying to see what kind of chaos you unleash next. The next day, the squad moved through the city streets. Hu Yan's eyes lit up as she pointed. A pharmacy, we should replenish our mist crafting materials while we have the chance. The team agreed in unison, stepping into the store. The clerk behind the counter beamed with professional warmth. Welcome, hunters. What ingredients does your party seek today? Hu Yan didn't waste a second on small talk. She slammed her hand on the counter. Boss, do you have glazed root, hallucination mushrooms, and dark acid fruit? A blonde clerk named Yun Fei stepped forward briskly. Yes, yes, and yes, we have everything you need. Follow me. Meanwhile, Jang Kai scanned the room, his instincts flaring as he noticed a missing presence. Where is Su Nuan? He frantically scanned the aisles until he spotted her. She was standing frozen before an old shelf, completely absorbed. Jang Kai approached slowly, his eyes narrowing as he read the labels. I didn't realize this place sold ancient formulas like these. He frowned, staring at 3 dusty scrolls tucked in the corner. The names were ominous. Eternal Winter Frost Poison, Crimson Blood Kiss, and the Green Water Ghost. Su Nuan grabbed one of the scrolls, her eyes wide with disbelief. She whispered, Hishishis is a poison recipe, but it's bizarre. I've never seen the Green Water Ghost listed in the exchange office before. Just then, boss Lu Xuan, the owner, stepped in with a serious expression. That Green Water Ghost is incredibly rare. It drops from the mutated Warlord tier Water Ghost in the Pacific Mountain Dungeon. Jiang Kai's brow furrowed skepticism, clouding his gaze. He turned to the owner. The Water Ghost Lake people actually risk their lives going there? Boss Lu Xuan chuckled, a low, hearty sound. Of course they do. Ascetics, for example. That class has always been mysterious. They crave solitude and thrive in places where danger lurks in every shadow. I only got that item by sheer luck from a hunter hanging by a thread. He shook his head, looking at Su Nuan with genuine concern. Listen to me, little girl. The toxicity of the Green Water Ghost is devastating. But the conditions to trigger it, they are absolutely tyrannical. You risk poisoning yourself just making it. And even if you succeed using it, is a nightmare. It's a treasure that has sat here collecting dust. I strongly suggest you pick something else. But Su Nuan didn't blink. Her expression turned deadly serious. Boss, tell me, what kind of poison is this really? Boss Lu Xuan sighed, realizing he couldn't dissuade her. Fine. The Green Water Ghost is a fatal toxin. Once thrown, it pierces armor and clings to the enemy's skin like a curse. But here is the catch. The enemy must be fully submerged in water for the poison to activate. Jiang Kai and Su Nuan froze. Their eyes locked, sparking with the same realization. Water, they shouted in unison. Boss Lu Xuan nodded solemnly. Exactly. You risk your life making it you successfully hit the target. But unless you knock them into a lake or river, it is useless. And you can't guarantee a water source on the battlefield. But before he could finish, Jiang Kai and Su Nuan exchanged a devious glance. A wicked plan was already forming. They didn't let him finish his warning. With aura blazing around them, they slammed their money down. Perfect, we'll take it. Boss Lu Xuan stood there completely dumbfounded. Moments later, a thunderous boom shook the entire pharmacy as their enthusiasm erupted. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhong City, the Black Tortoise Private Hospital stood tall under the moonlight. It was late, and the shadows were long. In a dim hospital room, a figure sat motionless in a chair. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. Huang Tong pursed his lips, watching through the crack in the door. He stared at the broken figure inside. He recalled the assistant's trembling report about Huang Da's condition. Guildmaster. The young master's condition is catastrophic. His spirit has suffered a destructive blow. Signs of early-stage mental collapse are showing. We must treat him immediately. We suggest he avoids the ghost planet for now. He needs at least 3 months of psychological reconstruction. After his duel with Jiang Kai, Huang Da was a shell of a man. He sat with dull, lifeless eyes, drool running uncontrollably down his chin. Seeing his nephew in such a state, Huang Tong snapped. He punched the wall, rage boiling in his veins. Damn it. Little Wei Ying isn't even cured yet, and now little Da is destroyed too. He was the Huang family's most brilliant prospect, and Jiang Kai ruined everything. Huang Tong remembered the moment Jiang Kai decapitated Huang Da's avatar. The humiliation burned like fire. He swore an oath of vengeance. Jiang Kai, I promised not to touch your family publicly, but I never said I wouldn't touch you. The guild challenge isn't over yet. Suddenly, a tall silhouette emerged from the hallway darkness. Guildmaster, you asked for me. It was Fei Xiang. Huang Tong narrowed his eyes, a twisted grin forming on his face. Ready for the next round of the guild challenge, the tournament was far from over. The arena was packed to the brim. Thousands of spectators watched with bated breath as the battles raged on. Some teams, terrified by Jang Kai's brutal finishing moves, forfeited before the match even began. Others fought bravely, but were crushed by the Fire God squad's overwhelming power. Finally, Jiang Kai led his team into the top 16. On the massive bracket screen, only Jiang Kai's face remained illuminated among the defeated. Night fell, and the moon climbed high into the sky. Back at their safe house, Hu Yan shouted with excitement, "Captain Jiang, the intel for tomorrow's match just dropped." The team rushed over as the blue system interface materialized. Main God Guild notification. Fire God Squad match details. Congratulations on reaching the top 16. Your next opponent is the Eagle Squad 4 from the Black Tortoise Guild. Their captain is Fei Xiang. Report to the West St. Glory Arena at 800 hours tomorrow sharp. Prepare for battle. Yuan Zu stared at the screen, eyes wide with shock. The Black Tortoise Guild again. The name Fei Xiang rang a bell. Beside him, Ruan Yu narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. I feel it too. Jang Kai's memory unlocked instantly, his voice dropping to a grim growl. Fei Xiang, hunting Eagle Squad 4. We crossed paths while hunting the fallen Corpse King. It seems the Huang family has finally unleashed their war dogs. Hearing this, Yuan Zu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he roared in indignation, veins bulging on his neck. I remember now, those arrogant bastards. Hu Yan frowned, her expression turning grave. From what I know, hunting Eagle Squad 4 isn't just strong. They are the apex predators among the Black Tortoise elites. Even the Shield Kill Squad pales in comparison. In terms of raw, bloody combat experience, they aren't even in the same league. Su Nuan let out a soft sigh, breaking down the analysis with tactical precision. Hu Yan is right. The Shield Kill members are mostly privileged heirs from high management. They rely on endless resources and god-tier equipment. Her brow furrowed, a dark shadow casting over her face as she shared her intel. But Fei Xiang's team, they are monsters, forged in the fires of real war. Their combat adaptability and tactical reflexes are terrifyingly high. Panic crept into her voice as she turned to the team leader. Especially Fei Xiang. I told you before, his agility is inhuman. Jiang Kai, you have to watch your back around him. His expression mirrored her gravity as he gave a solemn nod. The next day, the arena erupted with noise. The crowd roared with bloodlust as this Manhwa recap reached its climax. The Black Tortoise's hunting eagle versus the Master God's fire deity squad. Shishis is going to be a clash of titans. Down in the arena, the two squads stood face to face, auras clashing violently. The stands buzzed with whispers. Everyone knew the bad blood between Jiang Kai and the Black Tortoise Guild ran deep. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Rumor has it, Xu Feixiang declared himself Jiang Kai's natural predator. Seeing his prey, Xu Feixiang grinned maniacally, signaling a taunt. Jiang Kai, fate brings us together again. Do you recall my promise? I'm going to rip that arm off your body myself. Jiang Kai remained stoic, simply raising a hand to stop Yuan Zu, who was already foaming at the mouth with insults. Don't count your chickens, Xu. Look at what happened to the arrogant Huang Dai. The grass on his grave is already 3 meters high. Once Yuan Zu finished, Jiang Kai finally locked eyes with his enemy. His voice was calm, deadly. Xu Feixiang, save your breath. Let's let our strength decide who lives and who dies. Suddenly, Wu Weiying raised her mic, her voice piercing the tension. Contestants, ready yourselves. The 36th Guild War, round of 16. The countdown begins now. Her voice echoed through the stadium like a judge's gavel. 10-9. The audience screamed, eyes glued to the giant screens showing Jiang Kai and Xu Feixiang. It's starting. The real show begins. Wu Weiying continued the fatal count. 8. In the VIP box, Su Lanlan whispered her sister's name in prayer. Beside her, Lu Jun held his breath, thinking, Jiang Kai against the hunting eagle. Can you create another miracle? Sister Hua couldn't contain her excitement, cupping her hands to shout. Yuan Zu, give them hell. The captain and I are right here with you. Li Biao sat like a stone statue, eyes laser focused on the arena. The countdown reached its fever pitch. 3, 2. With a final wave of her hand, she screamed. 1 begin instantly. Xu Feixiang's squad launched forward like unleashed beasts, their war cries shaking the ground. Kill. On the other side, Jiang Kai shouted his command. Formation, stay sharp. His team responded in perfect unison. Yes, SIR. Jiang Kai stomped the ground, launching himself into the air. Dozens of throwing knives flew from his hands like a deadly rain. Behind him, Hu Yan clenched her fist in victory. Look at that barrage of life chasers. Watch closely. This is how our captain shocks the world. Xu Feixiang charged straight into the storm of steel. But as the missiles approached, a sinister grin twisted his face. Predictable. He slammed on the brakes. His team flowed around him like water. Mo Chen stepped up, raising a glowing card. Leave this to us. Mana flared as the card activated. Xu Feixiang laughed from the backline, his eyes gleaming with malice. Jiang Kai, let me teach you the true meaning of party synergy. A massive energy shield materialized, forming an iron wall that swallowed Jiang Kai's devastating barrage without a scratch. The fire deity team froze in shock. What the hell? Up in the stands, Sister Hua's jaw dropped. That reaction speed is insane. Liang Wen gasped, analyzing the play. They were in full charge mode, yet instantly shifted to a defensive formation. They blocked all 6 of Jiang Kai's projectiles simultaneously. The throwing knives spun against the barrier, drilling with enough force to create sparks, but the shield remained an unbreakable fortress. Liang Wen's eyes narrowed as he assessed Mo Chen's technique with awe. Even with the critical hit effect triggered, he didn't flinch. He used the impact to slide back smoothly. As the dust settled, Huo Ling dashed out from behind the shield. My turn to test him. Go, Mo Chen signaled. Liang Wen watched in disbelief as the formation shifted again. Unbelievable. As the vanguard absorbs the impact, the rearguard uses that momentum to launch a counteroffensive instantly. Hua Lian leaped into the fray, her weapon blazing. Fire deity squad, have a taste of my scorching flame whip. Liang Wen trembled as he realized the tactical genius on display. They shifted from absolute defense to a lethal strike in a split second. Boom! The fiery whip smashed into the ground, creating a shockwave. Jiang Kai rolled away just in time, shouting, fall back now. Watching from the screen, Su Lanlan clenched her fists, anxiety spiking. I've heard the rumors about hunting Eagle 4, but seeing this leveling Manhwa battle up close is terrifying. Now I see why they are the kings of team combat. Lu Jun nodded grimly, his eyes glued to the unfolding chaos. Exactly. Individually, they might not be the top dogs of the Black Tortoise, but put them together, their synergy makes them a legendary unit within the guild. Back in the arena, Jiang Kai refused to retreat any further. He slammed his foot down and launched himself back into the storm. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he recalled his projectile. Deep down, he began to analyze the true strength of the soaring squad. Such flawless synergy. It can only be forged in the fires of countless life and death battles, constantly walking the razor's edge of survival. Jiang Kai analyzed every movement, his heart pounding in realization. A single strike proved these opponents were leagues above the instant kill squad. But the soaring squad wasn't about to play nice. The enemy leader revealed a trump card, the ominous glow of a super violet crystal. With a twisted smirk, he taunted, "You want your toy back." The crowd erupted as a blond man pointed to the screen. "Look, it's the super violet crystal." The fire body weapon was instantly neutralized. The audience roared, convinced Jiang Kai would be forced to use his mysterious trump card right at the start of this manhwa recap. Shock painted their faces, until a sudden shout cut through the noise. "Wait a second, look closely." Jiang Kai's squad stood ready, armed with weapons that defied logic. A sharp-eyed spectator gasped, "The super violet crystal. It failed. How is that possible?" A purple-haired enemy sneered, "Did you trash modify your gear?" Jiang Kai's eyes glinted with cold amusement. "Surprise, surprise. Did you really think we wouldn't come prepared after our last clash?" In a leveling, manhwa adaptation is the key to survival. Before the match, a relieved voice had echoed in the prep room. "Captain, thank God you saved those ores from the mermaid labyrinth. I discovered a rare killer stone that naturally repels the violet crystal's energy. I've completely overhauled everyone's arsenal." True to his word, the table was laden with anti-crystal gear. Jiang Kai clapped a hand on Ruan Yu's shoulder. "Excellent work, Ruan Yu." The tech genius grinned from ear to ear, his eyes shining with the thrill of being useful. Back in the arena, Jang Kai leaped into the air, his voice steady. "Tu Fai Tuang. I'll teach you that even perfect teamwork has cracks against absolute speed." The arena shifted into a game-like dimension, dominated by massive dice. Flaming projectiles rained down, shattering the environment like fragile glass. A mocking voice rang out, "Small fry, daring to act tough." Suddenly, a figure launched upward with blinding speed. It was Yuan Zu. Red lightning crackled around him as he cocked his weapon back. "Taste the power of the world's #1 war god." Someone screamed a skill name. Earth-shattering stomp. Yuan Zu descended like a meteor wrapped in a storm of golden lightning. The crowd scrambled back in terror as the impact shook the heavens and earth. But the enemy scattered like smoke, leaving Yuan Zu to crash into empty ground. He looked around, bewildered. Where did the rats go? Before he could react, an enemy skill ambushed him from the blind spot. Jiang Kai roared, "Yuan Zu, watch out." His dagger flew true, intercepting Fire Lotus's whip, just in time. The sorceress recoiled, her face twisting in annoyance. While Yuan Zu recovered, Fai Tuang lunged with maniacal laughter. "Fighting me and looking away. I told you I'd slaughter you next time we met." Jiang Kai flinched, barely reacting to the overwhelming killing intent. Yuan Zu regained his composure and charged at Fire Lotus, bellowing like a beast. "You dare challenge the war god." But his blow was stopped cold by Zemo's shield. Fire Lotus stepped back, commanding, "He's all yours." Zemo frowned, feeling the weight of the blow. Shishes, lunatic's reflexes are insane. I underestimated him. Yuan Zu grinned, the thrill of battle igniting his eyes. "Fine. If you're in such a rush to die, I'll oblige." He leaped skyward once more, channeling his ultimate art. Earth-shattering stomp. Elsewhere, Mo Chen screamed the kill order, "Slaughter them all." Two enemies rushed the backline. A green potion uncorked, spilling power as Ruan Yu declared, "I, Ruan Yu, will not be the weak link in this life." Mo Chen thrust his spear, but Ruan Yu blocked it effortlessly with a shield. He even had time to flirt. "Hey there, beautiful." Mo Chen raged, "You have a death wish." Fire Lotus dragged her teammate away, sneering, "Leave this drunken pervert to me." The cat spirit giggled. "Right, let's handle those two useless girls instead." Su Nuan shouted a warning to her partner. Hu Yan, watch out, but Hu Yan stood her ground fearless. She raised her hands, summoning a halo of blinding white light. "Just watch me." Supreme Ice Rain Enhanced Version, Su Nuan joined in summoning a roaring sphere of gold lightning. "I've got your back." Fai Tuang blitzed toward Jiang Kai, raising his shadow blade for the kill. But Jiang Kai spun mid-air, launching a counter-projectile. Fai Tuang froze for a split second, then an evil grin stretched across his face. "Brat, you really love your little toys, don't you? But when it comes to speed, I never lose." He became a blur, slashing the incoming projectiles out of the air with terrifying precision. Fai Tuang widened his eyes, mocking him. "Too slow." Jiang Kai gasped. Impossible. Shish's opponent was a true monster. The cameraman yelled in excitement. No one has ever dodged Jiang Kai's darts at point-blank range, but look who we're dealing with. That is Tu Fai Tuang, the king of agility. Even the slow-motion replay couldn't capture how he evaded that attack. As if to prove the point, Fai Tuang effortlessly weaved through the barrage of attacks. Su Lan cried out. He's using the rotational force to dodge and close the distance simultaneously. Lo Tuan quickly pulled up the stats. I've analyzed his data. His base agility exceeds 300. With his equipment buffs, he's easily pushing 350. He thought grimly, Jiang Kai's main stat is agility. But Fai Tuang is outclassing him by over 100 points. In terms of raw stats, he is Jiang Kai's ultimate natural enemy. On screen, Fai Tuang raised his hand, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Jiang Kai challenging me was the single worst decision of your miserable life. His eyes bulged in pure shock, his body paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of the statement. Fai Tuang brought his blade down, unleashing a catastrophic wave of internal energy tornado slash. Sensing the devastating force closing in, Jiang Kai hesitated. Wait. He activated his ghost eye, locking onto his opponent. It looked like a simple strike, but Fai Tuang's other hand was gathering a storm of energy. This wasn't just a slash, it was a trap. Jiang Kai scrambled back, his heart racing. With his current agility stats, dodging one attack was possible, but surviving a dual strike, impossible. Desperate, he launched a counterattack, hoping to intercept the charging predator before it was too late. A sinister smirk twisted Fai Tuang's lips. Gotcha. He crossed his twin blades, unleashing a torrent of berserk energy that effortlessly crushed Jiang Kai's defense. Jiang Kai stared in horror at the overwhelming aura. What the hell? The crossed blades were still radiating immense power, completely neutralizing his pursuit daggers. Did you think you were the only one capable of modifying weapons? Jiang Kai Fai Tuang couldn't help but gloat. Behold, my upgraded twin silver swords. I may not have telekinetic control over long distances, like a high-tier psychic, but in close quarters, it's more than enough to shut down your little toys. Jiang Kai clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. You planned this from the start. You baited me into using more daggers just to trap them. So what if I did? Fai Tuang sneered. Honestly, I'm disappointed. We're in a life-or-death duel, and you're wasting breath on stupid questions. His eyes widened with manic excitement. Oh, this is going to be fun. He stared at Jiang Kai's hand with mocking amusement. Let me guess. That's your very last dagger, isn't it? Or, perhaps, it's a trump card, disguised as a simple throwing knife. He looked down on him, like a god judging an insect. Just as I calculated, Jiang Kai's guard went up instantly. What are you talking about? Killing intent exploded from Fai Tuang's eyes. The reason the Eagle Squad stands at the apex isn't just teamwork. It's because we never ever underestimate our prey. Before this match, I studied your battle with the shield killers frame by frame, especially that moment you raised your hand. Fai Tuang deduced calmly. You took down Hoang Dat in a split second using that disguised ace in the hole. But after the kill, you didn't rush to help your squad. You froze in place. Why? Was it because you trusted your 4 teammates to handle their own fights? Fai Tuang rubbed his chin, eyes narrowed, as he recalled the footage. Rewind that. Play it again. He scrutinized Jiang Kai's face in his memory. No looking at your expression back then. It wasn't trust. That led me to a bold theory. That ultimate move might be a one-hit kill, but the backlash completely drains your stamina or spiritual energy, sealing your skills. According to my simulations, that vulnerability window lasts exactly 1 minute. The accuracy of the number sent a chill down Jiang Kai's spine. Fai Tuang lowered his head, his voice dripping with logic. Meaning, if you use that move on me, right now, I'll definitely die, just like Hoang Dat. But in the 60 seconds I'm out of the game, my team will slaughter the rest of your Fire God squad. Meanwhile, Su Nuan Nuan and Hu Yan were fighting for their lives. Su Nuan Nuan, stay behind me, right? I'll buff your healing output. Fai Tuang's voice dropped to a murderous whisper. And once they're dead, we'll gang up and finish you. Elsewhere, Yuan Zu went full berserk, his eyes glowing like demons as he roared. The #1 war god is here. Kneel and beg for mercy. Yuan Zu unleashed a massive slash, but Tumak dodged the lethal strike with ease. Fury burned in Yuan Zu's eyes like molten lava. You think you can run? Tumak sidestepped and thrust his sword forward with a sneer. You call yourself a war god, you're trash. Yuan Zu grit his teeth, barely blocking the piercing strike with brute force. Steel crashed against steel, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Yuan Zu swung his chain sword, forcing Tumak to leap back. Insolent fool, how dare you doubt my power? Taste my blade. In the stands, Sister Hoa and Li Biao watched in stunned silence, realizing something was wrong. That Eagle Squad member had completely stopped engaging True 2 head-on. When True 2 advanced, he retreated. When True 2 stopped, he poked. He was kiting him like a mob in a game. Li Biao frowned, his voice low. He knows True 2 has the attribute shift talent. In a raw contest of strength, he'd lose. So he's testing True 2's patience, draining his stamina bar, and waiting for an opening. Sister Hoa stomped her foot in anger. I thought the Eagle Squad was strong. Using such cheap tricks ruins their reputation. But Li Biao shook his head grimly. No, this is high-level tactical warfare. They aren't spoiled rich kids chasing fame. They understand that in a real awakening Manhwa battle, winning by any means necessary is the only thing that matters. He watched Yuan Zu's frantic attacks with a heavy heart. True too. You have to hold on. In another corner, Ruan Yu was blushing hard, blowing kisses. Hey gorgeous, that waist, that chest, those long legs, I'm totally in love. Mac Tran's blood boiled. Shut your mouth. A drunkard will always be a drunkard, the most useless class in existence. He blurred past Ruan Yu, spinning around to his blind spot. In a split second, Mac Tran drove his blade straight through Ruan Yu's stomach. You and your trash class are exactly alike, worthless. With a cruel twist, he ripped the weapon out. Ruan Yu collapsed, his body drenched in crimson blood. The rest of the team froze in horror, their screams echoing across the arena. NGUI. NGU. Su Nuan scrambled toward him, panic in her voice. Hu Yan, hold the line, I need to heal him right now. But Hoa Lian intercepted her with a vicious tackle. Trying to heal right in front of me. In your dreams, Hu Yan stepped in, shielding the healer with her body. Su Nuan go, I'll hold her off. From the void, a slender hand clad in a dark glove reached out, gathering a sinister, otherworldly energy. Miaoling struck like a viper, launching a lethal assault straight at Hu Yan. Let's see if you have the guts to handle this. Hu Yan couldn't dodge in time. Terror washed over her as she braced for the devastating impact. Su Nuan froze, her face darkening with pure dread as she screamed her teammate's name. Fire Lotus cracked her whip, her voice dripping with venomous disdain. A filthy scammer and a combat-less healer. You trash dare to challenge the Eagles. Miao Ling kept up the pressure, laughing cruelly. Don't pray for your captain to save you. He can barely keep his own head on his shoulders right now. Suddenly, Yuan Zu charged in like a fortress to shield them. Audacious fools. The god of war stands before you. Su Nuan. Nuan caught the falling Hu Yan, staring at the broad back protecting them. Yuan Zu. Zemo flashed forward, eyes burning with murderous intent. Fast for a brat, aren't you? But don't forget who you're dealing with. Yuan Zu swung his greatsword in a rage, but his opponent vanished like smoke. Damn it, stop running and fight me like a man. Zemo smirked, his eyes glinting with a predator's instinct as he closed the distance. Idiot. You rely on attribute shifting, so why would I fight your strengths with my weaknesses? In this arena, victory is life, and defeat is death. He realized with a sneer. He's losing his cool already. Yuan Zu roared, his aura exploding as he gripped his blade. Die. He lunged with reckless abandon, but Zemo danced around him effortlessly. Now, Zemo's eyes snapped open. The opening was there. With a blinding flash of steel, he delivered a merciless razor-sharp slash. Yuan Zu couldn't react. Color drained from his face as agony took over. The spectators gasped in horror, their eyes wide with panic. Yuan Zu. On the stage, Zemo stood calmly, flicking blood from his blade. What's wrong? Couldn't shift your stats in time. Yuan Zu collapsed, utterly defeated, unable to utter a single word. Zemo looked down at him with arrogant pity. Truly the world's most useless trash. Elsewhere, Fei Xiang shrugged at Jiang Kai, oozing arrogance. Oh Jiang Kai, look around. Your squad is crawling in the dirt. The outcome of this leveling Manhwa showdown is already decided. The first victim of this tragedy has already fallen. But if you can't bear to watch them die, you still have a choice. Jang Kai narrowed his eyes, silence his only weapon. The villain grinned, revealing his twisted game. Use your trump card. Save exactly one person. Fei Xiang glanced at the fallen psychic. But remember, you only have one save. He looked at the healer and the tank, his voice dropping to a growl. Who will it be? Finally, he pointed to Zemo, blade raised for the execution. His eyes danced with psychotic glee. But know this, whoever you save, Team Fire God still loses. Jiang Kai stood motionless, a dark shadow casting over his face as the enemy laughed. Suddenly, the gray sky wept. Rain began to patter against the arena floor. Jiang Kai finally broke his silence, his voice calm amidst the storm. Is that so? His ghost eye activated, glowing with a terrifying light. I beg to differ. Fire Lotus scoffed, preparing her final strike. You think a trash weather skill like Rain Call can stop us? Pathetic. Miao Ling readied her fan, laughing maniacally. Time to send you all to hell. But Su Nuan acted fast, hurling 2 green vials through the air. Who said the rain was meant to kill you directly? The glass shattered, spraying strange green liquid all over the enemy duo. What the hell is this slime? Miaoling recoiled in disgust. Fire Lotus frowned. Ignore it. Just kill them first. They launched their final assault on the girls. Die. In the stands, a dark-haired spectator frowned in confusion. Rain. What is that fortune teller thinking? And the healer threw a D-rank toy item. Are they insane? They're like lambs walking into a slaughterhouse. Inside the booth, Su Lanlan covered her mouth, heart pounding. Su Nuan Nuan. Suddenly, Lu Jun shouted, Su Lanlan, look closely. On the field, a weapon dropped from a trembling hand onto the wet floor. Miao Ling stared at her arm now, glowing with a sickly green hue. What? What is happening to me? Fire Lotus screamed in agony, veins bulging as the toxin took hold. Her eyes bloodshot, she stared in disbelief. You used poison, Su Nuan Nuan? And Hu Yan stood tall, their silence the only answer needed. Fire Lotus roared like a beast. I'll kill you. But Hu Yan raised her compass, channeling her spiritual energy. You're not killing anyone today. Hailstorm razor-sharp ice crashed down, piercing through their paralyzed defenses. Neither could dodge. The agony was absolute. Fire Lotus and Miao Ling collapsed, broken and defeated under the relentless downpour. Su Lanlan gasped, unable to believe her eyes. What kind of poison is that? It completely neutralized two fighters instantly. Lu Jun smirked, having seen through the strategy. It's the rare green water ghost toxin. It only works if the target is completely soaked. A harsh condition nobody uses. I never expected them to combine it with rain call. On the field, Fei Zhang watched his team fall, his jaw dropping. Impossible. Jiang Kai smiled, the aura of a true tactician surrounding him. A useless class. A trash skill. A harmless poison. But when combined perfectly, it creates a miracle that defies the system itself. Rage burned in his eyes as he looked at Fai Tuong with a smug grin, shrugging with pure arrogance. If you think our Fire God squad is that weak, you're making a fatal mistake. Up in the stands, the spectators gasped in unison, their eyes widening as if they had just witnessed a ghost. Look, that drunkard is getting back up. Down in the arena, a battered figure slowly rose his foot, stomping down hard enough to send dust swirling into the air. It was none other than Ruan Yu. He clutched the gaping wound on his stomach, trembling as he forced himself upright. Mac Trun watched this struggle with a sneer of absolute contempt. Do you have a death wish? You're nothing but a trash-tier drunkard. Do you honestly believe you stand a chance against a gladiator class? His voice turned ice cold as he issued his decree. I will wipe out the entire Fire God squad, starting with your head. But Ruan Yu gritted his teeth, his spirit blazing. I, Ruan Yu, have never bowed to anyone in my life. I don't care who you are, I'm not afraid. Mac Trun froze, sensing a sudden drastic shift in his opponent's aura. Wait, his eyes. They've changed completely. The lecherous look was gone, replaced by something unreadable. Is this a trap? Just like that doctor's scheme earlier? Suddenly, Ruan Yu roared in a drunken rage. I'm telling you right now, you have to submit to me. You have no other choice. Hearing this nonsense, Mac Trun snapped, launching a furious attack. Damn you, stop mocking me, you lunatic. The crowd dropped their jaws in disbelief. What the hell? I thought that drunk had some secret technique, but he's just spouting perverted garbage. It's disgusting. No, wait. Look closely. His condition. It's unnatural. He sounds sober, yet he's rambling like a madman. They watched Ruan Yu stumble and sway, as if intoxicated, yet effortlessly weave through Mac Trun's spear thrusts, leaving the gladiator stunned. Watching from the sidelines, Fai Tuong's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. That speed. It's instant. Hold on, what just happened? Why does it feel like that pervert's speed doubled after getting injured? Jang Kai heard this and smirked, his voice calm. It truly is astonishing. Do you know the fundamental difference between human instinct and reaction? Fai Tuong ground his teeth, glaring daggers at him. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Ignoring the hostility, Jiang Kai continued his lecture. In battle, humans usually rely on past experience, emotions, and external factors to calculate a response. Mac Trun, consumed by rage, leaped into the air, his spear diving straight for the kill. It was just luck. Let's see if you can dodge when I split your skull in two. As Ruan Yu dreamily sidestepped the lethal blow, Jang Kai finished his thought. But instinct, that is the most primal power of all. Meanwhile, the drunkard teased his attacker while dodging. Oh my beauty, your speed isn't quite fast enough to catch me. Mac Trun's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Shut your mouth and die. Jang Kai analyzed from the side like a true strategist. No matter how rich your combat experience or how stable your mind, nothing can compare to the raw reaction speed of primal instinct. Facing the razor-sharp spear tip, he vanished, reappearing instantly behind Mac Trun. In that split second, the gladiator was already half a beat too slow. He swung wildly behind him, grit and exhaustion mixing on his face. Damn it, he's clearly wounded, so why is he dodging with such precision? He's even more agile than before. I can't predict his moves at all. Realization struck Ho Nan like a lightning bolt. I get it now. He Shishis is Ruan Yuan, Ruan Yu's new awakening talent. Drunken revelry liberating the primal abilities hidden within the body. She recalled the moment Ruan Yu had scratched his head, looking bashful as he explained his power. The state of drunken revelry stimulates my subconscious, pushing me into a subtle zone between sobriety and total intoxication. Basically, I feel like I become a lot more free-spirited. Hoan Han dropped to one knee, grabbing a sword from the ground. Well then, let's put that theory to the test. She hurled the blade toward him with a shout. Ruan Yuan, Ruan Yu catch. He snatched the weapon from the air, a lazy smirk on his lips as he mumbled. My little beauty, are you tired already? I'm still waiting for your hot lips to kiss me until I pass out. Mac Trun charged, his patience obliterated. You want to die? I'll chop you into 8 pieces to satisfy my rage. His speed ramped up his attacks, forming a net of steel around Ruan Yu. The spectators in the stands gaped. Look at that. That drunkard's footwork is a mess, yet he dodges every single strike. Mac Trun was drenching in cold sweat, his mind racing. Impossible. Drunkards are trash. The lowest tier profession. How can I be losing to a useless drunk? He lunged with ferocious intent, screaming with every ounce of strength he had left. Just die already. A single, clean slash sliced through the air, silencing the entire arena. A drop of blood splashed onto the floor. Mac Trun stood frozen before Ruan Yu, trembling uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, eyes rolling up to see the cold steel resting against his forehead. Sweat poured down his face. Ruan Yu flushed with excitement and grinning ear to ear, commanded, now take off your clothes yourself. The humiliation was absolute. Mac Trun shook with impotent rage, eyes rolling back in fury, nearly coughing up blood. The stands erupted into chaos, unlike anything seen before. My God. In the eyes of everyone at Holy Light, the drunkard class is trashed here, yet he just defeated a gladiator. He Shishis is the kind of upset you only see in a leveling manhwa. The Falcon Squad has already lost 3 members. Is the Fire God Squad actually going to pull off a legendary comeback? On the other side, Phai Turing rushed forward, veins popping on his forehead, in pure frustration. But Jiang Kai intercepted him, blocking his path like an immovable mountain. He finally pulled out the card he had been concealing the entire match. What's wrong? Can't handle a little heat, Phai Turing? Didn't you come here specifically to deal with me? Phai Turing ground his teeth, his resentment boiling over. Jiang Kai. So that's the mysterious trump card you've been holding. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer of utter disdain. Phai Turing laughed maniacally. But don't get too arrogant just yet. Don't forget my team hasn't lost completely. A sudden slash cut through the air, shattering a potion bottle. Su Nuan stared in horror as her poison vial shattered her brow, furrowing as she screamed, oh no. Phai Turing immediately pointed his spear at her. Su Nuan, you annoying little doctor. Trying to poison me? Fine. If you want to die, I'll kill you first, and then I'll finish off this cowardly gladiator. Her eyes went wide as the blade descended, cold sweat drenching her back. Phai Turing moved like a flash of lightning, a speed so terrifying she couldn't move a muscle. But the pain never came. She cracked her eyes open to see a figure lunging in front of her, taking the blow meant for her heart. Shock paralyzed her. It was Yuan Zu. He had thrown himself in the way, and nearby Turmok stared in horror as the blade pierced right through his teammate's body. But then, Yuan Zu's hand shot up, locking onto Phai Turing's wrist with an iron grip. He clamped his hand tight around Fei Xiong. A terrifying power erupted from his body, leaving his opponent stammering in total confusion. Killing intent flashed in Yuan Zu's eyes like cold steel. He swung his sword and roared. He was using his own body as bait, converting his attributes into raw physical constitution. Next, Zemo's eyes turned bloodshot with shock. He stared in disbelief. Yuan Zu had ruthlessly driven his sword straight through the throat. Blood sprayed into the air like a crimson geyser. Even Fei Xiong went pale at the gruesome sight, gasping out, how? How is that possible? Jiang Kai had predicted this exact reaction. A cold smirk played on his lips as he mocked them. Didn't I tell you earlier? Lie you want to kill my teammates. It won't be that simple. Fei Xiong ground his teeth in hatred, his mind racing with unanswered questions. Damn it. How did these useless fire god members suddenly become so formidable? According to my previous analysis, they had zero chance of winning. It's like they suddenly powered up in a leveling manhwa. Before the enemy could react, Jiang Kai whipped out a card with blinding speed. Now, the real duel begins. Shu Feixiang, I will make you acknowledge your total defeat. Feixiang snapped completely. He clenched his jaw so hard, it nearly cracked his body, trembling as if about to explode. His eyes burned red with madness as he stood tall and roared. Jiang Kai, don't get cocky just yet. My men might have failed to handle your trash friends, but I, Shu Feixiang, will personally claim your head. Jiang Kai didn't waste breath on words. He simply clenched his jaw, his mind running calculations like a supercomputer. In battle, the surest path to victory is a full-power preemptive strike. Opposite him, Feixiang charged like a mad beast, eyes spitting fire. Die explosive dual slash. Jiang Kai stood unmoving as a mountain. His eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie green light. Ghost eye focus. His burst power is overwhelming. Just milliseconds before the blade pierced him. He shifted his body, dodging by a hair's breadth, while his mind raced. A full power strike from Shu Feixiang. Even if I dodge the direct hit, the residual energy will still affect me. But this also means, after this move, his stamina will be drained. Jiang Kai's lips moved slightly, whispering in a raspy voice. Execute the second strike immediately. Instantaneously, he launched himself into the air. Feixiang's massive slash only decimated the empty ground below. Feixiang's eyes widened in disbelief as his blade hit nothing but dirt. What the hell? Jiang Kai hovered in the air, his expression dark and terrifying as a reaper. Shu Feixiang, you've already lost. As the words left his mouth, he activated the death card. Torrential power surged forth like a breaking dam. Faster than lightning, Jiang Kai hurled the card in a straight line toward Feixiang. The enemy, already lost to madness, flared his aura and raised his sword again. Who said I lost? Jiang Kai, you dare toy with me, I'll kill you. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes calmly, observing the chaotic display. The more consumed by emotion you are, the easier you lose your way. He stood nonchalantly, watching his card fly true. It slammed straight into the enemy's chest. His inner voice remained icy calm. The soul sound pursuit was suppressed earlier, preventing a critical hit. But now, the death card has devoured the 9th pursuit stack. It inherited a 90% critical hit probability. Feixiang stared down, eyes bulging, as the card buried itself in his chest. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was still immersed in his calculations. Plus the attribute enhancement from the death card. Hishish's strike gains 50 points of penetration. Permanent critical rate increased by 15. And critical damage boosted by 150%. Veins popped on Feixiang's face as he gasped, How? How can this be? Jiang Kai smirked coldly in his heart. Shu Feixiang is dead meat. Boom. An explosion rocked Feixiang's body, drowned out by his agonized scream. The sky darkened instantly as rain began to fall. On the ground, a blood-soaked hand fell limp. Under the drizzling rain, Jiang Kai calmly retracted his soul power. He glanced indifferently at the broken figure on the ground. I told you. You lost. Witnessing this brutal finale, the spectators dropped their jaws, pupils shaking. Oh my God. Then the entire stadium erupted. Everyone stood up, cheering wildly. Heavens. The Fire God Squad won again. They defeated the Xuan Wu Elite Squad twice in a row. Hishishi's is a historic miracle. Jiang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Hu Yan and the others threw their hands up in victory. The Ziheng group let out long sighs of relief. Su Lanlan shot up from her seat, unable to believe her own eyes. Is it finally over? Luo Jun shoved his hands in his pockets, walking away with a swagger. It's over. That was truly a feast for the eyes. Jiang Kai's performance was spectacular as always. Yuan Zu didn't let me down either. But, surprisingly, Su Nuan's performance was eye-catching. He smirked, recalling the battle details. Poison healers rarely fight on the front lines. But that little girl set up a complex green water ghost formation and applied it perfectly in combat. Her mastery of poison is terrifyingly high. Su Lanlan closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. It's a pity Professor Li's board already finished the evaluation. Otherwise, I'm certain Su Nuan would have been graded rank A. Meanwhile, Ziheng sat slumped on the ground, wailing while hugging Mo Chen. Oh my beauty, my precious baby, why did this happen? Instant karma struck. Someone sprayed a cloud of gas right in his face. Ziheng collapsed instantly, foaming at the mouth. Hu Yan shook the spray bottle, looking smug. At critical moments, you still have to rely on me. Wu Weiying was terrified by this chaotic display and backed away. You. What are you planning now? Yuan Zu raised his sword angrily, ready to charge again, but was held back. Come at me. You dared challenge the war god. You better be prepared for a miserable defeat. Jang Kai and the others grabbed him, struggling to hold him back. Yuan Zu, calm down man. Jiang Kai rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He Shish's team is getting harder and harder to lead. Just then, Wu Wei Ying raised her hand, cutting the tension. I hereby declare, a forced smile plastered on her face. The giant screen behind flashed the final results. Victory goes to the Fire God squad. The crowd chanted in unison, Fire God, Fire God, Fire God. Jiang Kai puffed out his chest, pride swelling in his heart. He Shishi's feeling isn't half bad. Bathed in the cheers, Jiang Kai and his team walked toward the backstage tunnel. Long live Fire God, long live Fire God. High up in the distant stands, a man chuckled softly. He nodded, a sharp curve forming on his lips. The Fire God squad, huh? Interesting. Night fell, and the moon rose high. Several days later, at the main God Guild, frantic footsteps echoed down the corridor. Captain Jiang Kai. Captain Jang Kai. Jiang Kai and the others stopped, turning around in surprise. What's wrong? Why do you look so excited? Hu Yan panted heavily, dragging Ziheng along as she shouted. Ruan Yu and I just went out. We heard news about the class advancement materials. The deep job change and feng shui master items didn't just skyrocket in price. They are completely sold out. The young man steadied his breathing. Ever since the wine worm and feng shui master were discarded by the military class, advancement materials had been gathering dust on the shelves. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Exactly. Doesn't this prove to everyone that our awakened classes aren't trash tier after all? Jiang Kai crossed his arms, nodding in approval. Absolutely. During the clash with the Falcon Squad, your performance was god tier. Especially yours, Ruan Yu. When you executed that cavalryman, the entire arena froze in shock. But remember, even with the same class, individual talent and destiny differ. Your success is unique. Tu Heng and Hu Yan beamed their noses, practically touching the sky. Yuan Zu slapped his shoulder, pointing at himself with a grin. Damn straight, we are the Fire God squad. Mediocrity isn't in our vocabulary. A warning siren cut the air. Hu Yan opened the system interface, her brows knitting together. Breaking news. The Leopard Squad engaged the Crouching Dragon Squad. Only one survivor remains. In a final twist, the Crouching Dragon captain turned the tables and massacred the entire Leopard team single-handedly. Everyone turned to her, gasping in unison. What? Jiang Kai pursed his lips. I remember the Leopard Squad is backed by the Black Tortoise Guild. They aren't weaklings. For the Crouching Dragon captain to wipe them out alone. What kind of monster are we dealing with? He Shishes feels like a boss fight from a leveling manhwa. Jiang Kai's expression darkened. He turned to Su Nuan Nuan. Su Nuan Nuan, do not underestimate the enemy captain. Gather intel if you can. If we cross paths, I don't want us going in blind. She nodded immediately. Understood, Captain. He scanned the faces of his 4 teammates, his voice calm but authoritative. Speaking of battles, the competition is getting brutal, and I have an announcement. Every squad is suffering heavy casualties. Our next opponent lost too many members. They realized they had 0 chance of winning against us, so they forfeited. Which means, Jiang Kai paused for dramatic effect, his eyes blazing. We are going straight to the grand finals. Hu Yan jumped up, screaming in delight. Does that mean we reach the finals with a full roster? No casualties. Yuan Zu pumped his fist into the air. We're the only squad left standing with 0 deaths. Su Nuan Nuan smiled at Jiang Kai. It's all thanks to your leadership, Jiang Kai. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. We're lucky to have you. Jiang Kai shook his head, a humble smile playing on his lips. No, this victory belongs to our synergy. I could only charge forward because I knew you all had my back. Without you, even I couldn't have turned the tide. Hishishi's glory belongs to the entire Fire God squad. He laughed, his demeanor relaxing. All right, you've all been pushing your limits. The finals are approaching. Take a day off. Rest. Reset your mental state. The room erupted in cheers as the pressure finally lifted. Jiang Kai made a silent decision. With time to spare, he needed to return to his roots. Without delay, he headed for Jiangtrong City, back to his luxurious villa. Inside, Yingzi supported her eldest brother's arm, her voice laced with worry. Brother Jiang, let me help you. You were just discharged. Don't push yourself. He shook his head with a helpless smile. Yingzi, I'm not made of glass. I need to train if I'm ever going to be useful to Jang Kai again. But moments later, he was gasping for air. Yingzi trembled. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Suddenly, a strong hand rested gently on his shoulder. It was Jiang Kai. He chuckled softly. Brother Jiang, how can you help me if you collapse from exhaustion? Ying Zi's eyes lit up. Brother, you're back. But the warm reunion was cut short. Jang Kai stared at the table, groaning under the weight of a gourmet feast. Hold on. This is a bit much, isn't it? Ying Zi brought out more dishes, confused to see them motionless. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? I'll make something else. Jang Kai turned pale and stopped her. Ying Zi, stop. Your brothers are humans, not livestock. Their eldest brother chuckled. Jiang Kai, she thinks you've lost weight. It's her way of showing love. Ying Zi sat down looking at him with puppy eyes. Brother, can you stay longer this time? The eldest brother nodded while filling Jiang Kai's bowl. She's right, Jiang Kai. You've sacrificed enough for this family. My health is stable. You don't need to risk your life in the Ghost Star anymore. Jiang Kai held the overflowing rice bowl, his voice soft but firm. Brother Ying Zi, there are things I must finish. But don't worry. I'm strong now. I just came back to make sure you were safe. His expression hardened. By the way, have those royal family dogs been bothering you? Ying Zi waved her hands, smiling brightly. No, the villa security is top tier, and Brother Lu sends people to check on us. That creepy feeling of being watched all the time, it's completely gone. She shivered slightly, the memory of those prying eyes still haunting her. Jiang Kai nodded mentally, noting a debt of gratitude. Brother Lu keeps his word. The eldest brother turned to Ying Zi. So Ying Zi, since life is peaceful now, have you made many friends at school? She nodded instantly. Of course, the eldest brother beamed. Our Ying Zi is smart and kind. It's impossible not to like her. That's a relief, Jiang Kai said. Ying Zi didn't reply. She quietly stuffed food into her mouth, a shadow of distress flickering in her eyes. A second later, she scrunched her face in delight, acting as if the food was the only thing on her mind. But Jiang Kai froze. Did I imagine that? No, she's hiding something. Worry gnawed at him, but duty called. The next day, he returned to the Ghost Star. The Fire God Squad was ready for the final war. A few days later, in the depths of a vast wilderness, a berserk beast tore through the forest like a runaway train. System alert: Elite Tusk Boar. Level 23. Suddenly, a silver flash cleaved the air with surgical precision. Yuan Zu delivered a devastating strike, ending the beast instantly. He shouldered his blade, grinning like he had just conquered the world. An elite monster, please. He shishis as just a warm-up for a leveling Manhwa war god like me. Hu Yan scoffed from the sidelines. Don't get cocky, Yuan Zu. You aren't the only one getting stronger. Ruan Yu puffed out his chest, nodding vigorously. Exactly, I took down at least 3 of them myself. Jiang Kai watched in silence, a satisfied glint in his eyes. Their synergy was finally clicking. The intensive training camp was paying off. Suddenly, their devices lit up. Su Nuan gasped. The finals, the notification is here. A holographic blue screen materialized, the hallmark of a system Manhwa. A message for the Fire God Squad flashed into existence. System notice: congratulations on reaching the finals. Next opponent: the Sleeping Dragon Squad of the Azure Dragon Guild. Venue: West City Sanctum Arena. Time: 8 a.m. tomorrow. Yuan Zu stared at the screen, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Sleeping Dragon Squad. Wait, isn't that the captain who soloed his way to the finals? Hu Yan rubbed her chin, a shiver running down her spine. That guy is a monster. Su Nuan turned to their leader, her face serious. Jiang Kai, I found the intel you asked for on their captain. She adjusted her glasses, voice steady. His name is Ditang. Level 40 fighter class. He wields a silver longsword and only joined the Azure Dragon Guild this year. The moment he joined, he built the Sleeping Dragon Squad from scratch. Under his command, they became a powerhouse in less than 6 months. They are considered a top-tier threat within the guild. Su Nuan swiped through the data, her expression grim. Unlike the Falcon Squad, they keep a low profile. Intel on Ditang is scarce. But thank heavens I dug up some old combat footage. She paused, recalling the video. His attack style. It's terrifying. He uses a skill called Ghost Shadow Trackless Slash. It's instantaneous. Most opponents are eliminated in a single strike. Hu Yan frowned, analyzing the threat. Ghost Shadow. Sounds like a speed buff type. Reminds me of that speedster, Xu Fei Xiang, from the prelims. Jang Kai nodded slowly, his expression darkening, as he analyzed the data. Similar perhaps, but Ditang rose to the top of a major guild in an awakening Manhwa timeline of just 6 months. He soloed his way here. His power is leagues above Xu Fei Xiang. Suddenly a twig snapped behind him. A strange wind howled through the trees. Razor-sharp leaves spiraled out of nowhere, aiming straight for Jiang Kai's back. Jang Kai dodged effortlessly, his hand snapping out to grab the assailant from the shadows. A masked figure stood there calm, despite being caught. Your reaction speed exceeds my data. Jiang Kai didn't speak. He just stared, his aura flaring silently. The figure leaped back, vanishing into the foliage before reappearing at a safe distance. The man sheathed his blade. Worthy of the fire god captain, Jiang Kai. You really do live up to the reputation. The team exploded in outrage. Who is this masked coward? You want to fight? Step into the light and fight us fair. Su Nuan narrowed her eyes. Wait. That height. That build. Yuan Zu stepped forward, fists clenched. Jiang Kai. Why are you stopping me? That bastard just tried to take your head off. Jiang Kai chuckled, cool as ice. Relax. There was no killing intent. Besides, killing a finalist before the match carries a heavy system penalty. He looked at the intruder. Isn't that right, Mr. Ditang? Ditang pulled down his mask, a wry smile on his face. Caught me. Yuan Zu's jaw dropped. It really is him. Ditang stepped closer to Jiang Kai, eyes twinkling. Up close, you really are just a kid, aren't you? Yuan Zu shoved his blade forward. Hey, captain or not, I'm not scared of you. Keep running your mouth, and I'll educate you right now. Ditang raised his hands in surrender. Easy. I'm not here to fight. Jang Kai. I'm here to negotiate. Jang Kai raised an eyebrow. Negotiate. I've analyzed your battles, Ditang said. Impressive stuff. Especially you, Jiang Kai. That hidden trump card of yours. It left quite an impression. His smile didn't waver. Honestly, in a team fight, I'm not sure we would win. Jiang Kai cut him off cold. Get to the point. Ditang's grin widened. I want a duel. Just you and me. Our solo match determines the championship. But there is a condition. During the fight, you cannot use your trump card. Jiang Kai frowned, his guard, instantly going up. To be fair, Ditang added, I won't use any gear that counters your projectiles. No shields, no defensive artifacts, just pure skill. Yuan Zu snapped. He stepped between them, glaring at Ditang. Are you insane? What kind of garbage deal is that? We're not idiots. He grabbed Jiang Kai's shoulder. Let's go, Jiang Kai. Ignore this lunatic. Jiang Kai turned away. Sorry, I'm not interested in your games. But Ditang wasn't finished. Jiang Kai, a player of your caliber, still hasn't completed his class advancement? I'm guessing you don't know where to find your specific materials. What if I told you my guild has the coordinates to a hidden dungeon? We can solve that little problem for you. Still not interested? Jiang Kai froze. That was exactly what he needed. He slowly turned back, eyes locking onto Ditang with renewed intensity. A hidden dungeon, exactly. Ditang saw the hook sink in. Let me put it simply. A secret realm is a mysterious, unverified dimension holding the essential resources every adventurer needs to rise in this leveling Manhwa world. Governments universally agree that the military must control these zones, especially the massive ones. From the shimmering blue gate, figures emerged as Ditang continued his explanation. Of course, exploration rights for smaller secret realms are delegated to elite guilds by the military, a tactical move to fuel the ambition of their members. He delved deeper into the mechanics. Within these dimensions, a guardian often awaits to test challengers. Surpass their trial, and the guardian will grant rare resources or answer a question depending on the difficulty faced by the adventurer. Then, with a dramatic flourish, Ditang revealed a single information card. Recorded here are the coordinates of a hidden realm discovered by my guild. Yuan Zu's eyes went wide with shock. Are you for real? The rest of the team fell into a heavy silence, processing the news. Su Nuan broke the quiet first. It must be true. I heard my sister mention that the Azure Dragon Guild located a new secret realm in the national sector recently. Ditang pocketed the card, his gaze piercing. I hear the royal family is making your life difficult. You must be desperate to complete your class advancement level up and finally claim your power right. His voice dropped to a cold challenge. Defeat me, and this intelligence is yours. Jang Kai fell into a deep silence. Ditang smirked, pressing the advantage. Well, Jang Kai, it's a profitable trade, isn't it? But the answer he received was swift and cold. Your offer is incredibly tempting, but I cannot agree to it. The rejection struck Ditang like a physical blow, freezing him in place with sheer disbelief. Yuan Zu couldn't believe his ears, shouting in confusion. Why turn him down, Jang Kai? Isn't the class awakening exactly what you've been fighting for? Hu Yan nodded vigorously beside him. He's right, Captain Jang Kai. If you secure that advancement, your path to higher levels becomes smooth sailing. Tang stepped closer, his presence looming. Jiang Kai, are you certain? Jiang Kai didn't answer him directly, instead reflecting on the blood and sweat they had shed to reach the finals. I am the captain. If I sacrifice the Vulcan squad's glory for my own selfish desires, what kind of leader am I? What kind of friend? I would be unworthy of your trust. Smiles broke out across their faces, hearts swelling with emotion, except for Yuan Zu, who kept his head down. Jang Kai turned away. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. We have training to finish. Suddenly, Yuan Zu lunged forward, planting a fist squarely in his face. Jang Kai stumbled back, clutching his burning cheek. Yuan Zu, have you lost your mind? Yuan Zu's face was darkened by shadow, his voice trembling with intensity. Jang Kai, are you saying you don't trust yourself? Or is it that you don't trust us? He roared, eyes blazing with fury. You won't sacrifice the team's glory for your desires, but you expect us to stand by and watch you sacrifice your future for us. Jiang Kai froze, the words hitting him harder than the punch. Hu Yan grinned, the tension breaking. Honestly, I'm dying to see Captain Jiang Kai beat the arrogance out of that bastard. Ruan Yu chimed in, her voice full of hope. Exactly. Captain Jiang Kai, I'm waiting for you to succeed in your class change so you can lead us to the absolute peak. Su Nuan stepped closer to him. Stop hesitating, Jiang Kai. You've always believed in us and put us first. Now, let the team believe in you. We support you unconditionally. She beamed like a ray of sunshine. That is what it means to be a team, isn't it? Looking at the unwavering faces of his comrades, shock gave way to warmth. Jiang Kai lowered his head, a helpless smile playing on his lips. You guys are impossible. He chuckled softly. Don't blame me if I lose, all right? The four of them grinned, pure excitement radiating from them. He turned back to Tang. Tang, I accept your conditions. But know this, you will regret betting against me. His eyes turned murderous. Because I will personally end your life. Tang laughed, a sound of manic anticipation. The scene shifted to the colossal arena packed with thousands of spectators as Wu Wei raised her microphone. The moment we have all been waiting for has arrived. The finals of the level 20 to 40 bracket officially begins now. Furthermore, by mutual agreement between the fighters and the committee, this match has been altered from a team battle to a solo deathmatch. Giant screens flashed the matchup: Jiang Kai of Vulcan Squad versus Tang of Hidden Dragon Squad. The crowd erupted in shock. What? A one-on-one duel? Didn't the whole Vulcan Squad just level up? Why give up that advantage for a solo fight? Is he insane? Jiang Kai is getting a little too arrogant. Another spectator's eyes went wide. Now this is worth watching. Tang is a monster. Against a powerhouse like Jiang Kai, place your bets. In the stands, Yuan Zu shifted anxiously in his seat. What is this atmosphere? I'm suddenly so tense. He shishies is worse than when I was down there fighting. That guy looks insidious. Can Jiang Kai really handle this without taking damage? Ruan Yu clenched her fists in prayer. Captain Jiang Kai will do it. If it's him, there is no doubt. It's the first time we aren't standing shoulder to shoulder with the captain. Watching from the sidelines, my heart feels unsettled. Wu Wei swept her arm towards the gates with enthusiasm. And now please welcome the fighters to the arena. The team looked down, their voices syncing perfectly. Here he comes. On the battlefield, Jiang Kai and Tang stood face to face, the air crackling with killing intent. Tang locked eyes with his prey, a confident sneer twisting his lips. Jiang Kai met the gaze without a shred of arrogance, his mind sharp as steel. Wu Wei's voice boomed again. I must clarify the rules one last time for both parties. The only condition for victory in this match is the death of the opponent. She paused. Do the captains understand? Their voices overlapped in unison. Understood. Wu Wei shouted, the hype reaching its peak. Then, I declare the match officially started. At the signal, Tang exploded forward like a cannonball. Jiang Kai, let's see whose steel is harder, your darts or my blade. Only one of us leaves here alive. Jiang Kai gripped his dart, the system stats flashing in his mind. He's fast, but my agility is on par. With the attribute boost from Fatal Pursuit, I won't lose this clash. He activated Devil Eye, locking onto his target. Focus. Just one critical hit. As Tang closed the distance, Jiang Kai counted down. 8 meters. 6. 4. Now, he took his stance. Tang's blade howled, tearing through the air with the phantom shadow slash. The impact shattered the arena floor, a massive cloud of dust, swallowing them both. A shadow leaped from the debris, Jiang Kai completely unscathed. In the stands, beads of sweat rolled down Yuan Zu's face as he screamed his name. It was a miracle Jiang Kai reacted in time. Not only did that guy dodge the fatal strike at point-blank range, but his explosive power just skyrocketed. Watching from the sidelines, Su Nuan felt her heart drop as she analyzed the situation. Exactly, the Ghost Shadow Trackless Slash seamlessly fuses offense and defense in a split second. It's the ultimate technique Tang takes such pride in. While the dust was still settling, Jiang Kai had already flashed behind him. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a fatal strike for a surprise attack. But Tang moved as if he had foreseen the future. He whipped his head around, a smug grin curling on his lips. He blurred past Jiang Kai, his blade carving a sharp line of defense that stopped the boy cold. Jiang Kai was stunned by that godlike speed. He could only watch the gleaming steel rushing toward him, the tip inches from his eyes. He froze in sheer shock. Too fast, he's even faster than before. Tang grinned like a predator, taunting Jiang Kai. Looks like the winner is already decided. But Jiang Kai didn't waste breath on words. He roared with every ounce of strength. Voidification. Instantly, he vanished into thin air. His team screamed, "Yes, Captain." By the time Tang looked around in confusion, Jiang Kai had already ghosted behind him. A faint smile touched Jiang Kai's lips as he thought, "During my prep time, I analyzed every single one of Tang's combat videos. Compared to this monstrous speed, he was clearly holding back his true power in previous matches." Tang's face darkened. He glanced back, his voice low and dangerous. "Is that the phantom armor penetration? To think you dodged it again. Even though I need to win for the guild's sake, meeting an interesting rival like you actually gets my blood pumping." Tang threw his head back and laughed, his eyes burning with the thrill of the hunt. Su Nuan watched with bated breath, her heart pounding. Shishi's opponent was a monster. In just a few moves, he nearly ended Jiang Kai. The pressure on our captain must be crushing right now. Even Yuan Zu was sweating bullets. Shish's guy is infuriating, but I can't deny his skill. He's got the strength to back up that arrogance. Ho Nan and Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu could only stand by and pray for their leader. Back in the arena, the two warriors stood face to face, waiting for the slightest movement. Jang Kai didn't attack immediately. Instead, he finally answered Tang's taunt. "I'll return those words right back to you. You've just awakened my competitive spirit." The swordsman smirked, maintaining his arrogance. "You've got guts, kid. It's almost a shame to crush you. Tell you what, even if you lose, I promise to secure you a spot in the Blue Dragon Guild. It's the best path for an awakening Manhwa talent like you." Jiang Kai didn't even dignify that with a response. He stomped the ground and launched himself into the air, roaring, "Cut the crap. Shish's fight isn't over yet." Tang raised his blade, clearly amused. "Just the answer I expected. But tell me, are you underestimating me, or have you just lost your mind? You'll need to throw a lot more daggers if you want to kill me." With that, Tang vanished into a blur of speed, that mockery never leaving his lips. Jiang Kai unleashed a storm of throwing knives while activating Extreme Time. Tang swung his sword wildly, redeploying the Ghost Shadow Trackless Slash. "Trying to kill me at close range? You're too naive." Tang's eyes snapped open with killing intent. He brought his blade down with a thunderous crash, blasting Jiang Kai into the air. Immediately, invisible blades of wind sliced into Jiang Kai, forcing him back, giving him zero chance to defend. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, enduring the agony of the onslaught, unable to fight back. Watching this, Ruan Yu, Ju and the girls were paralyzed with horror. "Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai," they screamed. The spectators witnessing the scene couldn't help but gasp in awe of the overwhelming power. "That's Tang's ultimate skill for you. If just the shockwaves caused that much damage, a direct hit would have instantly deleted him from existence." Back in the dust, Jiang Kai staggered to his feet. Why, he thought, his mind racing. Why is it like this? Flashbacks of Tang's blade, pointing at his skull, flooded his mind. The first time he used the Ghost Shadow Slash, I was holding back my strength, but I still managed to escape the danger zone. But that last attack, I used everything I had to dodge, yet I still got shredded by the shockwaves. Was it because we were too close? Or has his Ghost Shadow Slash actually gotten faster? Jiang Kai looked up, locking eyes with the arrogant figure towering over him. Tang stood there, an arrogant sneer plastered on his face. "Up already? You look absolutely pathetic right now." Ignoring the taunt, Jiang Kai dove back into his analysis. He felt like he was missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Then he saw a thin layer of blue flame enveloping Tang's body. The swordsman spoke. "I remember Tu Fituang once said that in a battle of speed, I've never tasted defeat." His grin widened into a predatory smile. "Let me teach you a lesson. No matter how fast my opponent is when they face me, their defeat is inevitable. Because the stronger my opponent, the stronger I become. While Tang monologued, Jiang Kai stood firm, motionless as a statue. A dark, unpredictable aura began to swirl around the captain, gripping his sharp hidden weapons tight. His voice came out as a low growl. Who decided that? I haven't lost yet. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the projectile screaming toward his target. Stubborn brat, I like it, Tang laughed. But don't expect mercy. In a flash, his sword carved a bloody line across Jiang Kai's shoulder. Is that the only trick you have? Boring. Another slash tore across Jiang Kai's chest. With your current speed, you won't even graze the hem of my clothes. He looked down at Jiang Kai like a king judging a peasant. Just forfeit. My next attack won't give you a second to breathe. True to his word, Tang lunged forward, his expression twisting into a mask of brutality as he unleashed a merciless barrage. Jiang Kai had nowhere to run. He took every hit, his body shuddering as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. On the sidelines, the team watched in agonizing silence. Su Nuan covered her mouth, tears spilling from her eyes. Her voice trembled. Shishis isn't good. Jiang Kai is in serious trouble. Even the audience winced, holding their breath. It was painful to watch a completely one-sided massacre. Yet back in the ring, Jiang Kai was slowly, shakily forcing himself to stand. The crowd shook their heads. Jiang Kai took a huge risk, trading a team fight for a solo duel. It's a classic leveling Manhwa gambit, but it looks like he lost the bet. What exactly were they plotting? Sitting high above with arrogant smirks, their faces practically begging to be punched. What other goal could they have? He's just grandstanding. That weakling only lucked his way into the finals by sheer accident. Exactly. If you ask me, Jiang Kai deserves to die in that ring. Hearing those vile words, Yuan Zu ground his teeth in fury. Without wasting a breath, he grabbed them by the collars, demanding answers before they could even react. Yuan Zu roared, "What did you just say? I dare you to say that again." Behind him, Su Nuan rushed forward to intervene. "Uncle, don't be impulsive. Good people don't fight with dogs. Why lower yourself to trash that only knows how to bark?" That's right. But faced with Yuan Zu's rage, the thugs didn't back down. Instead, they escalated, shouting loud enough for the entire arena to hear. "I said Jang Kai deserves to die. Damn you, what did you curse?" "That's right. Hey everyone, come look. We've got a loyal dog protecting its master right here." Veins bulged on Yuan Zu's forehead as his eyes blazed with wrath. "You bastards." Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the chaos. "What is this commotion?" It was Su Lan. She stood on the stands, glaring down at the troublemakers flanked by two guards. Her eyes radiated pure killing intent as she commanded Shishis is a spectator zone. "Throw this filth out immediately." The guard replied, "Understood." Su Nuan looked up in surprise at the formidable figure. "Sister." Su Lan approached and explained, "Jiang Kai is solo dueling Tang. I was afraid you'd be too anxious watching alone, so I came to check." Meanwhile, the guards dragged the struggling trash away. Su Lan continued, darker tones in her voice. "Those two are from the Black Turtle Guild. They're just picking a fight to vent their jealousy. After all, your Fire God squad outshines everyone. The Black Turtle Guild didn't make the finals and lost face, so they're praying for Jiang Kai's death." Yuan Zu, still fuming, spat on the ground. "Disgusting flies." Hearing this, Su Nuan turned her worried gaze back to the arena. Jang Kai. Down in the ring, Jang Kai was at a severe disadvantage. He knelt on one knee, hand bracing the ground, while opposite him stood Tang, calm sword in hand, radiating the aura of a true master. Jiang Kai forced a deep, ragged breath. He raised his left hand, and waves of mana began to rapidly condense in his palm. Seeing this, Tang let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Jiang Kai, why suffer like this? You've already lost this match. Stop struggling in vain. If you agree to join my Azure Dragon Guild, I can still get you a slot in the secret realm." Jiang Kai responded, blood still trickling from his lips. He paused for a second, looked up and declared, "I haven't lost yet." Seeing the unwavering fire in his eyes, Tang felt a flicker of confusion. Shishi's kid is clearly at a dead end. Yet, there is no fear or panic in his gaze, only a calm, stubborn determination bordering on madness. Tang gripped his weapon tighter. "Fine. If you refuse to accept defeat no matter what." He suddenly launched a ferocious charge. "Then I will simply have to crush your confidence until nothing remains." A razor-sharp wave of sword aura slashed toward Jiang Kai's face. Phantom Shadow Void Slash. Outside the ring, Jiang Kai's team gasped in horror. A member shouted, "What's happening? Why isn't Captain Jiang Kai dodging?" Su Nuan was terrified, covering her eyes with trembling hands, choking back a sob. In the arena, Jiang Kai remained motionless as the lethal aura closed in, slicing the very air apart. But in that split second, his eyes snapped open. He leaped upward, arms swinging wide, to unleash his counterattack. Ignite state, blazing recoil. On the other side, Dai Tang froze as if struck by lightning. What is this? A sudden numbness. My vision is blurring. I can't see him. Why can't I track his movements anymore? 4 streams of Jiang Kai's energy slammed directly into Di Tang's blade. The sword was knocked aside. Panic flooded Di Tang's mind. Bad move. I've been hit, Jiang Kai roared. Now. He repeated the technique, firing 4 beams of energy that pierced straight through Dai Tang's body. Dai Tang screamed in agony as the energy dissipated, revealing the true attack razor-sharp shurikens. A massive surge of electricity exploded, blinding light flickering wildly across the stage. Di Tang stood riddled with holes, his wounds scorched and bloody. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide, staring at his opponent. Even with those devastating injuries, Di Tang refused to fall. Jiang Kai took a step forward, pointing his blade at the enemy. You lose. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence, jaws dropping in disbelief at the scene below. Yi Heng gasped in shock. What am I seeing things? Jiang Kai pulled off a counterkill from a hopeless position. It was a turnaround you'd only see in a classic leveling manhwa. How did he do that? Unbelievable. Su Nuan's eyes sparkled with hope, while her teammates clenched their fists in victory. Yuan Zu's eyes, brimming with tears, choked out. I knew it. I knew it. Brother Jang Kai wouldn't go down that easily. Di Tang looked down at the hand holding the shuriken aimed at him and asked, You found my opening. But when? Jiang Kai's gaze was cold and sharp as he replied, For that I have to thank you. Your own words reminded me. Dai Tang's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? The scene shifts back 10 minutes prior. Jiang Kai was charging his energy, thinking, Something's wrong. I'm missing a critical detail. What is it? Di Tang had looked down at him and said, I remember Xu Feixiang saying that in terms of speed, he's never lost to anyone, right? Let me tell you something. No matter how fast an opponent is, if they fight me, they are guaranteed to lose. That was the spark. Jiang Kai thought, wait, meeting strength with strength, the key principle, is matching power with power. His face lit up with confidence as the realization hit. I think I finally understand. The scene shifts to before the match at the main God Guild. Jiang Kai watched Di Tang from afar as he finished off an opponent. He noted I watched his previous matches. He always uses the Phantom Shadow move to kill at the critical moment. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. Just how fast is his speed really? He explained to himself, I was too focused on his maximum attack speed. I completely ignored how he constantly varies his tempo. But I forgot one thing. He recalled the moment Dai Tang tried to recruit him. Imagine I offered you the coordinates to a hidden dungeon to fix all your problems. Would you hesitate? You once claimed you'd do anything for victory, even using secret realm intel as a bargaining chip. Let's hit pause for a second. Do you remember that look of pure desperate hunger etched on his face? Di Kang's philosophy was simple. Once he set his sights on a win, it was already his. Just look at how he decimated his previous opponents in the blink of an eye. If his opening strike wasn't a death blow, he was merely testing the waters. But the moment he spotted a weakness, he'd strike with Godspeed to crush the stumbling block instantly. Jiang Kai's gaze turned razor-sharp, piercing through Di Kang as he exposed the truth. But that's not what you did, is it? Dai Kang stood there like a classic villain toying with his prey. Even against high-agility speedsters, his attack speed was overwhelming enough to end the match in a single breath. You weren't just fighting. Jiang Kai analyzed, his voice cold. You were hunting. A seasoned predator savoring the chase. But after trapping your prey, you'd waste time playing cat and mouse. That logic simply didn't add up. During our clash, a realization struck me like a lightning bolt. I seized onto a tiny detail and formed a reckless, insane hypothesis. Your blade followed me like a shadow. It felt as if you could see the future, predicting my every move before I even made it. Was I hallucinating? I doubted myself for a second, but my instincts screamed the truth. That was no illusion. The memory of his bloodied self launching a counterattack flashed in his mind. Who decided I lost, I thought back then? I'm not done yet. Instead of waiting for death, I seized destiny by the throat to test my theory. To prove it, Jiang Kai revealed I manipulated the combat distance and the rhythm of my attacks, constantly testing your reactions while we exchanged blows. It was a gamble with his life as the chips. He offered up his own body as bait, just to see if he could hook the monster. And just as I predicted, the result was always the same. Your ghost shadow trackless slash couldn't actually land a direct hit on me. However, I couldn't escape the aftershocks. I remember that moment clearly, a cerulean beam of energy tearing right through my chest. You're obsessed with winning, Jiang Kai declared. You wouldn't waste time toying with me unless you had to. So, I deduced the truth. He paused for dramatic effect. You possess a divine tier sensory skill. You're pre-reading my movements. That is your true trump card. Dai Chang's eyes were practically bleeding with rage, capillaries bursting, as he glared at the man, stripping away his secrets. I'm guessing this sensory power reads micro-muscle contractions and changes in air pressure. You predict the trajectory instantly and launch a counter-offensive before the enemy even moves. The memory hit Dai Kang like a truck. During the fight, his vision had blurred. Reality had warped into a hallucination. Jiang Kai's voice echoed like a judge passing sentence. Once I cracked your code, I just needed a skill to jam your radar and paralyze your mind. Disrupting your judgment for a mere millisecond was enough to create the opening I needed. Dai Kang trembled, his voice shaking. Is that it? But it was just a theory. Weren't you terrified you were wrong, even knowing that? How could you be sure you'd win? He scoffed. Isn't that arrogance? Jiang Kai shot back, cold as ice. The only arrogant one here is you. Dai Kang flinched. You named your technique Ghost Shadow to mask its true nature as a psychic ability, deliberately misleading your enemies. To maximize your kill potential, you dumped all your stat points into agility and strength, neglecting your spirit stat. That's a fatal flaw in any system Manhwa logic. And that imbalance gave me the key to shatter your defense. Dai Kang's face twisted in horror. You were gambling with death. Correct. Jiang Kai replied, calm as a still lake. But the house always loses. You were defeated by your own pride, broken by the very skill you boasted about. Dai Kang stood frozen, a statue of despair. His eyes lost their light, jaw hanging slack as his world crumbled. Finally, a raspy whisper escaped his throat. So? That's how. On the stage, Jiang Kai looked down at the fallen king, with eyes devoid of pity. The giant toppled, crashing to the floor in defeat. Bloodied but unbowed, Jiang Kai whispered, "It is finished." Then the announcer's voice ripped through the silence. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, did you witness that? Against all odds, with zero advantage, he found the needle in the haystack and delivered a critical hit. He-she-she's is the definition of a turnaround. A textbook reversal. The massive holographic screens lit up with Jiang Kai's stoic, handsome visage. The stadium erupted. Jiang Kai is the GOAT. That was legendary. Back off. He's my new religion. Jang Kai. His squad rushed the stage. Yuan Zu pumped his fist. Bro, that was God tier. You were so cool. My brain short-circuited. Su Nuan clutched her chest. Seriously, I forgot how to breathe. Watching that, Jang Kai flashed a rare, gentle smile. Sorry for the scare, guys. Ruan Yu and Ho Nani gazed at him with sparkles in their eyes. Captain Jiang Kai, you're literally the shining star of this arena. Don't forget your #1 fan. Hey, count me in too, Ruan Yu chirped. Captain, you're absolutely broken. Too OP. Yuan Zu threw a fist at the sky. That settles it. Tonight we feast. Once Su Nuan heals our MVP, we're not going home until we're totally wasted. Wait a second, Jiang Kai stammered. Isn't there still? But a hand clamped onto his shoulder, dragging him off. Less talking, more walking. Let's go. Drinks are on me, Ho Nani cheered. We're going all out. Heck yeah, Ruan Yu agreed. Meanwhile, the announcer screamed helplessly in the background. Hey, come back, I haven't even declared the winner yet. Giving up? Wu Wei roared into the mic. I officially declare the champion of the tournament, Jang Kai of the Fire God Squad. The crowd transformed into a roaring ocean of noise, chanting one name in unison, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai. Ignoring the chaos, the squad walked into the sunset laughing. Su Lan watched them go, whispering, he didn't just create a miracle. Jiang Kai is the miracle. An imposing fortress dominated the horizon, exuding power. The silence of the guild hall was shattered as a voice rang out. Everyone gather round. The military just delivered our spoils of war. Yuan Zu held a bronze box in his palm. It shimmered with an ancient mystery, its material unlike anything from this world. The team huddled together, skepticism on their faces. Ruan Yu scoffed. That tiny thing. What can it possibly hold? The military is being stingy. Yuan Zu smirked, popping the latch. Judge not by size. Watch this. The lid cracked open, and 4 emerald beams shot out like meteors. They moved with a mind of their own. Jang Kai's eyes went wide as one of the lights locked onto him instantly. Another beam zoomed toward the chubby Ruan Yu, while the last one hovered before Hu Yan's chest. She realized, so the rewards are dispensed like cards in a system Manhwa. Jiang Kai stared at the object floating before him. Speechless, he reached out, his instincts screaming that this was power. Contact, a blinding aura, erupted the moment he touched it. The light intensified into a brilliant flare, but Jiang Kai didn't flinch. He gripped the card tighter, refusing to let go. A holographic interface materialized in his vision. Congratulations. You have received the S-rank upgrade 9 Tribulations Fate Chaser. The weapon stats flooded his mind. S-rank 9 Tribulations. Strength plus 14. Penetration plus 17. Agility plus 21. Special effect 1. Each strike boosts critical rate and damage by 15%, stacking to a massive 135%. Upon a critical hit, all buffs from the Fate Chaser will reset. Special effect 2, Armor Stripping. Each blade deals area damage in a small radius. Continuous attacks in this zone will shred the enemy's defense, melting their armor over time. He gasped in pure shock. An upgraded Fate Chaser, Jiang Kai realized this was the core mechanic of his leveling Manhwa journey. These rare S-class weapons had evolution paths, like Tier 1, Tier 2, and beyond. I never expected the Fate Chaser to have a second form so soon. Hishishi's is a total game changer. With a 15% crit boost, I am guaranteed a critical hit every 7 strikes. Combined with armor stripping, even high defense boss monsters won't stand a chance against me now. Just then, another card floated his way. He blinked. What is this one? Ruan Yu grinned. Captain Jiang Kai. I know that item. It is a genuine treasure. That is the Mother-Child Stone. It is composed of 2 parts that share an absolute magnetic attraction to one another. Ruan Yu visualized the combo, chuckling. If you attach one to your glove and one to the Fate Chaser, you will be unstoppable. Hu Yan cheered. That is a perfect strategy. Her own card depicted a masked woman wielding violet orbs surrounded by arcane runes and dash symbols. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Incredible. It is class advancement material for a necromancer levels 41 to 60, a true awakening Manhwa moment for her. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu stared at his gourd card with a goofy, happy grin. He announced proudly, Hishishi's is the Drunken Immortal Gourd. It boosts wine effects by 30% and cuts cooldown times by half. Jiang Kai looked at the cards in his hands. These rewards. It is like they were custom-made specifically for our builds. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, True Su Nuan, where are yours? Yuan Zu smiled reassuringly. Relax, Jiang Kai. We are military personnel. Commander Li Biao already secured our shares. He leaned in, draping an arm around Jiang Kai's shoulder, and whispered, besides, you guessed right earlier. These rewards were chosen based on our combat data and personal needs. The commander really went all out for us. Su Nuan added, exactly. Brother Lu's messenger said. Commander Wei Ying personally requested these items for the team. Jiang Kai was stunned. Commander Wei Ying personally. Hu Yan gazed at him with hero worship. It is all because of you, Captain Jiang Kai. Your reputation is legendary now. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. That is right. Who is our captain after all? Commander Wei Ying has sharp eyes for talent. Jiang Kai smiled gently. He owed Commander Wei Ying and Brother Lu a great debt. He vowed to thank them properly the next time they met. Su Nuan suddenly asked. By the way, Jang Kai, since you won the finals, the Azure Dragon Guild has to hand over the dungeon key as per the bet, right? Jang Kai replied, don't worry. They will deliver it in 3 days. Hu Yan pinched Su Nuan's cheek. Stop stressing him out. Captain Jiang Kai just won a brutal tournament. Let him rest without worrying about trivial things. Look at his face, so heavy with thought. It breaks my heart to see him like this. Su Nuan protested, I didn't mean to. Watching the peaceful banter of his team, a wave of calm washed over Jiang Kai. A genuine smile finally touched his lips. The scene shifted to Jiangtrong City. Skyscrapers pierced the clouds surrounding a spacious plaza that seemed unusually quiet. Jiang Kai walked alone down the wide avenue, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the distance. He was lost in memory. He paused, a frown creasing his brow. He recalled Ying Zi's expression lately. She looked worried, like she was hiding a heavy burden. He decided to pick her up from school and surprise her. Nearby, 2 students chatted in the courtyard. Hey, where are we heading after school today? You still want to play? Did you forget the witch? Said we have a test tomorrow. You are way too relaxed. As the students laughed and walked away, the camera focused on a classroom door. Jiang Kai stepped inside, his voice calm but authoritative. Is Jiang Feng here? A young girl looked up and replied, Jiang Feng isn't here right now. She approached him, squinting. She got called away. You look familiar. Wait, you are her big brother, right? Jiang Kai nodded. Called away. By whom? By a teacher. The girl looked grim, chin resting on her hand. No. Actually, a group of seniors has been targeting Jiang Feng lately. Jiang Kai's eyes darkened. He grabbed her shoulders, intensity flaring. Targeting her? What do you mean? The girl recalled the thugs with fear. The leader is Zhao Lei, a delinquent who just transferred here recently. His father works for the powerful Huangwei family. He acts like a tyrant, recruiting lackeys and doing whatever he wants. Even the teachers are too scared to stop him. 2 girls dragged Jiang Feng to meet him just now. Suddenly, a boy sprinted past them, screaming in panic, Hurry, or we will be too late. Out of nowhere, a shadow loomed over Ziheng. A brutal kick sent him flying, his cry of pain cutting through the air as he crashed to the ground. Standing over him was the tyrant Zhao Lei, flanked by his lackeys. With a cold sneer, he spat. You've got guts, kid. When I say come here, you come. Did you think my words were just a gentle breeze? Jiang Kai and Shiqi arrived just in time to witness the bullying. Shiqi gasped, her eyes widening in recognition. That's Zhao Lei, the school's nightmare. Zhao Lei gripped Ziheng by the collar, hoisting him up like a rag doll. The victim stammered in pure terror. No, please, Boss Zhao, let me explain. The goons didn't say a word, but their murderous intent was clear. One command and they'd break him. Zhao Lei cocked his fist back, roaring, You're courting death today. But suddenly, the tyrant froze. His face twisted in shock, his attack halting mid-air, as if an invisible force had struck him. The minions behind him panicked, staring at the newcomer who dared to intervene. Jiang Kai stood there, an aura of icy calm around him. You are Zhao Lei. Where's Huangwei? Zhao Lei shoved Ziheng aside, his fury shifting to this new target. Who the hell is this blind fool? You know who I am, and still dare to act arrogant. You must be tired of living. Jiang Kai's voice was low, carrying a dangerous weight. I am Jiang Ying's older brother. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Where is she? Zhao Lei laughed, a sound dripping with malice. Oh, another insect offending the heavens. Why should I answer a nobody like you? His expression turned savage. However, if you get on your knees and bark like a dog, I might just feel generous enough to tell you. Jiang Kai looked at him as if he were already a corpse. I'm afraid you couldn't handle my kneeling. The calmness in his voice made Zhao Lei grind his teeth in rage. Die. Then Zhao Lei launched himself forward, fist raised. I'll make you regret being born. Boss, save your energy. One of the lackeys stepped in. We'll handle this trash for you. The hallway buzzed as students gathered to watch the slaughter. Check it out. Another fight. Who is that unfortunate guy provoking the young master? It felt like the opening scene of a leveling manhwa. Yet Jiang Kai stood still, an unmovable mountain amidst the chaos. Whoosh. In a split second, Jiang Kai vanished from their sight. He dodged effortlessly, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. The lackeys gasped, their brains unable to process his speed. What the? Jiang Kai planted his foot and unleashed hell. His movements were liquid lightning. Bam pow, brutal punches connected with surgical precision, dropping the goons instantly. The thugs hit the floor, writhing in agony. Their groans echoed in the sudden silence. Zhao Lei's face darkened. Useless trash, he cursed. If you want to play hero, I'll teach you the cruel rules of this world myself. Meanwhile, in a desolate corner of the school grounds, the sickening sound of impact rang out. A girl lay huddled on the ground, enduring a storm of violence. Yi Jing twirled a bat, a devilish grin on her face. Oh, clumsy girl. We asked you to fetch the ball, not catch it with your face. Ruo Su Lan Lan chimed in, her voice dripping with poison. Exactly. Don't make it look like we're bullying you. That would be so troublesome for us. Vipers in human skin. Jiang Ying trembled on the ground, pain pulsing through her body. She swallowed her pride, whispering, I'm sorry. At least you know your place, the bully scoffed. She grabbed Jiang Ying's backpack and dumped it upside down. Crash. Why is your bag so filthy? Just like you. Trash and books scattered. Then a photograph caught Yi Jing's eye. Oh, what is this little treasure? Jiang Ying's eyes snapped open. She scrambled up, desperation giving her strength. Give that back, it's mine. Memories flooded her mind. That photo was her lifeline, the last happy birthday with her brothers. Yi Jing held it out of reach, amused. Why so loud all of a sudden? Look at her getting all aggressive over a piece of paper. Ruo Su Lan Lan pinned Jiang Ying's arms back. The girl screamed, tears streaming down her face. Return it to me. Yi Jing smirked, holding the photo by the corner. Keep yapping, and my hand might just slip. Oops, torn to shreds. Ring. A phone buzzed, interrupting the torture. Yi Jing answered, annoyed. What? I'm busy. But her expression shifted to pure shock. Huh. Someone named Jiang Kai is fighting Zhao Lei. Is there actually an idiot reckless enough to court death like that? Jiang Ying froze. Brother. The name triggered an explosion of adrenaline. She opened her mouth and sank her teeth into the arm holding her. Arg Ruo Su Lan Lan shrieked in pain, loosening her grip. You crazy little witch. She bit me. Is she insane? Jiang Ying didn't wait. She broke free, sprinting with everything she had. Fear for her brother fueled her legs, turning her into the wind. Blood dripped from her face, but she felt nothing. Faster, I have to be faster. They'll kill him, he's outnumbered. A scream tore from her throat as she ran. The thought of her brother suffering was a nightmare she couldn't bear. Back in the hallway, Jiang Kai stood over the defeated minions. Zhao Lei was losing his mind with rage. Jiang Ying burst onto the scene, but the sight before her stopped her cold. Hearing her arrival, Jiang Kai turned relief washing over him. Ying. She stood there panting, covered in bruises and dirt. Brother, are you okay? But then her eyes widened in absolute horror. She looked past him. Jiang Kai saw her injuries. The battered state of his little sister shattered his control. Veins bulged. A demon's rage awakened within him. Ying, he whispered. But behind him, Zhao Lei saw his opening. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The coward launched a lethal sneak attack. Jiang Kai seemed frozen in place. Jiang Ying screamed a sound of pure despair. Brother, behind you, time slowed to a crawl. The image of the impending strike burned into her retinas. Bam! Like a master from a system, Manhwa Jiang Kai reacted without looking. A spinning kick, connected with devastating force. Zhao Lei's face met instant karma. The impact was devastating. Zhao Lei crumpled to the floor, eyes bulging in shock, as blood sprayed from his mouth like a fountain. Meanwhile, a group of students were struggling with heavy desks nearby. Round 3 of this torture, one groaned. The teachers lounge in air-conditioned luxury while we're treated like pack mules. I swear, I hope lightning strikes these desks and turns them into firewood right now. Quit dreaming and keep moving. Another side. The sooner we finish this heavy lifting, the sooner we can escape this place and go home. Suddenly, the shrill shrieks of 2 vicious harpies pierced the air. Yi Jing and Ruo Su Lan Lan shoved their way through, shouting, "Move it." Ruo Su Lan Lan's eyes burned with murderous intent as she hissed Jiang Kai. Where are you hiding? That little brat dared to draw my blood. Just wait, I'll rip every tooth out of her mouth, she screamed. But suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the end of the corridor, cutting off her tirade. Wait, is that Zhao Lei? Someone gasped. He was flying backward like a human missile. After taking Jiang Kai's kick head-on, he slammed violently into Ruo Su Lan Lan. His lackeys screamed in panic. Brother Zhao, big sis. The furniture was reduced to splinters by the impact. A student stared blankly at the wreckage. Well, it's sawdust now. Guess we don't need to move it anymore. Should I go buy a lottery ticket? That wish actually came true. Meanwhile, Yingzi stood frozen, staring at Jiang Kai's broad back. She couldn't believe her eyes. He stood like an iron fortress, before her fist still clenched his posture, screaming absolute protection. Looking at her brother's silhouette, Yingzi stammered, Brother Zhao Lei. He's really hurt. The bully struggled to rise, his mind racing. Damn it, the pain. I've been training on the ghost planet. My stats should be awakened. How can I not handle a single hit from this kid? He's nothing like the weakling young Master Huang described. A terrifying pressure washed over him, as a pair of legs planted themselves firmly before his face. It was Jang Kai. He loomed over him, like a god of war, gazing down at a dead man walking. Killing intent poured off him in waves, his eyes burning with the fury of a demon. His voice was cold as the grave. You people should never have touched her. Zhao Lei turned pale, cold sweat drenching his back. His aura. It's overwhelming. It's suffocating. Nearby, a female student whispered, Yingzi, is that your brother? He, shishis. Feels like a scene from a manhwa recap. He's incredible. Look at Zhao Lei. He's scared out of his mind, another student squinted. Wait, why does that guy look so familiar? His friend's eyes widened. I remember now. That's Jiang Kai, the explorer from the ghost planet. He's been viral lately in every leveling manhwa forum. He's my absolute idol. Jiang Kai gripped Zhao Lei's face, his murderous intent spiking. Did you say you were the rule of this school? The bully trembled uncontrollably. Brother. What are you doing? A brutal fist smashed into his face. If you like making tyranny and violence the rules here, Jiang Kai growled. Then today, I'll carve those rules into your very flesh. Zhao Lei began to question his existence. Who am I? Why is this happening? But Jiang Kai's voice was the only answer, followed by a bone-shattering hook to his right cheek. Only those who can stand have the right to speak of rules. Zhao Lei's eyes rolled back. Where am I? Bam! An uppercut launched his chin toward the ceiling. Through the agony, Zhao Lei prayed, "Oh God, save me." Another fist prepared to descend. You dare bully a member of the Jiang family. But just then, a small hand grabbed his arm. Brother, stop! Ying Zi's voice cut through the rage. Her small face was marred by scratches, her eyes pleading. Jiang Kai froze instantly. Please. No more fighting, she begged. Jiang Kai fell silent. He lowered his fist, turning his back to her without a word. He turned to face her, the green fire in his eyes, fading into a gentle warmth. The demon was gone, replaced by a loving brother. Softly, he replied, "Okay." Zhao Lei slumped on the ground, his face swollen beyond recognition. Behind him, Ruo Su Lan was curled up in fear. Leaving the trash behind, Jiang Kai and Yingzi walked away. He looked at his little sister with infinite tenderness. Yingzi, go, wait for me by the stairs. I'll be there in a second. She nodded obediently. Okay. As soon as she left, his voice dropped to sub-zero temperatures. He didn't even turn around. You two, get over here. We need to talk. Ruo Su Lan and Yi Jing broke out in a cold sweat, terror gripping their hearts. Brother Jiang, Big Brother Jiang L. Let's talk this out. Night fell, and the full moon cast a silver glow over the school. A single light flickered from a classroom where Jiang Kai remained. He was carefully disinfecting Yingzi's wounds. She sat perfectly still. Her soft feet were covered in cuts and bruises. She winced slightly as the medicine touched her skin. He looked up, heartbreak in his eyes. Yingzi, am I hurting you? She shook her head stubbornly. No way. It doesn't hurt at all. Really? Oh right, aren't you busy on the ghost planet? Why did you come back? Jiang Kai sighed. If I hadn't come today, when were you planning to tell me you were being bullied? He paused, looking at her with deep affection. You're just like Brother Jiang, always enduring everything in silence, never speaking up. Yingzi turned away, her cheeks flushing. What about you? You face death every day on the ghost planet, but you never tell us anything either. Jiang Kai stammered. That's because. She cut him off. Brother, even though you always come home smiling, I know the truth. Even a guard commander has to be careful around the royal forces. The money you send back. You risked your life in the danger zones to get it, didn't you? Her voice trembled with emotion. I hate that I'm so powerless. I can't go to the ghost planet. I can't help you. The only thing I can do is try not to make you and Brother Jiang worry. Jiang Kai listened in silence. Besides, they weren't this bad at first. It was just rumors, but they got bolder recently. I knew you were preparing for that important tournament, so I couldn't distract you. She noticed his silence and panicked. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mad? I'm sorry? He didn't answer. Instead, he gently applied a bandage and smiled. You silly girl. You've really grown up. He stood tall. Yingzi, never apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. The only ones at fault are the trash who hurt you. He patted her head gently. Don't worry. Those monsters on the ghost planet can't kill me. From now on, I'll video call you every day to show you I'm safe. No more worrying, okay? But listen to me. If anyone dares to bully you again, don't endure it. Brother Jiang and I will level this entire school to the ground if we have to. His smile was blindingly bright as he declared, after all, it's only natural for an older brother to protect his little sister. Yingzi's eyes glistened with tears, moved by his unwavering love. Jiang Kai handed her a family photo. Keep this safe. It was a picture of pure happiness, Yingzi holding a birthday cake flanked by Jiang Kai and their older brother looking at her with eyes full of love. Clutching the photograph, Yingzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I understand. Thank you for everything. Jiang Kai broke the silence. All right, let's head back. Brother Jiang will be thrilled to see us return together. Yingzi nodded, a bright smile breaking through. Okay. Several days later, on the ominous Demon Star, a solitary wooden cabin stood bathed in gentle sunlight, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Ruan Yu's voice shattered the peace. Captain Jiang Kai, is this really the hidden dungeon location Tang was protecting? Or are we being played by the Azure Dragon Guild? It just looks like an ordinary cabin, Hu Yan remarked, scanning for traps. No mechanisms detected. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. It's not a fake. Let me break it down for you. Look closely. The exterior is weathered and worn, yet the interior is spotless. Someone has already turned this place upside down looking for clues. Furthermore, the earth in the courtyard is uneven. It's been dug up and refilled evidence that they were desperately searching for the entrance to the secret realm. Recalling Dai Tang's arrogance, Jiang Kai scoffed. A man with his god complex wouldn't stoop to petty tricks even in defeat. Hu Yan sighed. So the massive Azure Dragon Guild tore this place apart and still found nothing. Then how are the three of us supposed to succeed where an army failed? Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Scratching his head, Ruan Yu lamented, if only Su Nuan were here. Her intelligence gathering skills are S tier. She would have cracked this instantly. Hu Yan pictured their farewell with a heavy heart. It can't be helped. The military drafted them. Jiang Kai added, we only borrowed Yuan Zu and Su Nuan for the guild challenge anyway. The competition is over, so they had to return to training. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he commanded, we camp here tonight. We need to observe the area. Golden hour light bathed the mysterious cabin, casting a deceptive, dreamlike tranquility over the danger lurking within. Night descended the pale moon, replacing the sun draping the world in an eerie mist. Ruan Yu was already fast asleep, drooling while hugging a rock, like a lover. He mumbled in his sleep, honey, you've lost weight. You're so hard now. But I still love you the most. On the hilltop, Jang Kai stood like a statue, his gaze locked on the cabin. Nothing, he thought. Hours of surveillance, and zero anomalies. Did I miscalculate? Unbeknownst to him, a shadow materialized from the darkness, a figure with long, flowing hair standing silently at his back. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Jiang Kai didn't flinch. Hu Yan, I'm not tired yet. No need to switch shifts. Go back to sleep. Silence answered him. A sudden gust scattered dead leaves, and a chill ran down his spine. His instinct screamed, something is wrong. He whipped around nothing but swaying grass and dancing leaves. He glanced down at the camp. Hu Yan was sound asleep next to the mumbling Ruan Yu. Captain Jang Kai, leave this monster to me, Hu Yan murmured in her dreams. Suddenly, an oppressive shadow loomed directly over Jang Kai's head. Jang Kai's pupils dilated. He looked up into a nightmare blood-red eyes, a face pale as death and hair that flowed like spilled ink. She was staring right at him. A name flashed in his mind, like a system Manhwa notification, Phantom Banshee. He kicked off the ground, retreating like a rocket to create distance. Skill Life Chaser. He launched a lethal strike, but the blade passed harmlessly through her spectral form like smoke. Impossible, Jiang Kai's mind raced. Physical attacks are nullified. The Banshee shrieked silently and shot away, her face twisted in a ghastly grimace. She moved with unnatural speed, zigzagging through the air. Jiang Kai tracked her trajectory. She's heading straight for the wooden cabin. In this classic Manhwa recap moment, the MC didn't hesitate. Jiang Kai flared his aura, sprinting after the spirit with renewed determination. Skill Demon Eye Focus. He became a blur of motion crashing through the cabin door. Wood splinters exploded outward as he slammed onto the floorboards. But he froze his breath, hitching as he witnessed the scene before him. At the vanity table sat the Banshee, gazing into the mirror, stroking her long spectral hair with eerie calmness. Jiang Kai stood paralyzed. The reflection in the mirror wasn't a woman. It was a bleached skull with burning crimson sockets combing its hair with skeletal fingers. He didn't hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he launched into the air for a devastating strike. The Banshee didn't even flinch, continuing her macabre ritual. Skill Tempering Fire. 3 beams of scorching energy erupted from his weapon, screaming toward the target. The energy phased right through her. Damn it, Jiang Kai roared, unleashing his entire arsenal. Take this. Full power bombardment. She didn't dodge. She didn't care. As predicted, his attacks were meaningless against a being of pure spirit. I hit every vital point, yet 0 damage. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. Through the shattered window, the first rays of dawn began to creep over the hill. A mysterious card materialized in his hand, oozing ominous dark smoke. One last try. Jiang Kai flung the card with lethal precision. The card sliced through the air like a sniper's bullet. In a heartbeat, it was inches from her skull. Yet she remained still back, turned to her executioner. She refused to move. Suddenly, the morning sun burst through the broken window, flooding the room with blinding light. Time seemed to stop. The card hovered millimeters from her form. Then, Jiang Kai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She was gone, vaporized into thin air without a trace. His mind went blank. She disappeared. Full daylight reclaimed the room. Hu Yan's shocked voice echoed from outside. Captain, what did you say? A ghost walked right through the cabin. Ruan Yu trembled, sweating profusely. A female ghost. Jiang Kai walked out, sheathing his weapon. It happened too fast to wake you guys. He Shishi's spirit was bizarre. It didn't attack me. It just rushed into the cabin and sat in front of the mirror to comb its hair. Hu Yan touched her chin deep in thought. Could this be tied to the wooden house's hidden secret? Jiang Kai thought back to the battle. I agree. No matter how hard I struck, that thing took 0 damage. As dawn broke, the entity simply evaporated, disappeared. The memory played back in his mind like a cursed film reel. She sat motionless at the vanity, then vanished without a trace. Hu Yan frowned. How bizarre. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the wooden shack. The trio froze instantly. Yi Ming turned toward the sound. A new presence emerged from the shadows, voice dripping with amusement. Surprised you found it this fast. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, locking onto the stranger. Identify yourself. A voice from the 4 unexpected guests rang out. I am Ao Yu, captain of the Azure Dragon Guild, a pioneer of this world. The mid-laner's voice carried heavy authority. Ao Yu stood with the arrogance of a king, staring down Jiang Kai, captain of the Azure Dragon. Hu Yan snapped. Azure Dragon. You knew about this specter and stayed silent, scheming something nasty. Jiang Kai's team glared suspicion, rolling off them in waves. Quan Mo stepped forward, aura flaring with rage. Hey, watch your mouth. Ao Yu raised a hand, silencing him. Let it be. She's not wrong. Our motives weren't pure. We wanted to witness your power firsthand. Nothing personal. He paused, eyes gleaming. Jiang Kai, you're one of the few I acknowledge. Let's form an alliance. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate for a microsecond. Thanks for the high praise, but no deal. I don't work with people I can't trust. Decision made. Jiang Kai turned his back. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu. We're leaving. Ding Hao's eye twitched in annoyance. Why's that kid got such a sour face? He shishinks, he's special, Quan Mo scoffed. Right. We've been stuck here 2 months with 0 progress. He thinks he's a genius. Tuan Vu sneered. Those 2 idiots slept like logs last night. Didn't even sense us coming. Ao Yu smirked, amused. I actually admire Jiang Kai's recklessness. Let's see what he's got. Night fell, the crescent moon casting a ghostly pale glow over the land. A voice whispered, target sighted. A white dress floated eerily behind the wooden cabin. Jiang Kai's trio gave chase immediately. Execute the plan. Atop the hill, Ao Yu's squad watched the scene below like gods observing mortals. Quan Mo asked Captain, should we go in? Ao Yu replied calmly, no rush. If Jiang Kai wants a war, let's give him the stage. Long time no see. Ruan Yu gripped his weapon, grinning like a maniac. Missed you. He charged the house like a human missile, smashing through the wall straight at the female spirit. Hu Yan winced. Is he okay? The spirit, still combing her hair, turned her head. A chilling slight smile curved her lips. Jiang Kai observed coldly. Even Ruan Yu's brute force failed. Just like I predicted, physical attacks are useless against this leveling Manhwa boss. Hu Yan sighed, dragging the unconscious, swollen-headed Ruan Yu by his leg. Jiang Kai was out of options. He shishis is tricky. His mind raced. What is the core mechanic here? He stared intensely at the spirit's reflection in the mirror. It seemed to stare back. Suddenly, her demonic red eyes flashed with a sinister glint. It was too fast for normal sight. Jiang Kai started. Something just flickered. Behind him, Hu Yan scolded Ruan. You, drink this potion. Hurry up. She looked up, puzzled. Hey, what's wrong? Ruan Yu groaned, struggling to stand. Jiang Kai's eyes glowed, filling with strange ancient runes. The reflection's eyes. Something is wrong. You see it? Hu Yan squinted, but saw nothing. No, just a creepy mirror. She turned to Ruan Yu. You, he shook his head. Blind as a bat. Hu Yan frowned. Are you just hallucinating from the glare? Jiang Kai ignored her. My demon eye is at max focus. I never miss. He drilled his gaze into the reflection, piercing the illusion. The face in the mirror turned pitch black. Was it a glitch? No. In her eyes, text began to manifest. Eye of terror. Hu Yan watched him worried. What are you mumbling? Jiang Kai's voice trembled with realization. The eye of terror. Instantly, the spirit's head snapped a full 360 degrees. Blood-red eyes bulged, locking onto him. She opened a mouth full of jagged teeth and hissed. You. Her voice was heavy, freezing the air. Conditions met. Activating Eye of Terror. Opening the gate of horror. Jiang Kai's pupils dilated. A sense of doom washed over him. Boom. In a blink, he vanished right before Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's terrified eyes. They screamed. Captain Rage exploded in Hu Yan. You bastard. Bring Captain Jiang Kai back. She lunged, ready to tear the ghost apart. The spirit sat calmly, combing her hair like a queen. She flickered like a mirage, dodging effortlessly. Hu Yan, crashed hard into the vanity table. The commotion alerted Ao Yu outside. Looks like the situation has escalated. Ao Yu's squad stormed the cabin. Quan Mo shouted, "Hey, what the hell are you guys doing?" Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were thrashing about, punching thin air. "You trash mirror. Where did you take him?" Ao Yu barked. "Restrain them." Ding Hao moved fast. On it, he and Tuan Vu pinned them down, stopping the rampage. Hu Yan struggled violently. "Get off me," Ding Hao snapped. "Calm down, you maniac." He shish's mirror might be the key to clearing this dungeon. You can't just smash it to pieces like some amateur in a manhwa recap. Ao Yu stepped closer, authority radiating from him. "Tell me what happened. Where's your captain?" He thought, strange. It's not dawn yet. Why did the spirit vanish? Hu Yan pointed a trembling finger. The mirror. It swallowed Captain Jiang Kai. Ao Yu paused. Swallowed. The group whipped around to face the mirror. Pure horror dawned on their faces. Twisted green text surfaced, glitching and warping like a corrupted file. No one could read it. Terrifying blue-black light pulsed from the glass as the words began to sharpen. The personal hidden dungeon Eye of Terror had officially activated. Pass or fail. Once this secret realm closes, it vanishes into the void forever. Gao Vu stared at the prompt, shock, dropping his jaw. What the hell? Suddenly, a chilling blue system window materialized in the air. The revelation mirror displayed the challenger's combat stats inside the Hive of Terror. Below it, a quest bar appeared. Target 1 million. Time elapsed 0. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed as he scanned the holographic text. He glanced around the void thinking, what is this? Was I sucked inside the mirror itself? The interface refreshed, displaying the brutal rules of this system Manhwa-style dungeon. Welcome to the solo instance Hive of Terror. Difficulty level 3. True fear stems from the unknown. Within 30 minutes, slaughter every living entity in this domain. Succeed, and the revelation mirror shall grant you the truth you seek, conquering your fear. For every 10 minutes exceeding the limit, 1 question opportunity will be forfeit. Once your chances hit 0, the trial ends. Complete the trial to receive an S-rank weapon or higher. Jang Kai froze as he read the final mocking line, "We wish you a pleasant challenge." Disbelief washed over him. He-she-she's is the hidden dungeon's trial. What is this mirror? And where exactly are these so-called creatures of terror? Chi. He felt a tremor beneath his feet. It's starting already. In a heartbeat, his weapon materialized. He unleashed a blazing rot strike. Jang Kai scanned the horizon, senses on high alert. Why is this place still swallowed by absolute darkness? A system notification flashed, a crucial tip for this leveling Manhwa challenge. Fire attribute damage remains effective, but all illumination abilities are nullified. He gritted his teeth. I have to fight blind. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky ignited with thousands of glowing blood-red eyes staring right at him. Jiang Kai froze his breath, hitching as he stared into the abyss. His deep blue eyes widened, reflecting a nightmare come to life. An endless sea of grotesque spiders, backs swelling with blood sacs, fangs dripping with venom. Here they come, he thought. Casting hesitation aside, he charged forward. Kill first, ask questions later. Jiang Kai unleashed a storm of blades, carving trails of fire through the void. System notifications flooded his vision, as monsters were obliterated instantly. Target eliminated. 1 experience point gained. Jiang Kai ignored the spam, pouring every ounce of focus into the slaughter. His attacks flashed like golden lightning, piercing the disgusting swarm. They were decimated before they could even twitch. The kill count skyrocketed as experience points poured in. Jiang Kai skid to a halt, dust swirling around his boots as the battlefield fell silent. The swarm had vanished. Is that it? Challenge complete? He wondered. A few dozen mobs, that wasn't even a warm-up. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, the red eyes returned. Not just a few this time, they blotted out the sky. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped. Something's wrong. The ocean of eyes stared down, forming a massive twisted grin of pure malice. He stood paralyzed under the heavens, gripping his weapon, until his knuckles turned white. One man against a legion with thousands of gazes hungry for his flesh. Moving like a phantom, Jiang Kai backflipped to create distance. He hurled his blades, triggering another explosive blazing rot strike. 3 dagger-like projectiles tore through the air. They left long luminous tails of energy in their wake. Boom flames and shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the vanguard. But as the smoke cleared, the horde remained endless. They surged forward like a tidal wave. Sweat dripped down Jiang Kai's face. Just how many of these damn things are there? Faster? I need to be faster. The mirror updated kills. 77 out of 1 million. Time, 44 seconds. Gao Vu did the math, stunned by the impossible stats. Does that mean he slaughtered 77 monsters in under a minute? Quan Mak added, and those aren't weak mobs. He's insane. Din Hao pointed at the denominator. But doesn't that mean there's a million of them? Cold sweat drenched Tuan Vu, Hive of Terror. The name makes sense now. That place isn't meant for humans. Hu Yan's face went ghost pale. 1 million. The sheer scale triggered a memory of a past war. Even the Fish Lord raid had thousands of players working together. Captain Jiang Kai is alone. How can he possibly kill a million of them? Panic seized her. She struggled against Quan Mak's grip. I have to save him. Let me go, I'm going in. You can't. Gao Vu's voice cut through the chaos. Why? She screamed. Because it's a solo instance, he said grimly. Unlike normal dungeons, this seal locks on to a single adventurer. The rewards are legendary, yes, but the challenger must face the unknown alone, with difficulty scaled to nightmare levels. He closed his eyes in resignation. It's a tragedy, but I don't think Jiang Kai has much time left. Hu Yan froze, tears pooling in her eyes. One more word, and she would shatter completely. Back inside the abyss, Jiang Kai was fighting for his life. He launched himself into the air, barely dodging the encirclement. But there was nowhere to run. The swarm collapsed on him instantly. Fangs sank into his flesh as they buried him under a mountain of bodies. Arg my body. Pain exploded as spiders carpeted every inch of him. His energy faded. Is the gap really this wide? Is this the end? He clenched his fist, crushing a spider in his grip. Like hell, I'll be eaten by these trash tier bugs. Blood dripped from his chin, mixing with sweat and grime. Rage blazed in his eyes as he roared, I refuse to die here. Death was inches away. When the system intervened, a dark azure card materialized from the void, hovering right before his eyes like a lifeline. Blue runes exploded around it, framing the chilling image of the Grim Reaper, a scythe in hand, and a sinister smile on its face. The stats flashed before him. The gambler's exclusive weapon? The Death God card. Hidden effect. Wheel of Fate activated. But a question echoed in Jiang Kai's mind. What was that voice just now? His consciousness was pulled into a realm of blinding light. His physical form began to dissolve, fading into drifts of azure smoke. Staring into the haze, he whispered to the light. His eyes shifted, revealing the intricate, swirling patterns of the focused demon eye. Time seemed to freeze. Reflected in his gaze was a figure, a girl with flowing white hair holding a floating card. Then the notification chimed. Congratulations. Near-death state confirmed. Hidden effect. Wheel of Fate of the Death God card has been triggered. Spinning the wheel. A random outcome will be selected. Staring at the card in her hand, he thought, the Wheel of Fate. I didn't know the Death God card had a hidden mechanic like this. She raised her hands high as the mechanical voice droned on. Every outcome carries a dual effect, a reward, and a punishment. Once the user spins, the wheel acceptance is mandatory. Warning: the gambler talent will amplify both effects exponentially. Hishishi's effect can only be triggered once a month. Refusing to spin is equivalent to forfeiting the use. Jiang Kai locked onto the card. Double the reward, double the punishment. Is this a lifeline or a one-way ticket to hell? The ultimate question appeared. Do you wish to spin the Wheel of Fate? Blood trickled from his lips, but a smirk cut through the pain. Do I even need to think about it? Of course I do, he roared. Spin it. The card erupted with blue energy, casting strange glowing runes across the void. Reality warped. Jiang Kai's body turned pure white, yet his signature emerald eyes remained piercingly unchanged. Waves of raw power pulsed from him. The agonizing pain that had racked his body vanished in an instant. He inspected his new form. Is this my mental space, my domain of consciousness? A brilliant golden flash caught his attention. He frowned, focusing on a massive clock manifesting before him, surrounded by swirling bands of golden runes. It was unmistakable. Hishishi's was the Wheel of Fate. The needle jumped from the dead position, moving toward 1 o'clock. Jiang Kai realized what was happening. Here it comes. The needle didn't stop. It began to spin faster and faster, blurring into a circle. He stood frozen, a spectator to his own destiny. The needle spun endlessly until snap, it froze in place. Wheel of Fate, rotation complete. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide as the final verdict scrolled across the screen. Positive status, rapid recovery. Combat fatigue will be restored instantly. Hishishi's was the ultimate buff, the kind you only see in a top-tier system manhwa. Duration 60 minutes. Talent amplification, rapid recovery. Upgraded to extreme speed regeneration. All consumption is replenished at maximum speed. Physical condition set to peak performance. But then came the price. Negative status exposed weakness. Critical hit chance increased when injured. Duration, 60 minutes. Talent amplification exposed weakness upgraded to fragile constitution. All injuries cause severe consequences. Pain reception doubled. Golden light exploded, wrapping Jiang Kai in a cocoon of energy. The flow intensified, turning him into a beacon of blinding radiance. It felt like a warm current rushing through his veins. It's soothing, he thought. Like being submerged in a hot spring. The energy detonated within him. His entire body seemed to ignite, radiating an aura that scorched the air itself. Back in reality, the surge of power changed everything. He looked down at the monsters not as prey, but like a god viewing insects. The grotesque spiders lunged, oblivious to their impending doom. With a single spin, he unleashed a shockwave that blasted them back. He screamed the name of his salvation, Death God. The card moved with terrifying velocity. It pierced through the spiders like a needle through cloth. Controlled by his will, it slaughtered them in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing alive in its wake. He flicked his wrist, and the card obeyed the summons, snapping back into his grasp instantly. Jiang Kai turned the Death God card hovering obediently above his palm. "The pieces are set," he said coldly. A dangerous smile played on his lips. "Now, let's gamble with our lives." Golden flames erupted from the card streaking through the air. One by one, the monsters were skewered, their blood painting the ground in a gruesome display. But the swarm was endless. No matter how many he slaughtered, it was like a drop in the ocean. The spiders kept coming. Jang Kai analyzed the battlefield instantly. The gambler active only lasts 10 seconds before a long cooldown. I can't sustain a drawn-out war like this. Then it clicked. Wait. The Death God card devoured the upgraded Fate Chaser skill. Its attack efficiency should be on a whole new level. He unleashed a massive strike. A shockwave of pure energy blasted the surrounding monsters backward, clearing a path. The card reappeared in his left hand, pulsating with raw power. He didn't hesitate. With a violent throw, he commanded go. The force was cataclysmic. The card tore through the air at supersonic speeds, dragging waves of scorching fire in its wake. He counted down the slaughter. With every second, the card incinerated wide swathes of the swarm. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A chain of explosions rocked the area, sending shockwaves rippling out. The ground beneath his feet shattered debris, blown away by the sheer destructive force of the impact. Jang Kai stood amidst the chaos, calmly turning his back on the pile of monsters now reduced to ash. A satisfied, arrogant smirk returned to his face. Just as I thought. Letting the Death God card amplify the flames was the perfect play. A smirk played on his lips. His plan was set. He would trigger a cataclysmic chain reaction, turning the battlefield into an inferno where critical hits were guaranteed. The explosions thundered like a ceaseless war drum. Even this endless sea of arachnids couldn't withstand his god-tier farming speed. From a distance, Jiang Kai commanded his cards like a conductor of death, wiping out wave after wave. The Death card responds directly to my will, he realized. Its range far eclipsed the 9 Calamities skill. With this, I can incinerate the entire battlefield in a single breath. The grim visage on the Death card seemed to twist into a sinister grin, cackling with delight as it feasted on the slaughter. The inferno raged without mercy. Though the horde was massive, their numbers plummeted by the second. When the smoke finally cleared, the ground was paved with the charred remains of 1,000 spiders stacked like mountains of coal. Jiang Kai scoffed, looking down at the carnage with disdain. "What is this? You guys are moving way too slow for my taste. Come on, you're supposed to be dungeon monsters. Why so fragile? Forget it, I'll come to you." Meanwhile, outside the gate, the surveillance mirror broadcasted Jiang Kai's terrifying progress. 416 kills out of 1 million. Time elapsed 209 seconds. Panic gripped Hu Yan's heart. "Ruan Yu," she cried out. "Is the artifact broken? Why did the kill count suddenly freeze? What's happening inside that abyss?" Ngaovu's expression darkened. It may be a pause of mere seconds, but against 1,000,000 beasts, that's an eternity. In a leveling Manhwa scenario like this, a single heartbeat determines life or death. Quan Mak sneered. Exactly. Given the hellish difficulty of this secret realm, it's only natural he's hit a wall. Instead of fretting, you should be booking him a psychiatrist for the trauma he's about to face. Hu Yan's tears spilled over, but her voice was fierce. "Shut up, you're the crazy one, nothing is decided yet. I believe in Captain Jang Kai." Quan Mak rolled his eyes. "Look at the data. Doesn't the silence speak for itself? We slaved away for months, yet he stumbled into that dungeon by sheer luck. If he actually survives this, I'll eat my words. But looking at this, that opportunity is wasted." Against a beast tide of 1 million, Jiang Kai is a dead man walking. You want to bet on that? A deep voice cut through the air. It was Yuan Zu. He glared at the doubter fists, trembling with suppressed rage. Quan Mak went silent, frowning. The sheer intensity of Yuan Zu's aura choked back Quan Mak's insults. Yuan Zu stepped closer. I asked you a question. What are you willing to bet? Quan Mak snapped, his patience fraying. You people just don't know when to give up, do you? Fine. I'll make it crystal clear. If Jiang Kai walks out of there alive, I will kneel right here and call him father. But if he dies, he stepped into Yuan Zu's personal space. You kneel and call me father. He gritted his teeth. Do you dare? Yuan Zu didn't hesitate for a split second. Bet accepted. Suddenly Hu Yan's frantic scream pierced the tension. Oh my god, look at this. The two men broke their stare down and whipped their heads toward the mirror. The kill count had updated instantly, 6,201. Inside the dungeon, a cataclysmic explosion tore through reality. Blinding lights swallowed the cavern, shattering the earth into dust. Another wave of spiders screeched, swarming towards him. Jang Kai descended from the sky like a god of war. So you were all hiding here. Come on, have some dignity as dungeon monsters. He unleashed devastation with every word. Each attack detonated like a tactical nuke. Seeing the horde try to retreat, he laughed, running away. The party is just getting started. Don't you dare stop now. The beast tide was swallowed by a pit of hellfire. Countless bodies vaporized in an instant, turning the cavern into a chaotic storm of ash and blinding radiance. Any beast lucky enough to survive the flames was sliced in two by his razor-sharp cards. The explosions rang out in a terrifying, unending symphony of destruction. After an eternity of violence, the noise finally ceased. The flames died down, leaving only pillars of black smoke rising from the abyss. Jang Kai stood amidst the ruin, the death card pulsating in his hand as the mana faded from his fingertips. A holographic system window materialized. Objective complete. All dungeon entities eliminated. Clear time 1,447 seconds. A haughty smirk curled Jiang Kai's lips. The card in his hand seemed to glow with a dark, demonic allure. Is that it? It's over already. I still have 30 minutes of hyper-regeneration left. What a waste of a good buff. Just then, a blinding golden circle manifested behind him, radiating divine energy. Startled, he spun around. A brilliant golden mirror floated in the void, its voice echoing with authority. Congratulations, brave challenger. You have conquered the trials of the horror nest. The voice belonged to Gray, the guardian of the secret realm. I shall now tally your rewards. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. Is this the legendary guardian that Tang spoke of? You are granted the right to ask the Mirror of Prophecy 5 questions, the voice continued. Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, a plan forming. 5 questions. If I only ask about the gambler class change materials, that would be a tragic waste. I could use this to uncover the truth about the Devil Star and prepare for the calamities ahead. The only problem is, what are the limits of its knowledge? As he pondered, a countdown timer ominously appeared on the mirror's surface. Time remaining 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Gree's voice turned sharp. Please state your query. The mirror's power fades in 5 minutes. Jang Kai rolled his eyes. Seriously, even divine artifacts have a time limit. Wasting no more time, he fired his first shot. What is the relationship between the divine beasts of the Devil Star and the Blue Star? Silence fell. Time seemed to freeze as man and artifact locked eyes. Jiang Kai frowned as the silence stretched on. Did I break it? Or is that question beyond its clearance level? Gray finally spoke. Question 1 exceeds authority limits. 4 attempts remaining. Just as I suspected, Jiang Kai thought, shifting gears instantly. Fine then. Let's talk business. Regarding the gambler class advancement materials, the spontaneous fire, the anomalous metal, the unstable earth, and the silent wind. What exactly do these refer to? The surface of the mirror rippled like water. Golden strands of light danced and weaved together, forming an image. A grin spread across his face. Bingo. Opposite him, Gray moved with the grace of an angel and the intensity of a demon. She raised her hands, and the mirror erupted in a blinding surge of holy light. Jiang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wait a second. Is that? The mirror displayed a withered ancient tree, its branches engulfed in eternal flames. He gasped. The heavenly fire tree. He stood frozen, mesmerized by the projection of the heavenly fire tree blazing in divine glory. A sphere of concentrated flame manifested within the vision, radiating scorching heat that he could almost feel on his skin. He recalled Su Nuan's words. These heavenly fire trees were roughly 20 years old. But those over 30 years, they could evolve into spirits. Slaying the monster might drop the fire tree heart, a rare material that amplifies flame effects. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with realization. That's it. It doesn't need fuel to burn. It generates fire directly. The heart isn't an organ. It's the core of spontaneous combustion. The answer had been right in front of him since the blazing mountain range. The image in the mirror rippled and faded, resetting to its original form. Jiang Kai locked on to the next riddle. White silver iron. I remember. It's a metal from the phantom realm. Liquid at room temperature. A shapeless metal, isn't it? A spark of genius flashed in his mind. The mirror's reflection shifted instantly, revealing a desolate wasteland, stripping away all life. He analyzed the scene. A barren land. His eyes widened. No, that's too simple. He peered closer, at the orange-red void. No people, no structures, just empty space. Suddenly, tiny white specks danced in the upper atmosphere. His mind raced. Dust particles. Dust settles to become earth, but floats as dirt in the wind. The mirror swirled again, revealing a crystal-clear blue sky with drifting clouds. Jiang Kai rubbed his chin deep in thought. The sky, but there's nothing there. Is it the stillness? No. He caught a detail in the visual. Wait, it's not empty. It's the air itself. A system notification chimed. 5 riddles solved. Jiang Kai stood before the mirror, tallying the answers: fire, heart, silver, iron, dust, air. He chuckled. Turns out the materials for the level 20 gambler class advancement are things we see every day. The key was to break out of common logic, to see what others miss. If that pattern held, the river source water must be. He spoke the answer aloud. The eternal cycle of heaven and earth. It's rainwater. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Answer confirmed. Like a protagonist in a system manhwa, this new class was about to give him an insane power boost. Klee's voice interrupted his thoughts. Now receive your second reward. Jiang Kai froze. Time seemed to slow as an octagonal glass-like artifact materialized, floating silently before him. System message. Congratulations, you have received the SS rank weapon, Holy Radiance Crystal. SS rank. Holy Radiance Crystal. He muttered the name like a prayer, reaching out to grasp the hovering treasure. The stat window popped up. Holy Radiance Crystal Psychokinetic Weapon. When activated, forms a holy halo within a half-meter radius. Halo effect, Soul Cleanse. Purifies mental status abnormalities and grants immunity to 1 random spiritual attack. Around the target, Jang Kai mused. Hishishis isn't just for me. I can use it to protect my teammates too. It's controlled by will, just like my death cards. Perfect. Holding the crystal, his grip tightened. But the purification. That's the real game changer. Humans had always been weak against mental attacks. That Siren Elite's despair scream alone had stopped countless adventurers in their tracks. He smirked confidently. With the necro armor I got earlier, and now this. I'm practically immune to psychological warfare. Another notification blinked. Combat mode, the halo binds the target, restricting all movement. 0 energy cost for the user. Kills recharge the crystal's energy. Bind duration. 3 seconds to 180 seconds. Time depends on the power gap between user and target. He scanned the text, stunned. It even has crowd control skills. Unexpected. But for an SS rank isn't purely defensive, and support capabilities a bit underwhelming. Why is the rating so high? As if reading his mind, the system window updated. Note, the Holy Radiance Crystal is a unique Phantom tier weapon. It can be upgraded using Tears of God to unlock double activation. Unique Phantom tier. His voice dropped to a whisper. My death card is unique to the gambler class. But this Hishishis is the only one in the entire Phantom realm. That meant one thing. Hishishis is my new trump card. Meanwhile, outside the mirror, the progress bar hit 100%. Time elapsed 1,755 seconds. Hu Yan gasped, grabbing her friend's arm. Oh my god. Ruan Yu, look, count the zeros. Am I hallucinating? Ruan Yu roared with excitement. It's 1 million. Captain Jang Kai actually did it. He cleared it. Nearby Gao Vu went pale. What? He killed 1 million monsters. Quan Max scoffed, crossing his arms. Impossible. The machine must be broken. Suddenly, the mirror exploded with light. A blinding radiance flooded the wooden hut, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Hu Yan peeked through her fingers, her eyes sparkling with pure hero worship. Silence fell. Jiang Kai appeared from nowhere. He stood there calm and composed, with a faint, confident smile playing on his lips. Captain Jang Kai. The cheers erupted. The wooden hut began to dissolve, breaking apart into digital pixels floating in the air. The simulation ended, revealing the real hillside. Ruan Yu rushed over, his voice trembling with hype. Captain, was there really a monster nest in there? How did you slaughter 1,000,000 of them? Hu Yan chimed in. And traps, did the warden try to stop you? Jiang Kai smiled softly, his voice calm but firm. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, one at a time. I can't answer you both at once. Suddenly, Ngao Vu's voice cut through the air. Jiang Kai, I'll be honest. I don't know how you pulled it off, and my pride stings a little. But congratulations on clearing this personal dungeon. He paused, extending a hand. Also, I apologize for my earlier arrogance. I shouldn't have used the demoness to test you. Nor should I have looked down on you. I have to admit you are the most outstanding young explorer I've ever met. A smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Kai's mouth. What kind of person am I? I've never needed anyone else to define that. Gao Vu froze eyes, widening in surprise as Jiang Kai reached out. Jiang Kai looked him in the eye. But thanks for the honest praise. Apology accepted. Besides, you're not so bad yourself. Jiao Vu let out a breath of relief, a faint smile touching his lips. He gripped Jiang Kai's hand tightly, a seal of newfound brotherhood. Outside, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu beamed at the scene, while Quan Mac's squad looked at their captain with radiant pride. Hu Yan crossed her arms, eyes gleaming with mischief. Wait, didn't someone make a bet? Something about, if Captain Jiang Kai survives, they'd do something crazy. All heads turned instantly. Quan Mac flinched, cold sweat pouring down his back. Jiang Kai blinked, confused. What are you talking about? What bet? Before she could answer, Quan Mac dropped to his knees in pure shame. I'm a dead man, he wailed. Several days later, under a clear blue sky, a towering white building stood tall. Inside, Hu Yan paced anxiously. Why is Captain Jiang Kai's awakening taking so long? He should be back by now. It's even longer than Sunuan Yuan's process, Ruan Yu explained calmly. Captain Jang Kai is unlocking a completely new class. It takes time. Let's just wait. Meanwhile, deep within the system space, Jang Kai floated in the void. Radiant light surged around him as a blue rune circle spun slowly beneath his feet. Boom! A torrent of energy exploded, whipping his hair wildly as blinding light engulfed his entire being. Jiang Kai snapped his eyes open. I did it. It was the ultimate payoff moment in a leveling manhwa. System notifications cascaded before him. Congratulations. You have completed the level 20 advancement for the Gambler class. Your new class is Trickster Master. An image materialized, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat and ponytail, manipulating a Rubik's Cube amidst a storm of falling cards. Jiang Kai murmured, Trickster Master, huh? Sounds like a class that specializes even more in the art of the gamble. The status board refreshed. Job advancement complete, level 20 Gambler evolved into Trickster Master. Post-awakening bonus. All basic attributes increased by 100% under the double talent effect. Current talents upgraded. New skill super doubling. The original doubling talent now has a 100% activation rate. The super doubling probability has risen from 1% to 3%. Super critical hit. The 0.1% chance to deal 200 times damage has been upgraded to 0.2%. Jiang Kai grinned. The odds for super doubling and criticals increased. It was a small bump, but in a life-or-death battle, that sliver of luck could turn defeat into victory. He looked up at the system interface. Hey brain, does my new Trickster Master class come with a unique talent? The AI responded instantly. Affirmative. You have received the Trickster Master's exclusive talent, Deceit of the Heavens. As a Trickster Master, your deceptive nature is absolute. You can now manipulate body language to completely mislead your opponent's judgment. Jiang Kai thought. An upgraded poker face. If I use this right, it'll be full of surprises. The holographic text shimmered and changed again. Additionally, under the effect of your doubling talent, you have received a second random talent, Agility Enhancement. Agility Enhancement. Your agility stat is permanently increased by 40%. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. 40%. That's even higher than the buffs from wall running or soaring. Confidence surged through him. Trickster Master. Let's see what you can do. The scene shifted to a data research lab. Jiang Kai's profile displayed on a massive screen, filled with cascading numbers. A man's voice muttered. His initial test clearly showed rank D. Yet he somehow became the champion of the guild challenge. Su Lanlan walked in. At first, when he refused to join the military to fight the royals alone, I laughed. I thought he was just an arrogant kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But after watching his battles, I realized I was the frog in the well. He actually did it. Now the royal faction doesn't dare pressure the military. Perhaps our evaluation system needs an overhaul. Professor Lee nodded. Agreed. Su Lanlan handed him a tablet. By the way, this is the latest teleportation data from the Maitreya zone. Please analyze it for any matching patterns. He adjusted his glasses. 55 countries have already detected it. It's been so long, yet we found nothing. Time is running out. Su Lanlan gazed away. But I have a feeling. We'll find it soon. The sun dipped below the horizon. Moonlight filtered through the dense forest canopy. The trio strolled through the shadows until Hu Yan leaned against a tree. I'm dying out here. Seriously, we've been circling for hours. Why haven't we seen a single howling moon wolf demon? Ruan Yu frowned. Captain Jiang Kai, do you think someone got here first and wiped out the entire pack for experience points? Jiang Kai recalled the beast's profile. Impossible. Howling moon wolf demons aren't like normal wolves. They walk upright on two legs. That means they don't just have razor-sharp claws and explosive speed. They have tactical intelligence. They're a nightmare to fight. He glanced at Ruan Yu. Small guilds wouldn't dare provoke them. And if a large guild had cleared this area, the news would be all over the network. Suddenly, a trembling voice broke the silence. Blood Moon. Hu Yan stared at the Bagua compass in her hand, cold sweat dripping down her face. You have got to be kidding me. Jiang Kai sensed the shift in the atmosphere and snapped Hu Yan report. What is happening? Hu Yan's voice trembled with urgency. Captain Jiang Kai, I cast a divination just out of boredom, but the omens have shifted. Tonight is a blood moon. The blood moon awakens the ancient dormant lineage of the wolf tribe. They won't just be beasts tonight. They will evolve into human forms, gaining terrifying intelligence and explosive combat power. Ruan Yu swallowed hard, fear creeping into his voice. Legends say the wolf demons vanish right before the phenomenon occurs. The silence in the forest. It's because they're lying in wait for us. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation in his mind, working like a tactical computer in a system Manhwa. We are looking at a gathering of over 100 howling moon wolf demons. Once they transform their power level, will rival the warlord rank iron lizard dragon we fought before. He paused, letting the crushing gravity of their situation sink in before continuing. That means at minimum 100 monsters with warlord tier strength are surrounding us. Cold sweat drenched Ruan Yu's cheeks. Captain, shouldn't we retreat while we still have legs? Jiang Kai's gaze didn't waver, his eyes cold as steel. It is too late. As one, the three of them looked up at the bleeding sky. Jiang Kai announced grimly, the blood moon descent has begun. Above them, the celestial orb turned a sickly, malevolent crimson bathing the world in a horrific red glow that made the very air feel heavy. The forest held its breath. Only the wind howled, scattering leaves like lost souls in the crimson night, creating an eerie silence on the ground. The gale force blinded Hu Yan. Her precious Bagua compass slipped from her grasp. No, my artifact. The compass rolled away, and she scrambled after it in a panic. Disaster. My compass is gone. From the shadows, blood-red eyes ignited. A predator locked onto its prey, staring intently at the intruders. Hu Yan remained oblivious, desperate to find her gear in the underbrush. She had zero danger sense that a reaper was standing right in front of her. Suddenly, a shadow burst forth. Like a black arrow of death, it shot straight for Hu Yan with killing intent. Fear paralyzed her. She stood frozen eyes wide, watching the beast close the distance. The shadow moved like a phantom zigzagging through the air, with lethal precision to strike her down. Jiang Kai channeled his energy roaring. Hu Yan dodged it instinctively. She threw her hands up and caught the projectile midair. Her eyes went wide, staring into a pair of stunned purple eyes within her grasp. Holding the small creature aloft, she wailed in despair, completely ignoring the danger. I'm doomed. My compass? Jiang Kai halted his rescue charge, staring at the fluff ball in her arms, speech failing him. What exactly is that? It was an adorable fox spirit, with soft pink fur, acting all innocent, and wagging its tail. Hu Yan's brain short-circuited. She whispered menacingly to the creature. Let's negotiate. Spit out the artifact in your mouth, and I might let you live. The fox spirit gagged violently, its whole body shaking, as if ready to puke, then suddenly swallowed, and flashed a human-like mocking grin at her. Hu Yan's expression shattered. She looked completely done with life, her smile uglier than crying. She erupted in tears, screaming, You little thief, spit it out right now. Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu rushed to hold her back. Calm down. In this cursed forest amidst a terrifying Manhwa recap scenario, they were bickering like children while death loomed. Suddenly, Jiang Kai froze. The hairs on his neck stood up. Wait, That presence. Hundreds of eyes lit up the darkness behind him. In the center, a massive demonic gaze burned like hellfire. The beasts stepped into the light. Wolf-like, but standing on two legs. Muscles rippled under fur, and their fangs dripped with saliva, looking like nightmares brought to life. A holographic interface flashed. Warning: mutated monster detected. Howling Moon Wolf Demon. He shishes is a classic awakening Manhwa crisis. Jiang Kai roared. Mutated variants. We are surrounded. Battle formation. Yuan Zu protect the support. Smash. Yuan Zu crushed his wine jar, grabbing his shield with a drunken grin. So many beauties. Waiting for me. I am the Wolf King. Line up, ladies. He shishes king will show you all some love, one by one. Jiang Kai grit his teeth, in frustration. Bad move. He hasn't entered the drunken stupor state yet. The frost shield alone can't withstand a horde of high-level mutants attacking from all sides. He dashed forward to intercept. Hu Yan, stick to the tank. We move together. Hu Yan responded instantly. Roger on. The flank 5 mutated wolves lunged at Yuan Zu. Jiang Kai unleashed a blaze of fire from the rear. He calculated rapidly. High attack, 0 defense. I need to kite them and nuke from a distance. The projectile struck true. The beasts couldn't react in time. The blast pierced their chests in a spray of gore, executing them instantly. Boom! Their bodies detonated into pure energy from the overload. System notification 5. Mutated Howling Moon Wolf. Demons level 45 eliminated. Yuan Zu wailed like a maniac, tears streaming down his face. My beauties, damn it, who dares ruin the Wolf King's harem time? Jiang Kai stood behind him, his expression grim. A suspicion took root in his mind. There's a swarm of them. Why attack in small waves instead of a full rush? A realization struck him like lightning. Wait, are they testing our power levels? As if to confirm his fear, a fresh wave of monsters stepped forward from the pack. Jiang Kai's combat intuition was never wrong. Staring down the horde, he knew his hypothesis was correct. No time for hesitation. He unleashed a volley of flame strikes. Whoosh! The weapons flew, tracking the monsters. Boom! Immense energy erupted, creating a shockwave of fire. The center of the formation turned into a blazing inferno. The smoke cleared, but the nightmare wasn't over. Behind the charred corpses, more mutated wolves advanced, utterly devoid of fear and eager for blood. Hu Yan screamed in panic. Captain Jiang Kai, my chasing order skill, triggered 4 critical hits, but I only dropped 4 of them. There are 17 left in this wave alone. Jiang Kai's mind raced, looking for a strategy. These beasts are cunning. They're spreading out to nullify my area of effect damage. Behind you, Hu Yan's warning pierced the air. A mutated wolf had ghosted into Jiang Kai's blind spot, claws raised high to crush him. Time seemed to freeze. Jiang Kai stood with his back turned, motionless as a statue, showing 0 reaction. The razor-sharp claws descended with crushing force. In the final microsecond, Jiang Kai's eyes shifted. A glint of absolute dominance flashed. Slash! The claws passed harmlessly through his body. An afterimage. He had vanished into thin air, using the deceiving the heavens technique. He materialized high in the sky, looking down like a god. The reality you see is only what I allow you to see. Now, embrace the agony of death. He spun in midair. Life chaser. Go. His weapon pierced the beast like a judgment bolt. Light exploded from within the monster, followed by a scream of agony. System mutated Howling Moon Wolf. Level 55 slain. Meanwhile, Yuan Zu charged 3 monsters with his shield, drooling. Come here, my beauties. Wolf King brother is here for you. It was pure chaos, typical of a leveling Manhwa. His expression twisted in pure chaos. Scorching streaks of fire blazed right past him, yet he remained oblivious to the danger. Boom. 3 mutant wolves were instantly incinerated. The system chimed with a cold notification. Mission update: eliminate 3 level 55 mutant Howling Moon Wolves. Yuan Zu collapsed, sobbing in sheer terror. Hu Yan sighed. That was too close. If Captain Jang Kai hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead meat. She snatched up her pet fox, pinching its cheeks hard. Don't think your cuteness will save you this time. Spit out my compass right now, or I'll toss you to the wolves as a snack. Jang Kai's eyes widened in alarm. Another wave of monsters was stampeding towards them. He roared, Hu Yan incoming, at 4 o'clock. She spun around, terror seizing her heart. A mutant wolf was already upon her, its razor-sharp claws descending. She froze her mind, screaming, I can't dodge in time. Slash! Crimson blood sprayed into the air. 3 deep gashes tore across her arm, fresh blood dripping onto the cold earth. She crashed to the ground, agony searing her arm, yet she shielded little Holin desperately. But suddenly, the wolf demons froze. They stared at something with trembling jaws as if witnessing true horror. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. They're terrified, like they're sensing the presence of an apex predator. Realization struck him like lightning. Wait, they're looking at Hu Yan. The little fox stood before her mistress, radiating a suffocating, dangerous aura. Acting on instinct, Jiang Kai unleashed his skill. His weapon tore through the air, aiming straight for the beast. Clang! An invisible barrier stopped his blade dead in its tracks. A mysterious power enveloped Hu Yan, lifting her into the sky. Jiang Kai gasped. What the hell is happening? Ho Lin's latent energy erupted like a volcano. The fox ascended, carrying her master into the air with godlike power. Hu Yan Jiang Kai screamed. A blinding crimson light exploded from the fox's body. He shielded his eyes against the searing radiance, desperate to see the truth. As the dust settled, the sky turned a blood-red hue. Jiang Kai stood paralyzed in awe. A magnificent sphere of pink light pulsed before him, radiating otherworldly energy. Suspended within the sphere, Hu Yan stirred. A groan escaped her lips as her eyelids fluttered open, revealing mesmerizing purple irises. Who are you? She whispered. Before her floated Ho Lin, but now in human form, with flowing pink hair and fox ears. The entity gazed down at her master. She gently caressed Hu Yan's cheek. You lasted longer than I expected. A playful smile graced her lips. You're as weak as a rabbit, yet your spirit is surprisingly strong. Her fingers grazed the wolf's claw marks. Hu Yan winced in pain as ominous black smoke began to rise from the wound. Such a nuisance, the fox spirit murmured. With a wave of her hand, magic enveloped the injury, dissolving the dark curse. Then her lips parted, revealing small fangs as she extended her tongue. She leaned in, her soft tongue gliding over the raw flesh. Hu Yan gasped, a flush rising to her cheeks. Blushing furiously, she froze. Ho Lin continued her ministrations, whispering, just endure it a little longer, my cute little bunny. Ripple. The dimension trembled as something struck the barrier from the outside. Ho Lin glanced up, a spark of surprise in her eyes. Oh, he can maintain his sanity under my spiritual pressure, she thought. What an interesting human. Outside, Jiang Kai was unleashing a barrage of fists against the energy wall. Inside, Ho Lin stood up, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. Since you're so eager, let's play a game. A beam of pink light shot from the barrier, striking Jiang Kai right between the eyes. He froze instantly. What the? Confusion flooded his mind as cold sweat trickled down his face. A sensation like an electric shock surged through his entire nervous system. Something was terribly wrong. He spun around, trying to grasp reality. What is this place? His eyes widened in horror. Ruins. Destruction. An entire city was drowning in a sea of flames. Is this Earth? He stammered. The memories didn't add up. Why am I back here? I was just in the Demon Star Forest. Where are Hu Yan and Ruan Yu? Where did that fox spirit go? Hu Yan, Ruan Yu. He bellowed into the void. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the air. Help me! The ground beneath his feet began to quake violently. He pressed his palm to the asphalt. Shishi's vibration. A colossus. At least 50 tons. More screams echoed as a young man fled past him in a stampede of terrified civilians. Someone please save us. Looming behind them was a nightmare. A three-headed titan with eyes glowing like hellfire. It looked down at the humans like insects. Raising its heads, it unleashed a roar that shook the heavens. Its gaze filled with pure annihilation. Jiang Kai's blood ran cold. That's a divine beast. Despite its massive size, the creature lunged forward, with terrifying speed closing in on the fleeing crowd. He stood, rooted to the spot. Why is this happening? Why is a divine beast here of all places? Clenching his fists, rage mixed with confusion. Damn it. Seeing the beast lunge, he shouted his ultimate skill, Fate Pursuit. Nothing happened. My skills. They're sealed. Is this a system bug? Did it teleport me back to Earth? No, that didn't make sense. He quickly rejected the thought. Shishi's isn't a glitch. It's that fox's chaotic power pulling me into a nightmare. He analyzed the battlefield while sprinting. In a real battle against a divine beast, civilians wouldn't be this abundant. And where are the Awakeners relying on his raw stats? He easily outpaced the fleeing crowd. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the chaos. Please, someone save my baby! A mother clutching her child was falling behind. Snap. The beast's jaws clamped down on her. The child tumbled from her arms, crying out in terror, but the stampede ignored them. Everyone was running for their lives. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Stay focused. Hishishi's isn't the time to play hero. Even if this is an illusion, dying here might mean dying for real. Time seemed to freeze in place. Even though he knew this was a mind game, the phantom cry of that infant pierced his soul like a dagger. Memories flashed like a broken cinematic reel. Blood-stained hands cradling a fragile life, a testament to past failures. His boots carved into the earth, kicking up a storm of dust. White energy crackled as he slammed to a halt. Running was no longer an option. His mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Damn it all. Even if this is a fake reality, seeing a child face the Reaper alone, Jiang Kai couldn't just stand there. Rage blazed in his eyes. With the speed of a lightning bolt, Jiang Kai launched himself forward, snatching the infant mere inches from the beast's gnashing jaws. Robbed of its prey, the abomination roared at the heavens and charged. Jiang Kai didn't waste a breath. He clutched the child and sprinted for his life, adrenaline fueling his escape. His back was a map of agony shredded by the creature's claws during the rescue. Lungs burning, he realized with dread. His stamina was hitting zero. He had survived the hellish training of the ghost planet, sure. But stripped of his skills, in this system Manhwa, a player without skills is just a mortal waiting to die. The beast gave no quarter. A shockwave blasted from behind, shattering the earth. Disaster struck, his foot wedged tight in a fresh fissure. Not good. Panic flared as lethal spikes erupted from the ground. With no footing, he launched the baby skyward just before the earth tried to swallow him whole. But fate was cruel. Another spear of rock jutted out exactly where the child was falling. Time dilated. Death was 1 inch away. Burning his very life force, Jiang Kai threw his hand out in a final desperate act. Caught him a weary, but triumphant grin broke across his face. The child trembled in his grip. He exhaled, safe at last. Or so he thought. A shadow loomed, the maw of the beast, dripping with saliva, clamped down on them both. Jiang Kai's pupils dilated in terror. Battered and broken, he could only watch helplessly as darkness consumed his world. Down into the abyss. Floating in a sea of red slime and acid. His consciousness faded. Was this it? Was he destined to rot in a monster's gut? Wait. Shishi's pain. Is it truly just an illusion? A voice echoed in the void? Perhaps an enemy? Perhaps the darkness in his own heart? It sneered. Look at you. Hishishi's is the price of playing hero. Who do you think you are anyway? You killed a few trash mobs and thought you were the messiah of a leveling manhwa. Look at the kid. He watched in horror as they both sank deeper into the blackness. The accusations rang true. In reality, he was powerless. A pathetic worm who couldn't save a single soul. Tears mingled with blood on his cheeks. Broken, he whispered into the void, I can't protect anyone. The voice laughed, cold and sharp. Correct. Admit it. You can't even save yourself. So why bother saving others? Through hazy eyes, a figure approached. It wasn't a stranger. It was his own reflection, staring back from the void. Humans are selfish creatures, the shadow murmured. It breaks my heart to see you suffer. You've done enough, haven't you? The shadow Jiang Kai gently caressed his wounded face, pulling him into an embrace. Stop fighting the inevitable. Just sleep. The abyss faded. He felt like he was sinking into a deep ocean, but bubbles rose to a surface where sunlight pierced the gloom. The scenery shifted instantly. A warm voice called out, Little Jiang Kai, why are you zoning out? Sit down. Eat before it gets cold. Beside her, a man lowered his newspaper. The boy is exhausted. He pushes himself too hard. It was the perfect picture, a happy family, a table full of home-cooked love. Jiang Kai froze. He was still clad in battle-torn armor, bleeding and bruised, yet standing in the middle of his living room. His mother chuckled softly. That's our boy. Even when he scrapes his knees and wants to cry, he insists he's fine. His father nodded in agreement. True. Our little Jiang Kai always tries to be a man. But no matter how tough he acts, he's still our child. Jiang Kai stood paralyzed. Shock melted into disbelief, then heartbreaking longing. His lips trembled as he choked out the words, Mom, Dad. His father's voice was deep and soothing. Come, little Jiang Kai. If you're tired, just come home. That call tore at his heartstrings. He felt like a little boy again. The scent of roasted chicken and warm rice beckoned him to surrender. His hand, now looking small and clumsy, reached for them. Home, he asked weakly. The young Jiang Kai reached for the bowl, his voice wavering. I'm sorry. The parents watched in silence. Suddenly, the small hand transformed armored, muscular, and powerful, and smashed into the table. Bam. But this is the path I chose. The adult Jiang Kai stood tall, his conviction shaking the room. Hearing this, his parents simply smiled. White mist laced with soft blue light began to drift from their bodies. Well, his father laughed warmly. I guess there's no stopping him, is there? That's right. He's grown up. He has his own will now. As they began to fade, they left him with one final gift. Never forget why you started, son. March forward with courage. We are always proud of you. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, tears drying instantly. I will. As the last wisp of smoke vanished, he smiled. I understand now. The peace lasted for a heartbeat before reality crashed back in. Boom. The cozy room shattered like glass. Jiang Kai was sucked into a blinding vortex, shards of the illusion, reflecting his past self, breaking apart. Behind those shards, hungry beasts waited. But stranger still, a copy of Jiang Kai stood there, eyes wide in absolute shock. What? The imposter gasped. The real Jiang Kai glared back, fury burning in his gaze. So this entire awakening Manhwa nightmare was your doing. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai summoned his divine weapon aura, exploding around him. The clone regained his composure, smirking with arrogance. Well, aren't you full of surprises? You refused a perfect paradise. Was it not sweet enough for you? Jiang Kai's face darkened, his eyes shining with lethal intent. The only thing sweet will be your defeat. No matter how you geld this cage, the truth remains. It is nothing but a fragile, beautiful delusion. Rather than cower inside this illusion, I will shatter it with my own hands. A mocking sneer twisted his lips. A beautiful delusion, is it? You mean something like this? Pink energy swirled from his hand, suffocating the very air with its hypnotic glow. His grin widened into something predatory. An interesting perspective. I like it. Then let us play a game. In this world of lies, do you think I can end your miserable existence? As the shadow lunged, Jang Kai vanished in a blur of motion. I have no fear of facing a monster like you. His eyes narrowed. But I wager your clumsy techniques won't survive a single strike. Golden light erupted from Jiang Kai's gaze. He invoked the Holy Radiance. It was a classic move in this awakening manhwa, purifying the soul with blinding intensity. Two identical forms. Two warring souls. They clashed within the void. The silence of the night shattered as their spiritual pressure whipped up a gale. Reality snapped back into place. Jiang Kai returned, though bitterness lingered in his heart. Disoriented, the first thing he saw was a familiar chubby figure, yawning right in front of him. Damn it. Where is Yuan? Was she taken? Before the words left his mouth, she materialized from thin air and collapsed softly into his embrace. He scanned her vital signs. Her wounds. They have completely vanished. Did that fox demon actually save her? Yuan murmured in her sleep cheeks, flushing a deep rosy red. What is with that face? Jiang Kai frowned. Just what kind of dream is she having to blush like that? Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed through the clearing. An adventurer from the holy divine kingdom, you are far more amusing than I anticipated. Who's there? Jiang Kai's senses sharpened, scanning the empty woods. He gently propped Yuan against a tree and drew his weapon. Show yourself. Stop hiding in the shadows. Holin's voice dripped with amusement as she replied. Humans? Always so volatile? She laughed softly. A pity. The you of today is not yet worthy to speak my name. Provoked, Jiang Kai roared. Hey, you arrogant. The unseen entity ignored his outburst. But since you are quite adorable, I shall grant you a small gift. Her tone turned serious. Listen closely. I will only say this once. What kind of force quest is this? A golden light condensed, forming a magnificent map in his hands. Jiang Kai stared dumbfounded. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Having delivered her message, Ho Lin giggled with delight. It seems my boredom has finally come to an end. Now, let us see what chaos unfolds next, shall we? Her cryptic words fueled the fire in his gut. Jiang Kai sprinted toward the source of the sound, but his desperation only fed the fox demon's amusement. Oh, interesting little human. Make sure you entertain me thoroughly next time. Jiang Kai shouted into the void. Hey, wait, stop right there. His only answer was the silence of the night and the pale moon hanging above. Jiang Kai lowered his head, whispering, She's gone. The next morning, peace was shattered by a high-pitched scream. Captain Jiang Kai, did I really almost die yesterday? Wait, so that fox spirit actually saved my life. Jiang Kai pressed for details. Why would a demon save a human? Did she say anything strange? Do you recall the details? Yuan blinked blankly. Huh, she could talk. Maybe my brain got damaged. I think I slept through it all. Suddenly, a crimson blush spread across her porcelain cheeks, except for that dream. In her mind, the memory surfaced. The fox lady, descending like a goddess, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Consider this a reward. Much sweeter than blood. My adorable little rabbit, try not to get hurt again. The memory sent a shiver of longing through her. What a bizarre, intoxicating dream. Hu Yan snapped out of it. Jiang Kai's voice broke the spell. She averted her gaze, hiding her embarrassment. Nothing. It's nothing. I could die of shame right now. While they stood there awkwardly, Yuan Zu finally shouted, Captain Hu Yan, get over here already. The meat is going to burn to a crisp. Jiang Kai patted Hu Yan's shoulder, grinning. Let's eat first. I have a strategy meeting for us afterwards. She nodded obediently. Then, like a lightning bolt, she tackled Yuan Zu. Delicious meat. Come to mama. The poor guy screamed in terror. Hu Yan, are you trying to eat people now? Jiang Kai watched the chaos with a warm smile. Give her food, and she forgets the world's sorrows instantly. What a ridiculous pair. The next day, the trio stood before a narrow, ominous canyon. We have arrived, Jang Kai announced. The Fox Demon's map points exactly to this rift. Hu Yan panicked. Captain, are you leaving us behind? Yuan Zu stepped forward, voicing his strong objection. That's right, Captain, you said that demon was cunning. His shishi smells like a trap. Shouldn't we consult Brother Lu's guild first? Jang Kai shook his head calmly. Brother Lu is drowning in military affairs. We cannot rely on him forever. Besides, Hu Yan, your spirit origin is still unstable. You need rest. And you, Yuan Zu. When you drink, you become a liability. The fog inside is deadly. Stay here and hold the perimeter until I return. But, Captain, Hu Yan's voice trembled. Jiang Kai didn't look back. He simply raised a hand in farewell. Don't worry, it's just a recon mission. If I sense danger, I will retreat immediately. As he ventured deeper, his mind raced. That fox demon. Her power level dwarfs every elite mob we have faced. She is likely a field boss. If she wanted me dead, I would be dead. It's not just her strength. It is that chaotic unpredictability. What is her endgame? Why can't I shake this ominous premonition? 20 minutes later, Jiang Kai reached the canyon's dead end. Suddenly, his posture stiffened. His eyes locked on the target. Amidst the desolate, cracked earth lay a pristine azure lake. He observed from the ridge. It looks like an ordinary body of water. Just then, a pebble tumbled down, landing right at his feet as if guided by fate. He kicked the stone into the glassy surface. Plop. Instantly, the tranquility broke. Ripples turned into violent churning waves. Jiang Kai's instincts screamed. Danger. His shishis isn't just water. His pupils dilated as he stared into the abyss beneath the surface. What in the world is that? A crushing, killing intent exploded from the depths. It was a suffocating pressure, far surpassing even the fox demon. As the water erupted toward the sky, he knew. The boss is awakening. Jiang Kai scrambled for an escape route. Damn it, was I played? Is this the trap she set for me? He spun around, ready to bolt. Run, I need to get out of here now. But he barely took a step before freezing in his tracks. His body screamed in terror as a shadow loomed over him. A strange, suffocating pressure crushed his chest. Why was he trembling? It felt as if terror was the only emotion left in his soul. Even when he first stepped foot on the ghost planet, facing down grotesque monsters and the cold breath of death, he had never felt this. The despair, the rage, the regret, none of it compared to this artificial panic, as if something was intentionally amplifying his darkest fears. But logic cut through the haze. If this entity was truly so terrifying, why was it hiding underwater like a frightened rat? If it wanted him close, why hadn't it struck yet? Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Kai's grimacing face as his feet skidded across the dirt, grinding to a halt. There was only one explanation. It was bluffing. It was trying to scare him off, to protect its secret. Instantly, the paralyzing dread shattered. Jiang Kai cast aside his hesitation. He unleashed his spiritual aura eyes, locking onto the rising surge of water. All right then, let's see what kind of trick you're playing. Suddenly, shock replaced his resolve. Wait, the wave wasn't attacking, it was transforming into a swirling luminous vortex. A holographic window popped up, a classic trope of this system Manhwa world. Congratulations, you have discovered the teleportation array temple of Maitreya. He snapped back to reality, where global news was already exploding. The headlines were brutal. The Holy Light Nation set to become the only country disqualified from the global hegemony tournament. Mocking voices filled the airwaves. Didn't the Holy Light Nation brag about their power? Maybe if they get on their knees and lick our boots clean, we'll toss them a hint. That's right, grovel, beg us, and maybe we'll consider helping you find a gate. Hearing the insults, a hand gripping a chair armrest tightened until the knuckles turned white. Commander Wei Ying frowned, fury burning in his eyes. Is there truly no hope left for us? Suddenly, the door burst open. Commander Wei looked up, startled. Little Lu, why the panic? Lu slammed his hand onto the desk with a thunderous smack, his face flushed with adrenaline. Commander, we found the teleportation array. It was Lu Jun screaming in pure ecstasy. Wei Ying shot up from his chair, disbelief written all over his face. Say that again. The scene shifted to the ravine. Guards had already cordoned off the area, barking orders at the gathering crowd to stay back behind the yellow tape. Yuan Zu stood among the spectators, smirking at the chaos. Look at them swarm. You'd think a boss monster just spawned right in front of them. Hu Yan sighed, scanning the perimeter. Can you blame them? Connecting to a teleportation point is the Holy Light Nation's top priority right now. With the army mobilizing like this, it's impossible to keep it under wraps. She leaned in, whispering excitedly, Captain Jiang Kai, you've hit the jackpot. Not only did we get 2,000 guild points, but the city officials are going to treat you like a king. Jiang Kai just scratched his head, embarrassed. The three of them were murmuring when a booming, hearty laugh erupted from behind. They spun around in unison. Wei Ying approached with a stride full of pride. It really is a teleportation array. Jang Kai, you act like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, always surprising me. The crowd instantly began to buzz. Look, it's Commander V's group. Jiang Kai immediately bowed. Commander, Hu Yan, unable to contain her fangirl energy, shouted out loud. It's really him, Wei Ying, the guardian deity of Jiangzhong City. A nearby officer immediately barked at her. Insolence, how dare you call the commander by his name? But Wei Ying just waved his hand, smiling. Relax, soldier. He shishes. Isn't a formal ceremony. Besides, any friend of Jang Kai is a friend of mine. Beside the commander stood a man radiating elegance and dangerous power. Hua Tianchen, chief instructor of the War God Hall's reserves. Hua narrowed his eyes, studying the young man. I've heard Commander Wei sing your praises constantly. Finally, I get to meet the legend in the flesh. Jiang Kai looked confused. And this gentleman is Hua, shook his hand, his grip firm. Apologies, everything was so rushed. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Hua Tianchen from the Holy Light Nation's War God Hall. Your reputation precedes you, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai nodded respectfully. An honor, Instructor Hua. Behind him, Hu Yan and Yuan Zu were hyperventilating. The War God Hall, even the chief instructor knows Captain Jang Kai. His fame is off the charts. Wei Ying stepped in to explain. Tianchen is also the general overseer for the upcoming national tournament. The moment he heard you found the gate, he insisted on coming with me. Hua nodded approvingly. You live up to the commander's expectations. You've done the nation a massive service today. Wei Ying's expression turned serious. We need to reward you properly. Jiang Kai, you've solved a crisis that was threatening our entire country. Aside from the glory you've earned, I've decided to transfer my personal share of the reward to you. The girl's eyes widened, practically sparkling with greed. That's a fortune, but Jiang Kai shook his head firmly. I don't want the extra reward. The four of them froze stunned. What did you say, Captain? Jiang Kai's voice remained humble but steady. Commander, I'm just a nobody. I have no powerful family, no background, no authority. Since entering the ghost planet, the royals suppressed me. The big guilds boycotted me. Through this whole awakening manhwa nightmare, only you and Brother Lu's team stood by my side. You protected me and my family with everything you had. That grace, that debt, I will carve it into my heart forever. Wei Ying was struck silent, but he tried to push back. Jiang Kai, don't let emotions rule you. I know your situation. You're young, fighting alone in a world of monsters. What happens when your funds run dry? Jiang Kai's gaze didn't waver. I'm not acting on emotion. He looked Wei in the eye. Do you remember what you told me? Back when you took me to the ruins in the safe zone, when we watched the transcendent battle, the beast, God Wei nodded slowly, reciting his own words. The rise and fall of the world is every man's responsibility. In this world, someone has to step up. Someone has to fight the monsters. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, remembering his own battles. Back at Wingdong Island, I was lost. But now, after walking this path with all of you, I think I finally understand what those words mean. Yuan Zu felt a lump in her throat. Captain Jiang Kai. He stood tall, rejecting the prize one last time. Commander, without you, I wouldn't be standing here today. Shishi's reward. It belongs to you. Sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing the scene in gold. Compared to the unrivaled transcendence, I may be weak. My enlightenment may be shallow, but I will always fight alongside you in my own way. He smiled, radiating the aura of a true hero. Commander Wei Ying's expression darkened like a gathering storm. The tension in the air was so thick, even Tianchen felt suffocated. Shishi's rookie was being offered a personal reward by the commander himself. Countless others would kill for such honor, yet he refused it time and time again in front of everyone. Rage flared in the commander's eyes as he launched a fist forward. "You have some nerve, kid," Yuan Zu screamed in terror. "Captain Jiang Kai." But the fist stopped millimeters from Jang Kai's face. The devastating blow froze in midair. "You're stubborn enough that 10 oxen couldn't pull you back," the commander grunted. Yuan Zu and Hu Yan were sweating bullets, but Jiang Kai didn't even flinch. He stared right back, forcing the old veteran to concede. But it is exactly that fearless grit. Wei Ying slapped his shoulder with a heavy laugh. "That makes you worthy of my respect. You fear neither heaven nor earth." Jiang Kai was stunned by the sudden shift. The soldiers behind them dropped their jaws in disbelief. No way. Is this the first time Commander Wei Ying has ever praised someone? That killing intent just now was terrifying. If that were me, I would have wet my pants instantly. Yet, that kid didn't even blink. Tianchen nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth. It seems we all underestimated Jang Kai. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Commander, you aren't angry." Jiang Kai hesitated, "Commander." But Wei Ying waved it off with a hearty laugh. "Say no more. I respect your path. As for the rewards you earned, the military will distribute them through the official system." The three teammates beamed with relief, and Jiang Kai quickly agreed. "Yes, sir." The commander signaled him. "Come with me for a moment." They arrived at a deep ravine, a place Henry had missed completely. Who would have guessed the teleportation array for this leveling Manhwa-style dungeon was hidden deep underwater? Wei Ying raised his hand, energy surging. In a blink, he unleashed a technique to shatter the cliff face. Divine might / boom. Jiang Kai stood there, completely thunderstruck. Did he just pulverize the mountain body? The cliff face had been reduced to rubble. Wei Ying turned to face the young awakening Manhwa protagonist. He shishes is origin force impact. Only martial artists of our Saint Light faction have the talent to harness this primordial energy. That is how we control true power. Jiang Kai's face was filled with shock. He thought to himself, legend says origin force is the mysterious energy that erupted when the blue star was first formed. Jiang Kai's mind raced, analyzing the data. I remember Yuan Zu's talent, Heart of the Warrior, had a side effect. One of those effects was a sword chi slash that utilized origin force. But this is the first time I've seen a master unleash it with my own eyes. It's devastatingly strong. The commander glanced at Jang Kai. Internationally, the martial artist class has dropped to 6th on the ranking board. But I have never believed in those rankings. The 1,000-year legacy of Saint Light martial arts cannot be measured by simple numbers. When origin force is unleashed, even the top 5 classes must retreat 3 yards. Wei Ying placed his heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. Especially with new classes like yours, showing infinite potential. I believe the day will come when no one dares look down on Saint Light again. Jang Kai replied with absolute conviction. I believe it too. 7 days later, at the Military Council Hall, news channels broadcasted urgent updates across the globe. The number of countries discovering ruins teleportation gates has risen to 65. Only 15 spots remain before the 80-nation limit is reached. Breaking news, Country C has secured a new gate, becoming the 66th nation. Following Saint Light's report, urgent update. Country E and Country F are suspected of engaging in border conflicts over the ruins. Tianchen stood on the podium in the Grand Hall. His voice boomed with authority. Based on intelligence and field tests from the past few days, we have compiled the rules of the ruins. Tianchen listed the cruel restrictions of this system Manhwa world. First, adventurers entering the ruins cannot exceed level 60. The system will issue a lethal warning to violators. Second, each individual has only 1 entry permit. If you die or leave, you cannot re-enter. I repeat, there are no second chances. He continued, the atmosphere growing heavier. He assured the teleportation gate operates in team mode, maximum 5 members per registration. Only 3 groups allowed per day, with a 3-minute cooldown between entries. Fourth, inside the ruins, there are only 4 spawn points. No matter which country you enter from, everyone funnels into these 4 locations. Tianchen's eyes grew cold as he reached the final point. Fifth, and this is the most dangerous factor, the superpower nations have begun cooperating to blockade the spawn points. The audience gasped in horror. What? He continued grimly. The rules state 80 nations can enter, triggering a global battle for supremacy. But it doesn't say all 80 must participate. Every rival eliminated increases their own winning odds, so they are using their numbers to camp the spawn points and slaughter anyone who tries to log in. Tianchen revealed the devastating truth. He shishis is why our Saint Light squads were wiped out. 21 teams, all decimated and forced to retreat. Half a month later, on the ghost planet, Jiang Kai's system interface flashed rapidly. Defeated level 55 Howling Moon Wolf. Defeated 10 level 45 wolves. Defeated 15 level 35 wolves. Ding, congratulations, level up, you have reached level 21. He stood amidst the carnage of the battlefield. Finally. Level 21. The AI system chimed. Level 21 achieved. Unlocking new class skill, Deceptive Shadow Clone. A holographic window popped up, explaining the Awakening Manhwa ability. Deceptive Shadow Clone Level 1. Creates up to 3 clones. Upon activation, the main body enters stealth mode. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with intrigue. A substitute-type skill. Interesting. The system continued. Clones perfectly mimic movement, status, equipment, and skills. However, their attacks are purely visual. They deal 0 true damage. Jiang Kai frowned, disappointed. 0 damage, so if I get caught, I just have to take a beating without fighting back. But then the next line of text appeared. When Deceptive Shadow Clone takes damage, it synchronizes and absorbs the stamina and spirit power expended by the attacker. The clone does not vanish upon impact. Upon recall, all absorbed energy is transferred to the main body. A wicked grin spread across Jiang Kai's face. Oh, I see how it is. Hishishi's isn't just a meat shield skill. It's an energy conversion system. It looks like I'm getting beaten, but in reality, I'm draining the enemy dry. The final specs flashed before his eyes. Clone duration 10 minutes. Range limit 30 meters from host. Absorption cap cannot exceed the host's maximum attribute limits. The Phantom Decoy technique offered flexible combat options. Use all 3 at once or deploy them one by one. However, the cost was steep 500 spirit points, just to regenerate a single reserve clone. But there was hope for growth. Once he hit level 30, this skill would evolve. Jiang Kai calculated the efficiency in silence. 500 points is a heavy drain. But with my current recovery rate, I can replenish that in 3 or 4 days. A terrifying intensity began to burn within his gaze. With the gamer's double talent active, I wonder what bonus awaits me. The anticipation was electric. The double talent triggered instantly, granting a random class ability. It was the classic thrill of a system manhwa, where luck defines destiny. The system interface flashed rapidly before settling on a name. Fishing in Troubled Waters, Level 1. Attacks the target. For every 1% of health, the enemy loses your 4 basic attributes surge by 19 points. Critical hit rate and critical damage amplify by 1%. A passive skill that scales with the chaos of battle. Upgradable at level 30. Jiang Kai clarified carefully, his voice trembling with excitement. So the more energy the enemy burns, the more insane my attacks become. His mind raced with tactical possibilities. I've heard of adventurer classes that get stronger the more they bleed. But against my new skill, it's a question of whose system reigns supreme. Suddenly, his wrist device buzzed, breaking his concentration. It was Yuan Zu. The voice on the other end crackled. Jiang Kai, what are you up to? Jiang Kai replied casually, just power leveling. Yuan Zu, shouldn't your squad be in intensive training? You have time to call me now. There was a heavy hesitation on the line. Me? Jiang Kai's instincts flared. What's wrong? Yuan Zu forced a bright, hollow laugh. Nothing, really. I just thought of you. I don't know why, but I really needed to hear your voice today. A frown creased Jiang Kai's forehead. Hey, why are you getting so sentimental all of a sudden? His friend chuckled, scrambling for an excuse. Sentimental. Maybe a little. The training has been brutal lately. When I stop moving, my mind starts wandering. But Jiang Kai's gut told him otherwise. Yuan Zu, you're acting strange. Is there something else you need to tell me? Yuan Zu stuck to his lie, his voice steady but sad. No, really. All right, big shot, get back to killing monsters. Hishishi's little one is signing off. Bye-bye. The call cut abruptly, leaving Jiang Kai staring at a blank screen. Hello, Yuan Zu. Miles away, the squad continued their march. Only after hanging up did Yuan Zu let the mask fall, revealing a face full of sorrow. Nuan noticed his shift in mood and whispered, Yuan Zu, didn't you say you missed Jiang Kai? Why didn't you talk longer? Yuan Zu sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Jiang Kai knows me too well. If I kept talking, he would have realized the truth. He confessed softly. I don't want him to worry. Nuan looked confused, about to press for answers. But Yuan Zu cut her off with a chilling question. Tell me, what do you think people feel after they are killed and go offline forever? The bizarre question sent a shiver down Yuan spine. What? Yuan Zu didn't explain. He just plastered that bright smile back on his face. Maybe they don't know anything. Maybe there's no pain. She's thinking about it that way. I don't feel so scared anymore. Yuan bit her lip, holding back tears. She knew Yuan Zu was forcing himself to be brave for this suicide mission. Her memory drifted back to 3 days ago. In the massive command center, 3 elite squads had gathered Tiger Tianheng and Hot Blood. The 3 captains stood tall. Commander Tianchen's voice boomed through the hall. Time is critical. I will be brief. They were being deployed to face high-level monsters. But the briefing screen showed something far worse. A sharp-toothed grin filled the display, dripping with mockery. You think a bunch of trash like you is worthy of fighting us? Listen well, either you use your skills to take us down. The massive hulking figure on screen was the adventurer Clementi, a level 50 barbarian. Or you can crawl through my legs like the dogs you are. Behind him, his lackeys laughed, typing insults into the chat. Crawl, give us a smile, let these idiots see their place. Clementi was a nightmare who had already claimed the lives of several veterans. Yang Guang clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. I'm going to kill that bastard. Tianchen continued the briefing, his face grim. A tech company has developed a way to stream footage from the Maitreya zone. Despite the lag, the scenes we are seeing are horrific. In the last half-month, we sent over 50 squads into the zone. More than 200 elite warriors were slaughtered. Every single one went offline permanently. The shocking statistic hit the room like a physical blow. Everyone froze jaws slack with disbelief. Tianchen pressed on. But their sacrifice was not in vain. They bought us crucial intelligence. Shishis is the map of the Maitreya zone reconstructed from their final moments. You are all here because you are the best. After 27 rounds of selection, you are the chosen few. I need your teams to accept this heavy burden. 3 days from now, we attempt to break the siege again. The captains shouted their affirmation voices, ringing with resolve. Tianchen nodded and laid out the strategy. We have confirmed 4 login points in the zone points A, B, C, and D. If a team uses the same teleportation formation within 1 day, they will spawn at the same point. Memorize these coordinates. You will fight and retreat, pushing towards this specific direction to plant the flag of Saint Yao. Shish's flag is the key to the entire mission. The soldiers were fired up, but Li Biao raised a valid concern. Commander, we're breaking through layers of defense just to plant a flag. They will chase us down. We'll be hunted like animals. Tianchen replied calmly, his eyes reflecting a deeper scheme. Your goal isn't just to fight, it's to survive. Shishis is part of a secret plan the higher-ups have been orchestrating. The squad members gasped in unison. A secret plan, Tianchen nodded. Correct. Currently, 73 nations have found the teleportation arrays, but 42 of them used their early advantage to blockade the login points. For any single nation to break that blockade with just 3 teams, it's impossible. It's suicide. However, that leaves 30 nations like us excluded and oppressed. We have formed a coalition. At 6 a.m., 3 days from now, every allied nation will send their top 3 squads into the zone simultaneously. The mission codename is Dawn. The room fell into a deathly silence as the scale of the plan sank in. Your team will plant the flag to signal the enemy, baiting them deeper into the trap. Once the enemy takes the bait, the remaining allied squads will launch an all-out assault on the 4 login points. We will seize residency rights in one fell swoop. If their elites are busy hunting you at the flag, their defenses at the spawn points will be weak. That is our moment to strike from the outside and take back what is ours. However, accepting this mission meant the Holy Light team had painted a target on their backs for the enemy's deadliest assault. Every pioneer nation was currently stuck in a stalemate. To shatter this deadlock, the Sulan land of Maitreya was their only hope in this high-stakes awakening Manhwa scenario. Shish's operation carries the sheer weight of our nation's destiny and the survival of our people. I repeat, even if only one of you remains standing, you must shoulder the glory of the Holy Light and fight until your last breath. Understood. Answering the heavens' trust, the chosen warriors roared as one. Fight until death. No mercy, no stopping. Their mission forced them through a treacherous pass of jagged rock, leading straight into a chaotic swirling vortex at the path's end. A deafening boom shook the very earth, dilating their pupils in shock. From the dust, a single pink gauntlet reached out. Yuan shot Yuan Zu a gaze of steel. True, I believe in us. We will make it. Her trust reignited his confidence, and he nodded with a determined smile. Suddenly, the crimson alarms on their wrist gears blared. They stared in awe at the storm-like portal. The Vanguard squad, Team Heaven's Eternity, had already pierced the blockade with burning passion. Li Biao didn't hesitate, his voice thundering like a commander. All units listen up. No retreat. No surrender. No regrets. Even if our bodies are crushed to dust, the mission comes first. Now follow me into the abyss. Charge. 2 days later, at the Guild of the Main God, Jiang Kai replayed the memory of Yuan Zu's call. It seemed like nothing, just a casual check-in. But why did he crave the sound of his voice today? Was he being sentimental? Maybe a little cringe. Probably just exhaustion from the training grind, he thought. Idle minds breed paranoia. But his expression darkened, brows furrowing. Was True really just tired? 2 days of absolute radio silence from him and Su Nuan. An ominous shadow crept over his heart. A gut instinct screamed at him, go find them. Now, the moment his hand touched the biometric scanner, 2 figures rushed in. Captain Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai, it's a disaster. The panic in their eyes was undeniable. Hu Yan Ruan Yu. Why are you two in such a rush? Hu Yan, face pale as a ghost, stammered out the truth. We just saw a video trending on the forums. True and Su Nuan. They're in trouble. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in sheer shock. What did you say? She tapped her watch, projecting a holographic screen. The government of Holy Light tried to scrub this footage the moment it went viral, but I managed to save it for this Manhwa recap. It was a nightmare. A row of razor-sharp teeth filled the frame. A mocking, sadistic voice echoed out. Hey, plenty of trash from the Holy Light are watching this, right? If you have the guts, come save them. The camera panned down to the defeated squad, focusing on Su Nuan bound and screaming in agony. I know how much you people value your justice. If you send a high-ranking commander to come here and beg on their knees, maybe, just maybe, we'll let one go. The lens shifted to Yuan Zu, barely clinging to life, accompanied by the villain's taunt. Of course, if you admit you're all spineless cowards who dare not act, then stay put. He spat out insults like venom, relishing his absolute control. Men, string these two up. The criminal pressed his face to the lens, grinning like a demon. Watch closely as their blood drips, drop by drop, until they run dry. Jiang Kai's emerald eyes burned with murderous intent as he stared at the screen. His 2 friends stood frozen, the atmosphere heavy with suffocating despair. Jiang Kai's face turned black, with rage fists clenching until they bled. How did it come to this? We have to go back to that moment 2 days ago. Li Biao led the charge into the portal. System alert. You have entered the Su Lan land of Maitreya. Simultaneous translation engaged. Decoding native language to Holy Light Common. But instead of an army, they found a sea of coagulated blood. No guards. Quan Mo scanned the area, his voice tense with suspicion. Heaven's Eternity and the Passion Squad are legendary for their combat prowess. They must have coordinated with the Alliance to lure the entire enemy garrison away. A teammate queried Li Biao. Captain, our current login point is Sector A. Should we mobilize toward the southeast immediately? Just then, a transmission from Commander Hua cut through the air. The message froze the blood in their veins. Attention all units. The operation is compromised. Heaven's Eternity and the Vanguard were ambushed the moment they spawned. As the words registered, countless shadows emerged from the mist, revealing the trap. The ambushers stepped out calmly, completely encircling the 5-man squad. Their leader smirked, signaling his minions. Just as expected, the moment the signal went up, you idiots came to die. He flashed a terrifying smile, dragging a weapon dripping with gore. Next, let Clement Hawkman show you the art of slaughter. Hawkman stepped forward with a lethal warning. Soon, you'll all end up just like your pathetic teammates. Enraged Ruan Yuyet Lin launched a blind counterattack. Damn you, die, Li Biao shouted. Lin, don't be reckless, get back. But it was too late. Lin stabbed frantically, but his blade couldn't even scratch the villain's armor. Panic set in. How? How can it not pierce? Hawkman looked down with disdain. Are you trying to tickle me? He laughed maniacally. Oh, I forgot to mention. Unless you have the skill to one-shot me, every wound just feeds my power. It's a classic mechanic in this system Manhwa world. In a blur of motion, his hand shot out. Ruan Yuyet Lin barely had time to register the horror. What? Hawkman grinned. Time for your head to bloom. With overwhelming force, his eyes glowing red, Ruan Yuyet Lin was instantly obliterated by Hawkman's strike. The squad screamed in pure horror. Ruan Yuyet, Lin Yuan Zu, and Su Nuan watched their friend perish, eyes wide with trauma. Brother Tran. Suddenly, another figure materialized behind Hawkman. Hawkman, you're always so crude. The new arrival caressed his blade. If you scare my lovely prey to death before I can play with them, I'll be very heartbroken. It was Adventurer Y, a level 50 swordsman. Then a blue-haired woman appeared looking annoyed. You two are boring. Cut the chatter. Kill them fast. Adventurer Christina, level 50 sorceress. Hawkman scoffed. Hey, why are you here? I claimed these sheep for myself. No way, the swordsman retorted. You're being too greedy, Hawkman. Yuan Zu assessed the aura of the three monsters. Level 50. This pressure is insane. But I have to hold the line. Li Biao took command. True. Help me break their formations, Inan. Protect Su Nuan move. The battle erupted. Yuan Zu charged the front line. Holy light, tank class right here. I am Vian Mo, the #1 war god. Come at me, you trash. He leaped into the air, summoning bolts of lightning. He slammed down into the enemy ranks, scattering the minions with a thunderous boom. The villain grinned. #1. War god, huh? Then let me test that title. Hawkman stepped in, refusing to yield. Don't steal my kill. He shishi's tanker's spirit and skills. Now, things are getting interesting. I wanted to crush his skull with my bare hands. But Li Biao charged in first. The enemy sneered. Your opponent is me. WH introduced himself with arrogant confidence. I will be the one to sever your head with this Bimen blade. Yuan Zu channeled his energy, his eyes burning. You think this is a game? I am the #1 war god under the heavens. I won't let a punk like you look down on me. Steel crashed against steel. WH grunted, secretly impressed by the overwhelming weight of the attack. But a sinister smirk curled his lips as he activated his phantom image technique. In a split second, he vanished into thin air, right before Yuan Zu's eyes. WH materialized behind him, his voice dripping with mockery. Idiot over here. A razor-sharp blade sliced through the air. By a hair's breadth, Yuan Zu leaped upward, barely escaping the deadly arc. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat forming. He's too strong. I can't track his movements. WH was like a ghost, flickering in and out of existence around him. Trash will always be trash, no matter how loud it barks. Time for you to die. Suddenly, Yuan Zu's eyes flashed with realization. WH unleashed the radiant slash from the blind spot. Blood sprayed into the air, painting the void crimson. WH gasped. Li Biao had intercepted the blade with his own body struggling to hold his ground. You want to kill him? You'll have to go through me first. Yuan Zu screamed in disbelief. Captain Li Biao roared back, veins bulging on his neck. Yuan Zu snapped out of it. Take Su Nuan and run. I'll hold them off. Go now. But in that heartbeat, Hu Yan landed a crushing blow directly on the captain's skull. Hey now, I thought I was your opponent. Why are you running over here? In the next second, Li Biao was obliterated right before Yuan Zu's eyes. Pure shock and adrenaline flooded the young warrior's veins. Yet the two murderers just stood there joking casually. Hu Yan, you're so useless. How could you let that old man interrupt me? Relax, I just got distracted for a second. Memory washed over Yuan Zu. He saw Li Biao's hand on his shoulder, his voice warm. Yuan Zu. Truthfully, I've always admired Jiang Kai. You are all my squad members, but only he seems to ignite your true potential. However, there is one thing where I will absolutely not lose to him. The captain had smiled with absolute conviction. And that is, I will protect my squad members until my very last breath. Back in reality, Yuan Zu stood trembling before Li Biao's blood-soaked remains, unable to contain the storm raging inside him. Elsewhere, Christina had already decimated Sister Hua, with her magic sneering at her weakness. Behind Su Nuan, another assassin seized the advantage. Die. Hu Yan and WH resumed their twisted competition. These holy light fighters are truly garbage. Come on, let's see who kills this prey first. I won't go easy on you. Yuan Zu let out a guttural roar that shook the earth. You bastards, you damned monsters. A massive surge of raw energy exploded from his body. The sudden outburst stunned both WH and Hu Yan. What the hell? Meanwhile, Su Nuan collapsed beside Sister Hua's lifeless body, sobbing. Sister Hua. Yuan Zu grabbed her arm, forcing her up. His voice was cold with grief. She's gone. She isn't breathing anymore. We have to move. At that moment, a card in Yuan Zu's hand began to emit a blinding light. WH recognized it instantly and charged. So that's the original force, the thing you martial artists are so proud of. Finally, the holy light sent someone worth killing. Hu Yan unleashed a terrifying killing intent. Trying to run? Today, you all leave your lives here? Not a single rat escapes. Su Nuan cried out in terror. Yuan Zu, watch out. Yuan Zu shoved her behind him and clashed head-on with the monsters. Blade met blade in a shower of sparks. Scoffed. Your control over the Force is pathetic. That last hit was just pure luck. Now, taste the true power of my soul-devouring blade. Yuan Zu gritted his teeth, pouring everything into his defense. But with a sickening crack, the sword in his hands shattered into pieces. Hu Yan ambushed him from the rear, slamming a heavy blow into his spine. Die, you fool. Yuan Zu was launched like a ragdoll. Su Nuan screamed as she was seized. No. Christina floated above them like a cruel goddess. Enough playing around. It's taking too long. She cast a spell, spiritual chains, wrapping tight around Yuan Zu. He struggled in vain against the bindings. Let me go, he roared. Christina smirked, still refusing to give up. Honestly, surviving this long against our combined assault? You have the tenacity of a true leveling manhwa protagonist. You are strong. Her arrogance flared. But your plan was exposed long ago. We prepared this trap specifically for you. No matter how hard you struggle, it is meaningless. Yuan Zu stared at them, his eyes filled with a hatred deep enough to burn the world to ash. Christina continued, don't look at me like that. You allied with multiple nations to break the siege. Smart move to increase odds, but it also increased the risk of leaks, didn't it? A snake-like smile spread across her face. For instance, what if one of those nations traded your battle plans in exchange for their own slot in the tournament? Yuan Zu froze as the horrifying realization crashed into him. Hu Yan ground his boot into Yuan Zu's wounded body. Hey Christina, what are you whispering about? Don't tell me you've fallen for this loser. What, is Hu Yan actually jealous of this trash? Added fuel to the fire, teasing a lady like that, hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Christina ignored their banter. Just give them a swift death. They fought well enough to deserve that much mercy. But Hu Yan intervened with a cruel grin. What's the rush? Keep the healer alive to patch us up. And this stubborn guy, look at that face. Like a demon from hell. Let's keep him as a plaything for the holy light. On the outskirts of the forest, under heavy guard, a shadow materialized behind a sentry. Before the guard could breathe, a precise chop struck his vital point. The guard foamed at the mouth and collapsed instantly, silent as the night. It was Jiang Kai. His eyes burned with resolve. Yuan Zu Su Nuan. I promise I will bring you back alive. The scene shifted to the past at the gate's entrance. Su Lanlan recalled the gossip of the crowd. Did you see the video? It's been 2 days. Why hasn't the military sent a rescue squad? It takes time. Besides, going in there now is just suicide. The military aren't fools. But the Holy Light faction has humiliated us. The entire world is laughing at our incompetence. Su Lanlan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Is there really no one who can stop that animal? Hu Yan, I wish I could charge in there and drag them all to hell with me. The image of Su Nuan suffering flashed through her mind, breaking her heart. Su Nuan. I'm so sorry. I'm too weak to protect you. Professor Li's voice cut through her thoughts. Compile the data immediately once we return. Yes, sir. Su Lanlan hesitated. Professor Li, is the data collection for today really finished? He nodded solemnly. It is done. The ghost star is already a massive enigma. But this Maitreya teleportation array, it confirms that the secrets here go far beyond our wildest theories. He paused, looking at her. Right. Su Lanlan, are you holding up? About your sister. Su Lanlan forced a mask of strength. I understand, Professor. The military has its strategies. Just being allowed access here is already a privilege. Professor Li offered a gentle reassurance. Su Nuan is young, but her courage is extraordinary. You should be proud. As a member of the military, you of all people must understand what it means to serve the greater good. Su Lanlan stepped forward, her voice trembling. Professor, we need to leave. Now. But then a familiar silhouette among the soldiers caught her eye. Wait. Is that Jiang Kai? He actually disguised himself to infiltrate this hellhole. Suddenly a guard shouted, Stop them. Don't let them escape. Freeze, turn around. But Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with cold determination. Before the shock could settle, he bolted, leaving them in the dust. Instructor to catch him. As Jiang Kai sprinted past Su Lanlan, their gazes locked for a split second. A silent promise. He dropped a payload and boom, shishik smoke swallowed the entire room in an instant. Chaos erupted among the soldiers. Smoke bomb. What's going on? Jiang Kai frowned. Confused for a moment. Su Lanlan stood frozen, watching him go. It was her. She was the one who deployed the cover. Her lips moved silently. Su Nuan, please save her. As Jiang Kai vanished through the gate, her heart screamed a desperate prayer. Bring Su Nuan back safely, no matter the cost. Scene change. Deep within the palace of Maitreya. The guards at the entrance grew restless. Look, someone's coming through the login portal. Which country is sending fresh meat this time? Did they not learn their lesson? 2 days ago, send 100, I'll kill 100, send 200, and I'll slaughter them all. But then Jiang Kai stepped out from the shadows. He stood before them, radiating the aura of a one-man army. What the hell? Just one guy is Saint Dai joking right now. Laughter echoed through the hall. And here I thought a rat was sneaking out. Turns out it's just a stray dog from Saint Dai looking for its home. Sending a pretty boy with soft skin to negotiate? Is everyone in your country dead? Or are they just too terrified to show their faces? Jiang Kai didn't flinch. Energy began to swirl around his fist, a terrifying display typical of a high-tier leveling manhwa. He spoke calmly. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not here to talk. One arrogant guard sneered. Huh, not here to negotiate. Then, what are you here for? Jiang Kai's eyes turned colder than the abyss. I'm here to kill you all. In a heartbeat, he unleashed the forbidden time art. His speed defied logic. Before they could even blink, heads rolled. In the blink of an eye, the entire gate squad was annihilated. Scene change. High Command Military Conference Room. The atmosphere was suffocating. He Shixian Than's voice was grim. Have we identified the traitor nation yet? Wei Ying crossed his arms, his expression dark. Confirmed. It was the Hat Nation during Operation Dawn. They used a fake excuse to cancel plans. But yesterday, 3 of their elite squads secretly garrisoned in the Maitreya zone. Then Fong slammed his fist on the table. That bastard commander of City A, a traitor occupying a strategic spot in the national hegemony competition. Meanwhile, our people are held hostage in Maitreya, their fates unknown. He Shishin then clenched his teeth in frustration. Are we helpless? Do we just sit here and wait for death? Suddenly, a soldier burst in panic in his voice. Report Commander Hoa. Someone just charged into the Maitreya Palace alone. He Shishin Than's eyes went wide. What did you say? Give me a full report now. The soldier projected the system interface. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai from the Fire God Squad. He disguised himself as patrol and breached the rift. Then Fong roared in anger. Insolence. Absolute madness. Who does this Jiang Kai think he is? Does he think he's some kind of solo hero? Who does he think he is? He's marching straight to his death, but the next report silenced him instantly. Against all odds. Within 15 minutes of entry, Jiang Kai wiped out all 15 guardians at login point A. He Shishin then Wei Yang, and then Fong screamed in unison. Say what? He Shishin then didn't hesitate. Notify the national leaders immediately. Our vanguard has breached the gate. We initiate Plan B in 30 minutes. Nok Sam looked hesitant. Commander Hoa, Plan B is critical. Shouldn't we screen the operatives again? We can't afford another traitor nation incident. Wei Ying cut him off sharply. There is no time. 74 nations have already detected the teleportation array. Jiang Kai has created a miracle opening for us. We must seize it now. He Shishen then slammed his hand down. Agreed. Execute Plan B immediately. Mobilize the entire army. We are taking the Maitreya zone by force. Yes, sir. Scene change. Jiang Trung City Military Psychology Center. A crowd gathered around the screens. Who is that? He doesn't look like one of our regulars, does he? Lai Bu's jaw dropped. It's Jiang Kai. Someone asked. Who is Jiang Kai? He's from Class 2A Yingzi's class. The boys went wild. He Shishi's is breaking news. So cool, I can't believe he raided the palace all by himself. A girl leaned in to get a better look. Yingzi stared at the screen, disbelief written all over her face. Brother. At that very moment, the breaking news hijacked the giant city screens. Shocking report. An unidentified Saint Dai adventurer has single-handedly stormed the Maitreya Palace. Scene change. Back to the captives. Su Nuan and Yuan Zu were surrounded by the Hat Nation soldiers. Su Nuan cried out desperately. True two. Are you asleep? Wake up. His voice was barely a whisper. Su Nuan. Everything hurts. Are we going to die? I'm scared. Tears streamed down Su Nuan's face. True, pull yourself together. You're the #1 war god under the heavens, remember. She choked back a sob. The whole world is watching us right now. We cannot lose face for the soldiers of Saint Dai. Yuan Zu was drowning in despair. But I saw it. I saw them butcher Sister Hoa. I saw the captain and brother Tran. Their heads crushed like melons. Those monsters, especially that giant. He's unkillable. His eyes grew heavy with terror. Su Nuan, I'm so afraid. I don't think I can hold on anymore. True two, splash. A soldier threw a bucket of freezing water on him. Don't you dare sleep. Wake the hell up. It's no fun if you die while you're unconscious. Hey you Saint Dai mongrels. Where are your coward teammates? Why haven't they come to save you yet? They mocked them relentlessly. Saint Dai is truly pathetic. You've been tied up for 2 days, and they haven't even dared to fart in our direction. Boknyo stepped forward, grinning like a predator. Sissy, wake up and cry for me. Let the world see just how hard the backbone of Saint Dai really is. Su Nuan screamed his name, but then a blinding golden light erupted from the void. Boom! The beam slammed into Boknyo, shocking him to his core. Su Nuan looked up. Yuan Zu struggled to open his eyes. Boknyo was sent flying like a ragdoll. Jiang Kai descended like an avenging god. The backbone of a Saint D soldier is at least harder than your cheap bones. He turned to his friends. Sorry. True to Su Nuan. I'm late. The enemy soldiers panicked. Alert the Hawkman Guild. Someone is here. Kill him. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, veins popping. Sorry Su Nuan. You'll have to hang there a little longer while I take out the trash. Aura exploded from his body. Hoa Vu sneered and cast a high-level hypnosis art. But Jiang Kai instantly triggered mental cleanse. Divine light bathed his form, shattering the illusion. Hoa Vu stared in disbelief. What my hypnosis failed. That power, it's burning through my spell. Yet Hoa Vu grew cocky. Is that all you got? You can't even scratch my armor. But suddenly terror filled her eyes. Christina didn't just break. She detonated in midair. Why is this happening? Hao Nian lunged forward with killing intent. Dai Phantom foreshadow slaughter. On the other flank, Diep Than leaped into the fray. You low-level trash, from Thon do you taste my ground-splitting /Vien hangcast his wither curse. Your soul will be nailed to the deepest pit of hell. Jang Kai faced the trio alone. He moved like a blur, leaving a trail of scorching flames behind him. Instant elimination for all three. Damn it, how does he have so many feints? His movement is too god-tier. Why is my curse useless against him? Ignoring the explosions, Jiang Kai continued his harvest. But danger lurked in the shadows. Can Track drew his bow with a sadistic grin. One hit from this poison arrow, and you are history. Thank the heavens, Su Nuan. Nuan spotted him. Jiang Kai, watch your six. He spun around just in time. A desperate retreat saved him by a hair's breadth. The arrow grazed his leg. He hit the dirt, but didn't stop fighting. A shuriken flew from his hand. You dug your own grave. The sniper was deleted instantly. Su Nuan was terrified. Jiang Kai, go. They are too many. Leave us. Yuan Zu could only mutter his name in shock. Jiang Kai lay on the ground, his leg trembling uncontrollably as the mob closed in. He is poisoned. Get him. Don't kill him yet. Let him savor the true terror of death. Keep jumping. Keep acting arrogant. We will mince you into meat paste. He shishes is the price of playing hero. Blades rain down on him, terrifying Su Nuan to her core. Even Yuan Zu shed tears of despair, watching his friend fall. Watching the stream, Ying Zi dropped her phone and collapsed from the shock. Classmates panicked. Jiang Feng quick CPR. Even the hospital staff couldn't believe their eyes. These maniacs deserve to be shredded to pieces. Back at headquarters, Wei Ying smashed the table in fury, cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. He Shixian, then though bitter, kept his cool. Plan B. How much time left? 10 minutes and 3 seconds. He Shishin then grit his teeth. Plan B must succeed at all costs. I will make them pay in blood. Yuan Zu couldn't process the tragedy. Is this real? He roared at the heavens. You bastards, fight me like men if you dare. If I don't chop you up, I'm not your grandfather. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. True old pal, I didn't know you could be this tough without booze. I'm actually touched. Yuan Zu froze in disbelief. That voice, Su Nuan's eyes lit up with hope. Jiang Kai was chilling up on a tree branch. All right, chill out. My fate isn't that fragile. Su Nuan cheered Jiang Kai. You are alive. Yuan Zu burst into happy tears. Am I seeing a ghost? The rope was cut, and empty potion bottles lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Kai felt awkward under their gaze. True Su Nuan, stop staring. You are going to burn a hole through my face. They leaned in close, inspecting him like a rare specimen. Su Nuan broke the silence. She asked urgently, what is going on? I saw you get hit by poison. How are there two of you? Jiang Kai smirked, raising his hand. That arrow only caught my pant leg. As for the guy getting beaten up right now, that is just a substitute puppet summoned by my new class skill, Yuan Zu gasped. A new class? You triggered an awakening Manhwa event. Su Nuan was still shaken. A substitute, exactly. Half a minute ago, he had gritted his teeth and deployed the decoy. The mob fell for it hook, line, and sinker. They thought he was wounded and rushed in like vultures. He is poison charge. Make him suffer a painful death. Dance for us. Be arrogant now. Wait until we peel your skin off. He shishis is what happens when you try to be a savior. While they were busy being sadistic, Jiang Kai had slipped away. He explained the puppet mechanism. What you saw was just a tool. It acted as a target to buy me time. While they focused on it, I hid in the bushes. Yuan Zu and Su Nuan were floored. He shishis is too god-tier, absolutely insane, Yuan Zu urged them. Jiang Kai, let's bolt, before they realize they are beating up a doll. If those three perverts find us, we are dead meat, Su Nuan agreed. Jiang Kai, you burn too much stamina, you can't fight a whole army. Meanwhile, the chasers were still stabbing the puppet. Manic laughter filled the air. Coward, you were so tough a moment ago. Why so quiet now? Where is that swagger? Lying there like a dead dog. Take this. And this? Suddenly, Tuan Sulan Lang stopped. Something felt off. His gut instinct screamed danger. He looked at a bare tree and realized the truth. Wait a second. He scanned the area frantically. There, he spotted the trio hiding behind the bushes. Tuan Sulan Lang roared, "Stop hitting it. We have been played. They are over there." Jiang Kai grabbed his friends instantly. Too late, true. Take Su Nuan, and run. I will handle the trash behind us. Yuan Zu panicked. Wait, Jiang Kai, you want to solo them? He didn't answer, shoving them behind him. He stood like a wall against the incoming tide. Run. Don't worry. I will catch up. Jiang Kai shouted. Decoy dispel. The tattered puppet vanished into thin air. Tuan Sulan Lang screamed. Block them. Don't let a single one escape. Su Nuan cried out as she ran. Jiang Kai Yuan Zu squeezed his eyes shut, dragging her along. You idiot. You better come back alive. Watching the horde charge, Jiang Kai readied his power. Trust me. He shish's trash mob can't kill me. He unleashed a storm of flying daggers. The impact was devastating. Rocks shattered and dust blinded the enemy. Suddenly, a furious voice boomed. You useless waste of space. I send you to kill one weak chicken, and you fail this badly. Hackman launched a brutal kick. Jiang Kai blocked just in time, but the force sent him flying into a boulder. Hackman grinned, seeing Jiang Kai still standing. Oh, the brat is still standing. Hair hasn't even grown on your chest yet. Get lost and catch the others. The man in black sneered at the fleeing figures. Two cute little kittens running away while we play, how naughty. Hawkman gritted his teeth, his aura flaring with cold irritation. I told you we should have just crushed his legs earlier. Trying to be elegant is just a waste of time and energy. Christina smirked, her eyes full of disdain. Then your brutal methods would only serve to dirty my boots. What use is that? The tension between the three spiked, yet their killing intent remained unified against their common enemy. Christina scoffed, her voice dripping with venom. Furthermore, heed my final warning. Use that disgusting tone with me again, and you will regret it. Suddenly, a chilling chuckle broke the tension. What a pity. In a flash, steel pierced flesh. A blade impaled Hawkman's hand, his eyes bulging as veins popped in shock. The pain hadn't even registered yet. What the? Both W and Christina froze in disbelief. Hawkman's mind raced back, bloodshot eyes widening. Damn it, was it from that moment earlier? Time rewound to Hawkman's reckless charge. He had unleashed a savage kick toward Jiang Kai, roaring, "You useless trash, letting a weak chicken push you this far." Jiang Kai had blocked the heavy blow, but his hand glowed with silent energy. While Hawkman was drunk on his own power, the protagonist had already embedded a long blade into his flesh. Back in the present, Jiang Kai clicked his tongue in disappointment. Just a little more mana, and I could have blown that hand into a bloody mist. The insult sent Hawkman over the edge. He laughed maniacally, his regeneration ability knitting the wound shut. You arrogant brat, you still smell like your mother's milk. You're too full of yourself. I'm going to crush your skull and see what kind of garbage is inside. Killing intent exploded as Hawkman charged. W drew his blade, his silhouette blurring as he joined the hunt. Hawkman, you are too wild. You lack style. Let me teach him the beautiful melody of breaking bones. Boom! Hawkman's fist slammed down Jiang Kai, backstepped just in time. The earth-shattered spiderweb cracks, spreading from the catastrophic impact. The main character slid back, fighting for breathing room. But there was no time to rest. His senses screamed as the next wave of attacks began. W's rapier thrust forward like a viper. Jang Kai twisted his body, barely evading the lethal strike. He countered with a barrage of throwing knives. W danced through the blades effortlessly. Not bad speed. For a novice, the swordsman's eyes gleamed with sadism. Watching prey struggle is fun, but watching you obediently accept your death is even better. Void-piercing thrust. Simultaneously, Hawkman leaped high, blocking out the sun. Die, you little rat. I will flatten you into a pancake. Christina unleashed her dark magic, her voice cutting through the chaos. Stop playing with your food, you idiots. End this quickly. 3 calamities descended at once: Hawkman's earth-shattering smash, W's invisible sword slash, and Christina's thorny vines constricting the battlefield. But Jiang Kai was faster. He channeled strength into his legs and vanished. Like a streak of lightning, he blitzed past the frontline fighters. W and Hawkman stood frozen, their expressions blank with shock. Capitalizing on its supernatural agility, he weaved through the thorns. His target was clear, the mage Christina. Snap! A vine coiled tightly around his ankle. Christina sneered triumphantly. Did you think my witchcraft was weaker than their brute force? You look down on me. Jiang Kai remained silent, his hands blurring as he threw multiple blades. Christina laughed. Cutting a few vines won't save you. How naive. But the knives didn't aim for the vines. They slammed deep into the earth. Christina's smile faltered. Wait. The ground. Her eyes widened in horror as the blades pierced the main root system. Whoosh, crimson flames erupted from below, incinerating her magic instantly. Impossible, she shrieked. Meanwhile, inside the guild's observation room, the elites watched the battle on the big screen. The high-ranker Angel couldn't hide his surprise. He chose a frontal assault to break a witch's control bold. He didn't just dodge. He used the other 2 as bait to isolate the caster. Wingod nodded in approval. A feigned retreat, masking a lethal strike. That kid knows how to play the game. Eagle grinned proudly. That is his specialty. When everyone thinks he has lost his mind, that is exactly when they have stepped into his trap. For him, this is just the opening move of a legendary comeback. Unaware of the praise, Jiang Kai's focus remained razor-sharp. He unleashed a suppression volley at W and Hawkman. The 2 fighters were forced to leap back, buying him precious seconds. Jiang Kai locked eyes with the witch blades ready in his grip. Christina, you respected the warriors of the Holy Light. For that, I will grant you a swift death. Fury twisted her face. Ridiculous. She summoned her staff mana surging around her. Who dies today has yet to be decided. Don't get cocky. You think your petty fire compares to me? She spat. Let me show you the true wrath of nature. She hurled a massive void fireball. Jiang Kai stepped forward, throwing a single glowing blade. Let's see whose power reigns supreme. The fireball roared like a dragon, consuming everything in its path. But the blade did not melt. Infused with unwavering will, it pierced the center of the inferno. Like a needle through cloth, it shot straight for her heart. Christina turned pale. No way. How much penetration power does that attack have? Death was approaching fast. She slammed her staff down, chanting frantically. In the name of eternal night, dark witch barrier. A purple dome materialized instantly. Crack. It was useless. The blade's momentum shattered her absolute defense like glass. The steel buried itself in her chest. She looked down, blood staining her robes. He broke my dark arts. Boom. The energy within the blade detonated NOOO. Her scream was swallowed by the explosion, leaving only a broken body amidst the rubble. Jiang Kai stood at the edge of the crater, his eyes cold as the abyss. You were a decent opponent, but you chose the wrong side. He turned to leave, dismissing the corpse. Suddenly, a purple light erupted from Christina's remains. Jiang Kai whipped around. A spectral bolt shot toward him faster than he could react. The system Manhwa interface flashed a crimson warning before his eyes. System alert. You have received the status, Curse of Vengeance. In this world, killing a witch comes with a price. Effect: if the killer uses the same skill that ended the witch's life, the damage will be reflected back onto them. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in genuine horror. What the hell? Memories flooded his mind. The witch class, a new variable from the foreign Sioux lands that only appeared 3 months ago. He-Shishi's mysterious entity was an enigma, a phantom rarely seen even in international archives. But its vengeance skill rivaled the deadliest dungeon bosses, a reaper waiting to strike. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What exactly did the curse of this retribution entail? I used the upgraded Fatal Pursuit to silence Christina. But would the old version have triggered the system's punishment? Hawkman's voice dripped with malice. Enjoying Christina's parting gift, aren't you? Bet you're regretting sending her to hell now. WH stepped forward, his blade hungry. Too bad regret won't save you when you're dead. Fate is cruel today. A beast without claws. How long can it last in the hunter's domain before being devoured? Suddenly, he turned eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Hawkman, let's make a deal. Let me slaughter him. You can have the scraps. Hawkman grinned like a demon. Be my guest. But save his head. I want the pleasure of blowing it up myself. WH raised his sword, adrenaline spiking. Consider it done. He lunged, roaring. Time to feed my blade. He unleashed the Shadow Phantom Arts. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. Void Shift activate. The blade slashed through empty air as his silhouette vanished into nothingness. Gone. WH frowned. Suddenly, a presence loomed behind him. A hand gripped his shoulder like a vice weapon ready to strike. WH scoffed. You think a grapple will stop me? Phantom escape? He warped behind Jiang Kai, throwing the main character off balance. He sneered at the stumbling protagonist. Your killer dart is on cooldown, and your escape skill, used up? You're a sitting duck. His grip on the sword hilt tightened, until his knuckles turned white, forcing me to use the Soul Eater blade. Not bad for a level 60. His expression twisted. But this is where your leveling manhwa story ends. WH roared. Piercing slash. The Soul Eater blade screamed, thrusting forward with devastating momentum. The steel flew straight for his heart, but Jiang Kai didn't flinch. He let the blade graze him, his voice cold as ice. The only one dying today is you. He launched a card with deadly precision. WH clenched his jaw, barely dodging. A thin red line opened on his cheek, ruining his perfect face. But it wasn't over. The card arced back like a guided missile. WH raised his sword, arrogance returning to his eyes. My Soul Eater blade is invincible. He swung down with all his might against the incoming projectile. I'll shatter your last hope. But reality was cruel. The card didn't break. Instead, the legendary sword shattered like cheap glass. WH's eyes rolled back in pure terror. Impossible. Before he could scream, the card pierced his chest. Blood erupted like a fountain, and his legs gave out. Jiang Kai stood behind him, catching his returning weapon. That was a unique grade artifact, he scoffed. Garbage. WH gasped, life fading from his eyes. What kind of weapon is that? Tell me. Jiang Kai didn't explain. He sent the card through the enemy's skull. Game over. WH hit the ground a corpse. Jiang Kai retrieved his card, his voice flat. It's just stronger than yours. Hawkman watched the carnage, clapping slowly from the sidelines. He stepped forward, an insane grin on his face. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. You cleared the trash for me in the blink of an eye. Saved me some trouble for the global tournament. Jiang Kai replied, his aura calm. I can save you even more trouble. Like removing you from the tournament entirely. Hawkman laughed. Is that so? I've seen through your little awakening manhwa tricks. Clones to restore stamina. And your reliance on hidden projectiles to do your dirty work. He looked down at the dead body with disdain. That idiot WH died clueless. Christina died to your dart, but you killed him, while under the curse, and survived. If I'm right, he raised an eyebrow, his tone provoking. That wasn't a real dart. It was a different weapon in disguise, wasn't it? Jiang Kai remained silent. Hawkman smirked. Silent admission, I know you're gambling on critical hits. Your system talent likely multiplies critical damage. It gives the illusion of power. But deep down, you're just rolling the dice. In reality, you're garbage at close combat. Jiang Kai stiffened. The enemy was sharper than he looked. Hawkman pointed at the cut on Jiang Kai's body. You're bleeding. Your stamina is dropping. And now that I know your secret, your black darts are useless against me. Hawkman pulled out a card, eyes glowing. I am the ultimate counter to a gambler like you. A crimson orb manifested, devouring the dark energy around it. Jiang Kai recognized it instantly. The screen in the conference room flickered with the same ominous image. The elder stood up in shock. Is that Berserker's blood? Hawkman's veins bulged with unnatural power. The exclusive artifact of the barbarian class. For a savage like him, pain equals power. The more he bleeds, the stronger he gets. It triggers a frenzy state. His combat stats just tripled instantly. The room filled with despair. It's over. He, Shishian, then clenched his fists. Jang Kai. Can he survive until Plan B? Wei Ying sweated nervously. Hey brat. Hawkman unleashed his aura. Recognize this? Shishi's Berserker's blood beats any unique grade toy. His murderous intent flooded the arena. I'm going to crush every bone in your body. Let the world see. Even the strongest saint is just meat to me. With a roar, Hawkman launched his assault, his voice dripping with arrogance. To him, the man standing there was nothing but trash. He closed the distance instantly. Jiang Kai didn't even flinch. Hawkman seized his shoulder, certain of his victory, and let out a manic laugh. Realized, you can't escape. Finally accepted your destiny to die like an obedient stray dog. Hawkman clenched his massive fist. Then enjoy this farewell gift. The blow slammed into Jiang Kai's right cheek with bone-crushing force. An uppercut followed, then a brutal hook to the left. Balance had to be maintained. He grabbed the boy's hair, preparing the final strike to shatter his skull. But suddenly, Jiang Kai smiled. A chill ran down Hawkman's spine. Wait, something was wrong. Behind him, another Jiang Kai appeared dashing away. In the hospital room, the tension spiked as everyone watched the broadcast. Hao Min cheered wildly. I knew it, the one he caught is just a clone. Doom Quang nodded in agreement. Exactly. If the main body was caught, he'd be dead meat. It had to be a decoy. Li Bu analyzed the situation grimly. True, but Jiang Kai's experience is still lacking. A veteran fighter would have seen through that performance instantly. Still, even with the subpar acting, he managed to slip out of Hawkman's suppression. Watching the retreating figure, he noted, next time we need to teach him better. A decoy needs to look panicked to be believable. Hawkman finally snapped back to reality, his rage exploding. You think you can run? He tossed the clone aside and thundered after the real target. You're too green to mock me. Jiang Kai activated his deception state. Hawkman froze mid-step, his eyes bulging as he stared at his prey. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey. Damn it, he cursed internally. My senses. They're paralyzed. Jiang Kai's silhouette blurred before his eyes. Hell, I can't track his movements at all. The protagonist tossed aside an empty recovery potion, his voice ice cold. Barbarians are hard to kill, aren't they? With a powerful leap, he summoned his dual short swords. Let's see how long you last. He activated Gambler's Time. 2 slashes bit into Hawkman. The system window flashed. Attack speed increased by 100%. Jiang Kai calculated swiftly. Barbarians focus on physical physique. Their mental defense is trash. Under the crowd control of Deception State, these dual blades will shred his armor. He recalled the carnage at login point A. As he gripped the hilt, the system flooded his vision. Attack speed, plus 20%. Critical damage, plus 15%. Combo effect active. Level suppression, breaker engaged. Back in reality, he unleashed a storm of steel upon Hawkman. But the brute was still grinning. Jiang Kai frowned. What? The critical hit didn't trigger, Hawkman sneered, seeing through the attack. You think those butter knives can pierce my defense? Dream on. Jiang Kai smirked. Maybe not, but they're plenty to crack your turtle shell. He brought the blade down with devastating force. Jiang Kai shouted, opportunistic strike, the system locked on. For every 1% of stamina, the target loses, the user's base stats rise by 1%. Critical chance and frequency increased. The slash threatened to cleave Hawkman in two. The villain stood there, mind blank, unable to process the speed. But purely on instinct, Hawkman hardened his reinforced muscles to tank the impact. Jiang Kai scoffed. Is that all a berserker's blood gets you? He unleashed a flurry of slashes, his words cutting as deep as his blades. You barbarian. You're just a rabid beast in human skin. You hurt my friends and dared to call yourself my counter. The final strike shattered Hawkman's defense. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as his massive body was launched backwards, skidding across the dirt. He slammed into the rough earth and went still. But in this Manhwa recap, mercy is for the weak. Jiang Kai drove his blade down for the kill. Today, I specialize in hunting counters. The strike split the very ground, steel sank deep into Hawkman's iron flesh. Armor broken, Jiang Kai thought with satisfaction. But at death's door, Hawkman gritted his teeth. Adrenaline surged. He forced himself up. No, I won't lose. I will end you. Suddenly, the blade pierced through. Fresh blood ran down the steel. Hawkman's eyes bulged in pure disbelief as he stared at the swords burying themselves in his chest. Impossible, Thun Fong screamed in terror. Hawkman has legendary defense and berserker blood. How did Jiang Kai break his armor and hit his vitals? He Shixian Thun analyzed quickly. High-tier blade masters gain attack power and speed, but they don't get direct buffs to critical hit rates like this. He voiced his suspicion. Could it be his true strength isn't ranged combat, but actually close quarters slaughter? Is this damage even possible for a level 20 class in a leveling Manhwa? Only Wei Young knew the truth and silently disagreed. No, Jiang Kai has always been a long-range specialist. He recalled the previous battles, but today, his melee criticals are even more terrifying. Seeing Jiang Kai's confident smirk, Wei Young felt a chill. The boy was getting stronger with every second. Back on the battlefield, Jiang Kai looked down at the ruined body. Hey big guy, you like crushing people's skulls, don't you? Jiang Kai drew a card, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Actually, I have a hobby too. Let's see how you like it. Hawkman struggled to lift his head, terror filling his eyes. Jiang Kai swung his blade, cold-bloodedly. Remember this, never touch anyone from Saint Light again. The Grim Reaper card materialized, a voice from the abyss echoing. The time has not yet come. Hawkman felt his soul being ripped apart. Arg! What is this? The torture was unbearable. Hawkman's voice cracked in agony. Kill me. If you have any honor, just kill me now. Jiang Kai smiled a demon's grin that froze the blood. Why the rush? The card said, it's not time yet. You have plenty of suffering left to enjoy. At the headquarters of Country Y, a heavy silence hung over the Round Table Council as strategies were debated. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Christina burst through the doors, fighting past the guards to deliver a desperate warning. Commander Mac, you must deploy forces to the Maitreya zone immediately. Her mind flashed back 15 minutes to the sound of Hoffman's soul-shattering screams. Just kill me already. Christina trembled at the memory. What kind of monster is that saint-like kid to break a beast like Hoffman? For him, death had become a luxury he couldn't afford. She remembered Jang Kai's chilling words. Christina, you showed respect to my people. I'll grant you a swift end. She covered her mouth, terror gripping her heart. She thought he was faking kindness then, but now, a quick death was the ultimate mercy compared to the hell Hoffman was enduring. It was an act of extreme benevolence. Watching Hoffman's torture, she realized the terrifying truth. That boy wasn't just strong. He was a nightmare incarnate. Back in the present, Mac's voice cut through the air like a blade. Christina, I ordered you to reflect on your failures. Who gave you permission to barge in here, interrupting my summit with these esteemed commanders? Your insolence knows no bounds. Christina stammered, fear still in her eyes. Commander, the intruder in the zone. He's different. If Saint Light joins forces with him. Silence, Mac roared, veins bulging on his forehead as his fury spiked. Are you lecturing me on strategy? Christina froze as he berated her before the entire council. You claim to be our elite subordinates, the ones we trusted most. Yet, you all got wiped out by some unknown brat? From Saint Light, Mac's voice sharpened, dripping with venom. Do not compare my garrison elites to your incompetence. Dealing with such trash doesn't require a summit. My forces mobilized 3 years ago, they are already there. He raised his hands, ambition leaking from every pore. In 10 minutes, that boy will be crushed into nothing but dust. Now, get out of my sight. Christina could only bow her head in defeat. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Hoffman's screams tore through the air, his body and mind crumbling under the torture. Hoffman had fallen into absolute despair, begging like a dog. Please, just let me die. I swear I'll never do it again. I, Hoffman, vow never to touch Saint Light again. Tears streamed from his empty, unfocused eyes as he repeated the mantra over and over. Just give me a quick death. Jang Kai looked down with cold indifference, manipulating his energy. I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just a bully who fears the strong. You call others trash, yet you're less than garbage yourself. His voice was devoid of emotion. If you act like a beast in this awakening Manhwa world, prepare to be put down like one. Remember to kneel if you ever see us again. Jiang Kai delivered the final blow. Hoffman's body disintegrated instantly. Jiang Kai dusted off his hands as the death card returned to his deck. But suddenly his eyes widened, internal injuries flared, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tremors racked Jiang Kai's body as his strength wavered. With him dead, the adrenaline effect of falling stones has worn off, he realized. The suppressed agony came crashing back tenfold. But then a roar interrupted his thoughts. That's the one who wiped out Hoffman's guild. Jang Kai looked up to see heavily armored troops charging from the tree-line, weapons drawn. He analyzed quickly. Garrison troops from another login point. Their aura is completely different. These are elites. He watched them close the distance. The squad leader stepped forward, sneering. Listen up, brat. You think one person can take on the elite forces of multiple nations? You walked into this trap, and you're not walking out. Jang Kai smirked, wiping blood from his lip. Is that so? Inside, his resolve hardened. I can't show weakness now. Jang Kai straightened his back, summoning his flying daggers in a dazzling display. You're just in time. Jang Kai accepts your challenge. The leader laughed, filled with disdain. Still acting tough at death's door? Kill him. The army roared in unison. Kill. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, activating his quenching fire technique. But a familiar voice stopped him cold. Captain Jiang Kai, going into a team fight without us. That's not very brotherly. Dark clouds instantly swallowed the sky, thunder booming like war drums. Jiang Kai looked up in shock as rain poured down like a deluge. Hu Yan descended from the heavens like a storm goddess. Behold my super invincible universal rain spell. The enemy troops scrambled to shield themselves, their mages chanting, interrupted by the torrent. What is this magic? Chaos consumed the battlefield. Attacks reflected, accuracy plummeted. Damn it. The aggro chain is broken. We're hitting our own men. Hu Yan. Jiang Kai called out. Since when is your rain spell this overpowered? She winked playfully. Captain in a manhwa. Recap like this. You're not the only one who unlocked a new talent. Suddenly, a massive figure charged in the world's #1 war god. Yuan Zu has arrived. Die trash. With a single strike, he sent a dozen enemies flying. Jiang Kai gasped. True, then Ruan Yu flashed past with his sword, his expression as twisted as ever. Hey, beauties, the king is here to steal your weapons and your maiden hearts. Jiang Kai was still processing this when he turned around. It wasn't just them. Behind him, an army 5 times the size of the enemy emerged from the shadows. Lu Dai Chu Yen, leading Operation Dawn, rode atop a tiger beast. Protect Jiang Kai. Secure the stronghold. The roar of the alliance shook the earth. Protect the hero of Saint Light. Kill Jiang. Kai blinked, stunned. That's a massive army. Su Nuan appeared at his side. Jiang Kai. We made it in time, right? He grabbed her shoulders. What is going on? Why is everyone here? And where did these reinforcements come from? She quickly explained the events after he forced them to leave. Actually, when you told True and me to run, we didn't want to leave you behind, but we knew we'd be burdens. We planned to hide and recover our combat strength first. Yuan Zu kept telling us to run, that the enemy was closing in fast. Hurry, Su Nuan. Nuan continued. But before we could even find a hiding spot, the enemy caught up to us. We had no choice but to keep running. She took a breath. We were done for. But just as they were about to catch us, Commander Lu's army appeared like a miracle. They were immediately rescued and treated, turning the tide of destiny. The squad swarmed around him, voices overlapping with urgency. Leave the rest to us. Your injuries are critical. We need to initiate the coagulation healing art immediately, she added breathlessly. I brought Hu Yan and Ruan Yu with me. Hu Yan's eyes widened with concern. Su Nuan. Nuan master. Are you all right, Ruan Yu? Gasping for air after the mad dash, finally squeezed out a sentence. We're here to save your asses. Su Nuan quickly broke down the situation. It wasn't just a rescue mission. It was a full-scale counter-offensive. Every nation previously pushed back by the enemy had rallied with sacred glory to strike back. A weak grin spread across Jang Kai's face as he scanned the battlefield, mobilizing a global coalition for a second wave this fast. He-Shishi's wasn't an improvisation. It was a calculated masterstroke. It looks like the military high command had a hidden card up their sleeve all along. Su Nuan began casting her recovery spell, the green light glowing warm against his skin. Jang Kai, if you hadn't held off the garrison at Point A, we never would have broken the encirclement. Save your breath. Let me heal you. But Jang Kai watched the horizon with anxious eyes. Be careful. There are elites here. That guy named Jie. His spiritual pressure is abnormal. I'm worried that, before he could finish, Su Nuan squeezed his hand firmly. Don't be. At that very moment, Dai Chuan was leading the charge like a raging bull. She gazed at the captain's majestic silhouette. Brother Lu is the core of Operation Dawn's Plan B. Handling that guy named Ji. It won't be a problem. Besides, look at the squad. On the flank, Hu Yan was manic with adrenaline, unleashing a barrage. Her voice boomed. Super invincible great ice storm, prepare to scream, you losers. Razor-sharp icicles rained down like divine punishment, sending the enemy ranks into chaos as screams of agony filled the air. Ruan Yu danced through the melee, his daggers striking with lethal precision while he taunted his prey. Oh baby, don't run. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Yuan Zu wasted no words, channeling raw power into a devastating stomp. The world's #1 war god is here. Who dares be arrogant? Earth-shattering stomp. Enemy soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe, their formation crumbling. Witnessing the collapse, Jay gritted his teeth in fury and barked the order, retreat. Fall back to the garrison. Just then, a scout from Jiang Kai's side roared. Point B has been breached. We successfully broke the siege and are advancing on the stronghold. Jiang Kai and Su Nuan cheered in unison. We did it. Meanwhile, terror seized Jie and his retreating troops. What Dai Chuan, mounted on a spirit tiger, raised his blade high. All units listen up. Today, teach these invaders the true meaning of the sacred glory soul. He spearheaded the vanguard, his voice thundering over the battlefield like a general of old. Kill, fight for sacred glory. The enemy morale shattered instantly. They fell into a passive defense, hunted down mercilessly by Dai Chuan's forces, until their formation was nothing but scattered dust. Su Nuan couldn't contain her joy. Jang Kai. It's wonderful, we won. Sacred glory won. Jang Kai smiled brightly. Yeah, good. But suddenly, the light faded from his eyes. That's great. He mumbled, his body finally succumbing to absolute exhaustion as he collapsed. Su Nuan's face went pale. She caught him screaming Jiang Kai. After confirming his pulse, just a faint from mana depletion, she exhaled a long breath. A tender smile touched her lips. You worked hard. Rest now. Sleep well. Emergency broadcasts hijacked every channel. Breaking news. Today, the multinational coalition launched a second raid, successfully crushing 4 major garrisons in the Maitreya zone. Despite multiple counterattacks by the defending forces, the coalition's fortified battle lines held firm and decimated the opposition. The anchor continued with grim statistics that sounded like the aftermath of a brutal leveling Manhwa dungeon break. Intelligence confirms the garrison suffered catastrophic losses with a casualty ratio of 3-1. Here is the detailed battle report. At 6 a.m. Central Jiang time, the coalition's second support fleet arrived at the Maitreya zone exactly as planned. The total combat power of the alliance has surged by 40%. Updates flashed across the screen relentlessly. Latest report. The coalition's third main force has successfully breached the perimeter. A military spokesperson announced that the campaign effectively marked the occupation of the Maitreya zone. Meanwhile, at the MX headquarters, the news ignited a firestorm of blame. Your men are useless trash. You couldn't even stop 2 insignificant squads. You deserters have the nerve to speak. You ran away first. If you hadn't fled the battlefield, our counterattack wouldn't have failed. Oh, you're certainly active when it comes to shifting the blame, aren't you? Who was it that pounded their chest, guaranteeing the defense line was impenetrable? The argument went in circles until they all decided to scapegoat one person, Mac. In the end, it's Countrywise's fault. You should have sent more troops from the start. The room turned on him instantly. Exactly. He shish's disaster is on you, Mac. Countrywise must bear the heaviest burden for this failure. Mac's eyes bulged with rage, sputtering You people. Simultaneously, a system-like announcement echoed across the battlefield. The multinational coalition, led by Sacred Glory, declares that effective immediately, the Maitreya zone is open. He shish's action replaces the previous garrison's blockade with a policy of inclusion. The move received overwhelming international support. At the campsite, guards stood vigilant before every tent. Suddenly, a figure materialized from thin air nearby. The sentries spotted the anomaly instantly. All squads attention. Intruder detected. I repeat, intruder detected. Dai Chuan stepped out of his tent, his gaze locking onto the solitary figure. He frowned. Barging into the Maitreya zone alone. A terrifying thought crossed his mind, making him sweat. Don't tell me it's another monster like little brother Jiang. He glanced nervously at the adjacent tent. Little brother Jiang is still unconscious. If this is a high-level threat, we're in big trouble. Suddenly, the stranger threw his hands up, screaming, Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The man stammered, shaking like a leaf. I am Horace. I represent Country F. I'm here to negotiate. Dai Chuan and his men blinked in confusion. Just then, another figure popped up next to Horace, asking timidly, Excuse me, who is the captain here? I am Kim So-jian from Country H. I represent Country H, hoping to negotiate peace with your side. A soldier suddenly shouted, Wait, that guy Harris is the sword saint of Country F. He slaughtered dozens of our men. Another soldier spat on the ground. Country H, aren't they the backstabbing traitors? And they still have the guts to show their faces here. Horace quickly seized the moment. I come with sincerity. Country F is willing to use vast resources to purchase a slot in the competition. Seeing he was about to be outbid, Kim So-jian panicked. Brother Jiang, we were forced by circumstance. We know we were wrong. Country H is willing to pay double to buy a participation slot. Horace scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Country H sure is rich, huh? You bought your way in once, and now you want to buy your way in again. Shi Jiang snarled back, refusing to lose face before the enemy. Who are you to judge us? Strongest metal guest. Don't make me laugh. You were instantly crushed by the war god of Saint Yao. If you trash weren't so incompetent, we wouldn't be in this mess. Horace and Si Jiang stood toe-to-toe, growling like cornered beasts. Say that again. I dare you. I said, you're worthless trash. Neither noticed. Dachuan trembling with suppressed rage, until he finally erupted. Enough. Silence, all of you. The killing intent vanished instantly, as terror gripped their hearts. Dachuan signaled the guards a cold sneer, twisting his lips. Oh, now you want to discuss peace. Too bad. I never received that memo. Take them down. The soldiers swarmed in like a tidal wave, pinning both troublemakers to the ground instantly. Meanwhile, in the adjacent tent, Jang Kai's consciousness slowly drifted back from the abyss. He opened his eyes only to find Hu Yan and Ruan Yu looming over him like curious ghosts. Captain Jiang Kai. You're finally back with us. Jiang Kai scrambled backward in a panic, shouting, "Whoa, give a guy some space. Don't tell me you've been creeping on me while I slept." Hu Yan pouted defensively. "We were just worried. You completely collapsed after breaking the point A defensive line. You were out cold." Ruan Yu nodded vigorously. "For 3 whole days, actually." Then he slapped his forehead as a sudden realization struck him. "That's right, I almost forgot the important news. 2 days ago, Yuan Zu told us your sister saw the footage of you soloing the Maitreya temple. She was so terrified, she fainted at school." Jang Kai bolted upright, eyes wide. "What? Su Nuan collapsed." Hu Yan sighed, rubbing her temples. Ruan Yu stopped pausing at the worst possible moments. Realizing his mistake, Ruan Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Calm down, Su Nuan is totally fine now. She knows you're safe." In fact, when she found out her brother was the MVP of the St. Yao victory, she was bursting with pride. Jiang Kai slumped back into his chair, a heavy weight lifting from his chest. Thank God. Seeing the mood lighten, Hu Yan seized the chance to share her own excitement. "To celebrate our grand victory, I'll let you 2 in on a little secret." Interested, the other 2 leaned in, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Hu Yan's eyes sparkled. "Captain Jiang Kai, remember when you asked why my rain-calling technique suddenly became so overpowered?" Jiang Kai nodded slowly. "Right. You mentioned a new talent. Did you finally level up in this system Manhwa world?" Ruan Yu groaned impatiently. "Come on, Hu Yan, quit stalling." "Well, ever since we left the territory of the Howling Moon Wolf Demon, my mana flow has felt different, smoother. It was incredibly strange. Then a few nights ago, the system interface popped up. Congratulations. Base attributes have completely ascended. A violet aura enveloped me, and a notification flashed, new talent acquired, elemental control." As she spoke, fresh green leaves began to dance above her palm, suspended by an invisible force. Then came the lightning. Violet arcs of electricity crackled at her fingertips. "Look at this. My new talent lets me manipulate nature itself. Wind, thunder, and water." To prove it, she conjured a swirling sphere of water. The boys circled her eyes wide with amazement. "She's is insane, Hu Yan. You've actually mastered hydrokinesis." But just as the praise landed, her control slipped. Splash! A jet of water blasted Ruan Yu right in the face. Hu Yan froze her smile, turning into a grimace. "Oops, sorry, I guess I've only mastered the beginner level. For a storm class attack like before, I still need my compass artifact to channel the energy." Ruan Yu didn't get angry. He calmly wiped the water from his face, looking at her with genuine awe. "That is miraculous. Your attributes increased, and you gained a talent without even leveling up." Hu Yan regained her confidence, laughing heartily. "I know, right? Do you think the system glitched and I just got lucky?" Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, his inner monologue running cold. "No, there are no glitches in this world. My instincts tell me this is a blessing from that fox demon." It took a special liking to Hu Yan. Suddenly, a thunderous growl erupted not from a monster, but from Jiang Kai's empty stomach. He coughed loudly, trying to mask the embarrassing sound. Hu Yan gasped. "We've been talking your ear off while you've been starving for 3 days." She immediately bolted for the tent flap. "Hang on, Captain, I'm on a supply run." Ruan Yu scrambled after her, shouting, "Wait for me, I know his favorite order." Watching them scramble for his sake, a warmth spread through Jiang Kai's chest, softening his battle-hardened expression. Just then, Dachuan entered the tent. "Little brother Jiang, I heard you finally returned to the living. Brother Jiang Lu." Jiang Kai greeted him with a respectful nod, and the veteran hunter smiled warmly. "I've been wanting to properly introduce myself, but the defense perimeter was a mess. Plus, you needed time to recover from your heroic exertion." Jiang Kai grasped his hand firmly. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for saving Su Nuan, and for saving me." Dachuan laughed, shaking his head. "Nonsense. Without you, Operation Dawn would have been a catastrophe. You are the undisputed MVP of this war." His expression turned serious. "That being said, little brother Jiang, there are 2 matters of great importance we need to discuss." Dachuan ticked off the first finger. "First, the enemy factions we routed are begging for a ceasefire. They're even offering massive tributes to buy slots for the upcoming tournament. The brass wanted to reject them outright, but the price they're offering is astronomical. As you know, resources on the Beast God battlefield are critically scarce." Jiang Kai frowned. "Why tell me? That sounds like a decision for the military command. Does my opinion really carry that much weight?" Dachuan slapped his shoulder, grinning. "Like I said, without you, there is no victory. You crushed the hardest bone in their lineup. If we accepted their surrender without consulting the hero who defeated them, it would be a slap in your face. Jiang Kai remained calm, deferring to the greater good. You handle it. He Shishi's involves national interests. I trust the military to balance the risks and rewards. Understood. Jiang Kai's eyes sharpened. And the second matter, Da Chuan leaned in. He Shishi's comes directly from Commander Wei Ying himself. Now that you've recovered, the global hegemony competition is imminent. Commander Wei Ying wants you to lead the squad, specifically mentoring Yuan Zu, Yu Su Nuan, and your Fire God squad will represent Saint Yao as our champion team. Jiang Kai pointed at himself, stunned. Me. Exactly. Your team showed incredible potential, but they need a veteran. With your combat experience and monstrous strength, you are the only one qualified to lead them to glory. Da Chuan's face grew grave as he added one final detail. There is one more thing, regarding Huazi. Hui had the same vision. He swore a blood oath, if we seize the glory, and the rewards the spoils, belong to the victors. 60% to us, 40% to the military. Jiang Kai fell into deep contemplation, silence, shrouding him. Commander Dai Shuyan broke the tension. The split might seem meager, but understand this battlefield is usually the exclusive domain of the military elite. We bear the weight of national defense on our shoulders. Resources are our lifeline. If we open the gates to every common awakener, the entire nation would crumble into anarchy. Brother Jiang, do you see the wisdom in this? Jiang Kai remained unreadable, neither bowing nor refusing. Brother Liu, do not mistake my silence. Representing the Saint Yao sect is a trial by fire. I would gladly accept. My blade is ready, but this path leads to the precipice of life and death. I cannot gamble with their souls. I must seek the counsel of my comrades first. Dai Shuyan nodded, respecting the code of brotherhood. Your logic is sound. Your teammates are free spirits, not bound by military duty. They have no obligation to march into hell. Seizing the moment, Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed. Tell me, Brother Liu. If the Fire God squad commits to this war, may I ask for one crucial favor in advance? The commander paused, intrigued by the audacity. Name it. 15 minutes later, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu entered the tent, the aroma of a feast trailing behind them. Captain Jiang Kai, we have returned. Hu Yan blinked, noticing the empty seat. Has Brother Liu departed already? The plates were swept clean, a testament to the hunger of warriors. Jiang Kai wasted no time recounting every detail of the negotiation. Listen closely. He Shishi's global hegemony competition will be a crucible of terror unlike anything we have faced. I need you to weigh your lives against this decision. But before his warning could settle, a roar of pure adrenaline shattered the silence of the tent. That is legendary. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with battle lust. Captain, take me with you. I refuse to be left behind while you conquer the world. Ruan Yu stepped forward, her resolve ironclad. Count me in. As long as I stand behind Captain Jiang Kai, fear is a word I do not know. Jiang Kai sighed, defeated by their reckless courage. You two truly fear neither heaven nor hell. 1 month later. The frozen planet. A silhouette erupted from the icy depths. The man gasped for air, his gaze locking onto the anomaly before him. Terror flooded his eyes. A dimensional gate materialized, followed by the cold glow of a system interface. Congratulations. You have discovered the Maitreya Sanctuary. Across the world, a thief on a rooftop and an explorer in the wild froze as the awakening Manhwa reality unfolded before them. A cavalryman pulled his reins in shock. The system announced the inevitable. The conditions for the global hegemony have been met. Countdown to chaos, 12 hours. The planetary network ignited with spiritual energy. Ley lines connected to the sanctuary like a spiderweb. At point A, the sentinels received the grim decree. The system declared He Shishi's carnage will be broadcast in high definition for the world to witness. Each nation is limited to 3 squads. 5 warriors per squad. No more, no less. Violate the quota, and the penalty is instant execution. Random members will suffer sudden cardiac arrest. Forced logout, permanently. Jiang Kai's squad studied the death game rules. Su Nuan's voice trembled. The final gate has been located. The war begins now. Yuan Zu frowned, sensing a trap. Damn it, these rules are trash. It only tells us how we die, not how we fight. There is no victory condition listed. Ruan Yu tilted her head. Could it be a pure brawl? Hu Yan scoffed coldly. Hardly. The system is sadistic. It waits until the bell rings to tell us whose throat to slit. Jiang Kai nodded grimly. She's right. But this chaos is an advantage. The schemers and cheats cannot rig a game they do not understand. He offered a faint smile, then his command cut through the air. Rest now. Gather your aura. In 12 hours we march to war. The squad roared in unison. Darkness retreated behind the jagged peaks as the blood-red sun rose. The system voice boomed across the planet. Global hegemony competition. Phase 1. Initiate. The rules descended. Upon start, all combatants will be scattered randomly across the sanctuary. You have 3 minutes of preparation time. During this window, you are invincible. Absolute immunity. The countdown of destiny materialized in the sky. The system displayed a cruel scenario. Once the barrier drops, one member of every squad will be struck by the imprisonment curse. The prisoner is paralyzed. They are dead weight, unable to act, but fully vulnerable to slaughter. And the nightmare deepens. Every 2 hours, another teammate falls to the curse. If a prisoner is executed, the curse instantly jumps to another survivor. The chain continues until the entire squad is wiped from existence. However, the system offers a bloody path to salvation. Slay an enemy, and you earn a rescue card. Collect 5 cards to shatter the chains on one teammate. But beware, you are not alone. The beasts are hungry. Commander-tier horrors will spawn at the sanctuary's edge, driving a tide of death inward. The safe zone is shrinking. Run or be devoured. 3 golden insignias flashed. The win condition was finally revealed. The slaughter ends only when 3 squads remain standing. Rankings will be decided by the number of free survivors and unused rescue cards. The stage is set. The system began the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the final syllable echoed, columns of light slammed into the earth, depositing the players onto the battlefield. Jiang Kai hit the ground, his senses screaming. Competition start. All around him, white silhouettes flickered into existence, enemies spawning in close quarters. He scanned the faces. Strangers. All of them. His eyes narrowed with cold precision. Yuan Zu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Without a word, the mob scattered to the 4 winds. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation instantly. Forced separation. Random imprisonment. The system wants us isolated. He moved like a phantom, mind racing. If the curse hits someone surrounded by enemies, it is an instant death sentence. Hishishi's rule seems to test individual survival, but that is a lie. Hishishi's game is a brutal test of a squad's coordination and their ability to protect the weak. Jiang Kai accelerated, blurring through the terrain. If a teammate is isolated and butchered like livestock, the penalty chain will destroy us all. The system voice intruded. He 30 seconds remaining. Jang Kai's tactical mind shifted into overdrive. Will I be the one in chains? He had to gamble. While immunity holds, I must vanish into the shadows. Hide first. Regroup later. His gaze hardened with resolve. To survive this leveling Manhwa nightmare, he had to shatter the imprisonment seal immediately. Meanwhile, tension choked the air at the Jiangtrung command center as screens flickered with the live feed. Then Feng gasped. What in the world is happening? Why have all the participants vanished into the shadows? Is this some twisted game of hide-and-seek? Hishishian then replied grimly. Hishishi's shift is likely tied to the hidden rules of the supremacy battle. Only those fighting within the Maitreya zone truly understand the system's cruelty. He turned to the side. Commander V, what is your read on this? Wei Ying furrowed his brow, his voice low. It feels like the calm before the storm, the prelude to the slaughter mode. He added with conviction. But the 3 squads Saint Yao sent are forged in the fires of war. The Red Squad possesses overwhelming might. The Shanhei Squad radiates unshakable confidence. Wei Ying declared. No matter the odds, we must place 100% faith in our warriors. Especially the Fire God Squad, led by the legendary Jiang Kai. Back in the Maitreya zone, Hu Yan and Su Nuan moved through the dense forest. Their senses were on high alert when suddenly, a killing intent spiked from directly above. Reflexes kicking in, they leaped backward just as the ground exploded where they stood. Hu Yan hissed fury in her eyes. Which lowlife dares ambush this sorceress? You have a death wish attacking me. But as the dust settled, Yuan Zu landed like a meteor, grinning. Su Nuan Hu Yan. Thank the heavens I finally found you too. The girls gasped. True. Yuan Zu scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Did I scare you guys? Who? Yan lowered her guard, asking. True. When did you even get here? Yuan Zu blinked blankly. Me? I've been lurking here the whole time. He beamed, recounting his luck. Fate smiled on me. I spawned randomly, right in the forest, near our designated base. I tried to use my risk communicator to rally the squad, but the system Manhwa mechanics kicked in. The competition had already begun. The signal was dead, so I figured everyone would instinctively head for the base. I climbed a tree and played the waiting game, and sure enough, you two showed up. After rambling, Yuan Zu finally asked the obvious question. By the way, how did you two end up together? Su Nuan explained softly. Hu Yan and I crossed paths on the road. We had the same theory about regrouping at the base, so we traveled together. Hu Yan stroked her chin, nodding. Exactly. If we figured it out, Captain Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu definitely did too. If they aren't bound by a trap, they'll be here soon. Su Nuan bit her lip, worry clouding her eyes. I just hope the next person to arrive is a friend. Suddenly, the bushes rustled nearby. Yuan Zu snapped into combat stance. Someone's coming. A familiar pair of legs stumbled out from the undergrowth. The group's eyes widened in relief. Ruan Yu. He collapsed, gasping for air. Ha. Hu Yan. I knew. You guys would circle back here. At that precise moment, the system's countdown hit 0. The preparation phase ended. Panic struck the team. The imprisoned member was their captain, Jang Kai. Meanwhile, miles away, Jang Kai froze mid-step. He realized with horror, no, my body won't move. You have to be kidding me. Jiang Kai gritted, his teeth, sweat forming. He shishes is bad. There's another presence right there. His eyes locked onto a shadow beneath the opposite tree. A figure armed for the kill. Jiang Kai's mind raced. That guy is staring right at me. When did he get so close? I didn't hear a sound earlier. A terrifying thought struck him. Was he lying in ambush this entire time? Did he watch me jump onto this branch? Jiang Kai cursed internally. Damn it. But seconds passed and the enemy didn't strike. Realization dawned on him. Don't tell me. The imprisonment curse hit him too. After observing the frozen enemy, Jiang Kai finally exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. I was right. But then his peripheral vision caught something else. Wait, is there another one? Sure enough, he spotted a third figure lying paralyzed in the tall grass. Despair washed over him. I can't believe it. 3 players hiding in this tiny zone and we all got hit by the imprisonment debuff. He quickly calculated the odds. He shishes is a classic deadlock. Whichever team arrives first gets a free buffet easy kills and 2 rescue cards for the taking. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, forcing his mind to stay sharp amidst the hopelessness. True. Where the hell are you guys? Back at the reunion point, Yuan Zu shook Hu Yan frantically. Hu Yan, can you use your divination to find Jiang Kai's location? Su Nuan's voice trembled. He's completely paralyzed right now. He's a sitting duck. We have to find him before the enemy does. Ruan Yu nodded firmly. She's right. Hu Yan, cast your spell. Hu Yan pulled out her artifacts flustered. Okay. It's not 100% accurate, but I'll try. But before the magic could activate, a squad emerged from the shadows. It was a classic case of enemies on a narrow road. It was the Italian team from the Zeta Guild, the Holy Knight Squad. Their leader Jack smirked arrogantly. Jiang Kai, is your captain right? Looks like he drew the short straw and got imprisoned. The team instantly shielded Su Nuan. The Italians. Jack raised his heavy sword, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Sharp eyes you got there. That brat Jiang Kai is rotting alone somewhere, and you lot just walked right into my hands. Lady Luck must really hate you today. Yuan Zu didn't back down. He stepped forward, radiating menace. I wondered who it was. Just Christina's countrymen wasn't the beating we gave you last time enough. You back to pay with your lives. Boris scoffed coldly. If not for Jiang Kai's dirty tricks, the Italian defense line would never have collapsed. We lost resources because of you, Jessica spat with venom. Today, we slaughter you 4 as an appetizer. Then we'll hunt down Jiang Kai and collect the debt with interest. Lobo whispered to their frozen teammate on the ground. Tom, hang in there. Once we kill these 4, we'll have 5 rescue cards. You'll be free in no time. The atmosphere grew heavy with bloodlust. Jack laughed maniacally. Without Jiang Kai, you're just a flock of sheep waiting for the butcher. He roared, charging forward with his squad. Today, I'll teach you the true meaning of despair. Jack barked the order. Slaughter the healer first. Su Nuan gasped in terror, but Yuan Zu was already airborne. He screamed, Earth Tremor Stomp. His massive impact forced all 4 enemies to recoil. Jack sneered, stabilizing his stance. You got some strength, big guy. He quickly commanded Boris Lobo handle the trash. Jessica and I will crush the tank and the healer. The remaining knights drew their weapons, eyes glowing with excitement. Understood. Seeing Ruan Yu and Hu Yan protecting Su Nuan, the enemy scoffed. A damn fatty and a fortune teller, I'll wipe this trash out in 3 seconds. Ruan Yu raised his heavy shield and roared, stepping back to create space. Leave this side to me, Hu Yan panicked. He shishes is bad. Ruan Yu hasn't had time to drink his wine buff yet. Boris charged in with his sword, his voice dripping with venom. Does the fat pig still want to play hero? Steel clashed against steel as his blade slammed into Yuan Zu's shield. Without his alcohol power-up, the tank was losing ground fast. He had to use every ounce of strength just to block. Hu Yan raised her hands to the sky. Water-style ultimate hydro vortex technique. A piercing screech rang out. Lobo's chain sickle slammed into the floating Bagua metal plate. He yanked the chain, sending the defense flying. Lobo howled, praying for rain. You better pray for a quick death. Meanwhile, Yuan Zu rushed to shield Su Nuan. Nuan his sword knocking Jessica back in a violent clash. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jack launched a sneak attack at Yuan Zu's flank. Su Nuan. Nuan's eyes widened in terror. Yuan Zu, watch out. Hearing the scream, Yuan Zu whipped his head around in a panic. He barely managed to raise his sword horizontally to block Jack's lethal strike. But Jack's strength was overwhelming. The pressure forced Yuan Zu to slide backward, digging his heels into the dirt. Jack glared through the crossed blades. See that? That's the look of fear I love. The villain grinned like a demon. Trash like you thinks he can protect his team. Jack put his full weight into the blade, laughing maniacally. Go back to the women and cry, you loser. Yuan Zu was shocked by the guy's monstrous strength. His stamina was hitting 0. Suddenly, Su Nuan pointed her fingers at Jack. Dark art, gloomy depression. Instantly, countless sharp needles erupted from beneath the skin of Jack's arm. He froze in shock. What the hell is this? Elsewhere in the forest, Jang Kai was hiding in a tree. Half an hour has passed. I wonder if Yuan Zu and the others are surviving. Suddenly, he felt a murderous presence and snapped his head around. A hulking brute with a savage face sliced through the bushes, revealing Haris hiding below. The giant narrowed his eyes and laughed. Found you, little rat. Haris was paralyzed with fear, unable to react in time. In a split second, the brute slashed down. Blood sprayed through the air like a fountain. Haris didn't even have time to scream before the blade took him out. His body went flying, landing right near where Spikehead was hiding. The giant saw Spikehead and chuckled darky, dragging his blade closer. Another one. Spikehead was pinned under a fallen log, completely immobilized. Cold sweat poured down his face. He gritted his teeth, nerves, screaming, but he was helpless. The brute walked toward him, but suddenly stopped and looked up. He locked eyes directly with Jiang Kai in the tree. The killer lowered his blade. Jiang Kai's heart pounded. Exposed, the giant laughed in pure ecstasy. Jackpot, I caught 3 rats in one go. Without hesitation, he swung his blade down on Spikehead. The victim was eliminated instantly. The brute licked the fresh blood from his blade, smiling with twisted satisfaction. Thanks for the meal, brother, but don't expect me to spare you. Spikehead dissolved into light, leaving behind a golden card. The giant hummed a tune, dragging his weapon across the dirt as he collected the loot and approached Jiang Kai's tree. You're next on the menu. Jiang Kai frowned. Damn it. Is this really where I die? I'm completely paralyzed. Unless Yuan Zu gets here, I'm finished. Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning. He repeated his own words. I can't move. A confident smirk curled on Jiang Kai's lips. He figured it out. The brute leaped up the tree, dual blades swinging, screaming die. Jiang Kai remained motionless, facing death head-on. He sneered, his expression shifting to one of absolute arrogance. His inner voice was rock-steady. My body is paralyzed, but that doesn't apply to the death card. Whoosh. The card shot out from behind his back. The giant couldn't react in time. He tried to swing, but the card sliced across his chest, making him cough up blood. The card looped back like a boomerang, piercing right through the enemy's body. Instant kill. Jiang Kai controlled the 3 loot cards floating in the air with his mind. Death card retrieve. A gust of wind wrapped around the golden cards, blinding light radiating from them. The death card returned to Jiang Kai's inventory. He calculated quickly. I have 3, but I need 5 self-rescue cards to clear this debuff. I'm still too short. Then his eyes lit up with a plan. Got it. 5 minutes later, Jiang Kai's 3 cards were floating in a clearing, acting as bait. A random guy walked by and cheered. Holy cow, is this my lucky day? 3 free rescue cards just lying there? But his footsteps halted. His survival instinct kicked in immediately. Wait, something's off. Why would valuable loot just be sitting there? The man scanned the area. There was a battle here. The blood is still fresh. Did they kill each other? However, the value of those cards was too high to ignore. Greed was winning the battle against caution. Maybe the survivor heard me coming and ran away injured. Holding on to that sliver of hope, he crept closer. But the closer he got, the heavier the atmosphere felt. No. He took a hesitant step forward. The feeling of dread was overwhelming. He shishes is wrong. Too late. Jiang Kai's death card materialized behind him and slammed into his back. The man's eyes bulged in regret. It's a trap. With a single move, the guy was eliminated from the game, dropping his own self-rescue card. Jiang Kai smirked, satisfied. 4 down. 1 more, and I get my freedom. He shishies. Feels just like a quest in a system manhwa. But worry crept in. I wonder how Yuan Zu's team is holding up. Back on the battlefield, Yuan Zu was pushing Jack back. The villain scrambled back to keep his distance. Jack's teammates rushed in to gank the tank. Soon Nuan screamed, "True, watch your 6." Yuan Zu grit his teeth and tried to turn, but he couldn't dodge the ambush in time. He took the hit, clutching his wound as he hopped back. 4 against 1, you shameless bastards. Suddenly, Ruan Yu hurled an object through the air. True taste my new brew. Yuan Zu caught the full cup of wine perfectly. The enemy sneered at him. Drinking to numb the pain. Pathetic. Liquid courage for a coward? Jack laughed coldly, threatening him. Enjoy your last drink before I take your head. You were courting death the moment you opposed me. Lobo charged forward with his chain, completely unaware of the danger. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded from Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu. Yuan Zu looked like he had been injected with adrenaline. He declared arrogantly, I am the war god of this world. If a god blocks me, I kill the god. If a demon blocks me, I slaughter the demon. Ruan Yu joined him, entering a berserk state. Ruan Yu roared, I've never lost to anyone in this life. Where are the beauties? Jack's squad trembled as the gap in power became terrifyingly clear. What just happened? Yuan Zu moved like a bolt of lightning. A single sword flash sent the entire group flying. Jack grit his teeth, his eyes burning with unwilling rage. But the first war god gave him no time to breathe. Yuan Zu leaped high, his blade descending like judgment. Get on your knees and accept your death. Jack's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. His sword hand shook uncontrollably as his brain short-circuited in fear. He shishies. This is the power of Yuan Zu. The blade fell without mercy, slicing Jack's weapon in two. Blood sprayed like a fountain as the impact sent him flying for miles. Trees snapped like twigs wherever his body landed. Boris watched in horror, his voice trembling. I've seen countless swordsmen, but your technique, it's more ghostly and refined than any master. Ignoring him, Ruan Yu stumbled forward, his face flushed with intoxication. He pointed his blade at Boris. Shut up already. Take off your clothes. Cold sweat drenched Boris. His eyes widened in sheer confusion. Why is this happening? He watched the drunkard stumble closer with a sword and shield. It was true what they said, this guy transforms into a completely different beast after a few drinks. Boris stood frozen as Ruan Yu closed the distance. The swordsmanship was erratic yet fluid, seamless, as drifting clouds and flowing water blending perfectly with his body. Ruan Yu was suddenly right in his face, eyes glowing red, grinning like a maniac as he swung. Flashback to a few days ago in the team's tent. Captain Jang Kai had handed over a thick book. Ruan Yu, you aren't a swordsman class, but your drunken talent syncs perfectly with this blade art. The global tournament is coming. He Shishis is a skill book I requested from Boss Lu specifically for you. He then turned his gaze to Dai Shu Yen. Dai Shu Yen, utilize your military resources. Find a swordsman skill book to boost Ruan Yu's power. The man looked at Jiang Kai with confidence. For national glory, I'd risk my life, let alone find a book. Ruan Yu held the tome trembling. He Shishis. This is the legendary skill book that every swordsman adventurer dreams of. He gasped. Is this unconscious cognition? The interface lit up, a classic moment for a system manhwa, displaying the skill details. Unconscious cognition. When the adventurer enters absolute focus, forms vanish. The blade becomes an extension of the body, flowing naturally with the battle, unpredictable as the wind. Back in reality, Ruan Yu tore Boris's shirt to shreds. Oh, you're quite hairy, aren't you? I like it. Boris turned beet red, covering his chest. You, what are you doing? He Shishis is the global tournament. Have you no shame? Ruan Yu just charged forward, cackling. Aren't you missing a piece of clothing inside? Ah, I get it. You did it on purpose, didn't you, my little treasure? Boris screamed. Missing a piece? I'm wearing outer armor, inner armor, and lining. What could be missing? His face looked ready to explode. Ruan Yu kept slashing wildly. Soon Boris was stripped bare from the waist up, but the drunkard wasn't satisfied. He grinned lewdly. Keep smiling. Boris hugged himself, snot and tears running down his face as he let out a long, desperate no. Suddenly, lightning tore the sky apart. Dark clouds gathered in an instant. Lobo charged in his chain sickle blazing. Assassins thrive in chaos. You think cheap tricks can stop us? Dream on. Beside him, Jessica barked orders. Kill them all. Blitzkrieg tactics. Nuan didn't flinch. She tossed her orbs and shouted. Hu Yan gripped her bagua mirror, weaving water around her arms. I don't care what kind of assassin you are. In the rain, I am God. Sunuan spheres flew straight at Lobo and Jessica, startling them. The orb smashed into the ground, erupting into a pink sticky liquid that splattered all over the assassins. What the hell is this? My face? Seizing the moment, Hu Yan raised her hand to the heavens. Take this super invincible galactic hailstorm. Instantly, the sky responded. Ice shards pierced through Lobo and Jessica, shattering the earth beneath them. 10 minutes later, in the ravaged forest, Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu were slumped against a tree, finally sober. Sunuan squatted before them, whispering, Yuan Zu, Big Ruan Yu, you guys awake? Next to her lay 2 empty hangover cure bottles. Yuan Zu jolted up, shouting, where's that arrogant squad? Who won? Where are the salvation cards? Did we get them? Ruan Yu looked just as confused. Sunuan flashed 5 glowing cards with a bright smile. Relax 5. Salvation cards, safe and sound. Hu Yan is calculating Captain Jiang Kai's coordinates. Once she's done, we go save him. Right then, Hu Yan cheered. Got it. I know where Captain Jiang Kai is. The trio's energy surged instantly. They were desperate to reunite with their leader. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai sat perched in a high tree, staring at 4 cards on the ground. He frowned. Half an hour gone. No new adventurers, and my team still hasn't found me. A massive boom shook the earth. Jiang Kai gripped the bark, his expression darkening. In this tense Manhwa recap, danger was approaching fast. Not good. The safe zone is shrinking. The thumping grew louder, heavy rhythmic footsteps of stone crushing the ground. It was an army of giants, rock monsters, carrying massive tree trunks, their eyes burning with malice. A horde of colossi marched below. The system interface flashed Stone Spirit Giant Commander rank level 65. But leading them was a Nightmare Stone Spirit King level 88. Jiang Kai was paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. He sucked in a cold breath, watching the parade of destruction from above. Even with a death card fighting 4 level 65 commanders is suicide, and now there's a king rank. The giants swung their tree clubs, obliterating everything nearby. Jiang Kai's mind raced. Wait. He analyzed them with cold precision. They seem composed of rock and vines. Except for those ruby eyes, they have no mouth, ears, or nose. Earth and wood attribute monsters. They likely lack smell and hearing. If I hide my presence, I might survive. But just as he thought that, the stone giant stopped directly under his tree. The monster turned, gripping the trunk. Jiang Kai's heart sank. Don't tell me. I guessed wrong. The rock giant's massive fingers pierced the rough bark, ripping the ancient tree from the earth by its roots. It hoisted the timber like a feather. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, clinging to the trunk for dear life as his world tilted. Oblivious to the passenger on its shoulder, the behemoth adjusted its grip and marched onward, falling in line with its thunderous kin. Jiang Kai's mind raced with tactical analysis. Am I just a weapon upgrade to this thing? It definitely has no scent tracking. He let out a breath. He had nearly gambled everything on the Wheel of Fate just moments ago. Suddenly, the horde accelerated. The rock giant king took point, dragging the entire earthquake of monsters toward a sheer precipice. Below lay a battlefield. 2 factions were locked in mortal combat, completely blind to the catastrophe looming directly above their heads. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, sweat forming on his brow. A mountain blocks the view, and these monsters are deaf and blind. How are they tracking the prey with such precision? How do they know? But the answer came too late for the players below. They spotted the avalanche of stone giants and broke formation, fleeing in sheer terror. But the king giant was ready. Channeling raw seismic energy into its palm, it slammed a fist into the earth, splitting the very ground asunder. Boulders cascaded down like rain, sealing the escape route. It wasn't random destruction. It was a calculated checkmate to trap the humans. Then came the slaughter. The other giants swung their makeshift clubs, swatting players like flies. Screams of agony echoed through the canyon as bodies were sent flying. Jiang Kai finally understood the mechanic. Vibrations. These monsters hunt by sensing the tremors in the earth. That explained his miraculous survival. He wasn't just hidden by the foliage. By staying off the ground, he was effectively invisible to their seismic senses. I have to stay on this weapon, he realized, his grip tightening. If this giant throws the tree, I hit the ground and I'm dead meat. The trapped players stared up at the wall of stone monsters, despair washing over them as the shadows engulfed their party. Oliver, their leader, made a desperate gambit. Airborne attacks. Stay off the ground. He leaped at the giant, roaring with defiance. I'll take you down myself. From his perch, Jang Kai analyzed the power gap like a true leveling manhwa protagonist. A level 60 combatant couldn't even scratch a king-tier boss in this time frame. Oliver's twin blades slashed not at the giant, but at the tree trunk. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. Wait, his goal is to shatter the weapon and escape in the confusion. A cold smirk curled Jiang Kai's lips. Perfect. He shrank back into the foliage, a predator waiting for the prey to step into his web. Everything hinged on this one strike. Oliver spotted the shadow in the leaves too late. What, someone's there? The death card shot out like a viper. The card pierced Oliver's chest. Coughing up blood, he tried to warn his team, his voice failing. Someone is using the boss to cheat? Darkness took him as the giant's foot crushed down. His avatar shattered into light, and a rescue card floated up from the remains, flying straight into Jiang Kai's hand. Jiang Kai gazed at the 5 glowing cards. 5. The system window flashed before his eyes. Collection complete. 5 rescue cards acquired. End confinement state. Execute release. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. Yes, a blinding white aura erupted from his body, shattering the invisible chains. Confinement lifted. Sensation returned to his limbs. He flexed his fingers, adrenaline surging through his veins. Finally, I'm back in control. But gravity was a cruel mistress. The king giant suddenly hoisted the tree high, winding up for a devastating smash against a new target. Jiang Kai gripped the bark until his knuckles turned white. He's distracted. I can bail now, but a sudden chill ran down his spine. Above, the sky tore open into a golden vortex. The system voice boomed across the entire server. Phase 1 of the global competition has concluded. Phase 2 initiated. Rescue zones unlocked. Exchange cards for functional items. Then came the twist typical of a cruel system, Manhwa. 1 member of each squad will now be randomly confined. The confined cannot act. They are burdens to be carried, targets to be saved, or victims to be slaughtered. The tree crashed down, but Jiang Kai clung to the branch like a spider. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Yuan Zu's squad was sprinting. Move, we need to regroup with Captain Jang Kai. The system's cold countdown began to echo, random confinement selection imminent. No time, Yuan Zu hissed through gritted teeth. Take cover, Su Nuan pointed to a hollow trunk. There, they dove inside, just as the clock ticked down. Hurry. 2. They huddled in the darkness. 1. Eyes shut tight, they braced for the curse to strike one of them. Silence. No paralysis. No chains. The air remained still. One by one, they checked their bodies. I'm clear, it's not me. But realization dawned on Yuan Zu's face. Wait, if it's none of us. The scene cut to Jang Kai, his face a mask of utter resignation. I knew it. A red skull icon hovered ominously over his head. You have been selected for confinement. Jiang Kai sighed internally. My luck is actually garbage. Below him, the massacre was complete. The rock giant had wiped the floor with the players, their avatars fading into nothingness. One by one, Jiang Kai watched in silence, respecting the carnage. Impressive. A commander-tier boss annihilated an elite squad in under 60 seconds. His mind drifted back to the notification. Rescue zones. Functional items exchangeable with cards. Functional items. The phrasing suggested unique artifacts. In a game like this, vague descriptions usually meant game-breaking power was up for grabs. Whether it's to free myself again or snag that gear, he decided, eyes narrowing with determination, I need to farm more rescue cards. Now, the giants began to mobilize. They're moving out. He settled back into his hiding spot. Fine. I'll ride this bus and let the monster clear out my competition. Crack. A sharp, sickening sound pierced the air. Jiang Kai froze. No way. He glanced down. A spiderweb fracture was spreading across the branch holding him. Damn it, it's snapping. It must have been damaged during the melee. If this breaks while the giants are marching. Jiang Kai cursed under his breath. If I fall now, I'm served up on a silver platter. All my efforts will be for nothing. He chanted a silent mantra in his mind. Hold on. Do not fall now. The rock giant titan marched forward, oblivious to the passenger clinging to the tree. The branch groaned, pushed to its breaking point. Caught in a deadly dilemma, the titan's foot crashed down, snapping the timber like a twig. Jiang Kai's breath hitched, bracing for the ultimate end. Meanwhile, Yuan Zu's squad was deep in debate. Could the one imprisoned in this phase really be Jiang Kai? But wait. Wasn't Jiang Kai already locked down in the previous zone? Ho Nyan offered a theory. Captain Jang Kai must have been rescued by the other squads. He is moving again, which explains why my divination spells can't pin him down. Yuan Zu let out a breath. The Onlu Guild is a powerhouse. That is the only logical explanation. Ruan Yu sighed. Captain Jiang Kai's luck is truly cursed. Freed from one trap only to fall into another. The air turned heavy until Su Nuan stepped in to save the vibe. Everyone pull yourselves together. It might seem unlucky, but it proves Jiang Kai is still alive and kicking. Our mission is clear. Analyze the battlefield, then regroup with Jiang Kai's unit. Ho Nan nodded, as Su Nuan continued. The first phase is over. Yet we are blind to the results. Who fell? Who ascended? We know nothing. The new rules mention special items. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto something. She pointed toward a haze of violet mist. Look, what is that energy? Yuan Zu gasped. That fog. It wasn't there a second ago. Ruan Yu shivered. Is it a monster's aura? Are we under attack? Su Nuan shook her head. No, it is too quiet for a beast. My instincts tell me something critical lies within. Then let's not waste time, Ho Nan declared. They plunged into the purple abyss. What they found on the other side left them speechless. A majestic earthen pillar stood tall, crowned with a statue radiating blinding light. Instantly, a system window popped up. System alert. Congratulations on discovering the sanctuary zone. Exchange rescue cards at the stone stele for functional items. The team erupted in cheers. A sanctuary zone. Honyan grabbed Su Nuan's arm, dragging her to the monument. Let's see what loot we can grab. The ancient script revealed a positioning map card. Effect reveals locations of all living teammates, monsters, and sanctuary zones. Hon Han's eyes lit up. Hishishi's is a game changer. We can bypass beasts, locate Captain Jiang Kai, and hunt down other zones with perfect efficiency. Su Nuan nodded frantically. But then the cruel price tag appeared. Cost 8 rescue cards. Ho Nan's face fell. 8? That is highway robbery. We can't afford that. Su Nuan sighed. Let's check the next one. Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu inspected other monuments, while the girls hurried to the next option. They scanned the list. Single teleportation card. Effect 1 precise warp anywhere on the map. Cost 7 rescue cards. The next item was terrifying. Target lock card. Scans the entire map for a specific enemy, revealing a 10-meter radius around them for 2 hours. Cost 6 cards. Another slab offered a status cleanse card to remove abnormal states 4 times. Also 6 cards. After scanning the area, the 4 of them gathered before the final ominous stone. Yuan Zu's voice was grave. Hishishi's is the last one. It was the global intel card. Effect updates situation on all teams and monsters every 20 minutes. A classic staple of a system Manhwa. It also allowed them to spy on 3 specific enemy squads, or boss-tier monsters, to analyze their status. Cost 5 rescue cards. Ruan Yu scratched his head. It is the cheapest option, but it will bankrupt us. We will have 0 cards left. Ho Nan frowned, but nodded firmly. Stumbling upon this sanctuary is a miracle in itself. We won't get this lucky again. We have to buy it. Su Nuan agreed. Knowledge is power. Searching for Jiang Kai blindly is suicide. In a death game like this, information asymmetry decides who lives and who dies. Yuan Zu, what is your call? Yuan Zu's expression hardened. I agree. We can use the global intel to track Brother Zhang Lu and Brother Trun. That leads us to Jang Kai. Su Nuan stepped forward as the team circled her, tension crackling in the air. Do it, Su Nuan. She revealed 5 golden cards, whispering a prayer. Here goes nothing. She pressed her hand against the cold stone. The cards levitated, sucked into the monument like offerings to a god. Su Nuan channeled her mana, and the stone erupted in azure light. System exchange successful. Item global intel card. Balance 0. Su Nuan's face beamed. It worked. A sphere of crackling lightning expanded before them. As the energy dissipated, a holographic interface materialized. Survivors, 906. Teams, 200. Monster invasion, 327. Commander ranks, 43 king ranks. A nightmare scenario for an awakening Manhwa. Invasion radius 17 kilometers. Yuan Zu paled. Nearly 300 participants. Gan Ho Nan felt a cold sweat. The early game was just a warm-up. With the zones opening and monsters surging, the true slaughter was about to begin. Ruan Yu clenched his fists. Captain Jiang Kai has a target on his back. The Italians want blood, and, if they bought a target lock card, I can't imagine the hell he is facing. Thank God he isn't solo. Su Nuan remained silent, eyes glued to the screen. System add Team Sonha, and Team Red to the surveillance list? Yes. B. No. She didn't hesitate. We need to know if they are still breathing. She's Manhwa. Recap was about to take a dark turn as the global map shimmered into existence. Team Mountain River, 3 survivors remaining. Team Red, 2 survivors remaining. The announcement blared through the speakers. What Yuan Zu's voice trembled with sheer terror. Captain Jiang Kai Su Nuan. Nuan's eyes went wide, refusing to believe the devastating report. Jiang Kai was separated from Lu's group. Meanwhile, from a secure location, Xian then observed the chaos on the monitors. Excellent. It seemed Team Fire God had discovered a crucial item. Although the other squads had located their imprisoned teammates, the casualty rate was skyrocketing in this brutal leveling Manhwa scenario. Then Fong, also present in the observation room, looked up at the screen with a frown. Where on earth is Jang Kai hiding? We haven't seen a shadow of him. He hasn't been caught by a single camera lens, Wei Ying remarked in a low, serious tone. Judging by the state of the others, Jang Kai must have been captured at least twice by now, which only proves one thing: he broke out of confinement on his own. After all, we didn't see anyone offer him assistance. Xian then let out a cold, amused chuckle. True. I still can't fathom how that kid operates, but he never fails to deliver a surprise. Suddenly, Wei Ying spotted an anomaly on the display. Wait, what is that? He turned sharply to the technician. Row A, column 3. Isolate and enhance that feed immediately. Yes, sir. The screen zoomed in, revealing a menacing group of players. It was the 5 members of the Slaughter Squad. The leader wearing the hat was level 60. Every single follower behind him was at least level 50. Xian then furrowed his brow, ordering an immediate data pull on the Slaughter Squad and every battle record they had generated since the competition began. The technician typed furiously as he read the data aloud. Currently, every national team has suffered casualties, but Japan's Slaughter Squad is an anomaly. He pointed at the leader. They still hold a perfect record. 0 damage taken. The captain of the Slaughter Squad is Willis, one of the top-ranking swordsmen from Japan. The technician's voice was steady, but the information was terrifying. Intelligence suggests that after Willis broke through level 60 a year ago, he voluntarily de-leveled back to 40, only to grind back up to 60 at a godlike speed. From this, we hypothesize his innate talent is likely. The technician swallowed hard before whispering the forbidden word. Reincarnation. Outside the arena, Xian then gasped in pure shock. Reincarnation. Then Fong panicked. Does such a broken ability even exist in this system, Manhwa? Isn't that practically cheating? In other words, this guy might look like a level 60, but his true combat power is leagues beyond that cap. Wei Ying confirmed with a grim expression. It is worse than that. I have heard rumors of the reincarnation talent before. He began to explain the nightmare scenario. The terror of this talent lies in the stat stacking. After every rebirth base, attributes strength, vitality, agility, spirit are permanently buffed beyond calculation. Furthermore, the more times one reincarnates, the more monstrous the attribute growth becomes. He is a walking catastrophe. The scene shifted to the battered Mountain River squad. Little Jiang carried a teammate, her voice laced with worry. Boss, your wound is bleeding again, she cursed. Those scumbags from Country K and G have no honor teaming up just to ambush us. If it wasn't for them, Huangvi wouldn't be locked up right now, and you wouldn't be in this state, boss. Little Jiang gritted her teeth, grief washing over her. Tree Min and Tran Qian. I won't let their sacrifices be in vain. Dai Shuyen cut her off, his voice stern. He shishes, isn't the time for sorrow. We lost too much time escaping. Pick up the pace. If we run into any monsters now, we are finished. Understood, Little Jiang shouted. Suddenly, a rain of arrows filled the sky. Dai Shuyen's eyes widened. He deflected the barrage with a desperate swing. Who goes there? It was the Slaughter Squad from the Solar Eclipse Guild. The leader stepped forward, radiating arrogance. I didn't expect to clean up some trash from Saint Light while hunting for Jiang Kai. Standing there was the adventurer Willis, the level 60 swordmaster. He smirked, introducing himself like a reaper. The name is Willis. Memorize it, for it shall be the nightmare that haunts you to your grave. Dai Shuyen felt a crushing pressure. Shishi's guy. His aura is suffocating. Seeing the captured Huang Vi tossed aside, Little Jiang surged forward, desperate to save him. Boss, I'll hold them off. Dai Shuyen screamed. Little Jiang, no, it's a trap. Willis chuckled darkly. Trying to run. Once I have marked my prey, escape is a fantasy. He vanished, appearing instantly beside Little Jiang like a ghost. Allow me to entertain you personally. She swung her sword in a panic, but he dodged with insulting ease. Suddenly, Willis shifted, flashing behind her. Huang Vi watched in horror as the demon approached. Faster than sight, Willis grabbed his head and slammed it brutally into a boulder. Fong Vi little Jiang screamed, her eyes burning with rage. "You monster, I'll kill you," she charged blindly. Willis remained cold, unleashing his skill, Blizzard, Slash. A vortex of blade energy exploded outward. Dai Shuyan lunged forward, grabbing her shoulder. "Look out," he yanked little Jiang back just as the lethal energy sliced the air where she stood. "Captain," she cried out. Dai Shuyan leaped into the air, pouring every ounce of his remaining mana into one final strike. Overlord Saber Willis didn't even move. The blade struck his shoulder. Got him, Dai Shuyan thought, but his eyes bulged as his blade stopped midair. The Willis he hit turned into a block of wood. Panic seized Dai Shuyan. Damn it. A substitution jutsu. Before he could react, Willis teleported directly above him. His eyes glowed with an eerie light. Phantom Flash, Invincible Slash. Neither could defend against the onslaught. 1,000 cuts shredded through them, their screams echoing in the valley. Once the carnage ended, Willis landed softly, barely breaking a sweat. He looked down at Dai Shuyan, who was twitching on the ground. Amazingly, the captain fought through the agony, forcing his broken body to stand. Willis sneered. "I told you, my prey does not escape. Whether it is you or Jang Kai. Do you have any last words?" Dai Shuyan smirked through the blood, his pride unbroken. "Jiang Kai. He will conquer this entire competition for Saint Light." Willis tossed his sword aside, mocking him. "I'm afraid your dying wish is delusional." A crimson blade materialized in his hand, Blood Devourer. He thrust it deep into Dai Shuyan's chest, sending a spray of fresh blood into the air. The light faded from the captain's eyes as his body collapsed. Dai Shuyan was eliminated. A rescue card materialized, and Willis snatched it with a satisfied grin. His subordinates laughed. "Boss, this trash wasn't worth your effort. You got your hands dirty for nothing. With these 3, we have collected all 7 rescue cards." Willis activated the tracking card, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Jang Kai, I am dying to meet you." The ultimate Manhwa recap showdown was about to begin. In the High Council chamber, the 3 celestial observers stared at the screens in disbelief. I recall Lu Daichuan's combat power was phenomenal, recently rated S rank by the system, yet he was slaughtered like a common mob by this monster. Their anxiety spiked. If that beast could crush an S rank, does Jiang Kai even stand a ghost of a chance? Wei Ying fell into a heavy silence, deep in thought, as the scene shifted back to the main character's desperate situation. The area was a graveyard of timber, and he was still clinging to that branch, frozen in the exact same posture to avoid detection. Flashback to 20 minutes ago, just as the branch beneath him cracked and Jiang Kai stared death in the face, a terrifying sight unfolded. A king-tier stone crystal giant stomped forward, carrying that very tree trunk, its expression cold as ice, and its steps shaking the earth. Suddenly, the behemoth's body shattered into fragments, dropping the log and Jiang Kai to the hard ground. Right then, the blue screen flashed, with the cold logic of a system Manhwa. Alert: the stone crystal giant has entered hibernation mode. Time remaining 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Like dominoes, the entire legion of stone giants collapsed into slumber. Jiang Kai's mind raced with calculations. 15 minutes had burned away, leaving only 5 minutes until this sleeping nightmare would experience a mass awakening. Suddenly, movement from the tree line caught his eye. Multiple squads were encroaching on his position. His heart skipped a beat. The guests had arrived. Whispers spread among the International Alliance members. "I seriously don't get how the Huo Jiang Kai Man Guild lost," one muttered. "How could an army fail to kill a single target? It's not like this is a leveling Manhwa where he has plot armor." Another scoffed with disdain. "Please, if Saint Yao hadn't triggered the second phase of the attack, that rat would never have escaped our encirclement." The humiliation burned, but they quickly refocused. "Whatever. Let's slaughter the Saint Yao members to vent our rage, then we settle the top 3 rankings with raw power." A voice cut through the noise. "Jiang Kai is close. Our squad's tracking card has him pinned." Zhe Li Heng roared, holding up the device. "He can't escape the heavens this time. Look over there." All eyes turned as Willis's squad emerged from the shadows. His teammates were confused. "Strange. The target should be right here." The crowd buzzed with gossip. "Isn't that the Hunter Squad? The arrogant ones who refused the Alliance to hunt Jiang Kai solo?" While other national teams had suffered heavy casualties, this elite unit had survived the chaos without a scratch, proving their terrifying strength. Tung Vu kicked a pebble in frustration, his patience wearing thin. "Pure luck. Today, I'm taking Jiang Kai's head as a trophy no matter what." They fanned out, scanning every inch. "Found him, yet nothing here but the tracking zone. Says he's right on top of us. Tung Vu cursed, kicking a nearby tree trunk in a fit of rage. Damn it, did that brat sense our aura and bolt? As he glanced upward, his eyes locked onto a silhouette in the shadows. Tung Vu froze, his jaw dropping. Inside the hollow of the tree, a person. His pupils dilated in shock before he screamed, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai didn't flinch. A cold smirk played on his lips. What a pity, he thought. You fools think you're chasing prey, but you've walked right into the hunter's trap. The mob swarmed the fallen tree, screaming, Where is he? Drag him out. The commotion caught Willis's attention just as Tung Vu pointed a trembling finger upward. Look, he's hiding in there. The crowd looked up to see Jiang Kai standing, statue still. Why isn't he moving? Is he under a restriction debuff? One of Willis's lackeys sneered. A seal? Impossible, Tung Vu shouted, making sure Jiang Kai could hear. He was moving earlier. Last time he used a body double. This time he's faking a debuff. Jiang Kai quit? With the cheap parlor tricks. The system shows you're free to move, so stop acting. The mob joined the jeering. Exactly. He used that fake body trick to kill Huo Jiang Kai man. Don't let him fool you. Look at his face, he's terrified. Jiang Kai looked down, feigning panic, but his mind was a supercomputer. 60, maybe 70 enemies. The odds are bad. I need to stall until the timer hits 0. His gaze swept the crowd and landed on one man. Willis. The man was smiling, but the air around him was thick with bloodlust. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. That killing intent is suffocating. Willis dragged his greatsword forward, approaching the tree. There was a guy named Lu Daichuan. One of your Saint Yao buddies, right? My squad wiped them out. Every last one. His voice was 0 degrees Kelvin, and the sound of his blade carving the ground sent shivers through the crowd. It was pathetic. Trash like that didn't even have the power to fight back. I used this very blade. One clean decapitation for the leader, and the rest I chopped them into meat paste. Willis looked up at Jiang Kai, a sadistic grin twisting his face. The name is Willis. Tell me, Jiang Kai, don't you want to avenge your fallen comrades? A jolt of electricity shot down Jiang Kai's spine. He killed Brother Lu and the others. Willis didn't wait for an answer. Die. In a split second, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball. Willis flew toward the tree, swinging his massive blade. Let's see if your little tricks can save you from this. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, adrenaline flooding his veins. Now, Willis was mere inches away. Jiang Kai stood motionless as death approached, but suddenly, the earth groaned and shook violently, throwing the mob below into chaos. What? What is happening? Massive boulders rained from the sky, targeting Willis midair as the invisible clock ticked its final second. As the system interface flashed, the time remaining hit 0. Hibernation mode ended. Jiang Kai's lips curled into a ruthless smile. Right on time. The falling rocks slammed Willis back to the ground. Around them, the sleeping giants began to stir, hurling enormous boulders into the crowd of players. Screams of terror erupted. Look out, the rocks. More giants awakened, their roars shattering eardrums as they charged. The arrogant hunters broke formation, fleeing for their lives. It's a trap. It's a legion of crystal giants. Damn it. So that's why the global map showed monsters here. They were sleeping. Run. If we stay, we're dead. Jiang Kai looked down from his perch, his voice cutting through the pandemonium. Trying to leave. I don't recall giving you permission. Death card go. The card sliced through the air with a sonic boom. Wherever it flew, a rain of boulders followed, crushing the fleeing enemies into paste. The card danced toward the giants, guiding their rage. A giant slammed a tree trunk down, launching players into the air, only for Jiang Kai's card to pierce their hearts mid-flight. Some were snatched up by massive stone hands and crushed like insects. Others were trampled into the dirt. The giants unleashed a barrage of boulders, sending bodies flying in a grotesque display of ragdoll physics. Agonizing screams filled the forest. Willis, stripped of his earlier arrogance, was now consumed by pure terror. Jiang Kai is controlling these monsters. How the hell did he tame a dungeon boss mob? He scrambled backward, but a massive boulder slammed down, blocking his path. A giant swung a tree trunk, smashing Willis with the force of a freight train. He was sent flying, but in that split second between life and death, Willis roared a final incantation, secret art wood bone substitution. He vanished into thin air. A broken log took his place in a flash of substitution magic. Dozens of cards flowed like a river of power, straight to Jiang Kai. The stone giants rampaged earth, shattered under their blows, opening abyssal fissures that swallowed the helpless players whole. Screams of pure terror echoed as they plummeted into the bottomless darkness. High above, Jiang Kai stood perched like a predator. Golden light erupted from his form. The system chime rang out. Rescue card confirmed. Seal status shattered. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself skyward, snapping the branch with his explosive force. Looking down, a victor's smirk played on his lips. Perfect execution. He landed gracefully amidst the chaos left by the king-tier bosses. Total devastation. Using a king-tier monster to farm kills much faster than hunting them down personally. But the memory of Willis's twisted grin cut his celebration short. Damn it. That snake escaped before I could avenge Brother Liu. His eyes locked onto the golden loot floating above. A massive haul like this is exactly what you want to see in a manhwa recap. Meanwhile, inside the military command center, Commander Wei Ying barked orders. Rewind the feed, drop speed to 10%. Analyze that blur at 9.2 seconds. Yes, sir, the image sharpened, revealing Jiang Kai. Feng gasped, unable to believe his eyes. That kid. Jiang Kai Feng stammered. He was in the tree the whole time. Wei Ying smirked, realizing the genius while his subordinate remained baffled. So that was his play. Feng turned to the commander. Sir, how did he pull this off? The veteran calmly broke down the strategy. That monster is a rock spirit giant. Immense power, but fatally flawed senses. It has no sight or hearing. It hunts solely by detecting ground vibrations. Wei Ying's eyes narrowed. As long as his feet didn't touch the earth before it scanned the area, he was effectively invisible to it. He visualized Jiang Kai's cold calculation. The moment the seal hit, the kid was already elevated. A ghost in the canopy, undetectable to the giant. When the king-tier boss uprooted the tree to use as a club, he just rode the momentum, Wei Ying explained. Feng nodded in awe. Exactly. Even while paralyzed by the seal, he wasn't defenseless. We all saw it. He possesses a hidden ace. I suspect his weapon is controlled by pure will, Wei Ying stated, silencing the room. He manipulated a boss monster to wipe out the competition, farmed their rescue cards, and broke his own seal twice. Surviving that hell, I have to hand it to him. Wei Ying's expression darkened. But breaking the seal was just the tutorial. The real nightmare begins when he faces the god of harmony. Back in the field, Jang Kai sprinted for half an hour before skidding to a halt. His instincts screamed danger. Here it comes. The sky tore open, firing a massive pillar of light into the earth. Phase 2, complete. Initiating Phase 3 of the global tournament. Red warning text flooded his vision. Monster density increasing. Invasion speed boosted by 200%. The system voice turned cold. New rule implemented. One member of every squad has been randomly inflicted with the seal status. The sealed player is paralyzed. They must be carried or rescued by teammates. The hologram displayed a gruesome diagram. Time limit he 30 minutes. Failure to lift the seal results in immediate self-destruction. A timer appeared. New functional items are now available in the rescue zones. Jang Kai grit his teeth. The rules were getting brutal, pushing everyone to the brink. Self-destruction. A chill ran down his spine. If I hadn't broken free earlier, I'd be confetti right now. He quickly scrambled for cover. Round 3 randomization. Is it me again? He held his breath as the digital clock ticked down. 2, 1. The result flashed before his eyes. Not me. He exhaled, relief washing over him. Suddenly, a strange purple glow on the horizon caught his attention. The violet energy swirled into the air. Jiang Kai tracked it to its source, a mysterious altar surrounded by ancient monoliths. System alert, rescue zone discovered. Touch the monolith to exchange rescue cards for functional items. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. A shop. He approached the floating interface. Positioning map. Single target teleportation. Target tracking. Debuff removal. Global intel. The inventory was stacked. These weren't just trash items. They were game changers. He froze in front of a specific inscription. Arena duel card. It selects one enemy and one ally user included for forced combat. Instant transport to an independent dimension. A duel to the death where no one can interfere. The seal only breaks when a victor is decided. During the duel, players are completely immune to external damage. Price, Hishishirdi rescue cards. That's over half my stash. It wasn't cheap, but in a system manhwa, a high price tag usually means god-tier power. Gold energy gathered in his palm. A forced one-on-one duel. Hishishi's is the only offensive card in the deck, and I hate playing defense. With a determined glint in his eye, he went all in. Purchase confirmed. 3 minutes later, the transaction was complete. Balance 5 rescue cards. Acquired 1 arena duel card, 1 positioning map, 1 teleport scroll. Seal problem solved. Arsenal upgraded. Now the priority was regrouping with True 2's squad. But a shadow of worry crossed his face. Who got hit with the random seal this time miles away? Ruan Yu stood frozen like a statue, panic rising in his teammates' eyes. Cold sweat drenched Ruan Yu as he realized how truly powerless he was. Yuan Zu instantly grasped the severity of the situation, his voice joining Hu Yan's as they frantically searched for a solution. It seemed the seal had claimed Ruan Yu this time. The third stage had descended with terrifying speed. We barely survived the ambush and secured 4 rescue cards, but it wasn't enough to break his chains. Su Nuan recounted their desperate struggle with a trembling voice. Relentless battles had drained them dry, and their stamina was hovering dangerously close to zero. Tracking down Jiang Kai while hunting for rescue cards at this intensity was a near impossible feat. Suddenly, the blue glow of the system window materialized, displaying the latest global update. The current state of this leveling Manhwa competition was grim. Only 305 survivors remained across 75 teams. The monster invasion was accelerating with 542 commanders and 61 king-tier beasts on the prowl. The active combat zone had shrunk, now restricted to a 38-kilometer radius from the boundary. Hu Yan gasped at the devastating numbers. The second stage alone had wiped out over 600 competitors. With the beast tide accelerating, the final decisive battle was imminent. A rustle in the underbrush instantly put the group on high alert. Who goes there? 2 treacherous figures. Tuavu and Bak Vien stepped out from the shadows with malicious grins. We have been watching you for a while now. Your 4-man squad is crippled, 1 sealed, 1 healer, leaving only 2 injured fighters. Those 4 rescue cards are practically a gift delivered right to our doorstep. Like hell, we would let an opportunity like this slip by. The trio instantly shifted into a defensive battle stance. You want to take down the fire god? You are welcome to try, if you have the guts. The 2 aggressors lunged at Su Nuan, Nuan Hu Yan, and Yuan Zu, eager to crush the weak. You can barely hold your weapon steady, yet you try to intimidate us. Pathetic. Slaughter them all, and seize the cards. I will take your heads as a trophy. Suddenly, crimson projectiles tore through the air, engulfing the villains in a storm of searing flames. Su Nuan's eyes lit up as she recognized the flaming daggers. Hu Yan felt it too. That familiar stealthy attack pattern could only belong to one person. Just like his teammates, Yuan Zu grinned, recognizing the sheer force of the impact. As expected, the silhouette of Jang Kai emerged from the smoke like a returning legend. Sorry, I am late. I had to clean up 3 ambush squads on the way here. The gloomy atmosphere instantly shattered, replaced by a wave of relief at their captain's return. Jiang Kai Yuan Zu pinched his own cheek in disbelief. Wait, that hurts. I am not dreaming. But Jiang Kai, were you not sealed away by the system? Hu Yan nodded in confusion. Exactly. We searched everywhere for you. How did you manage to track us down? Jiang Kai replied with a calm demeanor. It is a long story. In Stage 3, the beast tide's speed has increased by 200%. We have no time to waste. We need to save Ruan Yu first. My story can wait. Yuan Zu looked at him with concern. But we are still short 1 rescue card. Ignoring the shock of his teammates, Jiang Kai pulled out a card and pressed it against Ruan Yu's frozen form. Instantly, the seal shattered and Ruan Yu returned to his normal state. I am free at last. The rescue card had successfully purged the imprisonment status. The team stared at him, a mix of shock and exhilaration washing over them. Wait a second. Does this mean you were riding with the rock crystal giant the whole time? Hearing Jiang Kai's insane tale, they swelled with pride at his audacity. To have the guts to exploit a king-tier boss, only Captain Jiang Kai could pull off a stunt like that in this awakening manhwa. The king boss did not even deign to look at who was hitching a ride. That is arrogance on another level. Once again, thoughts of Willis brought a pang of regret to his heart. It is a shame I still lack the strength to avenge their leader. Seeing Jiang Kai's frustration, the team immediately rallied, determined to lend him their strength. Avenging the squad leader is not a burden you have to carry alone. We are in this together. Su Nuan. Nuan handed 4 cards to Jang Kai. Here, Jang Kai. These are the 4 gacha tickets we just looted. Excellent. Adding the 5 special draw cards the system just distributed, that brings our total to 23 tickets. He glanced at Su Nuan. We do not know the drop rates or rewards for those 4 special cards yet, so we should save them for an emergency. Now, what is our next move? Jiang Kai laid out the strategy. We need to locate the survivors of the Red Squad and formulate a new battle plan immediately. Trails of fresh blood stained the path as Brother Tran and Brother Ha supported each other, limping forward. The Pink Squad was in tatters. Suddenly, heavy footsteps crunched against the earth, causing them to flinch in terror. It was Jiang Kai's unit. Relief washed over them as they recognized Brother Tran and Brother Ha. Brother Tran gasped, eyes wide with shock. Little Jiang Kai, how on earth did you pinpoint our coordinates? Wait, did you manage to exchange points for the global information card? Jang Kai grinned confidently. That is exactly what I did. Brother Ha looked at the youngsters with deep admiration. We wanted to buy that info at the safe zone, but we burned all our resources removing debuffs. You new generation hunters are truly surpassing the old guard. A sudden realization struck Brother Tran. By the way, what happened to the mountain squad? Jiang Kai lowered his head, his voice heavy with grief. Brother Lu and his entire team, they were wiped out. The news hit the two veterans like a physical blow, leaving them speechless. Burning with profound determination, Jiang Kai studied the battered veterans before unveiling his strategy. Brother Tran, Brother Ha, I have devised a strategy to fast-track us straight to the finals. However, it is extremely dangerous. You need to decide if you are willing to take this gamble with us. The two men exchanged a knowing look, then slammed their swords into the ground with renewed resolve. There is nothing to consider. He-Shishi's war has already claimed 3 of our brothers. Every breath we take now is borrowed time. Their fighting spirit reignited like a phoenix. For the glory of Saint Dieu and our fallen comrades, I do not care if it is a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. I will crush anything in my path. Their unwavering resolve fired up Jiang Kai's team. But suddenly, agony twisted Brother Tran's face, and he collapsed, coughing up a violent spray of blood. Panic erupted as everyone rushed to his side. Brother Tran managed a weak smile. Look at me, making a fool of myself. His body trembled uncontrollably as the numbness set in. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. Shishi's broken body. I will only be a burden to you all. Fortunately, Nuan stepped forward, her healing magic ready to intervene. Brother Tran, Brother Ha, do not say that. Leave your injuries to me. A soothing breeze swept through the clearing as she activated her skills. 30 minutes later, Jiang Kai's united front was fully healed and standing tall beneath a colossal ancient tree. Gazing up at its towering canopy, Brother Tran and Brother Ha felt a stir of confusion. Little Jiang Kai, is there something special about this tree? You brought us here after healing but kept the plan a secret. Jiang Kai began to explain, his mind conjuring the image of the terrifying king-tier boss. Earlier, I encountered a high-level monster procession. It was a legion of rock crystal giants, and marching among them was a king-tier boss. I've locked onto the target using a tracking card. It's leading the pack right to us. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as the plan clicked into place. By shadowing them, we can bypass every battle and coast to the endgame. Brother Chen couldn't believe his ears, terror washing over him. You want to do what? Stalking a king-rank monster? Are you crazy, or just trying to get us killed? His pupils trembled in fear. Before a spark of realization ignited within him, he saw the genius in the madness. But in our battered condition, this insane gamble is the only way to ensure the whole party survives the night. Exactly. We have to go all in on this bet. Yuan Zu stepped up, his voice steady. Little Jiang, we trust your judgment. Rest easy. Following anyone else is a death sentence, but with Jang Kai, victory is guaranteed. Suddenly, a massive foot smashed into the earth, shaking the ground. Jang Kai signaled sharply. They're here. The team froze, watching as the behemoths tore through the forest, obliterating everything in their path. He barked a silent order. Cling to the trees. As long as our feet don't touch the ground, they won't sense our presence. The team moved in perfect sync to evade the monsters. Meanwhile, a battered figure emerged from the shadows near the riverbank. It was Willis. Slumping by the water, rage boiled within him. That was too close. He couldn't fathom how a rookie could control a king-rank stone golem. A twig snapped nearby. Willis instantly shifted into a combat stance. Show yourself. He unleashed a devastating strike, shattering a nearby boulder to dust. Footsteps echoed softly. The newcomer was a legend possessing 2 god-tier talents, Total Reincarnation and the Blood Demon Arts. Willis stepped into the light, flanked by his elite squad from Nation J. He looked down at Willis, a predator eyeing wounded prey. Willis stared him down, mind racing. They might know about my reincarnation trait, but I've only unleashed the Blood Demon Art 3 times. How could they know? The blonde man smiled with supreme arrogance. Willis gripped his weapon, demanding, who exactly are you? The name's Willis. The stranger waved a hand dismissively. Relax. I have no interest in fighting you right now. His subordinate tossed a syringe to Willis. Willis smirked. Tier 3 Hyper Recovery Serum. It replaces every drop of blood in your body within 3 minutes. A gift from an alchemist friend. I don't need it, so it's yours. Willis chuckled at Willis's suspicion. Wondering why I'm showing mercy? Or do you think it's poison? How hurtful? Willis didn't flinch, his sword raised in silent warning against the stranger. Willis winked, closing the distance effortlessly. Don't worry. I have too much pride to slaughter a crippled dog. You know Jiang Kai, right? Willis mused. I heard that in this leveling Manhwa world, he's not even level 40. Yet he dominated the qualifiers single-handedly. I was busy with an emergency quest, so I missed the chance to crush him myself. Truly a shame. He reached out towards Willis. Someone as interesting as you must be dying to test his strength. Willis gritted his teeth. So what? Willis ignored him, analyzing the injuries. Those wounds. Inflicted by a king-rank beast. The toxin will reach your heart in 3 minutes. If another squad ambushes you, now you're dead meat. Is this really how you want your legend to end? Willis stood frozen. Willis leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. In this tournament, only you and Jang Kai are worthy of my attention. I'm dying to know. He grinned like a predator. Which one of you is truly the strongest? Only the victor earns the right to face me. In a blur of motion, Willis vanished and reappeared holding the syringe out to the brown-haired subordinate. Rim, I doubt our genius friend here will disappoint us. After a moment of hesitation, Willis snatched the serum from his hand. Leaning against a tree, Willis injected the serum straight into his vein. Watching this, Green voiced his anxiety. Captain is arming the enemy really wise. What if it costs us our ranking? Willis stretched lazily, scoffing at the concern. Ranking? Who cares about numbers? I only came because I smelled a challenge. Those military fossils nagged me to death to be here. I haven't had a decent fight back home in ages. I promised top 3, but I decide who stands at the summit. Green fell silent, stunned by the sheer arrogance. As Willis walked away, Green glared at his back, unable to hide his resentment. Willis glanced over his shoulder, eyes cold. I know you're pissed, but you can't beat me. Question my orders again, and I'll remove you from the game myself. Green stood frozen, thinking arrogant lunatic. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Jiang Kai's squad. The stone giants marched on, shaking the very earth. Perched in the canopy, Brother Ha gasped, he shishis. This is absolutely legendary. Aside from a few bumps, it's been a free ride. Hu Yan hugged the tree trunk, beaming with pride at their success. Captain Jang Kai's parasitic beast strategy is pure genius. And did you guys see that earlier? When the solar team spotted us right before they got wiped out, their jaws dropped so hard they nearly hit the ground. Hilarious. Yuan Zu chimed in. They were plotting to ambush our Sacred Glory Guild, but we crushed their entire nest instead. Justice served cold. Brother Chen's eyes darkened with regret. If I had possessed this kind of tactical brilliance sooner, the red team wouldn't have lost anyone. Suddenly, the giants slowed their thunderous steps, turning into cautious treads. Su Nuan blinked. Why are they slowing down? Are they out of stamina? Jiang Kai frowned, activating his demon eye. His irises glowed with eldritch light. Remember the rules of this elimination game. The monster zone shrinks inward over time. His voice dropped low. And directly ahead, I sense a terrifying concealed energy signature. The heavens themselves seemed to warp, twisting with bizarre ethereal energy. Jiang Kai's expression darkened. I wondered what force could halt the beast tide, he muttered. Now I see. It is a barrier. Suddenly, the forest screamed, trembling violently under a force far greater than the giant's footsteps. Ruan Yu screamed warning of the quake, but Jiang Kai's instincts flared like a warning siren. He snapped his head around, sensing a massive presence barreling toward them. Incoming, Jiang Kai roared. More monsters are on our tail. Unseen by the group, Fang nightmares surged from the shadows, eyes burning with bloodlust. Jiang Kai realized the truth instantly. The stone golems were blind to them, but these new predators, they had the scent of blood. Meanwhile, the colossal giants lumbered forward, their massive forms colliding with those strange currents of energy. Moving with the agility of a panther, Jiang Kai scaled a tree and launched himself skyward. Seizing the split second, his body phased through the transparent barrier. The rest of the team scrambled to follow his lead. Ruan Yu landed and looked back, gasping as the beast slammed into the invisible wall. Just as expected, he panted. The barrier rejects them. Jiang Kai didn't celebrate. If that wall falls, we are dead meat, he warned. Taking command, he ordered. While the phase holds move, we need distance between us and that horde. The team shouted their agreement, sprinting after him. 10 minutes later, the suffocating embrace of the forest still held them captive. High above, predatory gazes tracked Jiang Kai's movements. Assassins lurked in the canopy, but Jiang Kai's senses were already screaming. He knew they were being hunted. Instinctively, the team looked up, but Jiang Kai was faster. In a heartbeat, he manifested daggers wreathed in scorching flames. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the fiery blades screaming forward. "Hu Yan now," he shouted. She raised her hands, weaving water and frost into a magnificent 8 trigrams formation. "Witness the supremacy of silver ice," she cried. "Tremble, you fools." 2 razor-sharp crescents sliced through the canopy, sending the ambushers crashing to the forest floor. A massive mace shattered the earth upon impact. It was the Bird Country's tribal squad. The owner of the weapon, a member of the cheetah team, glared at them. Henry smirked, twirling his weapon. "Busted." From the shadows emerged the Mist Country squads, their voices dripping with mocking praise. "The Saint Light team has sharp senses," Alice purred, eyeing Jiang Kai with dangerous interest. "Quick reactions. And quite handsome too." Jang Kai's eyes turned cold, a smirk playing on his lips. "Did you honestly think we walked into this hell without preparations?" He recalled the moment 3 minutes ago. Su Nuan had checked the interface. A global notification had flashed before them. A chilling update for this leveling Manhwa survival game. Current survivors 25. Teams remaining 11. Monster invasion progress 1,400 units. Commander grade beasts 100. King grade beasts detected. Safe zone radius 298 kilometers. Yuan Zu gasped. Only 11 teams left already. Su Nuan remained calm. The monster pressure is forcing everyone toward the center. Encounter rates are spiking. The slaughter will only intensify. Hishishi's battle royale is reaching its climax. Jiang Kai grit his teeth. Excluding our Saint Light teams, the other 9 squads likely share national origins. They know each other's skills and have formed alliances. A heavy silence fell over the group as the gravity of his words sank in. "We must assume the remaining squads have united to crush Saint Light. We are the targets." Jiang Kai scanned the dense tree line. Hishishi's forest is a natural blind spot. The enemy is waiting. Stay sharp. At the first sign of movement, unleash hell. Back in the present, the Flying Bird and Paladin squads of Country Inn stepped forward, their faces twisted in disdain. "Oi, Alice, stop drooling over the enemy," one shouted. "We kill the Saint Light dogs first. We can settle the score between our 3 nations later." Brother Chen and Ha looked nervous. Ha whispered little Jiang was right. They really have formed a massive alliance against us. Jiang Kai demanded, "Is this all of you?" But his mind raced. Something felt off. He had sensed a familiar sinister aura moments ago. Henry swung his mace, sneering, "I can turn you into meat paste alone, brat." But suddenly, ice spikes flew past him. As William roared, "Jiang Kai is my prey." The attack pierced Henry's arm before he could blink. As his limb was severed, his lackeys screamed in horror and charged forward. "Boss," they cried, oblivious to the Reaper behind them. William's blade flashed, slicing horizontally through all 3 men in a single bloody stroke. Watching them fall, William laughed maniacally. "Lucky me, less competition." Suddenly, a voice dripped with venom. "Jiang Kai." Surprised, Willis stepped out, eyes full of contempt. "In the end, you and your trash team are just bugs dancing in the palm of my hand." The team froze, but Jiang Kai spoke calmly. "So you survived." His eyes drifted to the blonde man, Willis smirking behind Willis. "Those 2. Jiang Kai analyzed. "They do not look like citizens of Country Y, especially that blonde one. His presence is unnatural." Hu Yan shifted into a combat stance, voice trembling with rage. "You killed Brother Lu. Today blood pays for blood." Ruan Yu and Yuan Zu roared in unison. "That is right." Willis lunged, thrusting his weapon forward. "You lack even the qualification to beg for mercy at my feet." Jiang Kai leaped back, launching 3 blades. "Drop the arrogance," he shouted. "I will take your head as an offering to Brother Lu." William carved a deep gouge into the earth, barking orders. "Saint Light has the numbers. Wipe out their squad while they are distracted." Alice raised her hand, casting the scripture of repentance. "Don't tell me what to do," she huffed. A blinding magical light erupted. Jiang Kai's team stood paralyzed as a pale purple mist swallowed them. Yuan Zu, Ruan Yu, Su Nuan Huyan. One by one they froze. The mist locked their bodies in place. Jiang Kai spun around, horror dawning as he saw the containment sphere trapping his friends. Seizing the opening, William and his pack charged in for the kill. Jiang Kai grit his teeth, rage burning in his chest. "Damn it, it is mind control sorcery. If I do not act, they are dead." Abandoning the duel, he sprinted toward them. "I have to save them first." But Willis refused to let Jiang Kai go soaring into the sky. He sneered with lethal intent. "Little brat, didn't I tell you? You are nothing but my prey." Willis unleashed his phantom invincible slash. But Jiang Kai roared, manifesting a blur of arcane magic that shot toward Willis, catching the villain completely off guard. On the other side of the screen, then Fong Hishishian Den and Wei Ying watched the battle with bated breath. Then Fong couldn't hold back his shock. That was too dangerous. Jiang Kai nearly got sliced in half. Jiang Kai's teammates trembled under Alice's debuff. One subordinate fell to his knees begging, "Oh God, please forgive me, I am a sinner." Wei Ying grit his teeth. It's the pious repentance skill. He, shishis. Spirit control witchcraft drowns the victim in an endless abyss of guilt. The more you resist, the heavier the sin weighs on your soul. Until they lose all will to fight, He Shishian then slammed the table in fury. Jiang Kai can barely protect himself. Damn, it is the Holy Light Squad really going to face total annihilation. Suddenly, Yuan Zu smashed a wine bottle. He bellowed, "Repent for what I didn't do anything wrong." The trio watching the screen jumped at his sudden drunken outburst. A goofy grin plastered on his face, he charged with his shield. "Hey, beautiful, your big brother is coming for you." He swung his sword at Alice, making her shriek. "What the hell?" Alice frantically blocked the strike with her staff, her voice filled with panic. "Get away from me, you fat loser." The binding spell instantly shattered. Brother Ha turned to Brother Tran confused. "We were hit by a skill just now. How did it suddenly break?" Hu Yan explained quickly. "That guy, Yuan Zu, gains natural resistance to mental attacks when he's drunk. Just like when he faced the Banshee's scream." Another bottle shattered. VN2 leaped 30 feet into the air, sparks flying from his body. His voice was steady as steel. "I am the first war. God, gods, or demons. I cut them all. Kill." With a roar, VN2 slammed his blade into the earth, triggering a massive explosion that blasted the enemies away. He rested his sword on his shoulder, overflowing with arrogance. "You want to touch my people? Ask my sword first." William gasped in horror. That is origin power. Su Nuan, and Hu Yan cheered in unison. Yuan Zu, VN2. Great job. Brother Tran stood there dumbfounded. They turn into completely different people when they drink. Willis watched the standoff between Willis and Jang Kai for a moment. "Rim, who do you think is stronger between those two?" Rim answered slowly. "I do not know. It looks like they haven't gone all out yet." Willis flipped a coin with a single finger, grinning. "Bingo." As expected, even you noticed it. He crushed the coin in his fist, a terrifying killing intent radiating from his body. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Then, it is time to give these two lazy cats a little wake-up call." A blinding pillar of light shot up from the center of the forest, sending out a massive shockwave. The interface appeared, signaling a classic twist in this leveling manhwa. Stage 4 of the global tournament had begun, and the monster barrier collapsed instantly. Willis smirked. "Looks like I don't need to get my hands dirty." The furious roars of monsters echoed from the distance. Jang Kai glanced over, sweat beading on his forehead. "Crap, it's the monster horde. We can't fight that many boss-tier enemies at once." He leaped up, throwing a hand of cards. "Death card, go." Jiang Kai thought, "I need to kill the opponent fast and end this battle." But his death card pierced nothing but a wooden log. Jiang Kai realized too late. Not good. It's a substitution jutsu. Willis had already vanished and reappeared behind Hu Yan. He whispered chillingly, "Jiang Kai, do you know how to make a blade sharper?" Jiang Kai screamed, "Hu Yan, look out." But the words barely left his lips before Willis skewered Hu Yan through the stomach. He laughed cruelly. "It gets sharper when it tastes the blood of its prey." Jiang Kai sprinted forward, roaring Hu Yan. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. Level 70 poison fang centipedes burst from the fissures. Jiang Kai looked back at the beasts, clicking his tongue in frustration. "Those damn animals are already attacking us." On the other side, Willis's eyes went wide. Despite the stab wound, Hu Yan twisted her body to face him. She gripped his arm tightly, growling, "You think you can run?" Ice spread rapidly, freezing Willis's arm. She trembled. It is time for the hunter and prey to switch places. Willis turned pale, muttering, "I didn't expect this girl to." Hu Yan summoned her last ounce of strength. Su Nuan, do it now." Hearing the command, Su Nuan charged, throwing poison orbs at Willis. "I have been waiting for this." He instantly activated Shadow Escape. Blood Cicada shell crimson wings unfurled from his back as he sneered in disgust. "In the end, you aren't combat classes. You're too weak." The poison vials shattered harmlessly on the ground. Willis easily shattered the ice, binding him, leaving Hu Yan in shock. He ripped his blade out of her body, making Hu Yan scream in agony. Willis spoke casually, "Consider yourselves lucky. If I wasn't short on time, I wouldn't let you die so easily." Su Nuan saw her friend collapse and rushed over. Hu Yan. Willis teleported behind Su Nuan in the blink of an eye, mocking her. Little sister, you should worry about yourself first. Phantom invincible slash. The sharp blade was inches from Su Nuan's neck, but from the distance, Jiang Kai roared arena card. He threw a gold card that pierced through the monster horde. Willis grit his teeth as the card flew straight at him. A massive explosion erupted, trapping them in a sphere of smoke. The system quickly displayed a notification: target forcibly bound. Entering arena mode with the user. Confirm entry, Jang Kai answered with eyes full of steel. Confirm. Hishishi's guy is too dangerous. I have to finish him myself. Willis looked around in confusion as his body froze. The space around Jang Kai seemed to stop in time. Meanwhile, Su Nuan was desperately trying to heal Hu Yan. She sobbed uncontrollably. Hu Yan, don't move, let me heal you. Hu Yan's face was pale from blood loss, her voice trembling. Su Nuan. Save your stamina. Your healer's heart skill might be our final trump card. Tears streamed down Su Nuan's face as she refused. No. Hu Yan shakily reached up to touch her hand. Don't cry. We forced that bastard to use his escape skill, didn't we? Hu Yan's body began to disintegrate into light. She whispered gently, help Captain Jiang Kai. We must win this. Su Nuan hugged her fading body and wailed. Hu Yan, taking advantage of the chaos, the American team charged. That healer is the weakest, kill her. But suddenly Yuan Zu leaped into the sky, his body erupting with lightning. Yuan Zu roared, my friend is the companion of a war god filth. Like you aren't worthy to even breathe his air. His blade crashed into the earth, unleashing a shockwave that blasted the mob into the sky. William lunged from the blind spot, his face twisted in rage. You bastard, exposing your back to the enemy. That's the last fatal mistake you'll ever make. Shadow poison strike, but Yuan Zu spun with supernatural grace, effortlessly dodging the blade. The system had just spiked his agility stats. Meanwhile, the camera shifts to the main showdown, Jiang Kai versus Willis. The two combatants stood locked in a stare-down, isolated, within a shimmering cage of high-tier magic. The beast Poison Fang roared, bearing razor-sharp fangs, but slammed uselessly against the impenetrable barrier separating the duelists. Inside, Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed. His movement techniques are ghostly. I can't give him a single pixel of space to evade. Catching Jiang Kai's gaze, Willis smirked with arrogance. He shifted into the time gambler stance, readying his ghost hand cards. I need to crush him with a preemptive strike. Willis vanished into a blur. Unleashing Bloodlust Blizzard Slash, his blade danced through the air, deflecting every single one of Jiang Kai's projectiles. Jiang Kai grit his teeth. My fatal critical strike should multiply the force 100-fold. Does this guy possess a hard counter to critical damage? Willis unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, intercepting Jiang Kai's attacks with terrifying precision. Slow. You are way too slow. The assassin cackled maniacally. Is that it, Jiang Kai? Your speed is pathetic. Yet the MC refused to yield, launching a storm of razor-edged cards, even as Willis parried them with ease. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Willis and Grimm lounged on a flying carpet, watching the life-and-death struggle like it was a movie. Willis rested his chin on his hand, eyes gleaming. One is cunning and unpredictable. The other is lightning fast. How thrilling. Hishishi's is the peak of leveling manhwa entertainment. I wonder which monster will survive. Suddenly, Poison Fang spotted the spectators and launched a glob of toxic slime. The magic carpet shot upward instantly, evading the corrosive venom. Grimm stepped forward, his body erupting with purple mana. Shadow ambush. The two vanished into thin air, leaving the monster bewildered. The beast scanned the sky, found nothing, and retreated to the forest. Willis chuckled. Your stealth skills are terrifyingly convenient, my friend. Now, let's enjoy the show. Back in the arena, Jiang Kai strained his vision, activating Ghost Eye Focus to the max. He vaulted into the air, dodging a lethal combo while firing a fresh volley. Seeing Willis's smug face, the truth finally hit him like a lightning bolt. I was wrong. He isn't nullifying the critical hits. At the very last microsecond, he strikes the side of my cards using minimal force to deflect their trajectory. He's guiding them into the impenetrable arena floor to cancel out the explosive kinetic energy. Seeing Willis lunge, Jiang Kai charged head-on. Go, he screamed, hurling a card. Willis countered instantly, with Bloodlust Ghost Burst, triggering a massive smoky explosion. The card pierced the smoke, hitting nothing. Willis had vanished. Jiang Kai's face twisted in frustration. Damn it, he slipped away again. How many survival skills does this rat have? We're trapped in this tiny cage, yet my Reaper card still can't find its mark. He summoned a Radiant card. Holy Light Halo. I'll restrict his movement and force him out. But before he could cast, his pupils shrank in terror. A cold presence materialized directly behind him. Madness danced in Willis's eyes as his blade sought flesh. "A true assassin moves like a phantom," he whispered with sadistic glee. Blood-drained spikes erupted from the blade, digging deeper into Jiang Kai's body. The MC threw his head back and screamed in agonizing pain. But then he snapped Jiang Kai's hand, locked onto Willis's wrist like a vice. He turned, eyes burning as blinding light gathered in his palm. Willis didn't flinch, his expression dripping with contempt. "Pathetic. Shishi's resistance is just the death throes of the weak. You aren't even worth my time." Willis flexed and thick pitch-black aura oozed from his arm. Jiang Kai faltered. "What the hell is that?" Willis grinned, sensing victory. "Did you think this blade only drinks blood? Trying to trade your life for mine? How adorably naive. Blood sacrifice." He drove the blade clean through Jiang Kai's torso. The scream that followed was bone-chilling. Outside, Yuan Zu watched in absolute horror. Ruan Yu was trembling. Anha's eyes went wide, pupils trembling in panic as he saw the grievous wound. From the distance, Nuan saw Jiang Kai engulfed by crimson tendrils. She screamed in terror. But that sound alerted the giant beast nearby. The colossus erupted from the earth, targeting the healer. Look out! An Tran and An Ha threw themselves into the fray, intercepting the monster just in time. "Watch out!" Yuan Zu lost all reason, charging forward in a blind rage. "I'll kill you, unforgivable." Seeing the opening, William and his goons swarmed him instantly. Now Ruan Yu tried to rush in as support, but she was cut off before she could take a single step. A kick sent her sword flying. Alice stepped in with her crew, grinning like a hyena. A coward trying to play hero. "Know your place or you'll die right here." Back in the cage, the situation was dire. The blood sacrifice lifted Jang Kai into the air before slamming him violently into the concrete. That impact took half his life bar instantly. Willis retracted his blade, smirking in triumph. As the dust settled, it revealed Jiang Kai broken, battered, and soaked in his own blood. He lay motionless. Outside the barrier, Nuan was losing her mind. She hammered against the energy wall, desperate to reach him, while Jiang Kai's consciousness began to fade into the dark. Nuan stared at the unmoving body. "Jiang Kai. He's hurt so badly. Is he even breathing?" Tears streamed down her face as panic set in. She frantically cast her healing spell. "Hold on, I'll save you." But as the magic touched the barrier, a cruel system window popped up. "Error, target is currently in an unhealable state." Her heart stopped. "What? No. That can't be." High above, Grimm finally spoke, analyzing the tech. "That light barrier. It completely severs the space from the outside world." Willis nodded, eyes narrowing. Dying yet denied healing. It seems Willis is the superior predator. He recalled his last encounter with the audacious MC. He remembered the boy's arrogant words. "If you see a holy light user, kneel and walk the other way." Willis watched the broken boy intently. Shishi's kid. He really is fascinating. Willis looked completely drained, his mood swinging wildly from the intensity of the battle. Meanwhile, Grimm couldn't shake a sudden sinking feeling of disappointment washing over him. Back in the military command room, Heavenly Angel and his elite entourage monitored the battlefield situation. Wei Ung was the first to break the heavy silence. "Consider this. Jiang Kai hasn't even hit level 30, yet defying every leveling Manhwa trope, he stood his ground against a top-tier combatant exceeding level 60. Heavenly Angel nodded solemnly. "He gave it everything he had. Make no mistake." Heavenly Angel's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade, as he issued a warning. "Etch this name into your memories. In this Manhwa recap, we are witnessing the birth of a legend. There will come a day when he becomes the single greatest threat to Saint glory." Even seeing the main character broken and defenseless, the enemy refuses to show mercy. Willis unleashed another brutal volley of sword strikes. Jiang Kai, already battered, could only let out a pained groan. The villain paused, eyeing his prey. Was the boy finally broken beyond repair? Humph. No resistance at all. Willis sneered, his arrogance overflowing. "Have you finally accepted your pathetic destiny?" Jiang Kai trembled, teeth clenched tight to suppress his agony. Surely this was the end. But then, a smirk curled Jiang Kai's bloody lips. A golden card materialized in his palm, pulsing with light. He gripped it tight, his eyes burning not with fear, but with wild anticipation. The card shattered into a blinding golden dimension. Jiang Kai's broken body floated at the center of a colossal ancient clock, ready to be forged anew. A holographic interface flashed, a classic system Manhwa mechanic. User status near death. Hidden effect. God of the Wheel of Fate activated. The gears of destiny began to turn. "Do you wish to spin the wheel?" His physical form looked as fragile as a wisp of cloud, but his spirit was iron. Spin it, he commanded with absolute resolve. The massive clock hands began to tick, accelerating until they became a blur of motion. The hour and second hands whirred like a hurricane. Then snap, silence. Both hands froze perfectly at the number 0. The wheel of fate had made its choice. System notifications cascaded down like rain. Reward acquired primary force attack talent. Duration 60 seconds. Passive effect talent activation doubled. Force power doubled. But infinite power comes with a price. Penalty. Select a talent to seal away. Seal duration 10 minutes. Because of the double activation, the price was steeper. You must sacrifice 2 active talents for the next 10 minutes. The menu expanded. Available options: Super Multiplication, Super Critical Hit, Agility Enhancement, and Deceiving the Heavens. Please make your sacrifice. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. He made his selection instantly, sacrificing Super Multiplication and Agility Enhancement. His mind raced with cold logic. Multiplication was useless in a one-on-one duel, and no amount of agility buff would let him outrun Willis. No, he needed raw power to exploit a single opening. He bet everything on critical damage. Blue aura wrapped around him, as the system confirmed Super Multiplication and Agility Enhancement are now invalid. Congratulations. You have obtained primary force attack. Hishishi's power could be used to fortify his defense or unleash devastating elemental destruction. Jiang Kai's spirit body shone so bright, it nearly dissolved into nothingness. His consciousness slammed back into reality with a jolt. Damn it, he thought. My life force is still leaking away like water. The Wheel of Fate granted him power, but it didn't grant him a miracle. It couldn't fix a body already knocking on death's door. Just as darkness threatened to take him, warmth flooded his veins. Green healing markers popped up everywhere, stitching him back together. His pupils dilated, igniting with a crimson flame. Back in the real world, Willis watched the broken heap of his enemy. Seconds ticked by. Strange, he muttered. The body isn't dissipating. Is this insect still clinging to life? A cruel smirk returned to Willis's face. He twirled his blade, preparing the final execution. Shadowless, invincible /Hishishi's strike would erase Jiang Kai from existence. Snap! Jiang Kai's eyes flew open, the red glow exploding into a blazing inferno. His power erupted in true awakening Manhwa style. He bolted upright teeth, grinding, glaring at Willis with a rage that could tear the heavens apart. He moved faster than thought, unleashing his fate pursuit technique. Willis, arrogant to the end, never expected a corpse to bite back. The attack slammed home. What? Willis gasped in disbelief as they both landed. Jiang Kai stared him down, his voice dripping with ice. I told you. When you see someone from St. Glory, you kneel and crawl the other way. Watching from afar, Thunfong's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Am I going senile? Or did that actually just happen? Even Heavenly Angel was shaken. He didn't just see it. He felt it. The sheer combat power, the tsunami of fighting spirit, erupting from the boy. It was suffocating. What in the world is going on? Wei Ung stood there jaw slack. Grimm was equally paralyzed, the words dying in his throat. Impossible. Meanwhile, Willis leaned forward, eyes sparkling. Well now, things just got interesting. On the field, Willis wiped blood from his lip. Do you possess a self-regeneration talent? Willis demanded. Jiang Kai didn't answer. He stood like a statue, his mind drifting back to the preparation phase. Flashback to 1 hour ago. The team was huddled together, eyes glued to the glowing golden card in Jiang Kai's hand. Hishishi's is the arena card, he explained. Cost me 30 rescue tickets. It traps 1 enemy and 1 ally in an isolated dimension. Total immunity to outside interference. A duel to the death. Only death ends the lock. Ho Nan's face paled. An isolated dimension, she stammered. If damage can't get in, that means support can't get in either, right? If you get critically injured, you're just left to the mercy of fate. Ruan Yu nodded grimly. Exactly. But then Su Nuan perked up. Wait, I might have a workaround. Professor Lee's latest prototype, the symbiotic pupils. She revealed 2 crystal artifacts shaped like flowers. 1 azure, 1 rose pink. They pulsed with an otherworldly luminescence. The wearers of the blue and red petals share a spiritual link within 3 meters. It can bypass spatial barriers to transfer energy. The transmission loss is currently about 10%. She handed the pink crystal to him, leaving the team stunned. Jiang Kai looked at her with serious eyes. Su Nuan, even bypassing the barrier, a 10% energy burn is dangerous. Unless it's absolutely critical, do not activate it. Prioritize your own safety. Su Nuan smiled, agreeing without a hint of hesitation. I promise. Back in the present, Jiang Kai glanced past the energy barrier. There slumped on the ground was Su Nuan. She was trembling violently, drained of all strength. She forced her head up, eyes locking onto him through the void. Jiang Kai, you have to win. With those final words, she collapsed, her avatar fading into particles of light. As the last pink sparkles of her presence vanished, Jiang Kai felt her strength coursing through him. I will, he vowed, his eyes radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. We fight together now. Jang Kai's resolve, hardened like steel. Su Nuan activated her symbiotic link, channeling every ounce of her energy into him. Willis, however, only laughed like a madman, his arrogance overflowing. Jiang Kai, you drained your spirit just to drag me into this barrier. Did you think this trap would stop me? I am unstoppable. Once I paint the ground with your blood, every single member of Holy Light will follow you to the grave. The sheer audacity of his words ignited a fire in Jiang Kai's heart. Gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked, the main character shifted into his ultimate combat stance. Azure energy exploded from him, weaving together into a terrifying formation, the Death Card skill. A torrent of blue devastation surged forward, clashing head-on against Willis's crimson aura. The two forces collided in a cataclysmic shockwave. Jiang Kai's eyes darted, hunting for a weakness. Now a mysterious tome shot out from the energy stream, like a hidden dagger. Willis froze in shock. A ranged attack, but his class isn't a martial artist. Shaking off the surprise, Willis charged, roaring, "Trash belongs in the garbage bin. I will snap every bone in your body and drag your soul down to hell myself." In a heartbeat, Willis closed the distance, his blade descending in a bloodstorm slash. But Jiang Kai merely watched with eyes cold as ice. Your blade is too slow. Suddenly, the earth beneath Willis shattered. Gravity betrayed him, and panic flooded his veins. No, impossible. Is this a joke? Jiang Kai let out a mocking laugh. Now tell me, who is the real trash? A hidden artifact at Willis's waist detonated with scorching firepower, forcing a gut-wrenching scream from his lips. Agony ripped through him. He couldn't accept reality, his eyes bulged with blood vessels bursting. Arg. How? How could I lose? Faced with Jiang Kai's overwhelming dominance, Willis had no choice but to accept his grim fate. Blade strikes carved through him until he collapsed, blood spraying like a fountain. As the barrier shattered, his digital avatar finally disintegrated into nothingness. Jiang Kai watched the scene in silence, a heavy weight lifting from his soul. Finally, the monsters in the area froze, turning into statues in the corner. Nearby lay the scattered remains of Willis's squad. But elsewhere, enemy soldiers were driving their blades toward Brother Tran's chest. Tran roared in fury. You dare try to destroy Holy Light. An explosion of aura blasted the soldiers back. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my corpse. He drove his sword into them, choosing mutual destruction over defeat. In that glorious moment, he felt truly invincible. As the avatars of Brother Tran and Ha faded away, the torch was passed. Yuan Zu, gripping a blade wreathed in flames, charged forward. Their final message echoed, "The rest is up to you." Yuan Zu's blade pierced his opponent's shoulder, pinning him to a tree like an insect. He sneered. "Open your eyes. She's is the price for provoking the #1 war god." The enemy ground his teeth in agony, unable to move. But William, desperate and vicious, drove his hand into Yuan Zu's gut. He was playing a game of, "If I die, you die with me." "Don't think you'll survive this," William shrieked. Meanwhile, Alice was in dire straits. A massive beast charged at her, shattering the very earth with its steps. As the dust settled from the destruction, Alice stood, revealed her body covered in bruises and countless wounds. Yuan Zu struggled to his feet. Despite the chaos, his eyes lit up seeing Alice. Even battered and bruised, her fiery beauty couldn't be hidden. "That girl has spirit. I like it." But suddenly, a horde of starving beasts emerged from the shadows. Alice screamed in terror. "Damn it, it's a beast tide." Willis, floating comfortably on his magic carpet, looked down with a smirk. "Oh my, looks like the adorable little ones are hungry." Meanwhile, Jiang Kai lay motionless on the ground. Yuan Zu and William were locked in a gruesome stalemate, sword in body, hand in gut, neither willing to let go. Yuan Zu trembled, barely suppressing a groan of pain. Alice leaned heavily on her staff, fighting just to stay upright. Willis chuckled darkly. "It seems my pets will finish the job before you warriors can settle the score." On cue, the savage monster horde rushed in. Seeing the end, approaching the hand buried in Yuan Zu's stomach began to glow ominously. Yuan Zu shouted in horror. "William has gone completely berserk." The beast tide is here. Let's go to hell together, you dog, William screamed. But suddenly, a streak of fire cut through the air. A throwing knife pierced William, instantly snatching Yuan Zu from the jaws of death. A curdling scream echoed. Jiang Kai, chest heaving, lowered his hand. The blade had found its mark. It is finally over. Miraculously, the lead monsters turned and fled. Seeing this, the rest of the horde hesitated, then retreated in a mass exodus. Everyone froze. The beast tide is retreating. Suddenly, a pillar of divine light descended from the heavens. A system interface appeared, a classic scene from a leveling manhwa. System notification. The top 3 teams of the global hegemony competition have been determined. All survivors will now be fully healed and performance calculated. As the robotic voice faded, warm light bathed Jang Kai, stitching his body back together. Yuan Zu coughed, watching in awe as his fatal wounds vanished without a trace. Ruan Yu, still delirious, hugged a monster's tail like a pillow. Oh beauty! Such elasticity! Alice, though healed, jumped back in sheer horror. Jang Kai looked at his throwing knives, a grin spreading across his face. My power, it's all back. Ruan Yu finally snapped out of it, locking eyes with the disgusted monster. Triple AH, a monster. He scrambled away and tackled Jiang Kai in a hug. Jiang Kai sighed. Ruan Yu, are you all right? The system projected a massive hologram, counting survivors and rescue cards, commencing final team rankings. First up, Alice received a golden key. Rank 3, Noble Squad, Country N. Survivors 1. Rescue cards 38. Reward key to the Sulan land of Maitreya. Next, the spotlight fell on Willis for his reward. Rank 2, Angler Squad, Country J. Survivors 2. Rescue cards 98. Reward 2 keys. Willis scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Only second place. He dangled the keys, whining to his teammate. Greem, I worked so hard, and we still lost. My heart is broken, and you won't even comfort me. And finally, the champions. Rank 1, Holy Light Fire God Squad. Survivors 3. Rescue cards 108. Reward 3 keys to the Sulan land of Maitreya. Yuan Zu stood there dumbfounded. Jiang Kai snatched the keys, grinning mischievously. What are you standing there for, statue? His smile was radiant. Holy Light is victorious. Reality finally hit Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu. Screaming with joy, they tackled Jiang Kai in a massive victory hug. We actually won, I knew it. The command center erupted into absolute chaos as the screens broadcasted every second of the glorious triumph. Shenfeng was still reeling from the shock, stammering, Am I dreaming right now? It's the alcohol saint. Our alcohol saint just took the global #1 spot. The entire hall exploded with joy. Officers jumping in the air like excited children. General Wei Ying gazed up at the screen, not holding back his admiration. Fire God, you did magnificent work. Tian Shen turned around with gravitas, demanding attention. Everyone listen to me. He clenched his right hand into a fist over his heart, his voice trembling with emotion. Hishishi's victory belongs to every hero who risked death on that battlefield. Hishishi's is the unyielding military spirit of the Sacred Glory faction. Tian Shen pressed his hand firmer against his chest, his voice booming with majestic pride. Starting today, the name of Sacred Glory will echo across the entire globe. General Wei Ying, Commander Shenfeng, and the others felt their hearts swell. They saluted in unison. Yes, sir. The system rewards for this hidden quest were rumored to be absolutely legendary. Massive treasure chests began to materialize one by one. System announcement. The global arena zone will close in 10 minutes. Victorious team, please take your keys. You may re-enter the arena on the 15th at 1 p.m. to explore the lost ruins and unlock the mystic treasury. The blue barrier began to fade into nothingness. System retracting all rescue cards and skill cards. A blue vortex swirled open the dimensional gateway. Please exit the arena immediately via the teleportation formation. Alice dragged her feet toward the portal, complaining with every step. Finally, I need a bubble bath. I'm covered in slime and sweat. It's disgusting. Yuan Zu saw the crowd dispersing and threw his arm around Ruan Yu, buzzing with energy. Let's go, Jiang Kai. We have to rush back and tell the Warmth Guild the good news. Ruan Yu beamed, nodding in agreement. Jiang Kai's gaze lingered on the scene, his eyes hardening with resolve. The sacrifices made today, they finally paid off. Suddenly, his instincts flared. His eyes darted to the side, sharp as daggers. Jiang Kai noticed Green and Willis whispering in the back. Those two. Their presence was impossible to ignore. He analyzed them silently, his guard going up. Nothing about this was simple. To hoard 98 rescue cards, that required power that defied logic. And to form an alliance with someone as arrogant and tyrannical as Visat Jiang Kai replayed a scene from the battle in his mind. I remember clearly. They used some kind of hidden technique to erase their presence. In a typical leveling manhwa, that's a broken mechanic. The monsters didn't even look at them. He focused, trying to deduce their true objective. A bad premonition settled in his gut. That guy is far more dangerous than he looks. Suddenly, Willis snapped his head around and looked directly at Jiang Kai. Humph. Jiang Kai was taken aback. He noticed me. Willis began walking slowly toward Jiang Kai, his intentions unreadable. He stopped and flashed a smile. He extended a hand. Greetings, Jiang Kai. I'm Willis. I've heard a lot about you. Jiang Kai kept his face stone cold, refusing to lower his guard for a second. You know my name, Willis laughed, trying to diffuse the tension. Don't be so uptight, my friend. Your potential goes far beyond my imagination. Your performance today was breathtaking. Though I admit, I am very curious about your hidden class. Jiang Kai didn't give him an inch. He turned his back immediately. If memory serves, you run with Visat's crew. I don't think we're friends. Yuan Zu, let's move. He wanted nothing to do with this man, and drew a hard line instantly. Best not to get tangled up with a dangerous character like him. Yuan Zu and Ruan Yu saw their leader's reaction and followed without question. Yeah, but Willis wasn't done. With a burst of supernatural speed, he flickered in front of Jiang Kai, blocking the path. Yuan Zu saw the threat and surged forward in anger. Hey, the loser still has the nerve to show his face. If you want to fight, Willis stood there, a cunning smirk on his face as he condensed energy into a small blue orb. Jiang Kai reacted like lightning. He shoved his friend back and launched himself forward. Yuan Zu, stay back. Jiang Kai threw 3 throwing knives, but the blue orb seemed sentient. It dodged them effortlessly and shot straight for him. Jiang Kai's daggers missed their mark and buried themselves in the dirt. The blue orb was inches from his face. Jiang Kai froze, caught off guard by the sheer strangeness of the attack. Ruan Yu and Yuan Zu screamed in terror. Captain Jiang Kai, move. But Jiang Kai was paralyzed by the orb's impossible speed. It's too fast. Just as it was about to make contact, the orb suddenly swerved, shot up into the air, and detonated. A shockwave rippled through the space. The fragments of the orb didn't vanish. They reassembled. It transformed into a letter sealed with a skull emblem. The letter drifted down, landing softly in Jiang Kai's hand. A distinct blue mana glowed from the letter, the signature of its owner. Jiang Kai stared at it bewildered. Mission accomplished. Willis and Green turned and walked into the portal. Before vanishing, Willis offered a polite farewell. It was a pleasure meeting you. Jiang Kai and his 2 teammates stood there, completely confused by the encounter. Willis paused, savoring the moment. I look forward to our reunion. Jiang Kai watched him leave a deep sense of unease, taking root in his heart. Grim followed Willis into the teleportation gate. He hesitated before speaking. That thing you gave Jiang Kai, what was it? If the military finds out. Before he could finish, 3 arrows materialized from thin air, nearly skewering Grim's head. He froze, watching his severed hair drift to the ground, terrified by Willis's dark gaze. Willis's face darkened, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. Stop meddling in my business. I hate repeating myself. Then Willis stretched and yawned as if nothing happened. I think I'm hungry. What should I treat myself to for dinner? Grim wiped cold sweat from his forehead, whispering, that was too close. Back at the main god guild, Jiang Kai, Ruan Yu, and Yuan Zu huddled together. Yuan Zu looked at the item in Jiang Kai's hand. Jiang Kai, are you still stressing about that letter? As soon as Jiang Kai touched it, a magic circle flared to life, emitting a frost aura that froze his fingertips instantly. Jiang Kai flinched, frowning at the reaction. He pulled his hand back, his curiosity burning. I wonder what's inside. I haven't been able to open it since I got it. Ruan Yu suddenly piped up. Captain Jang Kai, I just remembered. In this kind of system manhwa setting, there's a class called Alchemist. They create items with special magical properties. Maybe this letter has a specific seal on it. Jiang Kai visualized the concept, repeating the words slowly. An alchemist and a magical seal. Yuan Zu's voice dropped to a grim growl. That Willis guy. His aura screams treachery. Who knows what kind of dirty trap he planted inside that seal? Jiang Kai. Maybe we should get the military to scan it for curses. Jiang Kai didn't answer. He just stood there, his mind calculating possibilities like a supercomputer. No. That man is a hidden dragon. If he wanted to kill me, he would have struck long ago. His power clearly dwarfs mine, yet he willingly surrendered the championship of this awakening Manhwa tournament. Jiang Kai stared at the win letter in his hand, the mystery burning in his chest. What is his true endgame? I will drag the truth out of him in 2 weeks. Suddenly, Lu Tuan's voice cut through the air from behind. I knew I would find you three hiding here. As Lu Tuan and his bodyguards approached, Jiang Kai frowned in confusion. Brother Lu, what brings you to this remote spot? What brings me? Lu Tuan laughed. Do you have any idea how many people are jamming the ravine entrance, waiting to worship their returning heroes? And here you are sneaking back in like thieves. Jang Kai raised his hands in defense. Brother Lu, you know me. I'm allergic to being the center of attention. Lu Tuan winked playfully. Fine, dodge the fans if you want. But are you really going to ghost Commander Wei too? Jiang Kai blinked stunned. The commander is here. Lu Tuan nodded. Not just the commander. The entire high command is there, including General Hoahi Shishianthan. They all came to the ravine just to welcome you. Jiang Kai gaped in shock. All that for us. Unlike him, Yuan Zu and Yuan Zu pumped their fists in excitement. Finally, we are getting the legendary treatment. Jiang Kai. Since I joined the military, I have never seen such a glorious aura of welcome. Lu Tuan smiled gently. All right, I know you prefer the shadows, so I sent a message to disperse the crowd. Jiang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. Then his expression turned serious. Wait, Brother Lu. How are Yuan Zu Nuan and the others? Yuan Yu chimed in. Can we go visit them? Yuan Zu nodded in agreement. Yeah, are they okay? Lu Tuan shook his head. Visiting isn't convenient right now, but rest easy. The moment the operation ended, everyone who went offline was rushed to top-tier military psychological therapy. They should make a full recovery within 7 days. Jang Kai, Yuan Yu, and Yuan Zu finally relaxed. Lu Tuan continued. Also, the Fire God Squad's contribution to this Manhwa recap-worthy event was massive. Commander Wei secured a special privilege for you. You now have access to the military Green Channel. Jiang Kai gasped. The Green Channel. Lu Tuan explained slowly. Exactly. To ensure mission success, military personnel get priority login to the Ghost Star. No waiting in line. Instant access. His voice turned serious. If approved, the Fire God Guild will receive 100 Green Channel uses per year. That means even if you get killed offline, you can prioritize your return to the Ghost Star immediately. It is a game-changing advantage. The three shouted in unison. 100 times, Yuan Yu cheered. That means Huyan and Su Nuan can dive back in right away. Yuan Zu slapped Jiang Kai on the shoulder. Jiang Kai, our squad will be whole again in no time. But Lu Tuan wasn't finished. Jiang Kai, there is one more thing. I need to warn you. Lu Tuan's eyes were steel as he mentioned the Huyan Vu Guild. Jiang Kai's expression darkened instantly. What is it? Did those royal scum go after my big brother and brother too again? Lu Tuan waved his hand. Relax. Since you crushed them in the guild challenge, the royal family has been terrifyingly quiet. He recalled the pathetic sight of Huang Wei. Rumor has it ever since you slaughtered him, he has been muttering like a madman, totally broken. Lu Tuan pictured Huang Dat screaming under his covers. No, stay away, I don't want to go online. He is trapped in a nightmare of your making. The mere mention of your name sends him into a mental breakdown. And Hoang Thong. When he heard you became the champion, he spat blood from pure rage and collapsed on the spot. His minions were screaming in panic. But the Huyan Vu Guild moves fast. To keep operations running, they have already installed a new guild master. Lu Tuan began to brief them. Her name is He Shishi. She is a ruthless iron lady. Young, decisive, and commands 4 elite masters, known as the 4 Seasons. She is a legitimate threat. Lu Tuan's voice dropped to a whisper. You need to watch your back around He Shishi. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. Was this just a warning, or was Lu Tuan hinting at a coming storm? Lu Tuan patted his shoulder. She is a distant relative of the royal family. She might hold a grudge against you. Hopefully, I am just overthinking it. Yuan Zu grinned, cracking his knuckles. Hoang or Ha, it doesn't matter. If she wants to touch Jiang Kai, she has to go through me first. Yuan Yu stepped up. And me. Jiang Kai looked at his brother's eyes burning with determination. Hey, I am the captain of Fire God. Those who mess with us are the ones who should be having nightmares. 7 days later, in a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa, the squad faced a horde of level 45 elite vampire water buffaloes and a level 65 warlord. The earth shook as the beast charged. Yuan Zu raised his shield, rushing forward with his usual bizarre dialogue. "Oh babies, your skin looks so soft. Let brother Jiang Bull King take you for a dip in the pool of love." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the battlefield. Jiang Kai descended like a thunder god, electricity crackling around his body. As the beast fell, the system window popped up. "You have slain 20 elite vampire water buffaloes." But the herd wasn't finished yet. The survivors charged. A massive warlord buffalo, teeth dripping with malice, roared and led the stampede straight for him. Jiang Kai smirked. Time to wrap this up. He launched himself into the air, spinning gracefully. Card activate Death God's Decay Fire. The cards pierced the beasts like phantom daggers. The system chimed instantly. "You have slain 3 warlord vampire water buffaloes. You have slain 35 elite vampire water buffaloes." As Jang Kai landed softly, the experience points rained down. The elite vampire water buffalo fell defeated at last. Multiplier times 40 confirmed. "Congratulations on reaching level 31. He stared at his hands, shock washing over him. Less than 7 days to hit level 31. Jang Kai looked up as the AI brain materialized before him. The system interface shimmered into view. Level 31 achieved. Talent unlocked super multiplier. He shishis was the peak of a true system Manhwa experience. Notifications flooded his vision. Strength 280. Constitution 284. Agility skyrocketed to 552. Passive skill activated agility overdrive. Jiang Kai's eyes locked onto the stat sheet. His agility, now buffed, hit a staggering 772, a grin spread across his face. The super multiplier was finally his. But great power came with a heavy cost. The screen flashed a warning: weak constitution. Double the pain. Double the damage received. He calculated the odds in his mind. Since the talent upgrade, the probability for the super multiplier had risen to 3%. It sounded small, but the difference was massive. From 1 in 100 strikes to 1 in 33. The odds were finally in his favor. He checked his strength stat again. 280 points. Even his weakest attribute now crushed a standard level 40 fighter. Then his gaze shifted to that monstrous agility score. 772. His heart raced. Over 700 points of pure speed. An elite level 40, usually capped out at 450 even, with top-tier gear. That was considered rare. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, feeling the raw power. With just this one stat, he rivaled the combined power of his peers. Suddenly, the image of Willis holding that magic orb flashed in his mind. Jiang Kai's expression hardened. "If we clash again, I won't lose in speed." Meanwhile, a potion bottle clattered across the floor. Yuan Zu stared at his own system window. Adventurer Yuan Zu. Class Death Warrior. Level He Shishirdi 4. He shouted in excitement. "Captain Jiang Kai, look at me. I hit level 34, 6 more levels, and I'm ready for my next class advancement." Jiang Kai walked over, patting his shoulder. "Good work. The grind was brutal, but you leveled up fast." Yuan Zu scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. "It's a shame Yuan Zu went back to the military. If he was here with you, Captain, he'd be even stronger than me." Jiang Kai smiled warmly. "Yuan Zu has his duty. The military has a different path for him." He looked toward the forest, shifting the topic. "Hu Yan should be back by now. Let's head back to the guild." But they hadn't gone far when a massive convoy appeared. Yuan Zu blinked in confusion. "Look at that army. Where are they all going?" Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, recognizing the direction. "That's the quarantine zone, the front line against monster raids." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Jiang Kai." It was Su Lanlan. She walked over looking surprised. "What are you two doing out here?" "Just finished training," Jiang Kai explained swiftly. "We were heading back." He gestured to the armed troops. "But why is the military mobilizing so many people to the quarantine zone?" Su Lanlan didn't hide the truth. 2 months from now, we are joining forces with the Great Guilds to raid the Yuanzhuolu Ridge map boss. Jiang Kai and Yuan Zu gasped in unison. "A map boss?" Su Lanlan's face turned serious. A map boss is a nightmare beyond a king-tier monster. But the real terror, when it awakens, it triggers a catastrophic beast tide. A beast tide. Jiang Kai repeated, his voice trailing off. A chill ran down his spine. The boss on Eternal Winter Island was only king-tier, yet it nearly wiped out 200,000 soldiers. Su Lanlan checked her watch, her expression grim. Exactly. And the stronger the boss, the bigger the horde. Government data is terrifying. The predicted scale of this beast tide is in the millions. The two men cried out in shock. That's suicide, Su Lan stood firm. To open new territory and secure resources, the quarantine zone must hold. We are deploying 5 million troops to stop this wave. Dangerous or not, we have no choice but to fight. Jiang Kai fell silent, the weight of the war pressing down on him. Scene shift to the psychology clinic. Hu Yan screamed the moment she saw them. You guys are finally back. She sprinted over, tackling them into a hug. I missed you two to death. Jiang Kai held her shoulders, checking on her. Must have been suffocating in here, huh? She rolled her eyes dramatically. Tell me about it, Su Nuan. Nuan and I recovered ages ago, but the military insisted on keeping us for observation. If I hadn't watched the replay of your global tournament fight on loop, I would have died of boredom. Hu Yan's expression suddenly turned fierce. Speaking of which, Captain Jiang Kai, the way you handled Willis' absolute perfection. You really avenged me. Jiang Kai smiled humbly. I only beat Willis because of you and Su Nuan. I'm just glad you're both safe. Suddenly, his interface pinged. He shishered 6 unread messages. He opened the inbox, applications, to join the guild. Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. Whoa, that many people want to join us. Jiang Kai frowned slightly as he scrolled. Ever since the tournament win, the requests haven't stopped. Most aren't a good fit though. Suddenly, his finger paused. Wait, he shishes one. The profile hovered before him. Adventurer Shen Yi, class ascetic. Level he shishered 2. An ascetic. Jiang Kai mused. I remember the potion master mentioning them. The one who discovered the green water ghost formula was an ascetic. Ruan Yu whistled in admiration. Ascetics walk the path of pain in the deepest wastelands. They find hidden realms and trigger secret quests better than any other class. Hu Yan chimed in, seeing the potential. Captain, a guy like that could give us insane intel on dungeons. Should we keep him? Jiang Kai smirked, his mind made up. Let's meet him first. The next day, at the Red Moon Forest. Beneath the crashing waterfall, Shen Yi sat in deep meditation. A voice suddenly broke his concentration. Shen Yi stood frozen as Jiang Kai and Hu Yan materialized before him in this intense Manhwa recap scene. Beside them, Ruan Yu waved with a grin as bright as the roaring waterfall behind them. The moment Shen Yi stepped onto solid ground, he broke the silence. Guildmaster Jiang, you arrived faster than I calculated. Jiang Kai didn't waste a breath on pleasantries. I despise beating around the bush, so listen closely. You want to join the Fire God Guild, fine. But entry requires proof of your sincerity and your worth to the team. For instance, handing over intelligence on a hidden dungeon. Shen Yi weighed the offer in silence before his eyes hardened with resolve. Deal. But I have a condition. Power level me to level 40 first. Hu Yan furrowed her brows, letting out a heavy sigh. The audacity. You want to join us, yet you are the one making demands. Shen Yi countered with cold logic. Selection is a two-way street. I have the intent to join, but I also reserve the right to walk away, do I not? If that is too difficult. Jiang Kai cut him off with a sharp glare. Just level 40, Shen Yi scoffed, barely hiding his disbelief. You talk big. That grind takes a full year of blood and sweat. A smirk played on Jiang Kai's lips as he dropped the bombshell. A year, I will drag you there in 5 days. Maybe less. The scene shifts to 3 days later, deep within the Red Moon Forest. A massive water buffalo let out a death curdle as steel pierced its heart. As the beast collapsed at Shen Yi's feet, the system window flashed gold. Congratulations, you have reached level 40. Pure ecstasy flooded his veins as he roared. Level 40. I finally hit level 40. Jiang Kai stepped forward, his voice calm amidst the victory. Congratulations. Once we find the class change material, you can evolve your class again. Shen Yi trembled with excitement. Gods, this is insane. 8 levels in 3 days, I gained more experience in this short leveling manhwa grind than I did in a whole year of solo struggle. Hu Yan skipped over, teasing him with a smug grin. See the difference now? Do you still dare to underestimate Captain Jang Kai? Ruan Yu chimed in, puffing out his chest. Exactly, I wasn't bluffing. Our Captain Jang Kai is in a league of his own. Shen Yi turned to Jang Kai, his expression sobering into absolute respect. Guildmaster, I bow to your strength. You have my loyalty and the intel I promised. Jang Kai raised an eyebrow, waiting for the reveal. Shen Yi began his tale. Do you remember where you found me? Cultivating in front of that massive waterfall? There is actually a hidden cave behind that curtain of water. Every 6 days, a mysterious sphere of light manifests there. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. A mysterious sphere. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu stood with their mouths agape. Shen Yi nodded gravely. Correct. But its speed is godlike. It only appears for 10 seconds before vanishing into the void. I tried to snatch it once, but the backlash nearly broke my bones. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. When was the last appearance? Shen Yi did a quick mental calculation. 5 days ago, which means it is destined to return tomorrow. Hu Yan turned to her leader, concern etched on her face. Captain, that doesn't sound like any mob we know. Jiang Kai crossed his arms, his aura flaring slightly. My instincts scream that this is a hidden encounter. If destiny has placed it in our path, we must face it head on. The team accepted his command without hesitation. Understood. They marched to the thundering waterfall, the entrance to the unknown. 4 figures stepped into the darkness of the cave. Shen Yi gestured around the cavern. Hishishis was my temporary base. My gear is untouched, so no one else has discovered this place. Hu Yan gazed up at the ceiling, awestruck. Hishishi's cavern is massive. How did you even stumble upon a place like this? Shen Yi scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I was just looking for a cultivation spot when I ran into that light sphere. It smashed the rock so hard, the debris knocked me out cold. After waking up, I used the waterfall to heal my injuries. I didn't dare provoke that thing again. Luckily, it had no interest in eating me, so we coexisted. As he spoke, Jiang Kai approached the scarred cave wall. He traced the cracks, calculating the force. Hishishi's rock is incredibly dense. For a mere ball of light to shatter it like glass, the danger level is off the charts. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's gaze snapped to the entrance. A blinding radiance erupted near the mouth of the cave. He shouted, "Here it comes." Jiang Kai unleashed 3 flame-wreathed daggers instantly. Capture it alive. But the orb defied physics, ricocheting wildly through the cavern like a chaotic star. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Too fast, even my life-chaser daggers can't graze its tail. The orb rocketed toward Hu Yan. He screamed, "Dodge it." She raised her Bagua compass. Invincible silver ice art activate. But the orb phased right past her defenses, leaving her stunned. What the hell? The sphere slammed into the cave wall, triggering a collapse. Jiang Kai threw another blade to intercept debris. Get down. She dropped to the floor instantly. His dagger shattered a massive boulder into dust. Jiang Kai sprinted after the light. Cut off its escape route. Shen Yi and Ruan Yu blocked the tunnel exit. On it, but the glowing sphere outmaneuvered them, flashing behind their backs. Before they could react, it slammed into Ruan Yu's spine, knocking the tank off balance. Shen Yi skidded to a halt, sweat beading on his forehead. The damage wasn't this high before. It knows we are here, and it has ramped up its offensive power. Jiang Kai activated his ocular skill, Ghost Eye Focus. With steely resolve, he launched his blades, Time Dilation Silver. One dagger pierced the very heart of the sphere. The team cheered. Direct hit, the blade sank deeper, seemingly captured by the light. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in horror. My life chaser. It was devoured. The orb ricocheted upward, bringing the ceiling down on them. A massive boulder plummeted straight toward Jiang Kai's stunned face. At the last second, Ruan Yu raised his shield, shattering the rock upon impact. Shen Yi stepped in his spear, dancing to deflect the falling debris. Hu Yan summoned ice spikes to pulverize the remaining rocks. The 3 stood as a human wall before Jiang Kai. We have your back, Captain. The orb gathered momentum for another strike. Jiang Kai drew a special card, his voice dropping an octave. Death card. Reaper's arrival. He thought grimly. Let's see if you can digest this. The card struck true, but the sphere swallowed it whole like a gluttonous beast. Jiang Kai lost his cool. You have got to be kidding me. It can even consume a death card. Seeing the entity retreat toward the exit, panic set in. Damn it, it is trying to flee. Jiang Kai sprinted after the escaping light, roaring with authority. Death card, return to me now. His team scrambled behind him, their voices filled with panic. Captain Guildmaster. He gritted his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it, what in the world is this hellish energy? The sphere of light ground to a halt, erupting with a pulsating emerald aura. As the sphere expanded like a devouring maw, Jiang Kai's senses flared. Through pure willpower, he locked onto the signature of the death card. There, a glimpse of its corner proved it was still within reach. Seizing the split second, Jiang Kai moved like lightning. He lunged forward, desperate to reclaim his ace. Just as his fingertips grazed the light, a blinding radiance exploded outward. The system window flashed Divine Realm intervention blocked. Downgrading to Hidden Secret Realm. The system continued its barrage. Master Swindler detected. Divine Artifact Reward, reconfigured to Gambler Class exclusive weapon. Jiang Kai crashed into the dimension known as the Light God Domain. Groggily opening his eyes to a sea of mist confusion washed over him. Where exactly am I? A divine realm. Hishishis feels completely unlike any dungeon I've faced before. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide as a realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Hold on. There, on the ground, lay the death card. And in the distance, Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, and Shen Yi were rushing toward him. The whole squad had been pulled in. The blue system interface materialized again. Welcome to the Hidden Realm, Light God Domain. Warning, the demon army will launch a total assault in 3 minutes. Mission objective, defend the Light God token for 300 seconds. Victory rewards, secret realm treasure chest, and contribution-based weaponry. Restriction, S-rank items exceeding current class level are sealed. Jiang Kai whipped his head around, stunned. Ruan Yu and the team finally regrouped their expressions, mirroring his confusion. Was that sphere actually a portal? One asked. Jiang Kai ignored the chatter, attempting to recall his card. Error. Death card sealed. The system wasn't joking about restricting god-tier artifacts. Suddenly, Hu Yan pointed upward, her voice trembling. What in the world is that? A radiant angelic command token materialized floating before them. He shishis must be the light god token, Jiang Kai muttered. His mind raced, connecting the dots to the earlier notification about the gambler's exclusive weapon. If my instincts are right, this could be the second main god card. A smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Kai's lips. He shishis awakening Manhwa scenario just got interesting. Hu Yan's panic pierced the air. Captain Jang Kai. The ground is shaking. Without a word, Jang Kai activated his eye technique. His vision became a radar, sweeping the horizon until he locked onto the threat. It's the demon army. Incoming. Shen Yi's nerves frayed. Guildmaster, should we move out to intercept them? Absolutely not, Jang Kai shot back. If we fight at the mountain base, our defense line stretches too thin. 4 people can't hold a front that wide. His voice turned to steel. We hold the high ground. Choke point defense until the timer hits 0. The team shouted, understood. The system countdown began. Demon attack in 10 seconds. 10. The tension was thick enough to choke on. The squad took their battle formations, aura flaring. 7. Sweat beaded on his brow. 5. 4. 3. Shen Yi and Hu Yan charged their mana to the breaking point. 2. 1. The barrier shattered. A massive dimensional rift tore open, and the demon army flooded out like a tidal wave of nightmares. Jiang Kai launched himself into the air. All units engage. He unleashed a blazing kick, sending a torrent of flames crashing down onto a 3-headed wolf. Critical hit. Jiang Kai smirked, but his smile vanished instantly. The beast roared, shaking off the flames as if they were nothing but a warm breeze. Invulnerable. Jiang Kai shifted tactics instantly. Damn it, elemental immunity. Physical attacks only switching to life-chasing blades. Thwack thwack. Thwack daggers buried themselves in all 3 skulls. The behemoth collapsed, crushing the lesser demons beneath its massive weight like ants. But the horde was endless. Jiang Kai was being overrun when a wolf lunged for his throat. Suddenly, a shield slammed between them. Don't worry, baby, daddy's here. Ruan Yu blocked the fang-filled maw with a grin, then slashed across the beast's snout, making it howl in agony. Above the peak, the sky turned black as mana coalesced into a storm of judgment. Hu Yan raised her staff. Ultimate technique, super invincible cosmic rainstorm lightning, crashed down, incinerating the demon ranks. Ruan Yu chased a fleeing monster, yelling, "Hey beautiful, why are you running away from our date?" Jiang Kai barked, "Restrain that idiot." Shen Yi lunged, grabbing Ruan Yu's wrist. Big Ruan Yu, get a grip. Ruan Yu struggled, face flushed with battle lust. Let go, don't you dare interrupt my romance with these lovely ladies. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted. Strange entities with glowing red eyes launched from the smoke. Hu Yan gasped. Captain, what the hell are those things? My barrier. It's failing. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he identified the threat. Swamp slimes. High-level mud monsters. The creatures began to fuse their flesh, bubbling and knitting together. They were combining into a single, colossal raid boss. The massive mud golem rose from the sludge, flanked by elite guards. 180 seconds remaining. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation. We need to shatter their formation immediately. We can't keep up with their regen speed, came the report. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. Skill activation, deceptive substitute. He vanished into thin air, entering stealth mode. Release Ruan Yu, he commanded. Shen Yi nodded. Roger. While the tank drew aggro, Jiang Kai sprinted through the enemy lines, unseen and unheard. Ruan Yu's voice boomed in an operatic aria. "Oh, my beloved lady, allow this prince to bestow upon you a burning kiss of death." The lesser monsters paused, confused by the tank's antics. But the giant mud boss sensed something amiss, its glowing red eyes swiveling around. It felt the killing intent too late. Out of the empty air, Jiang Kai materialized with a strike that severed the wind itself. A blinding arc of sword light slashed forward. The boss howled as the strike connected. Jiang Kai roared, "Hu Yan, target the breach." Now she began her incantation. "Universe super invincible lightning storm, tremble before me, you useless trash." A cataclysmic bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the monsters. They scattered in terror, but just when victory seemed certain, they were within arm's reach of Hu Yan now, and raw power surged through their veins like a tsunami. Jiang Kai's eyes turned cold as ice as he declared, "He Shishi strike sends you all to the underworld." But the monster horde had them surrounded. They were trapped in the center, like prey facing an overwhelming ocean of enemies. 2 minutes later, the smoke cleared. Jang Kai fought against the crushing fatigue. His stamina was hitting rock bottom. He shishirty 3 seconds left on the clock. Yuan Zu was still humming a tune completely carefree. Hot little beauties everywhere. This king loves it. But death lunged from behind. Suddenly, a holy halo erupted, wrapping the beast in a sphere of light. The monster was blasted back by the sheer force. It was Jiang Kai's refining technique in action. Boom! The beast detonated in a flash of brilliance. The system notification flashed red. 10 seconds remaining. 10. He watched time tick away. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Yuan Zu collapsed to the ground. 7 seconds. Hu Yan refused to drop her guard. 6 seconds. The monster horde flooded toward them like a tidal wave. The three of them stood their ground. 5 seconds. Jiang Kai grit his teeth, rage bubbling up. Damn it, we're so close. But then the atmosphere shifted instantly. Jang Kai froze in surprise. Thumbnail raised his staff, aura exploding. Vajra indestructible body sparks flew as the artifact ground against reality, shaking the earth. The tank's skill slammed down, cracking the earth beneath them. The entire demon army was forced back by the sheer pressure radiating from the center. Jiang Kai realized what he was doing. He screamed, "Thumbnail Hu Yan," quickly scanned the skill info. It was the ascetic's innate talent, Vajra Indestructible. Upon activation, it grants absolute defense, immunity to all physical and mental damage. But there was a catch. The user is frozen in place. 3 seconds of invincibility. Not good. Thumbnail can't hold it forever. The monk stood firm, bearing the backlash of the ultimate defense technique. Jiang Kai saw the opening now. He unleashed the finisher. Fatal strike. Die. A beam of light tore through the darkness, obliterating the monster swarm in a single violent heartbeat. The countdown hit 0. A command token materialized in midair, shining brighter than the sun and dominating the entire dimension. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with triumph. The divine order of light. Its aura washed over the mountain peaks, bathing the world in a golden glow. The demons dissolved into nothingness under the holy light. Hu Yan cheered. Captain Jang Kai, look, the demon army, they're gone. Healing energy flooded Jiang Kai's body. He gasped, is this the token's passive effect? It's healing everyone simultaneously. Hu Yan flexed her arms amazed. Incredible. My wounds are vanishing instantly. I feel power overflowing in every muscle. Yuan Zu scratched his head, still dazed. Thumbnail watched his injuries knit together and sighed in relief. I survived. The questboard flashed gold. Congratulations, challengers. Trial complete. Calculating total damage for rewards distribution. Just like in a classic leveling manhwa, the loot was about to be legendary. They looked up like starving men seeing a feast. The items began to materialize before their eager eyes. The system announced Challenger Thumbnail receives Class A weapon, the Asura Mirror. The text explained, the higher the difficulty of the training zone, the greater the gains for the ascetic. The Asura Mirror raises the zone difficulty by 1 tier, but boosts enlightenment comprehension significantly. While in the state of enlightenment, cultivation efficiency skyrockets. Thumbnail grinned, clutching his prize. Perfect. Next up, Yuan Zu. The system knew exactly what this drunkard needed. Challenger Yuan Zu receives Class S weapon, the Drunken God's Wine Sack. It increases alcohol tolerance by 50% for the drunkard class, and boosts the chance of entering high drunken state by 30%. Yuan Zu's jaw dropped as he inspected the item. Holy smokes, my old gear only gave me 20 to 30% tolerance. He shishes thing gives a massive 50% boost. And that high drunken state chance I'm in heaven? Hu Yan patted his back. Not bad. With that sack, your combat buffs will trigger constantly. Then the system called Hu Yan's name. Challenger Hu Yan receives unique grade weapon, The wind and thunder staff? She froze, eyes widening in shock, before screaming, "What?" The system displayed the new weapon's stats. The wind and thunder staff. Spirit increased by 72 points. Strength up by 44. Agility up by 11. Effect 1. 50% mana regeneration boost for the wielder. Effect 2. Lightning Tribulation Level 1. Summons a bolt of heavenly lightning, dealing massive damage. It can store up to 9 charges. Effect 3. Wind Domain. Level 1. Grants control over the wind itself. Consumes spirit power to maintain. Upgrade materials required. Thunderwood and Windbird Feather. Huyan felt dizzy with joy, looking at the staff in her hands. A wind and thunder staff. I actually got a unique grade weapon, Ruan Yu gasped. Unique grade means it can evolve. Huyan, you're going to skyrocket in power now. Thumb Ye nodded in respect. Instant increase of over 70 spirit points. That is terrifying power. Truly worthy of the unique grade title. Jiang Kai smiled, watching his team warmly. Everyone got a massive haul. So, the gambler's exclusive weapon must be that token. He turned his gaze back to the radiant object hovering above. Suddenly, the light intensified, blinding everyone in the vicinity. Finally, the system called his name. Challenger Jiang Kai receives the gambler's exclusive weapon. The main god card, Divine Order of Light. Ruan Yu Thumbne and Hu Yan watched with bated breath. Jang Kai just smirked. A thin smile that said he knew this was destiny. The token shot through the air like a meteor, leaving a trail of light. It flew straight to Jiang Kai, recognizing its true master. Jiang Kai read the stats. Main god card, Divine Order of Light. Unique, exclusive weapon. Boosts all 4 base stats by 20%. Penetration increased by 50 points. Permanently increases critical rate by 15%. Critical damage plus 150%. Even with this god-tier treasure in hand, he stayed analytical. These base stats rival the death card. The death card is strong, but its usage cost is lethal. I wonder what the special effect of this divine order is. As if reading his mind, the system flashed. Effect 1. Unlocked Night Bullet. Upon striking an indestructible foe, the divine light token triggers an automatic chain reaction. It ricochets between obstacles, inheriting the user's full attack stats with 0 stamina cost. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's expression shifted from focus to pure ecstasy. Not only does every bounce carry his full destructive power, but it essentially grants him infinite DPS without draining his mental energy. The system broke down the mechanics in detail, revealing a cheat-like ability: spend energy on one attack and get a chain of free hits in return. It's the ultimate efficiency hack. With precise control and a bit of luck from his critical hit rate, dealing catastrophic damage numbers was no longer just a possibility, it was a guarantee. Jiang Kai couldn't hide his grin. That is absolute perfection. But the system wasn't done showing off the item's legendary potential just yet. Effect number 2, Descent of the War God. By burning his own HP, the user becomes a living nuke, unleashing a devastating area of effect shockwave that scales with his total attack power. And here is the kicker. If this skill reaps over 100 souls, it triggers a mass reset, fully restoring the status of the user and 4 lower-level teammates within range. The cooldown for such a god-tier ability is 30 days. But the Divine Light token had one final surprise in store. Effect number 3. Artifact Binding. Hishishi's item is indestructible. Once claimed, it responds solely to the owner's will, allowing for instant summoning, compression, and retrieval at the speed of thought. After processing the 3 divine effects, Jiang Kai fell into deep thought. Hishishi's wasn't just a weapon, it was a team-wide life support system for the battlefield. Sure, the activation conditions and that 30-day cooldown were harsh. It reminded him of the exhausted state they were in just moments ago, desperate for recovery. But regardless of the restrictions, he had just acquired a trump card worthy of a main character in a leveling manhwa. A faint, confident smile played on his lips. Suddenly, Hu Yan's voice shattered his train of thought. Guys, look, a treasure chest. A dazzling, ornate box materialized before them, pulsing with light. As the leader, it was his honor. Hu Yan urged him on, eyes sparkling. Captain Jiang Kai checked the loot. Shen Yi chimed in. Hurry up. Jiang Kai slowly lifted the lid, and golden light flooded the room. Inside lay a hoard of S-class materials, the system's special reward for their victory. For a split second, even Jiang Kai was stunned by the sheer value in front of him. Shen Yi wasted no time grabbing a chunk of dark metal, his hands trembling. WFTI. Or Hishishi's stuff can skyrocket the durability of any defensive gear. Hishishi's is the holy grail for master blacksmiths. They'd kill for a piece of this, He picked up item after item, geeking out completely. Feathers of the Dream Weaver Bird. That's a king-tier monster. The structural integrity is perfect for crafting weapons. And look, the nightmare clock of the hypnotist Shen Yi was spiraling into a crafting frenzy. And iridescent slime gel. He shishes is the core ingredient for high-ranking disguise masks. And wait, ultimate alchemy solvent. Rumor has it, this stuff can dissolve and recombine any magical material perfectly. Just this one vial is worth enough to buy out the entire commercial district in the Holy City. He ranted on listing the astronomical value of their dungeon harvest. I never dared to dream of seeing these. Am I sleeping? Seeing Shen Yi lose his mind, Ruan Yu pinched his cheek with a grin. It's real genius. Wake up. But Hu Yan, ever the pragmatist, lowered her voice. They are rare, sure. But honestly, none of this stuff is actually usable for our current builds. Well, there is one thing that could buff my Wind Thunder staff, Jiang Kai noted, then made a command decision. Our gear is already top tier. We'll use these materials as bargaining chips to trade for class change items later. Hu Yan's eyes lit up. She was completely on board with that plan. True. Selling these for liquid cash would yield a fortune. If our sovereign guild wants to go to war with the Xuanwu guild, we need to stack up our war chest. Just as the team celebrated their haul, the system alarm blared. Treasure chest detected. All players must evacuate the Divine Light domain within 60 seconds. A dimensional rift began to tear open. Jang Kai commanded, "All right team, time to move out." The trio responded in unison, "Roger that," falling into formation behind him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a chaotic scene unfolded. A colossal beast rampaged through the city, its roar threatening to tear the very sky asunder. Suddenly a blur cut through the chaos. Shishi launched herself into the air, her blade raised high, ready to clash head-on with the titan. With a war cry that channeled every ounce of her internal energy, she brought the sword down. A single clean slash bisected the monster before it could even whimper. The massive corpse crashed to the earth, while Shishi landed as light as a feather. Outside the simulation lab, a researcher gasped. Incredible. As expected of the guildmaster, her speed broke all previous records, and that impact force. It was like getting hit by a bullet train at full speed. The sharp click of high heels approached from the shadows. A sickly sweet voice broke the silence. Guildmaster Shishi didn't speak. She just turned her cold gaze toward the newcomer. Seeing Chunsheng enter, she asked flatly, "How did the handling go?" The woman looked troubled. According to the plan, Zhang Feng should have been demoted to City L by now, right in the middle of the beast waves. But our transfer request was rejected. Shishi frowned, her aura darkening. Was it Wei Ying? Chunsheng nodded slightly. Yes. Zhang Feng has a fixed team in the War God Hall of Jiangzhong City. With Wei Ying blocking us, we can't touch him for the time being. Shishi smirked, crossing her arms with arrogant confidence. I anticipated as much. Jiang Feng is a Xuanwu guild dog. If he dares to protect Jiang Kai's family, he obviously has backers. Chunsheng hesitated. Guildmaster. Should we continue? Shishi's lilac eyes glowed with malice. No rush. If we want to crush Jiang Kai, a far better opportunity has just presented itself. 2 days later, Jiang Kai's squad returned to their villa, utterly spent from the dungeon run. Hu Yan stretched her bones, cracking. I am absolutely drained. I miss my bed so much. Ruan Yu, however, had other priorities. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow right now. Before releasing them, Jiang Kai called for attention. I know you're all wiped out. We head back to the Maitreya Sulan lands for the treasure hunt in 2 days. Until then, rest up. The girls cheered, yes, long live Captain Jiang Kai. But their celebration was cut short by a frantic flashing from the system interface. Hu Yan paused, her gossip radar pinging. Someone wants to join the guild. You're a popular man now, Captain. But she was wrong. It wasn't a fan letter, it was a code red. World boss event imminent. Southeast defense line pressure critical. The Sovereign Guild has failed to meet the minimum deployment requirement. Shortfall. 100 players. Penalty. Temporary forced conscription into the Light Guild for joint defense. You have 1 hour to confirm deployment orders. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed as he scanned the holographic notification. We've been assigned to the Guangming Guild for the upcoming battle. Hu Yan frowned, confusion written all over her face. Where did this Guangming Guild even pop out from? Ruan Yu chimed in immediately. If they were big enough to command us, we would have heard of them by now. Exactly, she continued. I don't remember seeing their banner during the Guild Challenge tournament at all. Shen Yi adjusted his glasses, his voice serious. I actually looked into them recently. They're a new faction, established only 2 weeks ago, but their momentum is terrifying. Their guild master, is Chen Chun Sheng, a renowned 2-star war god from the War God Hall. The revelation left the team stunned. The War God Hall ranks power strictly by merit, Shen Yi explained. 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. For a newly formed guild to be led by a 2-star war god is unprecedented. Ruan Yu rubbed his chin deep in thought. That explains their recruitment power. Gathering over 100 members in 2 weeks is no small feat. Shen Yi lowered his voice, dropping the real bomb. There's more. Chen Chun Sheng isn't just a random powerhouse. He's the former branch master of the Xuanwu Guild. The 3 teammates froze. What? Jiang Kai fell into a heavy silence, his mind racing. You said this Guangming Guild was founded half a month ago. The timing is too perfect. The new guildmaster of Xuanwu takes office, and simultaneously, a high-ranking officer leaves to start his own faction. A cold light flickered in Jiang Kai's eyes, thick with killing intent. And coincidentally, he's assigned to command our God Guild. Hu Yan blinked, still processing. Captain Jiang Kai, are you saying? Jiang Kai let out a chilling sneer. Everyone knows. He Shishika, the new master of Xuanwu, is ruthless. She wouldn't just let a 2-star war god walk away unless it was part of the plan. It seems she's impatient to see me dead. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the villa gates were violently kicked open. Lu Xuan strode in with the swagger of a king, his minions trailing behind. Guangming Guild. Lu Xuan is here. Where are the members of the God Guild? Jiang Kai spun around, his voice sharp as steel. Who dares? Hu Yan didn't hold back, her temper flaring. Where did this stray dog come from? Barking in our territory, Shen Yi added coldly. Get out. The intruder raised an eyebrow, laughing with pure contempt. Guild. In front of my Guangming Guild, a trash team like yours dares to call itself a guild. Hilarious. Jiang Kai stepped forward, maintaining a polite but icy demeanor. Trespassing on private property and acting arrogant. Is this how the Guangming Guild conducts business? Lu Xuan sneered, looking down his nose at him. So you're the Jiang Kai who's been hogging the spotlight lately? No wonder your mouth is so big. Listen up, I'm the commander of the He Shishard regiment for this boss raid. You lot are under my orders now. Right then, the system interface flashed red. A holographic map materialized, detailing their objective. It was a classic twist found in a brutal system Manhwa. Failure to complete the mission will result in the God Guild bearing all losses. The text continued, God Squad must deploy at least 4 members to form a suicide unit. Mission: lure the King tier boss away from the defense line. Hu Yan exploded. Are you kidding me? Our average level isn't even 40. What kind of insanity sends a sub-40 team to bait a King tier monster? Ruan Yu couldn't hide his outrage. A normal level 40 squad can barely handle a commander tier, let alone a king. Have you lost your minds? Liu Xuan stood by, watching their panic with a smug grin. Regular squads can't do it, sure. But the God Guild, you guys are the global champions. He spread his hands mockingly. What does that prove? It proves you are the strongest level 40 squad in existence. Elite of the elite. Jiang Kai couldn't take the sarcasm anymore and stepped right into Lu Xuan's face. Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with malice. A team this powerful is practically built to handle a king-tier boss. Don't you agree? Guildmaster Jiang, he's sending us to our deaths on purpose. Lu Xuan chuckled darkly, twisting the knife. With great power comes great responsibility, right? See how highly the Guangming Guild thinks of you. We're entrusting you with the most critical task. Satisfied with his petty display of power, he turned to leave. All right, message delivered. We're off. I look forward to your spectacular performance. He waved dismissively. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts. Exactly. Hu Yan cursed under her breath. Damn him. But Jiang Kai's lips curled into a subtle smirk. He whispered to Hu Yan. The weather seems a bit hot today, doesn't it? She caught his drift instantly, eyes lighting up. Understood. The clear blue sky suddenly darkened as ominous black clouds swirled directly over Lu Xuan's head. An instant later, a torrential downpour slammed onto Lu Xuan's group. What the hell is this weather? His minions screamed. It's pouring. My gear is soaked. Lu Xuan spun around, furious. Shut up and keep moving. But no matter where they ran, the storm cloud followed, drenching them relentlessly. Hu Yan watched their retreating figures with glee. Hey, big shots of Guangming Guild. Better run, slow, the road is slippery when wet. She turned to Jiang Kai, beaming. Captain, look at them scurrying away like drowned rats. Trying to act cool, but now they're just soaked losers. Ruan Yu laughed heartily. Let's see if they dare to come back and talk trash. But Shen Yi remained fixated on the mission screen. Captain, he asked, worry, lining his face. Are we really going to be bait for a king-tier boss? I have a bad feeling. Jiang Kai's expression hardened. The mission is to lure, not to kill. There's always a way to break the deadlock. After a moment of calculation, he gave the order. Huyan Ruan, you rest up for the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, we head to the Dilac Temple. Shen Yi, hold the fort while we're gone. The vice captain straightened up, responding with unwavering loyalty. Consider it done, Guildmaster. Jiang Kai nodded, satisfied. Before leaving, he made a promise to his team. We still have time before the raid map opens. Once we secure the artifacts, I'll guide everyone through a new awakening cycle. Their spirits ignited instantly. Yes, sir. 2 days later, at the Dilac teleportation array, Jiang Kai stood before a familiar group. Yuan Zu's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Kai, I heard from Brother Liu that the God Guild was drafted into the raid. Is it true you guys were assigned under the Guangming Guild? Su Nuan? Nuan stepped forward, her face pale with concern. We heard their leader came from Xuanwu. Isn't this walking straight into a trap? Jiang Kai faced them, his expression calm as the eye of a storm. It is real, but rest assured I have calculated every variable. Lu Xuanjun spoke with a grave expression. Commander Wei Ying has been consumed by other matters these past few days. By the time the news reached him, his hands were tied. Jang Kai replied with a confident smile. I understand, Brother Liu. There are some hells a man must walk through alone. The corners of Jang Kai's mouth curled into a smirk. If destiny cannot be avoided, then I might as well use this chance to test my mettle against a king-rank boss. In his mind, gears turned. It was the perfect stage to test the newly acquired Divine Order of Light. Lu Xuanjun slapped his shoulder with pride. Truly the Jang Kai that Commander Wei Ying and I know. Your courage is boundless. His expression turned solemn. Right, Brother Liu. There is one more favor I must ask of you. The older man didn't even blink at the request. Regarding your older brother and sister, correct, put your heart at ease. I have already dispatched shadows to guard them. Relief washed over Jiang Kai as he spoke. Thank you, Brother Liu. As the teleportation formation roared to life, he checked the time. Leading his squad into the swirling light, he commanded, let's move out. Inside the Maitreya zone, the center of the chaos, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan were the first to materialize. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he spotted Alice's faction nearby. On the other side, the duo of Willis and Green emerged from the array. Yuan Yu felt a wave of confusion crash over him. Hishishi's exploration requires a full squad to survive. Why has the Angler squad only sent 2 members? Hu Yan offered an explanation. During the clash in the finals, I assumed their teammates had been slaughtered. Now, it seems their party was a duo from the start. To enter this tournament with only 2 members. Their arrogance is backed by terrifying power. The 2 figures in question began their approach toward Jiang Kai's group. Yuan Zu warned him, here comes that freak, Jiang Kai. As Jiang Kai analyzed his opponent, Willis broke the silence. Greetings, Jiang Kai. Fate brings us together once more. Jiang Kai's voice dropped an octave, dripping with suspicion. That letter you handed me. What exactly was written inside? The man let out a chilling laugh. That letter did not originate from me. My class is merely the postman. I exist only to deliver the message. If not yours, then whose? Willis's eyes flashed with a cold, predatory light. The sender's identity is beyond your clearance. To be precise, he may not even be human. Regardless, congratulations on crushing Visa and securing this slot. 1,000 questions swirled in Jang Kai's mind. Then tell me, how do I break the seal? And what do you mean the sender isn't human? Willis stroked his chin, his expression cryptic. On that matter, even I remain in the dark. I can only tell you this, if the seal remains unbroken, it proves you lack the qualifications to read it. Yuan Zu roared in anger. You claim to know nothing? Stop playing these mystic games. He's just spouting nonsense. The man shrugged indifferently. Believe whatever delusions you prefer. Jiang Kai remained silent, sinking deep into thought. No, my instincts screamed that he speaks the truth. It was a pity. It seemed impossible to extract any valuable intel from a variable like Willis. Suddenly, a system screen materialized, shattering the tension. Welcome back to the competition area. Hishisha zone contains 500 lost ruins, typical of a leveling Manhwa setting. One key allows entry to a single exploration zone. Each ruin conceals 100 treasure chests. Each chest contains a single item. Chests are ranked by tier bronze, silver, gold, and hidden. There is a minute probability of encountering a glowing treasure chest. No beasts inhabit the ruins, but beware of fatal traps. Any member who perishes will be instantly disconnected. Once opened, the ruin enters a sealed state until exploration concludes. The time limit for each squad is exactly 1 hour. Upon time expiration, all members will be forcibly teleported. Hishish's event will not be live-streamed, but the loot list of the top 3 teams will be made public. Light began to coalesce from the void-forming teleportation gates. Alice gripped her key and stepped into the array, casting a scornful glance back. Everyone only has an hour. Even if you took first place, your luck ends here. Let's move. Alice and her team vanished into the light. Willis and Green followed suit. What surprises await? The anticipation is killing me. Best of luck, my most adorable friend. Su Nuan spoke with steely determination. Jiang Kai, since we secured first place, we must maximize our gains. He nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. Jiang Kai laid out his strategy. The Lost Ruins have no monsters. Hishishes makes the environment relatively safe. We split into 3 squads to farm simultaneously. Yuan Zu, you're with Su Nuan. He tossed another key. Huyan Yuan Yu, you two form the second team. He warned them gravely. Watch out for traps. Do not let greed for treasure blind you to danger. She gazed into her magic crystal. Captain Jiang Kai, my divination foretells a surprise discovery in the northeast. Jiang Kai nodded his command absolute. Good. We cannot waste a single second. Begin operation. They shouted their affirmation in unison. Location Lost Ruin. The Forest of Exile. Beneath a towering ancient tree, the formation swirled. He stepped out his senses, sharpening as he scanned the perimeter. System, you have entered the Forest of Exile. Exploration timer has started. Jiang Kai surveyed the desolate landscape. Forest of Exile. The name hardly sounds welcoming. Let's hope Hu Yan's fortune-telling holds true. Suddenly, his green eyes flared with intensity as he spotted an anomaly. A solitary chest sat at the base of the ancient tree, a bronze-tier treasure chest. Jiang Kai didn't approach blindly. He channeled his energy and launched a probe attack. Too easy. Is it a death trap? The attack detonated around the chest, the blast radius engulfing the area. As the white smoke dissipated, the bronze chest sprang open, revealing a holographic display. Item Supreme Heaven Star Ore 15 kilograms. Can be refined into Heavenly Star Jade. Effect instantly upgrades the tier of Grade A equipment. Shock hit him like a physical blow. He rushed toward the loot. I can't believe it. Enhancement materials that can instantly evolve A-rank gear. A wicked grin spread across Jiang Kai's face as he imagined his gear evolving. The reason most high-level players stagnated was simply due to the lack of these specific enhancement materials. Thus, the rarity of such materials far exceeded that of the equipment itself. He swept the chest and the Heaven Star ore into his spatial inventory. Jiang Kai looked at his inventory with pure delight. If a trash-tier bronze chest yields supreme ore, this run is going to be legendary. Next. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth beneath his feet. He instantly shifted into battle stance, his aura flaring for whatever was coming next. Shishi's vibration. Was it a monster spawn? Impossible. The system rules clearly stated no beasts would appear in the Lost Ruins. Jiang Kai stared at the ground in disbelief. Wait. Scorching red magma erupted from the abyss, shattering the earth like glass. The tectonic plates were collapsing. Did opening the treasure chest trigger a total environmental collapse? Damn it, they didn't call this the Forest of Escape for nothing. Jiang Kai sprinted for his life, cursing internally. Hu Yan, you destroyed me with this one. Meanwhile, in the desert of origin, Hu Yan suddenly sneezed. She stared at the compass in her hand, confused. Strange. Why did I sneeze all of a sudden? Ruan Yu shouted with pure joy. Hu Yan, look, a treasure chest. And it is silver tier. Hu Yan rushed over. Luck is on our side. That makes the 8th silver chest we have found. Ruan Yu, open it up? He nodded. On it. The tip of his blade touched the lock. The chest popped open, and a system window materialized. The heart of the Crimson Flame Lord. A crystal containing pure infernal power. It can be forged into a weapon granting eternal overwhelming fire attributes. He held the burning essence in his hand, trembling with excitement. Shishis is a pure fire elemental crystal. The description says it can enchant weapons. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with greed. As expected of a silver chest, the loot in this Manhwa recap never disappoints. She scanned the horizon, her voice dripping with arrogance. I thought the desert of origin would be a nightmare, but it is just moving sand and crumbling ruins, purely to scare the weak. Hu Yan's eyes lit up, her spirit soaring. At this pace, we will clear the entire surrounding zone in record time. She raised her weapon, high battle spirit burning. Let us crush this dungeon completely. Ruan Yu followed close behind. Let's go. Scene transition to the flower garden maze. Su Nuan checked her device. Found it. The chest. The bronze chest opened. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have discovered the level 120 job advancement material recipe for martial artists." Yuan Zu roared. Blind luck strikes again. We found the level 120 advancement recipe, but the vines were silently moving, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Killing intent spiked. Yuan Zu severed the vines with a single strike. You seek death. But one vine had successfully snared Yuan Zu's ankle. Ignoring his own safety, he called out, "Su, Nuan, are you hurt?" She retreated instantly. "I am safe." Nice reflexes. Yuan Zu looked at the vines. Every time we loot a chest, these things attack. Zero time to prepare. No poison, but the paralysis and itching are maddening. If only we could burn it all to ash. Su Nuan knelt studying the vines. Maybe we do not need fire to make them vanish. A plan formed in his mind as he looked at the spray bottle in her hand. Su Nuan sprayed the mist while explaining. He sees is a pheromone masker. Theoretically, the plants will mistake us for rotting vegetation. No threat, no attack. The vines relaxed, releasing Yuan Zu's leg. As the plants retreated, he cheered. It worked. Yuan Zu's eyes filled with confidence. He looked at Su Nuan. With this speed clearing, the zone within the time limit will be a walk in the park. She smiled in agreement. 40 minutes later, the massive screen displayed the Fire God Squad's combat stats. Status exploring. Gold treasure chests 0. True and Su Nuan 5. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu 3. Total silver chests 8. Bronze treasure chests. Jang Kai 2. True and Su Nuan 18. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu 20. Total 41. Then Fong was baffled by the data. What is Jiang Kai doing? 40 minutes have passed, and he has only opened 2 bronze chests. Le Qi was equally shocked. Exactly. Isn't Jiang Kai supposed to be a powerhouse? Ngok Sam typed furiously, tension rising in his voice. Report, the fishing squad and season squad have both just secured a purple treasure chest. Mao Pham gasped. Purple tier. Does that mean the unseen level 120 class materials have dropped? Le Kai stood up abruptly. The era of level 120 classes is beginning. Doesn't this mean the US and Japan will become the center of the blue planet? He Shishin then analyzed the situation. Cold logic. Time is running out. The rivals are already winning. Jiang Kai's performance is suspicious. Is he trapped in a high-level snare? Wei Ying shared the sentiment. That is likely. The lost ruins are pure RNG. Some zones are easy, others are fatal death traps. Back inside the zone. 15 minutes later. The forest of escape. Jiang Kai was sprinting for his life from a lava tsunami. Sweat dripped from his face. I barely managed to open a silver chest, and the collapse speed accelerated instantly. A massive boulder, attached to a burning tree, flew straight at him. He leaped into the air, barely escaping the impact zone. But then, Jiang Kai's eyes widened. A golden light pierced through the chaos. A blinding golden aura. Jiang Kai reached out. It is a gold treasure chest. High risk, high reward. He flew toward the prize. He snatched the chest into his spatial inventory. The magma roared, exploding with power. The ground crumbled beneath him. Bad move. The entire zone is imploding. Jiang Kai pushed his speed to the limit, dodging the sinking terrain. He drifted against a rock to break smoke rising from the friction. Suddenly, magma erupted right beneath his feet. The heat was searing. He pulled his leg back just in time. Behind him, the world was being swallowed by fire. Jiang Kai dashed forward. Just a little more. Faster. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the collapse is too fast. I can't shake it. At this rate, I will be swallowed whole. Molten death snapped right at Jiang Kai's heels. Suddenly, a magnificent multicolored aura exploded, illuminating the entire void. He narrowed his eyes in disbelief. That light. Could it be? Emerging from the rubble was a legendary glowing treasure chest. The countdown clock ticked away on the giant military screen like a heartbeat. Suddenly, Su Nuan and Yuan Zu appeared, displaying the Fire God Squad's battle results. A purple treasure chest. Someone gasped in disbelief. Ngok Sum roared with delight. His god's eye gleamed with intensity as Yuan Zu and Su Nuan confirmed the discovery of a purple chest. Finally, Saint Yao has secured a purple treasure chest at last. The system notification chimed, revealing the real-time harvest of the global squads, led by the Fire God team. 1 purple chest. 14 gold chests. He Shishirti 3 silver chests. and 67 bronze chests. But look at the Angler squad, 2 purple, 16 gold, 30 silver, and 60 bronze chests. The Noble squad isn't far behind, with 1 purple, 12 gold, 25 silver, and 55 bronze. He kicked his chair back, fury rising. What is this madness? The Angler squad secured 2 purple chests. Lei Qi nodded gravely, analyzing the data. In this world, the purple chest holds the supreme value above all else. The Fire God squad might rank first in total quantity, but their quality of purple chests was lagging behind. His disappointed gaze locked onto Jiang Kai's stats on the screen. What a waste. I bet on the Fire God captain to shock us, not to humiliate us. Look at him, 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. He is dead last. Everyone agreed with a heavy sigh. Wei Ying's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. Jiang Kai, what kind of hell are you trapped in right now? Meanwhile, at the Black Turtle Guild, Shishi sat like a queen, sipping wine flanked by the 4 beauties of the seasons. Winter Snow broke the silence first. Only 4 chests, that's it. People claim he is the strongest under level 60 in this entire leveling Manhwa world. Please. His score isn't even a fraction of his teammates' scraps. Summerflower sneered, her voice dripping with venom. The military's judgment is a joke. Shish's trash isn't fit to carry my shoes, yet they treat him like a national treasure. Autumn Orchid grit, her teeth rage bubbling up. Every time I remember the Zodiac Guild lost to this loser, it is the greatest stain on our Black Turtle honor. If I see him in the arena, I will cripple him so bad he will never stand again. Spring Life remained silent, a subtle nod, her only agreement. Shishi looked at Jiang Kai's stats with pure disgust. Number 1 in the global contest, that is just a dusty old medal from the past now. Look at his exploration time. 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. Failing a simple ruin exploration. It is not just embarrassing, it is pathetic. Her eyes narrowed like a viper's. Jiang Kai, it seems your worth has finally hit rock bottom. Winter Snow sighed, bored out of her mind. We wasted so much effort, sending the Light Guild to crush him. I didn't expect him to be this fragile. Summerflower placed hands on her hips. Isn't that good news? Do you really want to dirty your hands with his blood? Suddenly, Spring Life's face went pale as she stared at her phone. Her eyes went wide with shock. What is it? The sudden reaction drew the attention of the other 4. Shishi asked, what's wrong? Then her own jaw dropped, her composure shattering instantly. Shishi screamed in denial. Impossible. The system screen flashed a new notification that changed everything. Radiant Treasure Chest 1. Rewind time by 30 seconds to the Forest of Escape. Jiang Kai stood confused. A legendary radiant chest. Appearing inside a mountain. Scorching magma erupted from the earth behind him like a dragon's breath. Jiang Kai sprinted every step, stretching the limits of human agility. No retreat. He leaped into the air, aiming for the chest. I'm betting my life on this. Jiang Kai moved like a blur, closing in on the massive circle of light. He reached out, his fingers brushing against destiny. Hope surged through his veins. Now he grabbed the chest, clutching it to his body. He roared with triumph. Got it. He popped the lid, and blinding light exploded. But the ground beneath him shattered. Jiang Kai, and the glowing chest plummeted toward the boiling lava lake. He kicked off a falling rock, desperate for leverage. But the magma geyser shot straight up. He was helpless, falling into the inferno with his prize. Damn it, I'm at my limit. A smirk touched his lips as he thought of her. Ho Nan, you picked a hell of a spot. Just meters from incineration, his body began to fade. System alert, exploration time ended. Jiang Kai vanished from the instance mere milliseconds before the lava could claim his soul. Boom. The lava swallowed the platform in a massive explosion. Back in the command room, Shishi and Thun smashed the table so hard it crumbled. He screamed with adrenaline. Beautiful Jiang Kai isn't human. He is a god. He stays quiet, then drops a nuke that leaves us all breathless. Lei Qi stared at the screen, shaken to his core. He opened a radiant chest in the final seconds. How is that even physically possible? Mao Fam jumped up, trembling. A radiant treasure chest. Does that mean he obtained level 140 class materials? Ngok Sum clenched his fist. Even if it's not level 140, it is undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Wei Ying let out a breath he had been holding. That kid. He almost gave me a heart attack. His harvest in the Maitreya Sulan land. It is going to flip Saint Yao's status on the international stage. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby. Jiang Kai grimaced in pain. He opened his eyes to the blue sky. Am I still alive? Ho Nan and Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yu rushed over. Captain Jiang Kai Su Nuan Nuan, and Yuan Zu were right behind them. Jiang Kai. What was that? Your entrance was way too cinematic. He blinked, confused. Is everyone here? He analyzed the situation. The magma. It's gone. He was back from the Maitreya Sulan land. He recalled the system notification and slowly stood up. Exploration ended. Yeah, just in time, a young man whispered nervously. What's wrong with Captain Jiang Kai? He looks off. She rubbed her chin. He looks like a mess. Maybe the loot was trash and he's in shock. Yuan Zu waved a hand in front of his face. Jang Kai, okay, don't scare me, man. Who cares about the chest count? Just stay sane. If you turn into an idiot over a dungeon run, we are screwed. Jiang Kai grinned, extending his glowing hand. The radiant chest materialized. Honhan froze her voice, failing her. Is that? She stammered. Oh my god, the light is blinding. Is this the legendary item from the prophecies? Jiang Kai announced with pure swagger. The radiant treasure chest is ours. The jaws of the other four hit the floor as they stared at the prize. One of them tackled him in a hug. You crazy bastard. You weren't exploring. You were making history. Ho Han Han and Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yu joined the pylon. Su Nuan sighed in admiration. Jiang Kai, you really are the coolest. A familiar voice pierced the air from behind Jiang Kai. Was that a legendary glowing treasure chest? Alice and her battered squad dragged themselves out of the dungeon, looking like absolute wrecks. You guys actually unlocked the glowing chest. That's impossible for trash like you. Yuan Zu stepped up like an iron fortress to shield his team. Nothing's impossible. Quit looking down on us. Or did you forget who crushed you in the arena? Hu Yan winked playfully, her smile sharp as a dagger. That's right. Now you finally understand the massive gap between first place and third place, even with the same time limit. Alice was about to explode with rage, teeth grinding audibly. Her teammates screamed in frustration. What did you just say to us? Shut up, haven't we lost enough face? Alice snapped, ordering a humiliating retreat. Yuan Zu burst into laughter. Jiang Kai, look at how salty they are. Talk about satisfying. Jiang Kai smirked. In this world of leveling Manhwa logic, raw power is the only way to silence the doubters. Su Nuan. Nuan nodded in agreement. As the five of them ventured deeper into the forest, two shadows watched from behind a tree. Rim asked, not going to say hi to your old friends Willis? Narrowed his eyes, smiling mysteriously. No need. Destiny will cross our paths soon enough. Watching Jiang Kai laugh, he thought, hello Jiang Kai. I am Qin Yu from the military committee. 3 minutes later, the squad emerged from the teleportation formation. The chairman of the military committee, Qin Yu, stepped forward. Members of the Fire God Squad, congratulations on your outstanding performance in this ruin exploration. Jiang Kai eyed him warily. And you are Qin Yu, extended a hand politely. I'm Qin Yu, head of the military committee. I missed you last time, but I finally caught the legends in person. Jiang Kai replied with professional courtesy. Greetings, Commander Qin Yu. Hu Yan whispered. Su Nuan, what exactly is this committee? They're the big shots, she explained. They oversee military organizations nationwide. Even local commanders have to bow to their authority. Jiang Kai's expression hardened instantly. Commander Qin Yu, you're here about the loot distribution, aren't you? I've already discussed the rough ratios with Mr. Liu, he shrugged calmly. There's no rush on that front. Judging by the results, you guys hit the jackpot. You've worked hard today, so let's finalize the details at the military base tomorrow. How does that sound? Su Nuan rubbed her chin in disbelief. He's surprisingly chill for a high-ranking official. Jiang Kai nodded. Deal. Suddenly, an aide rushed over. Commander, Qin Yu asked. What is it? The aide whispered urgently. It's about Jiang Feng's transfer order to City L. Jiang Kai's enhanced senses caught every word. What brother Jiang is being sent to City L? The squad froze in horror as Yuan Zu broke into a cold sweat. Isn't City L a dead zone crawling with beast deities? Qin Yu nodded gravely. That's correct. Do you know Jiang Feng? Jiang Kai's face went dark with intensity. Brother Jiang is my friend. Commander, what is the meaning of this sudden transfer? Qin Yu didn't hide the truth. Jiang Feng is under the Black Tortoise Guild. Recently, the higher-ups there have been pushing hard to ship him out. However, he's also part of the War God Hall in Jiangzhong, and the commander there refused to release him. It's been a political tug-of-war. Hu Yan scoffed in disgust. That scum Black Tortoise Guild again. They're targeting him just because he helped Captain Jang Kai. Yuan Zu nodded furiously. It's a personal vendetta, masquerading as official business. Su Nuan clenched her fists. That is unforgivable. She looked at their leader. Jang Kai. Jiang Kai remained silent, but his fist was clenched so tight it trembled. Cut to night, a full moon hung in the pitch-black sky. Jiang Kai leaned against a tree, staring into the void. Footsteps approached. Yuan Zu's voice cut through the silence. Too cool to sleep. Coming out here to act all mysterious and brooding in the moonlight. Jiang Kai looked surprised to see the beers in his hand. Yuan Zu didn't leave room for refusal. Sit down. Have a drink with me. Jiang Kai took the bottle. Fine. Just don't get wasted and start screaming about being the #1 war god again. Yuan Zu chuckled, side-eyeing his teammate. Someone said there was a statuesque figure moping out here like a sad rock, so I figured it had to be you. Still thinking about Brother Jiang and the loot split, Jiang Kai gripped the bottle, nodding solemnly. Yuan Zu spoke clearly. I can't fix the Jiang Feng situation yet, but regarding the loot, we all agreed on the way back. You call the shots. Whatever you decide with the military tomorrow is law. We have 0 objections. Hearing this, a wave of guilt washed over Jiang Kai. But this loot is the result of everyone risking their lives. It's your future. Yuan Zu slapped Jiang Kai's shoulder hard, cutting him off. Idiot. Jiang Kai, you're great at everything except getting out of your own head. You're spiraling. What are we to each other? We're brothers. We're a team. Do you really think we followed you into hell? Just to haggle over some crafting materials? Jiang Kai hesitated. But still, Yuan Zu stared deep into his soul. Jiang Kai, no item is worth more than our bond or the guild's future. The Fire God squad went from being called trash to becoming national champions of this awakening Manhwa tournament. Did we do that because of materials? No. Memories of their battles flashed by. We did it because we trusted each other enough to watch our backs. Even when we were down to our last breath, we carved a path of survival out of despair. That trust is our ultimate fortress, one we hold even if our bones are shattered. Yuan Zu poked Jiang Kai's chest. That is worth more than any loot drop. Don't get your priorities twisted. The darkness in Jiang Kai's eyes began to fade as realization hit him. Yuan Zu grinned. So stop letting useless worry weigh you down. You're our captain, the pillar of the Fire God squad. Whatever you decide, we follow you into the fire. Unconditionally. Jiang Kai felt a lump in his throat, touched by the loyalty. A relieved smile finally broke through. Yuan Zu, you talk too much. He patted his friend's hand gratefully. Jiang Kai's aura returned to its usual indomitable state. He realized that, with his team backing him, he could face any challenge head-on without a shred of fear. The scene shifts to the following day. As the guards ushered, Jiang Kai's squad inside the military committee was already seated, an air of heavy anticipation filling the room. Jiang Kai spoke with polite distance. Apologies for the delay. Qin Yu gestured to the empty seats across from him, concealing his eagerness. We just arrived ourselves. Please sit. Before settling in, he signaled Su Nuan. She nodded, and a brilliant orb of light danced from her palm, illuminating the dim room. Countless item cards from their raid materialized before her. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with undeniable greed as he gazed at the hall. Is this truly everything you harvested from the ruins? Brother Jiang Kai, tell me. What exactly lies within the purple and glowing treasure chests? And have you decided on the distribution? Jiang Kai answered, calm as still water. The purple chest holds the key class advancement materials for a level 120 swordsman. 10 sets in total. His finger drifted to the glowing chest's card. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he stared down the committee. As for this one, we keep it. Everything else belongs to you. Qin Yu's face twisted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. You intend to keep the reward from the glowing chest for yourself? Correct, Jiang Kai replied. Although we agreed on a 60-40 split with Captain Liu, the value of these items transcends mere currency. Absolute division is impossible. Qin Yu nodded slowly, conceding the point. Technically, you are right. Strictly speaking, you are taking less than your share. He paused, his tone deepening with gravity. However, you must realize the glowing chest is what the military covets most. Its contents could change the fate of our nation. Yuan Zu, leaning casually against his chair, turned with a smirk. Commander Qin Yu, have some confidence. You can remove the word could from that sentence. Qin Yu frowned, perplexed by the arrogance. What are you implying? Jiang Kai smiled, holding up the card as it pulsed with rainbow light. A legendary item straight out of a leveling manhwa. Because inside this chest are 3 complete sets of class advancement materials for a level 140 martial artist. Qin Yu looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. His brow furrowed, eyes bulging as he stared at Jiang Kai with a slack jaw. Lu Yu slammed his hand on the table, trembling with excitement. 3 sets, he shishis, means Saint Yao won't just get 1 hope for a level 140 warrior, but 3 simultaneously. Whether it's clearing the wasteland or facing a beast god, our confidence just skyrocketed. Qin Yu composed himself, analyzing the situation. He didn't leave immediately after stating his terms. He's waiting to make a deal. Jiang Kai calmly sipped his water, the picture of indifference. Qin Yu finally asked, "Brother Jiang Kai, let's be blunt. What does the military need to pay to get that card?" A flash of white teeth appeared as Jiang Kai grinned. "Good. I like your directness, Commander. 4 conditions." He set his cup down firmly. "First, I need complete level 40 advancement materials for a martial artist, Dr. Feng Shui Master, Drunkard, and Ascetic, plus 2 sets for the Destiny class." Destiny class. Qin Yu paused for clarification. "You mean the defective materials?" Jiang Kai nodded. "Exactly." Qin Yu sighed in relief. "That's easy. I'll have someone fetch them from the warehouse immediately. What is your second condition?" Jang Kai crossed his arms, his expression hardening into stone. "Second, I've made a decision regarding a friend. Jiang Feng has wanted to leave the Xuan Wu Guild for a long time, but they hold him hostage, claiming he owes them a fortune for training costs." Jiang Kai's laid-back demeanor vanished, replaced by a razor-sharp gaze. "I want the military to clear his debt and recruit him directly." Qin Yu wasn't surprised. "I see. You're using a king-tier card to buy a friend's freedom. Very well, I agree to this condition." Jiang Kai immediately pressed on to the next point. She assured. "For the next 5 years, Commander Wei Ying must not be transferred out of Jiangzhong City." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, confused. Where does this request come from? Nuan watched Jiang Kai, realizing his intent. Is Jiang Kai worried Xuan Wu will target the commander, she thought? Even though Brother Lu has protection, Commander Wei Ying has always stood on the front lines alone with no one guarding his back. The commander protects others in silence. Now, Jiang Kai is using his own way to repay that debt of honor. Jiang Kai's eyes remained cold, offering no explanation. The reasons are complex, Commander Qin Yu. You only need to decide if you can grant it. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. I don't fully understand your motive, but I accept. Now, what is your final condition? Jiang Kai's lips curled up, then flattened into a look of deadly seriousness. He enunciated every word. I want the Xuan Wu Guild disbanded. Permanently. Qin Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What beside him? A buzz-cut officer leaped to his feet, slamming the table. Jiang Kai, are you out of your mind? Xuan Wu is one of the top 10 guilds in St. Yao. They are the core force on the front lines. Without them, our colonization speed would plummet. Ha Vu chimed in, voice tense. They are backed by Xuan Wu Military Industries. Their influence on St. Yao's power, both virtually and in reality, is massive. Asking us to dissolve them. I fear you overestimate our authority. Jiang Kai immediately stood up, cutting the negotiation dead. If that's the case, pretend I never mentioned it. Farewell. Another officer shouted after him, desperation in his voice. Jiang Kai, what use are level 140 materials to you? You aren't a martial artist. You'll only sell them anyway. Name your price. We will pay it. Jiang Kai turned his glance, freezing the room. An item that can shift the status of an entire nation. How much money do you think that is worth? It's a pity. No matter the sum, I will not sell for mere coin. Qin Yu stared at the young man's back, realizing the terrifying truth. Shishi's kid wasn't bluffing. He was determined to crush the Xuan Wu Guild. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing in calculation. Xuan Wu is vital. But if they fall, their members and resources won't vanish. They will simply be devoured by the other guilds of St. Yao. From a national strategy perspective, our total combat power remains unshaken. Jiang Kai turned to his team, his voice calm. Let's move out. Ruan Yu hummed a soft agreement, falling into step behind him. Suddenly, Qin Yu shot to his feet, his voice booming across the hall. Wait, hold on a second. Brother Jiang Kai, please stop. Jiang Kai's pace slowed, but he didn't offer the dignity of turning around. Qin Yu hurried toward the group, his tone urgent. To be honest, I don't know what kind of blood feud exists between you and the Black Tortoise Guild. But frankly speaking, disbanding a guild of that magnitude is nearly impossible. However, I have a compromise that might interest you. Hearing this, a faint, calculated smirk played on Jiang Kai's lips. It was the look of a hunter whose trap had just snapped shut. He finally turned his head, his expression essentially unreadable. I'm listening, Commander Qin Yu. Qin Yu seized the opening. We can force the dissolution of their largest branch. That is the absolute limit of our authority. Meanwhile, in a lavish guild hall, Hishishi gripped her phone, her face twisting in pure horror at the voice on the other end. She screamed in disbelief, her composure shattering. What did you say? You want to dissolve the Black Tortoise branch in S City? How dare Jiang Kai even suggest such a thing? Her subordinates, Xuanxin and Ha Hoa, turned pale with shock. On the other end of the line was Havu, the voice of the committee. Havu continued coldly. Guildmaster, the committee is already in session. The official decree is just a matter of time. Cold sweat poured down Hishishi's face as panic set in. Excuse me, are you saying the entire value of the Black Tortoise Guild is worth less than some class advancement materials? Do you know how many resources we've contributed to the Shining Alliance over the years? And this is how you repay us. Havu's voice remained dangerously calm. Guildmaster Ha, don't get emotional. The problem is that Jiang Kai possesses level 140 martial artist class change materials. It's the kind of loot you'd only see in a god-tier system Manhwa. These items are powerful enough to alter the Shining Alliance's ranking on the global stage. Hishishi gritted her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. Didn't we already send a team to clear the new map? We could gather those same materials any day now. The retort from the phone was sharp and unforgiving. That is a massive could Guildmaster. Havu didn't let up. You know the pressure we're under from the current beast tide. We don't have the luxury of time to wait for your hypothetical success. Besides, it's merely the loss of one branch. You'll survive. Hishishi opened her mouth to argue, but she was ruthlessly cut off. No buts. Guildmaster, Ha, you should never have provoked Jang Kai. Her eyes bulged as the reality struck her like a physical blow. The phone slipped from her trembling fingers, crashing onto the table with a deafening thud. Hishishi swayed on her feet, barely staying upright. Her body shook uncontrollably every breath, feeling like she was inhaling broken glass. Xuanxin stepped forward, his voice grim. The reason Black Tortoise holds a top 5 spot among the 10 great guilds is entirely due to the S City branch's contributions. Ha Hoa added despair in her voice. At least half of our main force was recruited from there. If that branch is dissolved, our combat power will plummet by at least 40% instantly. Hishishi's face contorted into a mask of demonic rage. All my preparation, everything I set up destroyed by him in a single move. Damn it all to hell. If that brat hadn't lucked out and found that glowing treasure chest, he'd be a corpse by now. How dare he climb on my head and look down on me? As her scream faded, her phone screen lit up again. A robotic notification voice filled the silent room. The resolution has been passed. Guildmaster Ha, please dissolve the S City branch before 3 p.m. tomorrow. She stood frozen, a statue of defeated pride. Her mind was a chaotic storm, rendering her speechless. Suddenly, her expression went blank, and she backhanded the phone, sending it flying across the room. Her subordinates flinched. Guildmaster but Hishishi was already lost to madness, a murderous mantra playing in her head. Jiang Kai, I will absolutely kill you. The next day, at the Black Tortoise S City branch, the massive fortress-like military base stood tall, unaware of its impending doom. A digital notice flashed on the main gate. Garrison Area A, disbanding. The crowd of guild members erupted into confused whispers. What's going on, disbanding? Is this a glitch? It has to be a mistake, right? We're Black Tortoise, one of the 10 great guilds of the Shining Alliance. You can't just shut down a major branch like this without a reason. A frantic officer tried to calm the mob. Everyone, please settle down. Hishishi's is a direct order from headquarters, but the crowd wasn't having it. Screw that. Where is Hishishi? She just got promoted, and now she's kicking us to the curb. Tell Hishishi to get her face down here. We deserve an explanation. Watching the chaos from a safe distance, Jang Kai stared intently at the surveillance screen. Hu Yan smirked, clearly enjoying the show. Man, military efficiency really is chef's kiss. It's only been a day, and they've already delivered on their promise. Haha, this is so satisfying. Yuan Zu laughed along with him. I can't stop imagining Hishishi's twisted angry face right now. It's hilarious. Jiang Kai walked in from the entrance, his presence commanding the room. Is the whole squad here? Ruan Yu greeted him with a warm smile. Captain Jiang Kai, you made it. Yuan Zu walked over and threw an arm around his shoulder. Jiang Kai, what took you so long? You almost missed the best part of the drama, Hu Yan chimed in. Seriously, the Black Tortoise branch is in absolute shambles right now. Jiang Kai nodded calmly. Brother Lu just updated me. They have until 3 p.m. today to completely erase their presence in S City. He looked at his team shifting to briefing mode. Also, because this caused such a massive uproar within their ranks, Black Tortoise has pulled out of the upcoming map raid, just like in a leveling manhwa. When one rival falls, another takes its place. The Demon Slayer Guild will be stepping in to fill the gap. We need to ensure the raid's firepower remains stable. Hu Yan frowned. What about the Shining Guild? Jiang Kai explained. Shining is backed by Black Tortoise, but they operate independently. They aren't affected. In fact, they're poaching the displaced Black Tortoise elites to boost their own strength. Hu Yan pouted, crossing her arms in annoyance. So basically, we still have to take orders from that scumbag Lu Xuan. The image of Lu Xuan, a man with a slimy grin and a punchable face, flashed through everyone's minds. Jiang Kai's expression remained unbothered. Actually, it's perfect. I've been waiting to see what kind of dirty tricks they try to pull. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, high atop a skyscraper, a white-haired man gasped for air, sweat dripping from his face. In the distance, a young girl named Ying Zi checked her stopwatch, beaming with joy. That was amazing. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. You shaved off 5 seconds from your last record. The older brother, the big boss, was too winded to reply, hands resting on his knees as he heaved for breath. Ying Zi rushed over, worry replacing her excitement. Brother Jiang, wipe that sweat off quickly. The wind up here is strong. You'll catch a cold. He took the towel, waving her off gently. I can do it. I'm not as frail as I used to be. As he dried off, determination burned in his eyes. With this progress, it won't be long before I recover enough strength to finally stand by Jang Kai's side again. Ying Zi scolded him lightly. Even so, you have to be careful. Don't be like our second brother, always pushing past the limit. Just as they shared a laugh, a loud sneeze echoed from miles away. It was Jang Kai. Carrying 2 heavy bags and a playful grin, he teased. No wonder I've been sneezing lately. Someone's definitely bad-mouthing me. Seeing him materialize out of thin air, Brother Jiang and Ying Zi cried out in pure joy. Jang Kai, you're back. Inside the room, Brother Jiang set down a plate of fruit, his eyes shining with pride. Jiang Kai, I watched your performance in the tournament. I never imagined you'd become this powerful, just like the hero of a leveling manhwa. Ying Zi sat beside him, nodding enthusiastically. That's right, second brother, you were absolutely legendary out there. Then her expression shifted to a pout. But seriously, you didn't send a single word for something so huge. I was terrified. Thank goodness the military finally confirmed you were safe. Jiang Kai gently patted Ying Zi's head to soothe her. It was an emergency and things got chaotic. I'm sorry for making you worry. It took a while, but she finally calmed down enough to listen. As long as you know. She crossed her arms. Don't scare us like that again. Smiling, he pulled out 2 vials of shimmering liquid. Brother Jiang, Ying Zi, put my issues aside for a moment. I came today to show you I'm safe, but also to give you these. These are class change materials. Their jaws dropped as they stared at the items in shock. Jiang Kai's voice turned serious. These are heavenly fate materials. My own extreme class came from a source just like this. I've analyzed them. Hishishi's special material adapts to the user's innate characteristics, awakening a class perfectly suited to their soul. Ying Zi gasped. That's incredible. He handed 1 vial to Brother Jiang, but turned to her. Ying Zi, finish your studies first before deciding your path. I'll hold on to yours for now. The remaining vial Jiang Kai pressed firmly into Brother Jiang's hand. The ghost planet is open to you now, but the path is hellish. It will be harder than you can imagine. You need to think this through. Brother Jiang gripped the vial, his resolve hardening. I've already made up my mind. Guilt flashed across his face. Lying in that hospital bed, I hated my own weakness. I wanted to recover to go to the ghost planet and fight. My body just wouldn't cooperate. Ying Zi frowned, her heart aching. Brother Jiang, don't say that. You worked yourself to the bone to raise us. Don't blame yourself for being exhausted. Brother Jiang shook his head, looking at the vial. But I've heard most explorers on the ghost planet train for years before stepping foot there. I have 0 experience and a weak foundation. I might fail the newbie trial, but I will put my life on the line to train. I won't give up. Jiang Kai clapped a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. Don't stress about the trial. I have a method. As for the path ahead, I trust you. I know you can walk it. He lowered his voice, sharing a secret. Reach the transcendent rank, and you can extract your stats into reality. Back on the blue star, you'll be like the black god hunting beast gods and avenging our family. Ying Zi, tied on her apron, breaking the tension. Brother Jiang's been cooking lately, and I'm itching to help. You two chat. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Brother Jiang smiled warmly. Sounds good. He waited for her to leave, then turned back to Jiang Kai with a serious expression. Now, let's talk business. Commander Jiang mentioned your guild's role in the upcoming raid. You're responsible for luring a king-class boss. I kept it from Ying Zi to spare her the panic. Jiang Kai, be honest with me. Can you survive this? Jiang Kai nodded firmly. Rest easy, brother Jiang. I'll be careful. But his brother wasn't convinced. That is a king-class entity. Jiang Kai, I'm terrified for you. Jiang Kai sighed, explaining the gravity of the situation. Brother Jiang, this isn't just about map expansion. He Shishi's is the pivotal standoff between humanity and the beast gods. Generations have bled and died to create this single opportunity. It means everything to us. Jiang Kai's eyes burned with determination. War is coming. Dangerous or not, someone has to step up and lure that monster. I cannot retreat. Seeing his brother's somber face, he asked quietly, Brother Jiang, are you angry? Brother Jiang laughed softly, wiping his eyes. You fool. I'm happy. Seeing you stand so tall like a true man who holds up the sky. How could I hold you back? He grabbed Jiang Kai's shoulders. Just promise me one thing. Protect yourself. If you get tired, come home. And remember, Ying Zi and I will always have your back. Unconditionally, Jiang Kai felt a weight lift off his soul. I understand, Brother Jiang. Days later, inside the Instance Dungeon, Hu Yan beamed with excitement. Spirit Channeler Captain Jiang Kai, look, I've awakened. Her status window flashed Explorer Hu Yan. Class Spirit Channeler, level 41. Ruan Yu literally jumped for joy. I switched to Wine Maniac. His status glowed. Explorer Ruan Yu, Class Wine Maniac, level 41. Jiang Kai nodded, analyzing their growth. What about your innate talents? Hu Yan reported. My talent is Ghostly Whale. I can communicate with the spirit realm and command wraiths to attack. Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow. Oh, is the damage output high? She laughed sheepishly. Not exactly. It's mostly for harassment, but it has a chance to trigger a fear debuff on the enemy. Jiang Kai understood immediately. Damage isn't a priority yet. Your crowd control is already terrifying. With the Wind Thunder Staff and this Ghostly Whale, you have two major control skills. You're practically untouchable. She blushed at the praise. Heh, that's what I thought too. Then Ruan Yu chimed in. Captain Jiang Kai. Captain as a wine maniac. My new talent is called Drunken Song of Madness. Jiang Kai mused. That sounds way more intense than your old skill. Hu Yan nudged him. Well, tell us how crazy is this drunken song? He explained, eyes wide. It triggers my primal instincts and boosts my physical stats. Plus, there's a chance to activate the true self state. The term, stun them. True self state. Ruan Yu swung his sword in a clumsy yet fluid arc. Yeah, I don't fully get it either, but it feels special. Different emotions and environments trigger different effects within that state. It's unpredictable. Hu Yan whistled. Sounds OP, even if I've never heard of it. Jiang Kai stroked his chin. Going from Wine Ghost to Wine Maniac is an ultra-rare evolution path. Combined with a variable talent, it's normal that no one has data on it. In this world, rarity usually equals infinite potential. Ruan Yu's face flushed red with pride at the recognition. Just then, Jiang Kai's smartwatch buzzed violently. A holographic screen popped up. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. It's Yuan Zu. He says he and Su Nuan have successfully completed their class changes too. Hu Yan beamed with pure excitement. He Shishi's is perfect. Our combat synergy is going to be unstoppable now. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. Exactly. Plus, Shen Yi completed her class advancement 2 days ago. Your base stats have skyrocketed by 100%. I have also hit level 40. Once I find the evolution material, my own awakening can finally begin. Hu Yan tilted her head, eyes sparkling. Captain Jiang Kai, are we heading out to farm mobs and power level today? Jiang Kai's expression instantly hardened. He stood by the door, staring into the distance. No, the regional boss spawns the day after tomorrow. Summon Shen Yi. We need to move to the quarantine zone immediately to prepare for war. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu didn't hesitate. Their faces locked in determination as they shouted understood. The next day, the Deer Ridge axis revealed its majestic form. Mountains pierced the heavens like colossal horns. Below, a fortress of steel had risen. Tanks, tents, and watchtowers signaled the military's iron grip. Silhouettes moved efficiently through the camp, patrolling the perimeter with eagle-eyed vigilance. A guild officer pointed sharply towards the horizon. U4 is the plan clear, he gestured to the dense tree line. The main god guild will lure the king-tier boss to that coordinate. Don't screw this up, the officer warned. Jiang Kai smirked, radiating calm authority. Relax. We never miss. Chan Not stroked his chin, a mocking sneer curling his lips. Just remember your place. Try not to die too quickly. He turned on his heel, dismissing them, as if they were mere trash. Yuan Zu glared at the retreating figure, eyes burning with rage. That bastard. Look at that arrogance. He clearly wants us to serve as cannon fodder. Hu Yan clenched her fists. Agreed. He's disgusting. But Jiang Kai remained unfazed. Ignore him. On the battlefield, follow my command. We counter every move they make. The four of them huddled in the dense tree line, finalizing their strategy for the impending storm. Meanwhile, the guild master of the Light Guild Chen Chunsheng issued a dark order. Make absolutely sure Jiang Kai's team is funneled into the trap. And the ambush squad, remember, no guild members. The military will execute anyone caught infighting during a beast tide. Lu Xuan flashed a snake-like smile. Rest easy, guildmaster. I spent a fortune hiring shadow mercenaries. They will finish the job without leaving a trace. His expression twisted into something truly vile. I will also lie in wait nearby. There will be no mistakes this time. Chen Chunsheng's internal monologue dripped with venom. Jiang Kai, you were once the glory of the Black Tortoise, but you have humiliated me enough. Today you die without a grave to your name. The sun dipped below the horizon, surrendering the sky to a million glittering stars. The world held its breath in a haunting silence. The camp fell dead silent, as if the earth itself was sleeping. But then an unnatural glow pulsed from behind the peaks, too bright to be the moon, too ominous to be the dawn. Boom! The earth groaned and shattered. Thousands of monstrous silhouettes surged forward like a tidal wave of death, kicking up a blinding storm of dust. High above, a horned humanoid stood like a demon king. Veins pulsed on his forehead as he swung his hand down the signal to attack. The military roared to life. Soldiers scrambled into position as artillery turned the night into day. Fire and lead rained down on the beast horde amidst deafening war cries. For the Holy Sulan land, slaughter them, Commander Tai Jiang bellowed. Hold the line. We just need to buy time for the 5 great guilds to slay the boss. Left flank closed the gap. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupted. 3 massive beasts burst from the soil, armored crocodile-like nightmares with razor-sharp spines thrashing wildly. A soldier screamed. Squad 3. Contain the golden horn croc dragon. Do not let it breach the defense line. Squad 4. Open fire. Pour it on. But the bullets pinged off the monster's skull like harmless rain. It didn't even leave a scratch. The beast became a living wrecking ball, sending soldiers flying like ragdolls. Tai Jiang collapsed, bloodied and desperate, requesting backup. The power gap is too immense, we can't stop them. Before he could move, a shadow loomed over him. The croc dragon's jaws, unhinged rows of serrated teeth, poised to snap his head off. A sickening crunch silenced the scream. Blood sprayed across the dirt. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai watched a fissure tear through the earth, racing toward his team at breakneck speed. Cold sweat dripped down Hu Yan's face. Damn it, is their hide made of diamond? Nothing is getting through. Jiang Kai remained silent, his gaze sharp as a blade. Beside him, Shen Yi ground her teeth, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Facing a commander tier beast was suicidal enough. But a king tier? That kind of overwhelming power usually only exists in a leveling manhwa. Jiang Kai's voice cut through the fear. Panic gets you killed. Steady yourselves. We fight on my signal no matter what comes out of that darkness. The horizon blackened as more abominations emerged, twisted shapes and sizes, united only by their thirst for human blood. Suddenly, the soldiers froze their eyes, bulging in pure horror. A pressure descended that felt like the end of the world. It's here. The king tier has arrived. The boss is here.